Tuantuan has been reborn. Is her fate to perish upon reincarnation? No, even though her mother is a love-struck fool who met her demise in a tragic accident. Mother, how could you be so foolish? Her uncle was transformed into a wretched creature. Uncle, how tragic. Her second uncle has become a servile companion. Her third uncle was devoured by wolves. Her maternal grandfather's entire family was annihilated. Tuantuan swore to alter the fates of these individuals. But alas, what can a small child do? She could only silently lament and suddenly realized, oh, mother, why did you get divorced? Second uncle, there are too many gifts, I cannot use them all. Third uncle, please keep your cosmetics, I do not require more. Help, I am merely a child. I am not a deity. Why the adoration? Ah, this world has truly gone mad. Chapter 1. The Great One reborn Tuantuan, a legendary ancient deity, perished in her quest to save the world. The Jade Emperor proclaimed that her descent to the mortal realm was merely a formality. Yama insisted he would not dare to neglect her and would ensure she was placed in the finest family. Is this all? Before she could even open her eyes, Tuantuan felt a noxious liquid flooding her small belly. I have yet to be born, and now I am to die again. She thrashed about, exclaiming in dismay, discovering another presence in this palace. Jade Emperor Yama, I Tuantuan have been deceived. As she glimpsed a glimmering exit, she aimed to escape. Suddenly, a pair of large hands firmly restrained her, forcing her to change position. Madam, the fetal position is incorrect. She cannot be born. Then a soft wailing ensued. Damn it, you cannot be born. Tuantuan swiftly slipped away, emerging as a tiny being. Upon exiting, her feet inadvertently clasped another child's head, pulling him along. Regrettably, before she could smile, destiny gripped her throat. They are two stillborn infants. No, it cannot be. The woman's voice faded, her agitation overwhelming her. Mother, dear mother, please do not faint. I am still alive. I still have breath. Where did that voice come from? The Duchess's eyes widened, darting about. Yet her gaze remained blank. She saw nothing. Mother, it is I. I had just been reborn. I do not wish to die. As the child was about to be taken away for burial, stop. Seeing the Duchess's strong reaction, Lu Yin dashed out, causing the two elders to hesitate but ultimately flee faster. Smack! Smack! Lu Yin somersaulted in front of them, witnessing the two infants with bruised faces, their tiny hands flailing. Angered, she slapped the women, seizing both infants. Someone confine them to the woodhouse until the prince can investigate personally. Lu Yin was the Duchess's trusted maid, possessing considerable authority. Ah, coughed at him. Why goodness, surviving is no easy feat. One coughed vigorously while the other remained pallid. Lu Yin was terrified. Madam, the young miss still lives, but the young master, Lu Yin, placed Tuantuan in her mother's embrace. The Duchess trembled, feeling the lively child in her arms. Thank goodness, this is the fruit of her love with the prince. With them, surely the prince's attitude towards her would improve. However, upon comprehending Lu Yin's words, her expression soured, and she hastily extended her other hand to embrace the dying child. Do not take me away, I can save him. Mother, I can save my brother. Who is speaking? Madam, no one is speaking. Quickly place me beside him, or he will truly perish. Mother, my dear mother. Tuantuan was desperate to speak, yet the infant's form constrained her, rendering her powerless. Tuantuan was laid in the crib, where there was ample space remaining. Lu Yin placed this child in as well. This child is already. Obey. Lu Yin held back her tears. This pair of infants was the result of the Duchess's struggle, and surely she was overwhelmed with sorrow, perhaps even mad. Tuantuan felt the other infant snuggle close, extending her tiny fingers to grasp his. A surge of energy coursed through them, celestial aura rising. Huzzah, success! Chapter 2. The fate is harrowing. Tuantuan rejoiced, her hands dancing in delight, while Lu Yin perceived the scene as more tragic. The bond between the siblings was astonishingly profound. Yet, she would no longer have his brother. Wah, wah. Suddenly, in the stifling air, a loud wail erupted, startling everyone in the room. Madam, the young master has survived. Lu Yin cradled the frail infant, kneeling before the Duchess in excitement. I'm aware. The Duchess's expression softened while one child wailed lustily, the other expressed frustration with fervent complaints. Enough with the noise. Can you not be quiet? Your cries are shattering my eardrums. After saving you, this is how you repay me." She longed for the prince to see the two children she had born for him. One appeared to have been born of divine origins. Her face beamed with joy as she wished to share this news with him. Oh, a pair of twin sons. Before Lu Yin could respond, the Duchess's expression darkened, and she commanded, "Investigate the family residing at No. 23, Lu Dong Alley." "Madam, do you suspect the prince? You knew all along? Why did you not speak earlier?" Lu Yin lowered her head, speechless. "My dear mother, you are renowned in the capital for being a love-struck fool, severing ties with father and your maternal family. Who would dare to speak of it?" Tuantuan spat bubbles in frustration. "I am doomed. This is a dire fate from which my family shall have no burial ground. My uncle has been reduced to a wretched creature. My second uncle has become a servile companion. My third uncle was thrown into a den of wolves, his bones devoured whole. My grandfather, the illustrious general of the Wei Kingdom, who could have imagined he would meet his end at the hands of a mere ruffian?" Lu Yin sacrificed herself to protect mother, pierced by 36 swords. "Mother, you took me and my brother to freeze, to death in the residence of the prince." This string of words sounded like the most malevolent curse, rendering the Duchess pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her father, Lu Wu, was the founding general of the Southern Chu Kingdom, a three-generation minister. How could he be killed? As for her eldest brother, he was the strongest, most gallant man in the capital. The second brother was charming and vibrant, like a perpetual, radiant sun. The third brother was the gentlest and most kind-hearted, the one most averse to pain. Lu Yunlan felt her heart bleed. A sharp pang of anguish, she hastily pressed her hand to her chest. "Madam, it is all Lu Yan's fault. She should have informed you immediately." Lu Yunlan's hands flailed in the air, and Lu Yin quickly leaned in. Lu Yin nodded and departed. Lu Yunlan clutched the blanket tightly, struggling to process her daughter's revelations when the voice called out again. "Ah, this is toxic milk. Help! In broad daylight, someone is trying to poison me." Chapter 3. The milk is poisonous. Tuantuan's face scrunched up as she cried, striking the nearby child a few times. He, feeling the pain, began to cry as well, refusing to drink milk. "Madam, I shall take the young master and miss to be fed." "Wait, I will feed them myself." Lyn extended her hands, struggling to sit up from the bed. Although she could not see anyone, the voice across from her had noticeably turned hesitant. "Madam has just given birth to twins and is in a weakened state. If anything were to go awry after nursing, how could this servant bear the responsibility? It would be better for the nurse to handle it. Hua Hong, bring the children over." Hua Hong was a little beggar she had found at the entrance of the S. Wangfu before her marriage. She was fair and clean, though somewhat simple-minded. "Why do Jie? The children. My name is RL, not Why do." RL gritted her teeth in frustration. She despised the rustic name. She found the name of Lyn pleasing, and thus chose RL for herself. Yet, that foolish girl Hua Hong continued to call her by that name. "All right, why do Jie? The children, I want the children." Hua Hong grew anxious, her voice sharpening. "Take them." RL shot her a glare, casting a discontented look towards the lady on the bed. "Even at death's door, why put on airs as a noble lady? How dare you glare at my mother? Just wait, I will make you pay." Tuantuan's little hand flailed wildly, landing a punch on her nose, causing her face to contort in pain. "That little wretch dared to hit me," RL thought, seething with the urge to retaliate. Suddenly, her vision darkened as a larger fist came crashing towards her face, sending her crashing to the ground. A warm sensation spread across her nose as she wiped it, finding it stained with blood. "Hua Hong, you hit me!" RL scrambled up, ready to fight back. "Enough. She has a problem with her mind, and do you as well? Why stoop to her level? Hurry down. No one is allowed in without my command." Lyn was the daughter of a military general, renowned in her youth for fighting alongside her elder brother on the battlefield, becoming a legendary general known across nations. Later, she fell from a cliff and lost her sight. Her brother's legs were broken, leaving him a cripple. Accustomed to gentleness, her tone turned sharp, causing RL to tremble in fear and hurriedly retreat, head bowed. Lyn loosened her garments, but Tuantuan began to flail again, stubbornly shaking her head, refusing to drink. "Mother, your brow is dark, your milk is poisonous. I want to eat it. Lyn was taken aback. Poisonous. No wonder this pregnancy had been arduous, laboring 2 days and nights before the twins were born. Yet aside from the loyal maid, no one else had come to check on her. Her mother-in-law? She had always preferred demure, compliant women, believing that a woman like her, who wielded blades and fought, was unfit for society and had never shown her kindness. Not to mention, after losing her sight, she became even more critical. Out of guilt, she had once urged the prince to take a concubine. Yet, the prince had become furious, threatening to die, swearing that their love was sweet and deep. In her moment of being touched, Lyn resolved to treat the prince even better. Despite her severely injured body from the battlefield, she had fought to give birth to these twins, who knew that after the children were born, her mother-in-law and the prince were nowhere to be found. It felt as though childbirth had become solely her responsibility. Lyn called for help, but aside from Hua Hong, no one came. Where have they gone? The crying of the 2 children filled Lyn with anxiety. Hua Hong sucked on her fingers, the old lady distributed candies, and the maids all went to grab some. What candies? Could it be that upon realizing she had given birth, her mother-in-law had rewarded the servants with sweets? Chapter 4. Bai Lianer, the concubine's twins, 2 sons, the elderly lady is delighted. Treats are given. Lu Yunlan's heart plummeted into despair, instantly enveloped in an icy chill. Mother, mother, I am here for you. Do not be afraid. I shall protect you for a lifetime. Tuantuan had never encountered such a pitiable soul, a love-struck individual whose entire family fell victim to a scoundrel. Blissfully unaware as they provided him with a wedding garment. She recalled that in her previous life, during a tribulation, she had passed by these 3 frozen mother and children. Instantly recognizing their tragic past, she remembered feeling a fleeting pang of sympathy and had taken the time to ensure their proper burial. Very well, I merely lamented for a moment. That rascal, the Jade Emperor, has orchestrated my presence here. Tuantuan felt tears welling up. Very well, since I am here, I shall endure this journey. She blew bubbles, stifling her tears, striving to offer a charming smile, and playfully tugged at Lu Yunlan's ear, planting a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Thankfully, you are here. Thankfully, you are all here. Yet the aroma was somewhat overwhelming, and a faint scent of milk wafted through the breeze. Bai Lianer was a maid she had purchased during her time at her natal home, akin to lying. Her right-hand companion. Hua Hong, go, heat these medicinal soups. These are specially brought for the madam to restore her health. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yunlan felt a sense of relief. Mother, mother, the third party has come to demonstrate her authority. The smile on Lu Yunlan's face froze in an instant. Sensing that Bai Lianer was about to embrace the 2 children, she swiftly evaded and inquired, Do you smell of milk? Bai Lianer continued to reach out, prompting Lu Yunlan to dodge even more thoroughly. You are deceiving, mother. She is the one lying. Clearly, she gave birth to the children, with father and the old lady by her side. She intends to poison you to take our place. Mother, you must not drink her concoction. Bai Lianer furrowed her brow, perplexed by Lu's odd expression. What could a blind person possibly know? Bai Lianer took the medicinal soup, scooped some towards her lips. Madam, you are weak. It is best to take the medicine promptly. With a loud crash, the medicine bowl shattered, followed by a scream. The liquid splashed all over Bai Lianer, scalding her right hand, causing it to redden instantly. Leave, do not enter without my command. This was the first time she had spoken so sternly. Bai Lianer's expression changed drastically. Having endured for so long, did she think she would continue to tolerate her? Just as she was about to reach out, footsteps echoed from afar. Bai Lianer switched to a pitiful demeanor, sliding to the ground, clutching Lu Yunlan's sleeve with both hands. Madam, Lianer is foolish. I implore you, do not be angry. If your health deteriorates, it will be a disgrace for me to live. Ah, so this is the true nature of Bai Lianer? Lu Yunlan, with keen hearing, recognized the footsteps of Prince Gu Qingfeng. As expected, an angry shout rang out. Lanner, you have just given birth. Why are you so agitated? What will happen to the children if you have no milk? Isn't there a wet nurse? Mother said that children must drink their mother's milk to bond with her. Gu Qingfeng hesitated to assist, allowing her to rise on her own. Chapter 5. Tear apart the White Lotus sigh. She had just given birth to a pair of twin sons. Although the Lu family's dragon and phoenix twins carried auspicious connotations, He had long since lost interest in Lu. She was old and unattractive, resembling an old maid, always hovering around him, whereas Lianer was soft and charming, compliant in every regard. Alas, one must admit, these children were indeed beautiful, resembling golden boys and jade maidens. Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he yearned to embrace the little girl, who deliberately turned away, rejecting his affection and rolling her eyes dramatically. "You think you are worthy of holding me?" Gu Qingfeng stared in disbelief. Surely, he must be imagining things. The child had just rolled her eyes at him? He picked up the other boy, who had no choice but to resign himself with a face full of despair. Bai Lianer, witnessing the affection on his face, felt a flicker of malice cross her eyes. They should all meet their demise. Who would have thought such luck would allow them to survive? Before she could recalibrate her gaze, she was confronted by the furious figure of Lying, who rushed in. "You shameless wretch! Bai Lianer, I cannot believe you are the prince's concubine, daring to deceive the madam while sharing the prince's bed. How can you be so despicable? Did the madam strike you or scold you? How dare you repay her kindness with malice, secretly birthing a pair of twins? The madam's genuine affection was wasted on a traitor like you." Lying, with her fiery temper, had taken much in stride since marrying into the prince's household. Now, faced with this incident, she resembled a lit firecracker, ready to beat Bai Lianer to a pulp. Bai Lianer could not evade her. She knew Lying was onto her, and had purposely come to flaunt her power, intending to eliminate them quietly. After all, Lu Yunlan was still a woman of dignity. Who knew Lying would be so bold as to strike her? Lying's shouts rang out, seemingly loud enough to alert the entire capital. Her hand showed no mercy, and within moments, Bai Lianer's face was swollen and bruised. She curled up on the ground, clutching her head, moaning pitifully. "Lying, have you gone mad?" Gu Qingfeng's face turned pale as he rushed to check Lu Yunlan's expression, hastily setting the child down and sprinting towards the door. Lying, glancing up, shot him a cold glare, and with renewed vigor, she kicked Bai Lianer in the side. You, in front of so many maids. Gu Qingfeng felt utterly humiliated. He was infuriated, his face turning purple, struggling to articulate his thoughts. You, a mere pretty boy, think you can command me? If it weren't for the madam insisting on marrying you, I wouldn't even want to cast a glance at a man like you." Back then, Lu Yunlan had fought tooth and nail to marry Gu Qingfeng, with none of the Lu family consenting to the union. In her infatuation, she had severed ties with her entire family. Lying was furious but still followed her. Should Gu Qingfeng dare to act out of line, she would risk her life to seek justice for the madam. Wow! Applause, applause. Sister Lying is magnificent. So impressive. Mother, dear mother, my beloved mother. I want to see, take me to see, otherwise I shall regret it for a lifetime. Gu Tuantuan, with a face full of curiosity, hummed cheerfully, exuding cuteness. Lu Yunlan, hearing her voice, felt her heart soften. Yes, with these adorable children, what need had she for a man? Hua Hong supported Lu Yunlan towards the door. Lu Yunlan cradled Gu Yuanyuan. Gu Tuantuan's eyes widened in delight, while the other boy lay helplessly on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. Why is no one paying attention to me? I want to see too. Chapter 6. Even a concubine is not enough. Come, seize Lying and take her to the magistrate. Gu Qingfeng fumed, his beard bristling. Who dares? As soon as Lu Yunlan's voice rang out, the servants hesitated, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Goodness! General Yunlan and Sister Ruyan were their idols. Although she had not wielded a sword since her marriage, she remained a goddess in their hearts. What? The prince intends to send me to the authorities? Lying rose from Bai Lianer's side, brushing stray hair from her forehead, her expression defiant. You Lanner, do you not care? She clearly disregards us. She has not regarded you at all. Lying, come here. Lying eagerly approached Lu Yunlan, delighted that her madam's mind was finally clear. Gu Tuantuan had evidently become her little fan, extending her arms for a hug. Gu Qingfeng looked on, utterly flustered. Your Highness, do you not wish to explain? Lyn spoke of another pair of twins. Although her eyes were shrouded in darkness, the weight of her past battles lingered in her gaze, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. Ng's expression shifted numerous times. The L family had not yet met with complete defeat. He could not afford to make matters so dire. Otherwise, all his efforts over the years would amount to naught. Reflecting on this, he felt that Bai Lianer was being somewhat rash. After enduring so much for so long, It was disheartening that she would falter at such a crucial moment. B. Eili in air, well acquainted with him, discerned his expressions with acute precision. She understood that if she did not seize the moment, opportunities might slip away forever. Madam, it is all the servants' fault. It is their shamelessness, their excessive affection for the prince that has led to this. I implore you, please do not hold the prince accountable. B. Eili in air wept like a delicate white flower swaying in the breeze. G2N2N snickered. What a performance. Why don't you take it to the stage? B. Eili in air seethed with anger. How dare this impudent child mock her while she had to maintain a facade of sorrow? Am I speaking to the prince or to you? At this, the onlookers were taken aback, lifting their heads in astonishment. Who did not know that B. Eili in air had always been the loyal maid beside the madam, and given the madam's usual gentleness, they assumed B. Eili in air's pale face was merely a sign of distress. Mother, the twins belong to someone else. Just let that wicked father marry them. I'll find you a good one another day. Lynl's brow furrowed slightly. She had always been someone who could let go when necessary, yet she held a stubborn pursuit for a lifetime partner. Had it not been for Ing pursuing her for 3 long years, repeatedly swearing that he would have only her in this lifetime, she would not have wed him. Now, having seen through his true nature, her heart felt as though it had turned to ashes. To speak truthfully, Ing desires this. After all, the notion of a lifetime partner is indeed far-fetched. Who would have thought that a mere lie would be etched so deeply in her memory? Yet, even with the desire, he could not allow it to surface. What would happen to his reputation if such word spread? He was, after all, renowned for his devotion to the madam. Your Highness, you know my temperament. Had it not been for my previous disposition, I would have certainly dragged her out and dealt with her harshly. This statement caused a collective gasp among those present. Regardless, she had borne the prince a pair of sons, which was ultimately a good thing for the continuation of the family line. Hearing her tone, Ng's lips curled into a smile. He had known that LSH was an understanding person, but he could not take her as a concubine. Eili in air's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, leaving Ing taken aback. What did the madam mean? Had he forgotten the oath he made before the emperor? Lyn sensed the stillness in the air and could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, only the listener remembers the vows. The prince had declared that he would have only one official wife in this lifetime and would never take a concubine, or else he would face dire consequences. What difficulty is there? Once you are gone, I can remarry openly. A smug smile flickered at the corner of Ng's mouth. Ah, mother, father wants to kill you. He wants to let you rest during your confinement. He wants to find robbers to murder you, disguising them as villains. The tender whispers made Lyn feel nothing but revulsion. From this day forth, Eili in air would no longer be my maid. However, as long as I am here, she shall never become a part of the Swang residence, even as a concubine. Chapter 7. G2N2N is not a kitten as the night grew deep and heavy with dew. Lyn uttered these words and dismissed them all. Ing, witnessing the maids reveling in amusement, felt his face flush with anger as he shot Eili in air a reproachful glare. Lyn, feeling weak, had no choice but to obediently follow behind. In Lyn's complexion was pale, her body trembling. Lyn was nearly in tears. Madam, I shall summon the physician immediately. Have you forgotten who nurtured me during this pregnancy? Lyn suddenly comprehended, her face filled with disbelief. Could it be that pair of wretches? What shall we do? Madam, I will fetch a doctor from outside immediately, or better yet, I will summon Lu YY. He was a family friend of the LS and would surely come. No, Lyn grasped her wrist. If father finds out, I do not wish for him to see me in this state. She had once confidently married, believing happiness awaited her. Now, to let her family know she was to be poisoned by her husband was utterly humiliating. Father and my brothers might be extremely disappointed in me. They probably do not wish to see me at all. I want to see. Grandfather misses mother so much that he cries every day. Uncle longs to visit mother daily. but he is crippled and cannot walk. Second uncle goes to clean mother's room every day. Third uncle still sleeps with the doll mother made for him every night. At his age, how embarrassing. Tuantuan, seeing her mother distressed, felt a surge of pity and instinctively spoke these words aloud. Good child, mother believes in you. You are gifts bestowed upon me by heaven. What name would you like? Tuantuan, pleased with her mother's understanding, nodded in satisfaction. I shall not change my name or surname. I am Tuantuan. And your brother? Lyn looked and cried, leaving Lyn bewildered. Who was she conversing with? Was there another being present? Could it be with his child? Lyn, astonished, retreated to gather her thoughts. Naturally, he shall follow my name. We shall call him Gunun. The nearby boy, confused, did not comprehend the name and instinctively found it unappealing. Ready to cry in protest, Tuantuan shot him a glance, and he stifled his cries, breaking into a grin instead. Good. With Tuantuan and Gunun, mother fears nothing in this life. Lyn entered with a basin of warm water and witnessed this heartwarming scene, her heart swelling with joy. Madam, have you named the children already? What shall we say to the prince and the old madam? My children are mine to name. What right do they have to object? Lyn, realizing the madam's mind was now clear, could not contain her joy. While bathing Tuantuan and Gunun, she laughed heartily, startling the two children several times. That night, as they slept beneath the bed, laughter erupted once more. Ah, sister Lyn, are we not to be allowed to sleep at night? Tuantuan, unable to restrain her nature, began to wail, prompting Gunun to join in, and the four of them spent the night awake. The following morning, despite the heavy dark circles under their eyes, joy was etched on their faces, especially Tuantuan and Gunun, who brimmed with energy. Beautiful, so beautiful. Huiching, holding a piece of white sweet potato, bit into it with wide eyes fixed on Lyn. Lyn could not see her reflection in the mirror, yet hearing such praise brought her a fleeting moment of happiness. But then she thought, perhaps it was a sign that she was growing increasingly unattractive. The prince surely could not still fancy her. Mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. I love mother. Beautiful mother, I want a hug. Just as Tuantuan began to pout, Gunun opened his arms first. As Lyn embraced Gunun, an ear-piercing voice pierced the air. Mother, I want a hug too. If not, I will cry all day until I cry myself to death. Lyn, startled, quickly pulled her into her embrace as well. Tuantuan, having succeeded, chuckled several times, playfully bumping her head against Gunun. The two little ones began to grab at each other playfully. Madam, the old madam requests your presence at Xiying to pay your respects. Suddenly, an elderly matron entered from outside. She was one of the old madam's attendants. The sky had barely brightened when they had called several times at the door. I am unwell. It is inconvenient for me to go. The tone was noticeably cold, and Lyn did not turn her head, engrossed in teasing the two children with a plush flower. The madam could walk and her voice sounded healthy, suggesting that she was well. Zhang let out a few cold laughs. Having heard that today, Lord L had lost his composure in front of the court and was scolded by the emperor several times. Well, it serves him right. Lyn's expression immediately fell. Back then, they had expended considerable effort to curry favor with the L family. Now, having risen to prominence, they began to act with an air of superiority. Madam, you should accompany this old servant, she suggested with a glance. As two maidservants emerged from behind her and immediately snatched the two children from Lyn's arms. Let go. A servant should behave like a servant. Lyn, do not forget your place. Just as Lyn was about to leap forward, Zhang aimed a fierce slap at her face. Zhang, do not overstep your bounds. Lyn took a deep breath, her fingers digging into her flesh. Zhang bowed slightly, her face smug. The old madam has instructed that since you cannot manage the petty servants, let this old servant take charge. This is infuriating. Old hag, you think I am a mere kitten because I do not unleash my wrath. Tuantuan's small face scrunched up, her hands grasping and then releasing, conjuring a sharp stone from thin air. Zhang yelped as she stumbled and fell, creating quite a commotion. Lyn exchanged a glance with Huiching, who nodded in understanding. Picking up the water used for bathing the baby from the previous night, she splashed it all over Zhang MM. Ah, have you gone mad? Before Zhang MM could finish her reprimand, Lyn seized the opportunity. Hu Weiqing, do you not see how large Zhang MM is? Hurry and take your punishment. Yes, I was wrong, Hu Weiqing replied as she threw down the basin. Just as Zhang MM began to rise, the basin struck her again, causing her to clutch her waist and yelp, unable to utter any curses. Lyn suppressed her laughter and spoke softly. But the old madam said that you must maintain your dignity. Her tone lost some of its strength. Of course, I will go pay my respects to my mother-in-law shortly. A shadowy smile began to rise on her lips. Chapter 8. Mother, let us return home. Before entering, they could already hear complaints from within. You still haven't left, and you've allowed a maid to treat you like this. How shameless. Lifting the curtain, Zhang MM emerged, her demeanor filled with resentment. With reluctance, she greeted, this old servant pays her respects to the madam. Lyn did not even glance her way, further igniting Zhang MM's anger. In the past, she would greet her with a smile, but now that she had given birth, her temperament had changed. As soon as Lyn stepped inside, she was met with the distinct fragrance of idolizing. Grandmother, Qing misses you. Where did that little girl's voice come from? Suppressing her curiosity, Lyn was about to bow when she heard Tuantuan babbling. The outside girl is 6 years old. She has traveled through time. A 30-year-old soul resides within her. It was her idea that allowed idolizing to sleep with the wicked father, even having seen many things. Lyn could not help but sway at this revelation. This only served to irritate the old lady further. As the girl displayed none of the grace expected of a young lady. Indeed, the daughter of a military general was quite uncouth. After kneeling for a while, the old lady showed no intention of allowing Lyn to rise, even starting to play with the twins born to be idolizing. This was how she established her authority back then. Foolishly, Lyn had knelt for a lengthy period, trying to maintain the greater good. Wah, mother, you need not bow. Let us leave. I dislike this old lady. As Tuantuan cried, Guyuan began to wail as well, filling the room with the sound of their cries, which only annoyed the old lady further. Her expression reflected displeasure. The mother was inept, and the children were equally unappealing. Look how beloved the children of Lyn are. Lyn observed the old lady's subtle expressions and felt a surge of joy. Thinking to herself, Qing's children truly have a knack for making their twin smile and not cry. Naturally, elderly individuals prefer lively, cheerful children. Wait, the old lady had not yet allowed her to rise. Suddenly, the old lady's expression darkened. This Lyn dared to stand up directly, turning her back on her without a word. My wife understands you are busy, so I shall take my leave to avoid interrupting your familial joys. Everyone knew that due to her words yesterday, these children had no legitimate status. Children without status could not enter the ancestral hall, and worse still, they would be scorned by the public and left unacknowledged. The old lady was intentionally presenting this scenario to compel her to agree to take a concubine. Who would have thought that not only would she not fall into this trap, but she would also speak mockingly. Lyn's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head. Qing's gaze flashed with malice before she obediently cuddled against the old lady, coaxing her not to be angry. In contrast, the old lady found Lyn even more detestable. Dare to take a step out, and I will have you divorced. A woman so consumed by jealousy, forbidding her husband from taking a concubine? What kind of logic was that? Speak sensibly. Do you think you, a blind woman, deserve the title of Princess Sue? Do you believe that I can have the prince divorce you? Poisonous woman, you are so talkative. If it weren't for my mother shielding you from poison wine and scalding your eyes, you wouldn't even have a life. Ungrateful wretch, speaking so venomously. You might as well donate your tongue. Just as Tuantuan's eyes darkened, the old lady felt her throat tighten, unable to utter a word. After a few gasps, silence ensued, leaving her frightened and weak, her garments damp with sweat. Very well, since that is the case, Lyn, await the prince's divorce decree. Call for the physician. Lyn fanned the flames, intentionally twisting the truth. In the ensuing chaos, Bailey nerapuyad wangquinje asida. Gu Qing Yin opened her palm to reveal a talisman. Good daughter, fortunately you have a way. Otherwise, I would truly worry about the old lady's inability to speak. With me here, what do you have to fear? A beautiful little face exposed to the air bore an expression of deep malice. The coldness in the eyes of a 6-year-old was indeed chilling. Even though B. Ali Nr was her mother, the sight of such an expression still made her swallow nervously. L emerged holding the two children. Lyn's voice was filled with excitement. Within her heart, Lyn felt a tinge of fear. She had not seen her father and brothers for 5 years. As she hesitated, an unusual sound came from a distance, the wind rustling and bells ringing. Lyn looked over, startled, and before she could speak, Lyn's legs weakened, causing her to kneel in that direction. Father. The carriage had been stationed outside the gates of the prince's residence, with LW pacing around it, torn between wanting to enter and fearing his daughter's refusal to see him. He regretted speaking so harshly before. A girl can be soothed with mere words. It's my fault for not knowing how to speak. As LW wrestled with his thoughts, he saw Lyn emerge, holding the two children with excitement, causing him to hastily hide atop the carriage. Observing his daughter's mature appearance, now far removed from her youthful innocence, LW felt a pang of heartache. He had intended to steal a glance, but the sudden ringing of the carriage bells startled him. Seeing his daughter kneel, LW felt a tightening in his heart and rushed down, moving too quickly and bumping his forehead. Father, daughter. Lyn called several times but could only cry, unable to articulate her words. Father, this is Tuantuan, your daughter. Good. So beautiful, just like LNR when she was little. This is Yun, your son. Lyn wiped her tears as she spoke. Grandpa is so handsome. Oi is truly a kind man. Tuantu and adores her grandfather. Did I genuinely hear the child's innermost thoughts? LW's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy to the point of uncertainty on how to embrace her. In the end, he simply bent his arms and held her tightly, immobile as if cradling an explosive. His face was fraught with tension, an utter contrast to the seasoned general who had fought on the battlefield for years. A sudden voice interrupted. It was GCHNGFing. LW's delighted expression instantly fell. How unfortunate to encounter him now. What if LNR were to be deceived by him again? LW's anxiety intensified. G2NTU's words provided him with a slight comfort. GCHNGFing attempted to pull LSH aside for a private conversation, but she firmly shook him off, taking a step back. If you have something to say, Your Highness, please speak plainly. No need for such tugging, lest the child witness this disgraceful display. Chapter 9. Did Uncle Zhu commit suicide? These two little children do not know anyone. What could they possibly comprehend? GCHNGFing discerned that LSH was still irate, so he softened his tone. Wasn't yesterday's matter clarified? It was Lianer who seduced me. I have a 6-year-old child, Your Highness. Do you truly consider Lner to be so foolish and ignorant? How could she possibly know about GQing? Did she emerge ahead of time? What if the plan were to be exposed? What? You actually have a 6-year-old daughter. LW's fury ignited instantly. You were promiscuous before marriage, and yet have the audacity to seek my daughter's hand. As he spoke, he raised his foot and kicked vigorously at him. Fortunately, his attendant reacted swiftly. Otherwise, that kick would have surely maimed him. It's a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding, father-in-law. I can explain. Explain what, you scoundrel? Get lost. Father. Lynl interjected loudly. Despite GCHNGFing's lowly status within the royal family, he was still of royal blood, and uttering such a word was tantamount to a blatant curse. If someone were to seize upon this, it would be dire. Lynl extended her hand, and upon witnessing her demeanor, LW, recalling her former grandeur at her maternal family's home, felt a pang of sorrow and hastily placed G2 into Lyn's embrace, personally supporting his daughter. G2 Eloi. Even if she is your biological daughter, I am still your dear granddaughter. Meanwhile, Gun, who felt neglected as her grandfather favored her sister, pouted in discontent. Laugh, will you? You still dare to smile. G2 became even more vexed. Suddenly, a child's nose met a heavy punch. GCH and GF ing pleaded several times, yet could only watch as the L family carriage disappeared into the distance. Your Highness, do not be angry, his attendant consoled. Angry? What reason have I to be angry? He was distressed, having yet to find a justification to dismiss her. She had repeatedly disregarded her own dignity. Previously, he had contemplated sparing her life out of marital affection. Lynn, however, cared little for him, her mind solely focused on atoning to her father. It was all due to her relentless pursuit of what she believed to be love that had led to this unfortunate outcome. She had a torrent of regretful words to express, yet they remained trapped in her throat, unable to escape. Her father babbled excitedly, his tone betraying his uncontainable enthusiasm, as if she had merely gone out for a stroll in the marketplace. Their hands clasped tightly together. Lynn felt her father's palm retract slightly. To her shock, his palm was completely rotting. Father, it's nothing. I was careless. LW remained silent, until a childish voice broke the tension. Elaz F has been wronged. Bad people say he colluded with the enemy. That foolish emperor is testing whether Elaz F is loyal by forcing him to hold hot coals. Elaz F cannot wield weapons. Tonight, someone will rob his home. The two were taken aback. LW's sallow face turned a deep shade of purple, and at the same moment, N clung tightly to her father's arm. Seeing her terrified expression, LW whispered in a tone only the two could hear, "Could it be that you also heard?" "Yes," N replied, fearing he would not believe her. "Father, it's true. Everything Tuantuan said is true. Without her, I would still be oblivious." Lynn recounted everything she had heard from Tuantuan. Upon learning that his family, known for their loyalty, had all met with tragic ends, Oz's heart raced, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Old master, quickly, fetch some water." LW pushed aside the tea that Lyn held, and, with a determined glint in his eyes, grasped Yn's hand. "Inner, do not worry. Your father will not allow their schemes to succeed. Father, I wish to divorce SWing." Lyn and finally mustered the courage to speak those words after much inner turmoil. In NCH, where cultural constraints were severe, a woman who divorced would be seen as an ill omen. She knew well that her father was a man of strict propriety. Of course, to her surprise, before she could finish, Oz immediately interjected, "I have long said that scoundrel is unworthy of you. Back then, you were the first female marshal general. I had hoped to find a suitable match for you. Who knew you would stubbornly insist on marrying him? Alas, father." Lyn's face was filled with regret. "Do not worry," Oz said with a serious expression, changing the subject. "You shall reside at your maternal home. I shall see who dares to gossip. Elaz F is mighty. I shall wave the banner for Elaz F. Look at how well this child has turned out. She does not resemble that scoundrel GCH and GF ing at all." LW scooped G2 into his arms. Y and cleverly remarked, "I see that Miss indeed resembles the old master." This compliment struck a chord with LW, bringing him immense joy as he tenderly kissed G2's little face, utterly a loss for how to express his delight. Meanwhile, Gunyu lay pitifully in her cradle, too young to comprehend much, yet vaguely sensing that befriending this little girl might lead to a better life in the future. Before the carriage even reached the L residence, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "A grave matter has arisen. The eldest young master has committed suicide by slitting his wrist." "No, that is impossible. CHNGZH would never take his own life." YNL exclaimed instinctively, "Where is the physician?" "Old master, I have searched every medical hall in the capital, but there is not a single doctor available. I heard it was a princess from the palace who summoned all the doctors after being cut by a leaf." The servant's voice lowered. "He bled too much. The young master cut too deep. Do not cry. I understand CHNGZH's temperament." "Inner, you do not know. CHNGZH has changed so much over these past 5 years. Indeed, the once dashing and carefree young master had been rendered bedridden by a poisoned arrow. How could his mindset possibly remain unchanged? How noisy." G2 and rubbed her eyes, secretly grumbling. It was truly absurd. This child's body craved sleep far too much. She felt drool at the corner of her mouth. This is utterly unbecoming of my ancient divine majesty." Lynl N's eyes lit up as she quickly pinched Tuantuan's small face, hoping she could devise a plan. She questioned her own sanity, pondering whether, even if she had a plan, what could this little one truly accomplish? Chipter disit, New York quickly take me to see Uncle Zhu, or he will die. Hurry. Oh, how bumpy this is. The carriage suddenly lurched, nearly throwing the two children out. Old Ying, drive carefully. LW, having witnessed many grand spectacles, understood that the ongoing calamities indicated someone was scheming behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a usually stable route be littered with stones? Upon finally arriving at the L residence, they were greeted by Ibn, Ali Inner's elder brother, whose face was streaked with tears and hands stained with blood. Upon seeing them, he immediately knelt with a thud, exclaiming, "My lord, my lady, I have wronged you. I am utterly useless. The young master is gone." No. Lu Wu's legs weakened, and though someone came to support him, he almost forced himself to walk inside. Lu Yunlan's mind went blank. Tears welled up almost instantly. Being blind, she could not see the fleeting malice in Bai Bin's eyes. Tuantuan. She thought to ask something. Tuantuan, with her small fist clenched, shook it twice, her eyelids heavy and unwilling to open. Her head tilted, and she fell asleep. Lu Yunlan was utterly at a loss. Indeed, with a life lost, what use was there? "Let me assist you," Bai Bin said, noticing her swaying body, eager to help her inside. After all, he was Bai Yinner's brother. Perhaps all this misfortune was orchestrated by them. "No need," Lu Yunlan replied coldly, not even looking at him. Bai Bin's hand hung awkwardly in the cold air, a touch of embarrassment crossing his face. He quickly adjusted his expression, instructing the servants to prepare for the necessary arrangements. "Understood. Do as you see fit," Lu Yunlan said, her disdain unmasked. Suddenly, Tuantuan opened her eyes, appearing weary, speaking each word with effort. "Uncle has returned to life, and Tuantuan has added 30 years to his lifespan. Mother, second uncle, little uncle, and grandfather. Tuantuan has added to all of them. Quick, take me to see Uncle. Tuantuan is so sleepy." Tuantuan's head swayed, while Lu Ying, worried, cried for the young master, fearing that the little lady might also have some ailment. It is said that newborns are the most fragile. "Take her to the young master's room." From a distance, Bai Bin hesitated, glancing back in confusion. Lu Ying wanted to voice her concern that it might be too disruptive, but upon seeing the lady's expression, she nodded and swiftly carried Tuantuan inside. Lu Yunlan suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness. She had just given birth, her body weak, and now faced with such sorrowful matters. The emotional turmoil was overwhelming, and she felt she could hardly hold on. "Lady, the young master truly lives. The heavens have shown mercy." Lu Ying's voice trembled with excitement. Upon hearing this, a smile of relief crossed Lu Yunlan's face, and she fainted. Old Master Lu was nearly brought to tears. He leaned against the doorframe, his feet hesitant, afraid to enter. The sound of Tuantuan's childish voice reached his ears. Save, Uncle." Old Master Lu could not hear clearly. He feared that the sight of his eldest son's tragic state would frighten his granddaughter, waving his hand for Lu Ying to take her away. Tuantuan grasped Lu Wu's hair tightly, pulling back and refusing to let go. The servants were startled, exchanging glances, their mouths agape in shock. Could this little child truly be the lady's offspring? Just like her mother in her youth, fierce indeed. "Quick, take Tuantuan in. She wants to save Uncle." Lu Wu, known for his stubborn temperament, felt a flicker of hope rise within him despite finding her words absurd. He thought to himself that he must be losing his mind. Old Master Lu personally carried Tuantuan inside, locking the door behind them. He placed her on his eldest son's chest. Tuantuan pressed her face against the bleeding spot on his wrist, pouting and blowing air, her hands flapping as if to take flight. Lu Qingji's tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open, his pale, sickly face filled with astonishment. Looking down, he found himself cradling a porcelain doll's head in his hands. So small, it was no bigger than his palm. "Whose child is this?" As he uttered these words, the curtain was flung open. It was old Master Lu. "Qingji, you have come back to life?" She. Lu Wu, astonished, stumbled over his words, while Tuantuan murmured in discontent, her head moving in Lu Qingji's grasp. Her delicate, fluffy brows were furrowed in confusion. Lu Qingji made a shushing gesture, prompting Lu Wu to immediately cover his mouth. They both turned their attention to the peacefully sleeping little girl. "What is this?" Yes, Lu Wu suppressed his joy, sitting on the edge of the bed, realizing this must be Lanner's child. It seems she saved you. He was at a loss for how to explain this to his son. Oh, the thought of his sister severing ties with their family for that worthless man filled Lu Qingji with rage. He had witnessed Gu Qingfeng with another woman. Far from being devoted to his sister as claimed. Angered, he had beaten Gu Qingfeng, only for his sister to threaten him with a red tassel spear. Most importantly, had it not been for that bowl of medicinal soup sent by his sister, would he have been bedridden for 5 years? Looking at this soft, delicate niece who resembled his sister so much, he felt an urge to pinch her. Uncle must save Uncle. Suddenly, a movement stirred in his palm. Mother, Uncle, I have brought Uncle back to life. Who is speaking? You too? Lu Wu observed the frown on Lu Qingji's face, realizing he too had heard Tuantuan's words. Qingji? Just as they were about to elaborate, Lu Yunlan's voice rang out from outside. Lu Qingji gasped, hastily withdrawing the curtain. Unfortunately, the movement startled Gu Tuantuan awake, and she began to wail. Don't move, don't move. I want to sleep. If you move again, I will hit you. Her cries were pitiful, her reprimands fierce. Though Lu Qingji presented as a gentleman, his temper had grown volatile over the past 5 years. He was like a firecracker, ignitable at the slightest provocation. No one dared to provoke him. Yet, Tuantuan tightened her grip on his flesh, pulling with all her might, causing him to grimace. He quickly lowered his head to hide his discomfort before his sister. Lu Yunlan, hearing her daughter act out, immediately instructed Lu Ying to bring Gu Tuantuan out. Uncle. Chapter 11 Gu Qingfeng. How ruthless you are. Once taken away, Tuantuan squirmed and began to cry loudly, inconsolable. Let me handle this. You rest well. I will come to see you tomorrow. Just hearing the weary voice nearly brought tears to Lu Yunlan's eyes. After everyone exited, Lu Wu walked away, offering reassurances. Yet, how could he not feel sorrow? Once celebrated as a pair of dragon and phoenix twins in the capital, now reduced to a blind and paralyzed state. Each person was lost in their thoughts, oblivious to the shadows lurking behind the stone door. Fire. Where? Where's the fire? The flames were headed towards the young master's residence. Just as Lu Yunlan managed to close her eyes, chaos erupted outside. Upon learning the details, her body nearly went limp. Lu Ying, hurry, and Tuantuan, they must not come to harm. Lu Yunlan pushed Lu Ying aside, urging her to save them quickly. Lu Ying instructed Hua Hong to take good care of the lady, then dashed away with agility. Several shadows leaped into the courtyard. Gu Yuan, disturbed by the commotion, began to wail. Lu Yunlan, her mind in disarray, crawled towards the infant's crib. A dart whizzed past. Upon hearing the familiar sound of weaponry, Lu Yunlan's heart sank, and she pressed down on Hua Hong. The dart grazing her ear. You are bleeding. Not only was she bleeding, but the pain alone indicated the dart was poisoned. No. She barely began to speak when a sharp pain seized her head. In a last moment of consciousness, a series of jarring footsteps echoed clearly. Drowsy and disoriented, she inhaled a wave of smoke. Master, shall we not kill her outright? No. The prince has instructed that this is merely a lesson for her. Daylight approaches, and the nobles will arrive. We must leave. The fragmented words reached Lu Yunlan's ears, leaving her heart as desolate as ashes. Gu Qingfeng, you truly possess a ruthless heart. After 5 years of marriage, this is the fate I have met. Lu Yunlan's hands groped on the ground, and she winced as her fingertips were scorched by a flicker of flame. Outside, the sound of a monk chanting echoed. Could it be Guoguang Temple? This is dire. Lu Yunlan's complexion turned ashen. Today seemed to be the day for blessings to the Bodhisattva. Every year on the 19th of September, the Empress Dowager would lead a host of concubines to Guoguang Temple for prayers. In her youth, she often accompanied the princess. Since her marriage, however, the princess had severed ties with her, and they had not met again. Now, not only was her attire tattered, but she found herself in a solemn temple. If discovered, her innocence and the reputation of the Lu family would be irreparably tarnished. Relying on her faint memories, Lu Yunlan managed to conceal herself beneath the curtains by the statue. Almost simultaneously, the voices of eunuchs began to resonate. The main gate swung open, and a gentle fragrance wafted in. It was the princess. The crowd surged, with a multitude of concubines and noble ladies trailing behind her. Just as the ceremony was reaching its climax, a rough hand suddenly grasped her ankle tightly, swiftly pulling her away. Lu Yunlan could not help but scream. This is disastrous. I have fallen into a trap. The moment she was swept away by the unfamiliar man, shrieks erupted around her. Realizing the peril, Lu Yunlan seized the opportunity and struck at the man's pressure point, hoping to silence him. Ah, who dares to behave indecorously before the statue? Are you courting death? Oh, isn't this the esteemed female general of Nanshu? How unfortunate! And yet you still yearn for a wild man. A stream of warmth poured out, the thick red fluid instantly staining her pale legs. Her tattered clothing left her exposed to the air and the gaze of the crowd. Lu Yunlan, panicked and blind, lost her wits and desperately attempted to cover herself with whatever fabric she could muster. Yunlan, how could you? Before she could respond, the man beside her suddenly knelt. Spare me, your highness. Spare me, esteemed ladies. It was she who seduced me. The princess of Suwang said this would be thrilling, and I foolishly agreed in a moment of folly. I begged for mercy. Lu Yunlan's complexion grew even paler. This man possessed skills, and her attempt to silence him was futile. Unable to see, she could only hear the vile words being hurled at her. Despite the September weather, she felt a chill pierce her bones. I heard that a pair of twins was just born a few days ago, and yet you are so insatiable. TSK, TSK. The Sawang wears quite the green hat. The surrounding murmurs of gossip rose and fell. Enough. The princess merely cast a fleeting glance at a nearby senior maid, who promptly draped a long robe over Lu Yunlan. This was one of the princess's favorite garments. Who would have thought this woman could still win the princess's favor? The crowd, composed of shrewd individuals, immediately turned their heads away, as if the prior words had never been uttered. Lu Yunlan, do you have any? No. Well then, you may leave for now. I shall deal with your matters later. This statement clearly indicated an intention to bury the incident. The crowd was taken aback, ready to voice their outrage, but a mere glance from the princess silenced them. This is not how things should unfold. Did they not say the princess despised Lu Yunlan? From the back of the crowd, a figure fidgeted anxiously. Madam, I apologize. I could not bear to see you deceive the princess. A figure in a pristine white gown knelt down. By Liania? It is indeed I. By Lianer's face brightened with surprise. The princess still remembered her. She then began to weep pitifully. Madam, I have helped you conceal many things. But this time, you dare to engage in such shameful acts in the temple? As she spoke, her expression twisted, as if the words were difficult for her to utter. I have received favors from Sawang. My heart is heavy with guilt. Even if you were to kill me out of anger, I simply cannot keep this secret any longer. Incredible. It seems the legitimacy of these twins is now in question. The surrounding murmurs resumed. As Bai Lianer finished her statement, she promptly pulled out her hairpin, preparing to stab herself in a display of resolute intent. Wait! A folding fan whirled through the air, causing the hairpin to clatter to the ground. The sound of wheels approached, and the crowd turned to find Lu Qingji. It was the once immobile young Master Lu, paralyzed for 5 years. He cradled a chubby, adorable child in his arms. Chapter 12. Come back and plead with me. Villain. Bullying mother. Sanded, it's all sanded. The child, round and chubby, was exceedingly cute, though currently fuming with bared gums, having no teeth to speak of. Smudges of charcoal marked the child's face, and large, expressive eyes darted about, creating a comical sight. Tuantuan? Mother. Tuantuan almost got burned. Poor Tuantuan. Is this person's life truly so difficult? Before reaching Lu Yunlan's embrace, Gu Tuantuan began to whine. The once cold and proud princess was taken aback by such a sound, her expression momentarily faltering. Seeing her mother in such distress caused Gu Tuantuan's eyes to redden. Yet, she knew that rescuing her mother was of utmost importance. As for these people, Gu Tuantuan scrutinized them, and the two kneeling figures felt a chill down their spines, daring not to look up. Qingji, what is happening? The princess's gaze shifted, softening with a hint of pity. Lu Qingji, clad in a deep blue robe, appeared frail, resembling a withered piece of paper, a shadow of a once great nobleman. He recounted the events that transpired at the Lu residence the previous day, detailing the gruesome acts of self-mutilation disguised as suicide and the ensuing fire. Each incident was more shocking than the last. Ah, so that is how it is. The princess understood. Someone aimed to use her hand to carry out their malicious intent. How absurd. Someone dared to brazenly exploit her. Her gaze darkened, and the scoundrel immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. This is bad. This is not how I envisioned things. Panic consumed him as he met the icy glare of the princess. So, You think you can sleep with me and then deny it, huh? I scoff at you. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Bin lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap, daring to slander the Sawang. You truly seek death. I fear nothing. She is nothing but a wretched woman, and even if I die, I will proclaim it. Suddenly, blood gushed forth, and the scoundrel staggered and fell, having bitten his own tongue in an act of suicide. Liu Yinlan was taken aback by this turn of events. How foolish, to sacrifice a life merely to slander me. Princess, I assure you, every word I spoke was the truth, without a hint of deceit. Bai Lianer raised her hairpin once more, appearing resolute in her intent to end her life. What? Are you afraid to die? The princess regarded her with a knowing look. Bai Bin hastily signaled her to cease such foolish actions. Take her away. After the blessings, I shall thoroughly interrogate them. Should she end up blind, mute, or crippled? The warning in her gaze swept across the gathered crowd, and they fell silent. After the incense offering concluded, Liu Yinlan intended to express her gratitude to the princess. Though she knew that her tarnished reputation would soon spread throughout Nanchu, for rumors have no regard for consequences. To her surprise, the princess departed early, leaving not a single word behind. Liu Yinlan understood that the princess was still angry with her. Alas, how regrettable it is to have severed ties with family and friends for the sake of a man, leading to such a dismal fate. On the carriage, Lyn inquired further and discovered that a fire had indeed been set in LCH Ingzich's room last night. The gazes of several individuals instinctively turned towards Bin. Miss, young master, it was merely my oversight that allowed the thieves an opportunity last night. Bin pleaded as he noticed their exchanged glances. He never anticipated witnessing a death only to find the individual alive later. The fire failed to consume them. He had intended to confront Lyn today, yet she had evaded him once again. To make matters worse, his sister had been imprisoned. Bin's sole desire now was to extricate himself from this mess. Otherwise, years of planning would come to naught, driving him to madness. Ha! You are the greatest thief, putting on an act. Tuantuan, who had been peacefully asleep, was roused by his shameless words. She raised her head and spat at him. Bin. The insult was far more grievous than the harm. Over the past few years, LCH Ingzh had grown weary of Bin's duplicity and was ready to expel him. However, Lyn pulled him back, expressing a tone of resignation. Natural disasters and man-made calamities are not within your power to obstruct. It is merely Lien that truly saddens me. Not only has she borne the prince's child, but she also seeks to slander me. Lien has been blinded by her own folly to utter such words. As long as she is a maid to the miss, she will remain so for life, unable to overstep her bounds. As for those ill-fated children, their demise would be inconsequential. Bin spoke with a chilling tone, yet his gaze frequently darted towards Lyn, betting that such a kind-hearted person would never allow those children to perish. How absurd! What a beast you are! Those are your own children. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. How dare you? Tuan spat again, rolling about in indignation. Though they had previously suspected the origins of Bin's child's father, hearing this declaration stunned Lyn and her brother momentarily. Bin's complexion paled. If you allow those two children to die without anyone knowing, I will naturally spare Lyn's life. Bin was dumbfounded. Miss, why have you deviated from the expected? Where is your compassion? Although Bin's face was obscured, Lyn felt a surge of vindictive pleasure. She initially intended to distance herself from Ing and that wretched person, just as he had raised the Gu family. Now she would ensure his downfall. As for people like Bin and Lynr, to show them mercy would be to be cruel to oneself. Some individuals, she believed, would not regret their actions until death. The scandal of Lyn's infidelity spread throughout the capital overnight. When LW entered the palace for court, he noticed many whispering behind his back. As a mere soldier, he was at a loss for words and could only bellow a few curses. Mocking him with disdain. He was well aware that this was mere rumor. After all, since Lyn's marriage, she had seldom left the house, always striving to please him. It was evident that this scheme originated from that little girl, Gu Qing Yn. Although it felt disconcerting, especially with the heavy burden of infamy and the imprisonment of B. Ali N. R. The thought of undermining the L family's prestige, particularly that woman S, brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, days passed, and she showed no inclination to seek reconciliation. Now, with such a scandal, her reputation had soured. Who would dare to accept her? Gu Ch Ing F Ing could barely contain his glee. Despite his reluctance to admit it, life without L.Y.N.L.N.'s presence felt chaotic. After much deliberation, he decided that her company was indeed more comfortable. Thus, he generously considered allowing Gu Q Ing Y.N. and his two twin sons to join the family tree. Beguijingli Forgiving L.Y.N. L. Nesricent en discrétion. In the L residence, L.Y.N.L.N., with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, amused herself with a small tiger toy, playfully engaging with the baby Guyu Nun in the cradle. Her plump and weary figure radiated a gentle yet resolute aura. You are fully aware of his wickedness, yet you still choose to leap into the abyss. What he has done to our L family, to you, cannot simply be overlooked. Edygnl raised their voice, startling UN. She waved her hand, instructing LYN to take the child away. LYNLN extended her trembling hands towards his injured legs. I have heard from father that he used my name to send you medicine. You refused to take any medicine except what I provided, and tears of regret streamed down your face, nearly causing you to perish. LCH Ingh was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze in sorrow. At that time, you sought to kill me for him. I thought you no longer wanted me. When you sent me medicine, I was overjoyed, believing you were offering me a way out. If I took the medicine, you would forgive me and treat me as before. I wish to find you, but he told me you did not wish to see me and asked me not to disturb you, fearing it would anger you. No, do not say any more. LYNLN suddenly realized how foolish she had been these past years, unaware of being toyed with. Though her eyes were blind, they held an extraordinary strength. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps on dry twigs resonated from outside the window. LYNLN raised her voice, her expression shifting. CH English. SW Ing is the love of my life. I will not permit you to defame him. He has merely committed the faults that all men are prone to. Though he fathered a child with B. Alienr, I believe his heart still belongs to me. LCH Ingzh was left speechless. What a spectacle. Dear sister, are you such a talented actress? He stifled a laugh, deliberately adopting a tone of exasperation. If he loves you, why has he not come to take you away? BIBN peered through a small opening in the window, witnessing LYNLN anxiously wringing her handkerchief, stamping her foot in distress. He will come, he must. After she exclaimed, she dashed out, tripping and falling to the ground. Still the same foolish demeanor, BIBN scoffed inwardly. It seemed her earlier words were mere expressions of anger. As long as she continued to love SW Ing, he had nothing to fear in manipulating her. BIBN approached to assist her, but LYNLN, with an embarrassed and tearful face, pushed him aside and stumbled away. Once she turned down another corridor, she took out her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. How is it going? She asked. Miss, I have learned that old lady L has recently been suffering from throat discomfort and cannot speak. Oh, is it that serious? LYNLN recalled when Gu2N had scolded her, suggesting that she stop talking altogether. To her surprise, the old woman truly faced a problem. Yes, several imperial physicians have visited, yet none can cure her. They all find it strange, as her throat shows no signs of issues. Old Lady L has been vomiting everything she consumes and has grown frail over the past few days. In my opinion, this is divine retribution for her malicious words and her arrogance. She deserves it. Asmaid crep tonto LYNL sleeps. Where's Tuantuan? Ah, the second young master is carrying her. Ah, help! The moment she finished speaking, a terrified scream echoed ahead. Oh no, that is Guing R.'s voice. LYNLN and LYN hurried towards the small pavilion in the garden, where they found a circle of maids and servants gathered. Oh dear, the little miss has urinated. Quickly, take her away. I am dirty and smelly. I must bathe. Bring out LXNS rose petals. Hurry, cut it out. It's just a little accident. What a fuss over nothing. With her tiny fingers in her mouth, cast a disdainful gaze at her second uncle. Can I be blamed for this? I was so young. How could I possibly control it? She lamented, "I cried to remind you, yet you continued to feed me," relentlessly pushing the situation towards an uncontrollable outcome. "You deserve it." Unfazed, she declared, having reincarnated as an infant from an ancient deity, unbothered by the affection she received. Suddenly, a pungent gas erupted from her diminutive frame. The air hung in silence for 3 seconds. "Oh, that feels relieving. Help! Save me!" Lu Guang screamed again, feeling as if he was cradling a gas bomb, hastily pushing it away. The surrounding maidens burst into laughter, calling out to each other as they rushed to catch their young miss. Lu Guang, flustered, squeezed through the crowd to find his sister, his face flushed with shame, and he promptly fled without a word. Lu Yunlan was already laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. If her eldest brother was a dashing and formidable general, her second brother was merely a comical rogue. "Cool, I want a hug." Upon spotting her mother, Tuantuan immediately raised her arms. Eldest Yin stepped forward, a gentle breeze wafting through. The air was truly foul. Eldest Yin struggled to maintain her composure as Tuantuan's little face soured. "I'm angry now, the kind that can't be soothed." Chapter 14. Mother will protect you. Lu Yunlan stifled her laughter, suddenly feeling a tickle in her throat, which led to a violent coughing fit. "Oh no, miss, there's blood." Quickly summoned the physician. "Woo-woo, mother has been poisoned by a villain for 5 years." How wonderful it was to realize that what she thought was youthful affection had been a calculated scheme from the very beginning. A self-deprecating smile graced Lu Yunlan's lips as she absorbed the physician's words, sinking into a profound silence. "Forgive my bluntness, but it is a miracle your body has endured this long. Not only are your organs misaligned, but your constitution is also weak and frail, compounded by the resurgence of pain from previous battles." The physician turned to Eldest Yin. "Has the young lady experienced significantly more lochia after giving birth than others?" Eldest Yin's face nearly crumbled into tears as she replied, "Yes, and with the wind blowing yesterday, she was restless all night and couldn't clean up." "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly prepare the medicine. Lanner, listen to your father. You are forbidden to step outside from now on." Lu Wu, eavesdropping behind the screen, could hardly contain himself, nearly charging out with a sword to settle accounts. Lu Qingji remained silent, his head bowed. Bai Bin, hands clasped and slightly bent, feigned demureness, though his eyes betrayed a hidden delight. "Ha! This poison has been administered for 5 years. No matter how celestial you may be, you won't last much longer. Once you pass, Lianer will naturally ascend to the position of princess consort of Su." "Mother, I want my mother." "Woo-woo." Bai Bin was lost in his own daydream when a piercing wail erupted outside. It was Tuantuan and Yuan, both children being carried in by the maids. Bai Bin's sharp eyes immediately sought Tuantuan. "Get away, you monster!" she cried even louder. Bai Bin froze mid-motion, embarrassed. "Humph, how dare you disdain me, you little brat." He stubbornly attempted to embrace her, only for Tuantuan to spin away the moment she was in his grasp, flailing and delivering a sharp blow to his nose. "Ouch! Bai Bin, stop the bleeding." The old patriarch, witnessing his granddaughter's vigorous antics, was utterly delighted. What spirit! What ferocity! Just like me in my youth. Upon seeing Bai Bin's nose bleed, he was momentarily stunned, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of his granddaughter's formidable head. He quickly scooped her up, careful not to let her become stained with blood. In the embrace of the old patriarch, Tuantuan contentedly sucked on her finger, her round eyes observing Bai Bin with an air of indifference. Bai Bin, seething internally, attempted to maintain an unaffected demeanor as he quietly exited to tend to his injuries. Tuantuan, cradled by her grandfather, left Yuan in her uncle's arms. The physician, observing the 2 children's faces, sighed heavily. These children were inherently lacking, harboring toxins within. If the old man was not mistaken, it was undoubtedly inherited from their mother's frail body. "Mother, don't listen to his nonsense. Tuantuan is blessed and will not perish. He's my little brother, and I will protect him. The king of hell owes me a favor, and wouldn't he dare take him." Tuantuan pointed at the bewildered Yuan. You, and I will protect you all." Hearing her refer to the king of hell so casually, the old patriarch nearly lost his composure, hastily covering her mouth. "Physician, please assess the situation and prescribe medicine without pressure." Lu Qingji offered him a faint smile, understanding the gravity of today's events. The old patriarch's words were clear. He instructed him to maintain confidentiality. "No need. You should state it as serious as it is. It's best if the whole capital hears about it." After a prolonged silence, Lu Yunlan finally spoke. Although the physician was puzzled, he complied with her request. Tuantuan, having wriggled free with a bit too much force, scraped her hand against the armor on the old patriarch's clothing, causing a bead of red blood to emerge. Cool, cool. Lu Yunlan, filled with concern, hastily cradled her close. The old patriarch scolded himself angrily. Why am I wearing armor while holding a child? He dashed outside to change. In her mother's embrace, Tuantuan directly thrust her hand towards her mouth. Lu Yunlan initially thought she wanted help to stop the bleeding, immediately taking her tiny finger into her mouth. A wondrous sensation radiated from her mouth, coursing through her body. Lu Yunlan's eyes widened in astonishment as her pain lessened significantly. The once dark world began to glimmer with faint gray light. Ah, Tuantuan, your blood, just 7 times will do. Uncle, just 7 times and your leg will be fine. Tuantuan beamed brightly, glancing down at her hand. Huh, no blood. She placed her hand in her mouth, trying to bite it. Her fingers, though wet with saliva, were unharmed, which frustrated her enough to stamp her feet in annoyance. Noticing a sharp edge on her mother's hairpin, she eagerly attempted to reach it. With a sharp sound, Lu Yunlan yanked the hairpin free, using considerable force to bend it. Tuantuan jumped at the sudden noise. Tuantuan blinked her big eyes repeatedly, looking at her uncle's face. Why do you look so pained? Turning to her mother, she saw tears streaming down her face. Why is everyone crying? Tuantuan exclaimed, quickly extending her tiny palm to wipe her mother's tears, only to be scooped up into Lu Yunlan's embrace. Good child, no need to. Mother will take good care of herself. Mother will restore her health and protect you all. Lu Yunlan kissed her on the head multiple times, cherishing her precious child, feeling as though this was the most divine blessing bestowed upon her. Why don't you use my blood? Tuantuan mumbled, puzzled. In her past life as an ancient deity, she had grown accustomed to sacrificing herself for the peace of the world. She would gladly give her life, even to the point of obliteration. But in this lifetime, she had family, people who cared for her sacrifices, unwilling to take anything from her. They only wished for her to be healthy and joyful. Tuantuan, observing his sister's demeanor, was suddenly inspired to emulate her. He too wanted to wipe his uncle's tears. With a lifted little hand, he delivered a hard punch to his uncle's right eye. Ouch, you little rascal. Lu Qingji winced in pain, instinctively recoiling, chuckled softly, while Tuantuan laughed in a disorganized manner. Tuantuan was overjoyed. Indeed, they relished such antics. Immediately, she raised her other hand and landed a punch on her uncle's left eye. Just then, Lu Guang rushed in and, upon witnessing this scene, instinctively covered his eyes in fear. Sister, how can you treat such a child as a toy? They are clearly 2 living ancestors. Chapter 15. Revenge from the second uncle. From that day forth, the news of Lu Yunlan's impending demise swept across the entire capital once more. A portion of the populace lamented the justice of retribution, attributing her misfortunes to her failure to uphold traditional virtues. Simultaneously, the remarkable achievements of the Lu siblings were once again disseminated. Once hailed as heroes for their service to the nation and its people, one was now crippled, and the other gravely ill. The common folk expressed their sympathy, reminiscing about the Lu family's past glory. Observing this, the emperor refrained from taking any immediate action against the Lu family. Instead, he bestowed numerous gifts upon the Lu siblings, allowing them to recuperate in peace. Seeing the situation unfold thus, Bai Bin felt compelled to seek counsel at the Su Wangfu late into the night. In a dimly lit corridor at the end of a corner room, the tall Bai Bin lowered his head submissively under the shadow of a small figure, silently enduring a reprimand. Are you all this foolish? You cannot manage even the simplest tasks. It is one thing to imprison Bai Lianer, but you cannot eliminate the Lu family's cripple. Now, they have regained their good name. The speaker was none other than Gu Qingyan. Her petite frame exuded an air of maturity, with eyes as fierce as a viper's. I confirmed several times that he was truly dead. Who would have guessed he would return to life? And those dragon and phoenix twins, how are they still alive? That woman was pregnant, and everything she consumed was poisoned. Oh, Bai Bin could not comprehend, continually scratching his head in frustration. Gu Qingyan found his foolishness irksome, wondering why she was fated to be the offspring of such individuals. Truly unfortunate. Yet, compelled to utilize them, she forced a smile that concealed her impatience. However, Upon hearing Bai Bin's subsequent remarks, her composure shattered. Have you lost your mind? You would wager my two brothers? I was merely speaking in jest. Who could have known? Well, at worst, I will find a way myself. Enough. Regain your composure. Gu Qingyan clapped her hands. The words have been spoken. If you do not deliver those two dead children to her, she will ensure the princess meets with you. Bai Bin's expression soured slightly, prompting him to amend his statement. Release my mother. Leave the children to me. It turned out that the eldest princess was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, disregarding all of Gu Qingfeng's connections and explanations. She remained resolute and unyielding. Gu Qingyan found herself entirely out of her depth in dealings with such a powerful figure. In the strict hierarchy of the southern Chu kingdom, individuals like Bai Lianer, who dared to bear children without the consent of the main wife, could be executed at will according to the law. However, this matter could escalate or diminish based solely on Lu Yunlan's words. Gu Qingfeng, who valued his reputation, contemplated abandoning Bai Lianer, allowing her to perish. This was something Gu Qingyan could not abide. If Bai Lianer could not serve as the matriarch, then she could not aspire to be the young lady of the Su Wangfu, or would she find the opportunity to realize her grand ambitions? Bai Bin, upon receiving Gu Qingyan's instructions, turned and diligently attended to the Lu family's needs. He sought out the finest physicians and remedies, thinking, since they cannot be healed anyway, why not seize this opportunity to demonstrate my loyalty? After several examinations, Lu Yunlan and her brother discovered that both the doctors and the medicinal materials were of exceptional quality. They consumed the medicine to restore their health while secretly dispatching individuals to seek out renowned overseas healers. To their astonishment, upon consuming the medicine, their ailments worsened, and both siblings began to vomit blood and suffered from severe diarrhea. This alarmed the elder Lu, who refrained from attending court for several days. Green Smoke cried several times, pleading with Lu Yunlan not to take the medicine, and even threatened to confront Bai Bin, blaming him for the choice of physician. Bai Bin feigned guilt and anguish, secretly reveling in the situation. It would be best if they were left weakened. A few more doses of strong medicine might have them kicking the bucket, thus saving him much effort. Though Lu Yunlan and Lu Qingji appeared frail and in pain, their bodies were gradually recovering. It turned out that during their first consumption of the medicine, Tuantuan had secretly spit into the concoction while Green Smoke was not watching. Mother drinks the medicine. Just 100 days, and she'll be well. Tuantuan's saliva is also a great tonic. Tuantuan blinked her large, beautiful eyes, leaving Lu Yunlan no choice but to comply. She had long regarded Tuantuan as a divine gift sent from above. Upon drinking it, she immediately expelled the stagnant blood, though she felt half dead during the process. Once it was over, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the toxins within her body were expelled. Thus, the siblings appeared to be consuming the medicine, while, in reality, they were merely ingesting a bit of Tuantuan's saliva. However, one matter vexed them. Upon witnessing her sister's actions, Gu Yuanyuan cried and insisted on spitting into the medicine as well. No amount of coaxing could dissuade her. Left with no choice, the two could only watch as the two children gleefully spit into the medicine, remaining silent. Weeks passed, and the siblings reached their weakest state, nearly unable to rise from bed. The task of caring for Gu Tuantuan and Gu Yuanyuan fell to Lu Guang. At 16, he was at an age of rapid growth, consumed by an insatiable appetite and a peculiar quirk of enjoying the attention of onlookers as he ate. The more intense the gazes upon him, the more he relished his meals. The maids and servants could not endure it and hastily withdrew. Now, with Tuantuan and Yuanyuan still infants, they were unable to walk. Perfect. In the wooden pavilion beside the small terrace, a round table was laden with dozens of delectable dishes: pig's trotter, hand-pulled lamb, flatbread, braised pork with preserved vegetables, sauced beef, spicy crayfish, garlic scallops, peacock fish, and various beverages such as lychee syrup, mint tea, and perilla iced drink. Lu Guang clutched a handful of lamb in one hand and stuffed a crayfish into his mouth with the other, relishing the flavors as he deliberately made exaggerated sounds of bliss. The two children glared at him with wide eyes, indignation etched across their faces. The maids, unable to watch any longer, hurriedly shoved bottles of milk into their mouths. Who are you trying to fool? We're not interested. I want meat too. Meat. Pig's trotter. Quickly put pig's trotter in my mouth. Gu Tuantuan struck out with her small hand, sending the milk bottle flying. Gu Yuanyuan refused to comply, declaring, I'm just small. I'm not foolish. Ha ha ha. Lu Guang, witnessing their frustration and inability to retaliate, felt an immense sense of satisfaction, especially towards Gu Tuantuan. How dare she urinate and defecate on him last time? He must teach her a lesson, making her aware of who her uncle truly was, and see if she dared to repeat such antics. Gu Tuantuan babbled, flailing her hands. The maids and servants, witnessing this, stifled their laughter, marveling at her adorableness. Indeed, look at her little hands waving about as if she intends to strike. How cute! Oh, how I wish I could have such a soft and precious child. Indeed, Gu Tuantuan felt a flock of crows fly over her head. When you are weak, your anger appears as nothing more than endearing or amusing to your enemies. Gu Tuantuan pouted, falling silent. Her eyes darted, her expression filled with pity. What is so impressive? You are just a pitiful creature. Go on, eat your fill. Soon you will not only be deceived and consumed by others, but also sold to places of ill repute as a little courtesan. You will only feast on moldy food every day. You will starve to death. Lu Guang. Chapter 16. Gu Changfeng arrives at the Lu residence to retrieve someone. The pig's trotter in his hand suddenly lost all appeal. Lu Guang, frightened, found himself unable to swallow his saliva, choking several times, his face turning crimson. Tuantuan, dear nephew, the most beautiful and adorable Tuantuan in the world. What did you mean by that remark? Though he may be reckless, he is not foolish. As soon as the words escaped his lips, those around him looked at him with expressions of sheer disbelief. Lu Guang immediately gestured for them to withdraw. He began a half-squat before the cradle, gently rocking it. What does it have to do with me? Tuantuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Unable to twist her waist, she made an effort to turn her head away, placing her small hands on her plump belly, adopting a demeanor of haughty indifference. Tuantuan, Lu Guang raised his voice, kneeling on the ground. I am your dear second uncle. No, he quickly corrected himself. From now on, I shall call you Big Brother, and we shall each stick to our respective titles. I can certainly take care of you. That Wuxia San you mentioned earlier, surely you were jesting? Gu Tuantuan, traverse heaven and earth, I would hardly covet you. Gu Tuantuan cast a disdainful glance at him, while desperately reaching for the delectable, grease-laden pig trotter on the plate. Lu Guang, keen-eyed, promptly lowered the dish, amusingly following the trajectory of her gaze. She was drooling and yet remained oblivious. As long as you speak nicely, this entire pig trotter will be yours. Lu Guang deliberately nudged the trotter near her mouth. This is not my fault for lacking self-restraint. Gu Tuantuan could no longer contain herself. She stretched out her chubby little hands and grasped the trotter, leaving 2 deep impressions. Eagerly, she brought it to her mouth. Notice. Gu Tuantuan, undeterred, gnawed away with both her gums. Beside the mouthful of grease, she managed little else. Hey, you're still so small. She was far too tiny. Her little belly could hardly digest such fare. Your mischievous friends know you adore fine delicacies. They have gifted you so many lotus root and osmanthus cakes. Each contains Wuxia San. Gu Tuantuan extended her little tongue, licking around her mouth, her satisfaction evident in her beaming smile. Beside her, Gu Yuanyuan fidgeted, yearning for a taste as well. Thus, she relentlessly sought favor, planting several kisses upon Gu Tuantuan's face. Victory! Gu Tuantuan's tiny fist landed squarely in Yuanyuan's mouth. Thank you, nature's bounty. Gu Yuanyuan gripped that little fist tightly, licking it with glee. The 2 children rejoiced in their merriment, while Lu Guang appeared as though he had been struck by frost, frozen in place. Heaven knows how much he cherished lotus root and osmanthus cakes. Mischievous friends? He mentally catalogued. Yes, that must be the son of the Tai Wei. No wonder he had been so obsequious of late. He had received several gifts. He even claimed they were bestowed by the Empress. It was over. If his father discovered he had consumed Wuxia San, he would surely be killed. Lu Guang's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Curse it. No wonder I have been craving lotus root and osmanthus cakes every day. I've become addicted. Lu Guang strode forward, seizing a piece of the cake from the table and smashing it to the ground. Have you lost your mind? What was the point of that? The food is innocent. You are truly wasteful. Gu Tuantuan exclaimed, her heart aching. Indeed, I still have Tuantuan. Suddenly, Lu Guang realized this, hastily retrieving the pig trotter to rub against her mouth once more. This ploy proved immensely effective for Gu Tuantuan. She rubbed her hands together, and in the astonished gaze of Lu Guang, she fashioned a greasy clump of dough. Eat it. Eat 7 pieces, and all craving shall be sated. Supplements. Let them be. Tuantuan noticed the hesitation in his eyes, and in a fit of anger, she flicked her small hand, causing the clump to tumble down. Lu Guang, sharp-eyed, quickly caught it with both hands. This was his cherished ancestor. He could not afford to offend her. I believe. The emperor does not believe. My father does not believe. Yet I must believe you, he said, closing his eyes and swallowing it down whole. The effect was immediate. Lu Guang had expected some time to elapse, but to his surprise, the peculiar itch within him subsided the moment he ingested the remedy. His eyes sparkled with incredulity. Tuantuan's vanity was thoroughly gratified. Thankfully, the Jade Emperor and King Yin had left her some powers. Otherwise, she would have wreaked havoc across the heavens and the earth. From that moment forth, Lu Guang was completely subjugated by Tuantuan. She declared that she was bored and wished to stroll through the night market. Very well, he would risk the wrath of his father, his elder brother, Changji, and his sister Yinlan. He would take his elder brother out. However, just as they stepped out the door, an ill-fated carriage came to a halt before them. Guang air, how nauseating. Stop being so overly familiar. Lu Guang felt irritated at the sight of Gu Chengfeng. His elder sister was commendable in every regard. Save for her lamentable taste in men, his heart was heavy with vexation. Furthermore, Lu Yunlan's recent reputation had risen in the capital. Colleagues in the court spoke with envy of him. The once timid scholar had unexpectedly transformed into a figure of prominence among the noble class of the capital. Since Lu Yunlan was destined to perish, he would play the part of a good man to capitalize on this momentum and elevate his own reputation. Lu Yunlan had wronged him, yet he would not hold it against her. He would continue to love and cherish her as before. He could already envision the fervent praise awaiting him from the citizens of the capital the following day. However, just as he reached the entrance, he encountered a rude awakening. Lu Guang could hardly be bothered to glance at him. Very well, I shall not stoop to your level. Gu Chengfeng forced himself to endure, observing the 2 children in his arms. His eyes brightened. They had grown so much in just a few days. Truly beautiful and charming. They resembled him perfectly. Dear daughter, let your father hold you. Scoundrel, who wants your embrace? Tuantuan dodged away, turning to cling tightly to her second uncle's neck. How embarrassing to be the center of attention. To maintain his image as a good man, he had deliberately summoned numerous citizens to witness this. Gu Chengfeng immediately plastered a grin on his face and approached Gu Yuan. Oh, his smile is so ugly. What is he trying to do? The citizens he had paid to act as his supporters were left speechless at this scene. Lu Guang scoffed. Even the children looked down on you. Gu Chengfeng, why do you prattle on so? Lu Guang chuckled as he walked away, completely forgetting the need for discretion when sneaking the 2 children out. As Gu Chengfeng attempted to enter, a servant blocked his path. They had entered to report and never returned. Gu Chengfeng was left outside, enduring the cold wind for an extended period. It was as though he had found a lifeline. Unexpectedly, Baiban only shook her head, stating she was at death's door and did not wish to burden him. She added that she had sought several suitable women for him, urging him to take a concubine soon. Gu Chengfeng could hardly believe it. Lu Yunlan loved him to the core. He knew that. She would twist and turn at the mere mention of a woman. Though he outwardly felt burdened, the love of such an exceptional woman brought him immense happiness. Yet now, she actually suggested he take a concubine? While he often entertained such thoughts, the moment she proposed it, how uncomfortable it felt. Chapter 17. Quickly bring her back to ward off the evil. Lord Su Wang. Baiban observed him arriving without any gifts and couldn't help but criticize him for being so miserly. As Gu Chengfeng's expression began to sour, she sighed and advised, I can see that the young lady still loves you dearly. Her words were likely intended to provoke you and draw your attention. Prepare a plethora of her favorite items tomorrow. Speak gently, and I shall assist you in winning her back. This matter will surely come to fruition. Gu Chengfeng initially felt deeply humiliated, but upon hearing this, his heart lightened somewhat. It is merely a little ploy of a young girl. Just like before. Yes. She likely favors those spears and sticks. What kind of behavior is it for a woman of the household to engage in such trivialities all day long? Gu Chengfeng harbored a profound disdain for her. Marrying her was merely a means to uphold his own reputation. The esteemed general in your eyes has merely become the wife who prepares his meals. What a disgraceful honor. Gu Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively, instructing the steward to freely select from the storage those trinkets favored by young ladies. The Xiang'an hall was enveloped in a pall of gloom. Enough of this broth. I can no longer consume it. Alas, I have said it is unnecessary. Before the curtain was even lifted, the sound of a porcelain bowl shattering on the floor echoed from within. The elder lady's garments were soaked. Quickly fetch a clean set. Oh, Miss Qingyan, kneel down and be careful. The shards may cut your delicate knees. Gu Qingfeng's heart sank as he rushed past the screen, only to be confronted with a heart-wrenching sight. A frail old lady, her face gaunt and drawn, lay heavily breathing against her pillow. Gu Qingyan's clothing was drenched, her large eyes brimming with tears, pitifully kneeling on the ground. It was all Qingyan's fault. She had not taken proper care of her grandmother. Yinner, this affliction is strange. How could it possibly be something you could cure? Initially, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of keeping her when Gu Qingyan was born. However, a fortune teller claimed her destiny was exceptionally auspicious, a rare celestial star destined to strategize and protect others on their ascent. Furthermore, her destiny aligned perfectly with his own. The better Gu Qingyan was, the better he would be. As she grew, she indeed offered him numerous suggestions, helping him gain face before the emperor and increasing his favor. Not only that, but Qingyan was also remarkably knowledgeable about medicine, assisting him both overtly and covertly. Gradually, he began to place greater importance on this daughter. When his mother fell gravely ill, he felt no concern, believing Qingyan could remedy her. Yet, days passed without improvement. Instead, her condition worsened. Just a few nights prior, she had nearly passed away. The old lady, too, began to express her dissatisfaction. But now, seeing her in such a state, he felt a profound sympathy. The grandmother did not utter forgiveness for Qingyan, and thus Qingyan dared not rise. She bit her lip, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her expression defiant. Enough. Let it be. It seems this is my fate. Good child, it has nothing to do with you. The elder lady struggled to speak, having taken her medicine, managing to utter a few words. She had just timidly exited the room. Sigh. It appears she is indeed of no use. That ungrateful old woman. After healing her of so many ailments, she berates me for one failure in secret. A wolf that cannot be fed. It is truly peculiar. This illness is unlike any seen or heard before. Gu Qingyan furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Mother, please take another sip. The elder lady pushed the medicine bowl aside, fearing her throat would again become hoarse. It was ineffective and quite unpleasant. I am useless. The fortune teller had once claimed she could help the elder lady ward off calamities, which she had doubted. Yet upon reflection, had it not been for her assistance in deflecting that poisoned wine, the elder lady might have met her demise. That was the mother's blessing, yet her own tribulation. Gu Qingfeng attempted to console her. As soon as she departed, the elder lady's throat would falter. The word eluded her, and tears streamed down her aged cheeks. She waved her hand dismissively, appearing resigned to her fate. Gu Qingfeng's heart ached profoundly. Such disloyalty and unfilial behavior. After Lu Yunlan spat blood, she sneezed vehemently. Levine quickly fetched clothing. The princess's garments could be cleaned, already dried and infused with a floral fragrance. Yes, Lu Yunlan accepted a cup of water to rinse her mouth. In a few days, I must pay a visit to the princess. Indeed, I believe the eldest princess may appear cold at times, yet she possesses a warm heart. Years have passed, and I wonder how Shun'er is faring? Shun'er is the eldest princess's daughter, born out of wedlock, still unaware of her father's identity. With the eldest princess's protection, she must be living a fine life. Bringing Tuantuan and Yuan along should surely please her. The little miss and young master are so adorable. Everyone will surely delight in seeing them. Levine smiled in agreement. Without my coaxing, they cannot sleep. Suddenly, Lu Yunlan sensed an eerie stillness in the estate today. I will go find the second young master. Tuantuan is missing. Yuan is missing. The second young master, Lu Guang, is also nowhere to be found. This is terrible. The second young master has taken the two infants out. Lu Yunlan was furious, nearly fainting. The Lu residents erupted into chaos. Their target, to apprehend Lu Guang. In the night market, candied hawthorn, sugar figurines, clackers, cosmetics, beautiful cosmetics, and hairpins. The cool hairpin is broken. I need to buy a new one. Lu Guang clutched the two children in his arms, feeling a mix of trepidation. Each one of these lively little beings could not be set down. Otherwise, the other would wail in protest. Tuantuan was particularly spirited, desiring everything. Juggling the children while attempting to pay made him a picture of disarray. This is unbearable. These children are impossible to manage. Just the other day, the old master sought a marriage proposal for him, but he adamantly refused. Otherwise, he would have fallen into a deep abyss. Lu Guang's clothing was stuffed with trinkets, and several bags hung around his neck. At last, he arrived at a familiar tea house, feeling as though he had stepped into paradise. He coaxed the two little ones and stepped inside. Numerous young ladies gathered around him, urging him to set the children aside for a moment to better attend to his needs. Lu Guang dared not act recklessly, yet his arms were painfully fatigued. He thought that a brief massage would do no harm. Initially, he could still hear Tuantuan's indignant protests. However, soon exhaustion overtook him, and the soothing massage lulled him into slumber. Suddenly, a cup of cold tea splashed across his face, startling him awake. He beheld the expression of his father and recalled his own reckless actions, prompting him to panic and explain himself. Tuantuan and Yuan, where are they? Lu Guang was truly frightened, his face paling and his mind racing. Chapter 18. Capturing the eldest princess's children. Lu Yunlan was in a state of faintness. Lu Cheng had not slept all night. The old master's hair had turned quite gray. Lu Guang ran, crying, "My two beloved ancestors! Please, may nothing happen to them." Meanwhile, in the palace, the eldest princess gazed at the two children in the cradle, gnawing on pork knuckles, utterly dumbfounded. The usually composed princess licked her dry lips, her expression one of confusion. Shinner, this child. Her child seemed to have some cognitive issues. Since birth, she had scarcely uttered a word. Initially, she held no hope, merely asking instinctively while glancing at the palace maid behind her. Suddenly, Shen spoke. Tuantuan, Shinner, pick up. Shinner, plump and cherubic with grape-like eyes, delicate brows, and rosy cheeks, resembled an exceptionally lovable, auspicious child. However, her eyes lacked focus, her movements sluggish, and her reactions painfully slow. Anyone could discern that she was a child with deficiencies. She had taken 3 years to learn to speak and 5 years to learn to walk. The eldest princess had long abandoned any expectations, wishing only to care for her like a porcelain doll for the rest of her life. Upon hearing her words now, her eyes welled with tears of excitement. She grasped the child's shoulders tightly, asking repeatedly, "Shunner, can you understand your mother's words? Can you?" The entire princess's residence fell into a hushed silence. Yet, Shunner, startled, trembled, and immediately retreated to kneel beside the cradle, clutching the two children tightly, her breath quickening. The maids below became flustered. "Oh dear, could you please speak a little more gently? Why are you being so fierce? You, yes you, need to lower your voice. You frighten her. You made me drop my delicious dish." The exquisite flavor in her mouth vanished abruptly, leaving Tuantuan infuriated. The eldest princess was taken aback. "Child, you have successfully captured my attention. In all my years, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner." Observing the offerings presented by the crowd, which were all inappropriate, some even suggesting calling for a physician, Tuantuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, flailing her arms and knocking the round delicacy from her grasp. "Ha, now this brings me joy." She desires a calming tea, with 5 parts sugar, at room temperature, and it must be free of any residue. The eldest princess was astonished to realize she had indeed heard the child speak, just like the last time in the temple. She was the child of Lu Yunlan. Witnessing the dazed expressions of the maidens and eunuchs, the eldest princess felt a tinge of pride. "Humph, in the presence of so many, only I can hear her thoughts. What does that signify? I am indeed the chosen one." Following Tuantuan's instructions, the attendants appeared enlightened, their faces filled with remorse as they hurried off to comply. At that moment, Shun'er was still trembling violently. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." The eldest princess was utterly astonished by the scene before her. What did she witness? A mere infant, not yet a month old, had simply patted Shun'er's hand, and she instantly calmed down as if enveloped in warmth, her eyes regaining some sparkle. The delicacy, Tuantuan expressed her exhaustion. Her eyes hinted at confusion for quite some time. The eldest princess made a motion to reach out, causing the maid to instinctively move to assist her. Before the maid could extend her hand, a pair of chubby hands had already grasped the delicacy and respectfully offered it to Tuantuan. "Your Highness, this child belongs to the Lu family," the maid explained. "I am aware. Go inform the Lu family that their child is with me, and they may come to collect her tomorrow." "Wait." The eldest princess called out to the maid, her tone deliberately indifferent, yet her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. "Bring me that dusty gray box from the storeroom." "Ah." The maid's eyes crinkled with a smile. The eldest princess frowned, pondering what could possibly be amusing, when she heard the small child mumbling nearby. "This is delightful, truly delightful. This is paradise. You too, Tuantuan." Tuantuan was covered in grease, her face, hands, and clothes all smeared. "Once the cooling tea arrives tomorrow, we will have none left." Just thinking about how the two old fools will be punished fills me with glee. "Zista Shen Ea. You are a good person. Let Tuantuan take a bite." So filthy. My Shen would never eat that." Before she could finish her internal monologue, she saw Shen opening her mouth wide and taking a substantial bite. The maid, fearing reprimand, immediately rushed to stop her. "No need. You all may leave." The eldest princess was beside herself with joy. We women should indulge in hearty feasts and drinks. Watching her own child being led by Tuantuan, she was filled with an overwhelming sense of affection, unsure how to express it. Casually, she pulled several hairpins from her head, stuffed them into the box, and placed it by Tuantuan's feet. Tuantuan is unhappy now, she thought, tossing the pork hock aside, on the verge of tears. Before she could even wail, Tuantuan retaliated by throwing the hock back at her. "Crying, crying, crying. All you do is cry. What else do you know? At such an age? You are utterly immature." The eldest princess almost spilled her tea from laughter, finding the two children increasingly adorable. She lost all desire for sleep, playfully teasing them throughout the night. When she awoke the following day, she discovered Shen sleeping in her embrace, while Tuantuan lay there with her little mouth agape, gently puffing out breaths. The eldest princess felt a warm surge of affection. One maid, noticing her cheerful demeanor, boldly spoke up while she was getting ready. "Your Highness, Balien has confessed." "Oh." Reclining on a soft chair, the eldest princess lifted her gaze through the bronze mirror, casting a gentle glance at the maid. The maid quickly lowered her brows, stating that she had acted under duress. "I heard that the Su Wang Fu sent many gifts. Indeed, there are several princesses you have yet to meet." The maid suddenly realized she had misspoken, biting her lip nervously, unsure of where to look. Breaking the law and overstepping authority, Balien has quite the audacity to have Su Wang intervene. "Your Highness, this is an edict only the Emperor can issue." The maid, trembling, managed to utter. The eldest princess's expression shifted, and, just as she was about to respond, the curtain was suddenly drawn aside, announcing the arrival of the Liu family. Once the maid left, the eldest princess expressed her dissatisfaction. "Qing who has sent this foolish person in? Do they not fear choking on their own words?" Those people, eager and impatient, had clearly chosen poorly. "Ah, Liang Qin, you have finally arrived." Tuantuan's clear voice rang throughout the main hall. "You all must want to scare me to death. Indeed, it was all due to your unreliable second uncle. How could you understand anything at your tender age?" Lu Yunlan embraced her child, showering her with affection. Tuantuan felt a pang of guilt, her small eyes darting around in a slightly unnatural manner. Last night, out of boredom, she had called out to Shen when she caught sight of her downstairs, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Little did she know that Shen would truly respond, leading her to play and share a feast. And thus, she had been inexplicably brought into the palace. Yet, she blamed her second uncle for his lack of righteousness in the first place. Tuantuan quickly rationalized her thoughts, and when her mother embraced her, she intentionally cried out loudly. Tuantuan's antics inspired a wave of tears from Yuan as well. "Liang, Tuantuan and Yuan miss you so much. We couldn't even sleep at night. We were merely playing." The princess couldn't be bothered to expose their little ruse. Yet, Lu Yunlan, overwhelmed with longing, completely overlooked the grease glistening on their faces, in their mouths, and on their clothes. Chapter 19. A Reckoning for Gu Chengfeng. They were already mothers, yet still as ignorant of propriety as before. The eldest princess deliberately huffed, sitting proudly at the head of the court, before their adoptive mother. "Must I still bow?" Lu Yunlan wiped away her tears, a smile curving her lips as she attempted to lift her skirt to stride over to her designated seat as she once did. The eldest princess, knowing her vision was impaired, tightened her grip, her face betraying her anxiety. Only when she saw Lu Yunlan safely reach her seat did she breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yunlan, unperturbed, nonchalantly picked up a piece of pastry with her silver chopsticks and took a bite, showing no signs of restraint. However, Her trembling right hand and anxious breaths revealed her current emotional state. The eldest princess had many reprimands prepared, but upon seeing Lu Yunlan's pale face and vacant eyes, all she could utter was, "You have suffered over these 5 years." Lu Yunlan nearly broke down, but she merely glanced upward at the sky, inadvertently wiping her eye, joking, "With 2 living ancestors, how could I not lose weight? Liang, you hardly eat meat. Of course, you'll lose weight." The eldest princess half-heartedly chuckled, feeling both sympathy and mockery. It turned out that when she married into Su Wang Fu, Gutai Lao had fallen gravely ill, prompting Lu Yunlan to make a vow at a temple, promising to be a vegetarian for life if her mother-in-law recovered. This act had caused quite a stir in the capital, earning her the reputation of a dutiful daughter-in-law. As the eldest princess mentioned this, Lu Yunlan's face flushed, and she quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief, urging her stop. She waved for Lu Yin to take the 2 children away to be cleaned properly. Tuantuan, brimming with unspoken thoughts, could no longer allow Lu Yunlan to remain there. Otherwise, her secrets would be exposed. "In my presence, you acted so brazenly. Just the other day, someone accused you of an illicit affair, and you kept your temper in check." The former Lu Yunlan would have slapped them twice already. How dare those 2 little rascals speak out of turn? Lu Yunlan offered a bitter smile. "They risked their lives to frame me. How could I possibly contend with that?" With a voice laden with helplessness, yet a face radiating an unwavering spirit of vengeance, the princess exhaled a sigh of relief upon observing her demeanor. "Bai Liania, what do you intend to do? If you insist on executing her, I can spare her life. She was merely a pawn in someone else's game." A shadow of inscrutability crossed Lu Yunlan's face. The princess immediately sensed the shift and chuckled. "Are you unaware of Bai Liana's capabilities? We need not speak of the Su Wang. Even the Gui Fei and the Empress have intervened." Jieyu trembled slightly, and a quiver passed over Lu Yunlan's features. The princess placed her hand on Lu Yunlan's shoulder, leaning in to whisper, "This is not a matter to be taken lightly, Lan'er. If you wish to sever ties and distance yourself from the chaos, you need not worry. If I cannot manage the situation, then perhaps I have no reason to live." All for a man? The princess's curiosity piqued. Was she seeking revenge on a scoundrel or merely aggrieved by the betrayal of her maid? Does he even deserve it? Since discovering Gu Qingfeng's true ambitions at Tuantuan's place, she had completely lost faith in him. To conspire against the Lu family, to abandon wife and child, such a person hardly merits existence. Gu Tuantuan, bored, clutched her feeding bottle, noisily mashing the milk within. Even surrounded by treasures of gold and silver in her cradle, her spirits were far from lifted. After venturing out yesterday, now it seemed no one could take them out again. 3 meals a day of milk? Oh dear, another year of this. Second uncle, it's all your fault. Upon exiting the palace, Gu Tuantuan encountered her second uncle and offered him no pleasant expressions. Gu Yuan mimicked her sister, ignoring Lu Guang's every word. "Sister, look at them. I truly did not mean to," Lu Guang protested, feeling aggrieved. "If there is another time, I will break your legs first." Lu Guang believed his sister was serious, immediately covering his ears and retreating to a corner of the carriage. It was perplexing how they had lost their way. Before reaching the Lu residence, the air was filled with the raucous sounds of gongs and firecrackers. A few steps further, and the commotion intensified, with a throng gathering around the Lu estate, an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. Just as Lu Yunlan was about to send someone to inquire, Lu Guang suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "That scent must belong to Gu Qingfeng. Ah, it's the stench of fox." Lu Yunlan finally recalled. During their intimate moments, her bed had been filled with fragrant sachets. After their marriage, she had even concocted a special pollen to mask the odor. Surely, after these weeks, the pollen must have run out. Just as she was about to urge the carriage driver to hasten, they unexpectedly heard the old master of the Lu family berating Gu Qingfeng. Lu Guang, while praising the old man's words, cautiously observed his sister's expression, fearing she might still harbor feelings for that scoundrel. "Old Ding, take your time. There is no rush." Listening to Gu Qingfeng's confessions and reprimands brought immense satisfaction to Lu Yunlan. The moment Gu Qingfeng heard this, he dashed towards the carriage, a bundle of firewood strapped to his back. Ah, a gesture of contrition. "Firewood is nothing. Do you think Liang is a fool?" Indeed, he was no fool. In the past, such actions would have moved her to tears. Lu Yunlan silently berated herself, her eyes now glistening with unshed tears. "My lord, Lan'er's reputation is tarnished. Her health is failing. You deserve better. Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he immediately grasped her hand, declaring earnestly, I know someone has slandered you. Lanner, it is my fault. My duties kept me from being by your side, causing you immense suffering. Lu Yinlan internally rolled her eyes. With a simple statement, he painted her as a woman solely concerned with love, indifferent to the state's affairs. Those unaware of the context might think her an unreasonable woman throwing a fit. You don't understand. She is a general, yet still a woman. Not at all. If you do not comprehend, please refrain from speaking. Tuantuan babbled on. That night, my sister nearly lost her life during childbirth. In the middle of the night, what state affairs could there possibly be? Lu Guang stepped forward to retort. This person is truly foul and wicked. The public sentiment shifted once more. It was said that night was fraught with danger. Have you heard? The Lu family's young lady seems to have been poisoned for 5 years, just when she married into the Gu family. Hush, do not speak such nonsense. Gu Qingfeng's complexion shifted dramatically, while Lu Yunlan felt a surge of satisfaction. Thinking, you think you're the only one who can spread rumors? With no other option, Gu Chengfeng resorted to coaxing Lu Yunlan down, uttering many heartfelt words, sending gifts into the Lu residence. Lu Yunlan played along, though the sounds of jewelry and trinkets made her sigh. She could hardly summon the energy to adorn herself with earrings, unsure to whom the gifts were intended. Gu Qingfeng made quite the show of his visit. Despite the Lu family's disdain, they could not be overly cruel. Thus, the old master of the Lu family remained in his room, while Lu Chengji, unwell, did not appear. Heaven help her! How had she ever endured Gu Qingfeng? Only Gu Qingfeng remained blissfully wandering about the Lu residence. Hey, once the Lu family is out of the picture, all this wealth will belong to me. But where was everyone during dinner? The dishes were exceedingly spicy, and Lanner clearly could not handle spice. Just as he was about to inquire after her whereabouts to scold her, a servant informed him that Lu Yinlan was in her room, spitting blood. Too weak to venture outside, he had no choice but to relent. Alas, this family was riddled with the old and the frail. Without him to rescue them, how would they fare? Starved and anxious through the night, Gu Chengfeng shivered in his drafty room, unable to sleep due to hunger. He ventured to the kitchen for food, but was mistaken for a thief and beaten severely. With an upset stomach, he vomited and suffered diarrhea. He wished for Bai Bin to protect him, but Bai Bin had been dispatched to the village on an errand. Yet he feared Lu Yinlan would not accompany him. This time, his mother would truly be beyond saving. Holding out until the next morning, just as he was about to settle the score, he discovered he had developed a high fever, unable to move. Well done. In the end, it was all thanks to Tuantuan. Otherwise, Gu Qingfeng could not have been so comfortable. Chapter 20. Settling Accounts at Su Wangfu. Liang Qing, it doesn't smell at all anymore. The air is delightful. Early in the morning, Lu Yinlan heard Gu Tuantuan's cheerful voice. Taking a whiff, she found it to be true. Green smoke wafted in, and she covered her mouth. Laughing, miss, guess what? The Lord has a fever. This is what they call karma for evildoers. The instigator silently nibbled at her foot. Feeling guilty under her mother's suspicious gaze, her eyes darting. Not at all. I merely gave him a little medicine to reduce the odor that disturbed my sleep. His fever is purely due to his own poor constitution. Enough. Just don't regret it. Typically, Lu Yinlan would attend to the feverish Gu Qingfeng. However, after speaking a few words, she coughed up blood, prompting Gu Qingfeng to fearfully refuse her care. This suited Lu Yinlan just fine. She took the 2 children in another carriage, nestled comfortably with a warm stove, the fragrance of fruits wafting around her. How delightful. Gu Qingfeng, meanwhile, was left with a splitting headache, lacking the strength even to curse. Upon arriving at the Gu residence, he was promptly sent to bed to rest. Mrs. Gu, aware of her son's illness, silently cursed Lu Yunlan as a jinx. She had specially arranged for him to be dressed up and even drank a bowl of ginseng soup, hoping to bolster her spirits to reprimand her later, making her realize how disgraceful her departure had been, forcing her husband to fetch her back in person. To her dismay, she waited from morning till night without sight of her. This wretched creature, oh, it hurts terribly. Mrs. Gu's throat had swollen to the size of a small bun. Each word felt like a knife slicing her throat, making swallowing painfully excruciating. Grandmother, is mother unwell? Please do not blame her. Yenner, your kindness knows no bounds. A mere hint of color, and you would set up a dye house. I have waited for her to help me fend off the calamities. and she is nearly at death's door herself. When that time comes, Fonger will support your mother as the rightful wife. Oh, Yinner, these past few years have truly been a trial for you. Both younger brothers long for their mother. Soon, once the disgrace of the Liu family meets her end, everything will be well again. Liu Yunlan, overhearing this conversation, felt her already frosty demeanor become even more frigid. Old hag, you are hoarse, yet you still spew such venomous words. Ah, how wicked, how wicked. Gu Yuanyuan seemed to understand something as she pouted. Oh, it hurts so much. A cry resonated from the inner chamber, the swelling in her throat worsening, and the Xiang'an hall descended into chaos once more. Hurry and summon a doctor. Useless. What good is a doctor if none can be cured? If you lavish praises upon my mother, perhaps the pain will cease. The more you curse, the more it hurts. Madame Gu was about to unleash a tirade, but the moment the thought crossed her mind, the pain in her throat nearly stole her breath, forcing her to relent. Mother, Lanner is in poor health. I thought it best not to delay the prince and allow him to take another wife. At this, the eyes of Madame Gu and Gu Qingyin suddenly brightened. Yet, the prince is deeply devoted, and Lanner had no choice but to comply. Observing Lanner's gaunt figure and the blood-stained handkerchief, Madame Gu found it difficult to voice further objections. Mother, your health is failing, and the younger siblings are still so young. Let Qingyin take care of you. Gu Qingyin knelt, exuding obedience. Madame Gu's gaze overflowed with affection. Her granddaughter was indeed clever and delightful. Ever since that day, Gu Qingyin had been dutifully delivering gifts to the old lady, truly tending to her like a devoted grandchild. Thus, Madame Gu treated her with the same fondness as before. No, she is a villain. She wishes to hasten your demise, to elevate her own mother. Liu Yunlan could faintly perceive a glimmer in her eyes. Setting aside her appearance, it was the feigned sweetness of her voice that irked her. While Yinner was not so astute, it was clear that she was the one stirring the pot behind the scenes. She was merely 6 years old, yet her body concealed a woman older than I. How terrifying! Liu Yunlan furrowed her brows slightly. Mother, Lanner has no fortune. After 5 years in the residence of the Duke of Su, I have borne only a pair of children and have suffered many unjust accusations. This remark naturally alluded to by Yinner's slander against her. Mother, it is all my fault. I failed to care for my 2 younger brothers, causing their illness. Gu Qingyin explained gently. This ailment can only be cured by the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, who tends only to the powerful. Mother had no recourse but to slander you to replace her. She was merely deceived. Mother, I implore you to consider the heart of a mother. If they were to fall ill, surely you would also. With a swift motion, Liu Yunlan struck her. Unable to tolerate the curse against Tuantuan and Yuan, the entire Xiang'an hall was struck dumb. Though the force was not excessive, it was still from one of martial lineage. Gu Qingyin's egg-like face immediately swelled. Liu Yunlan, have you lost your mind? She is just a child. Unaware of such taboos, why stoop to her level? Mother, I act for the good of the Gu family. She calls me mother incessantly, and those unaware would truly believe I have such an elder child. It's a minor matter to ruin my reputation. If it were known she is a servant's child, it would reflect the prince's unfaithfulness. The prince has sworn before the emperor that if he takes a concubine, his entire clan will be punished. Though my health is poor, I do not wish to perish so soon, nor implicate my maternal family. Liu Yunlan expressed much with fervor, leaving Madame Gu astonished. So enraged, she nearly reached out to strike her. Yet, the more furious she grew, the more her throat ached, until she could scarcely breathe, her complexion turning ashen. Madam, given the situation with the old lady, do you truly intend to ignore it? If anything befalls her, how will you explain yourself to others? Zhang Mama was seething, while Gu Qingyin desperately administered medicine to Madame Gu, but it was of little use. The old lady appeared on the verge of collapse. Mother, speak well of your daughter-in-law. Surely it will ease the pain. Leaving those words, Liu Yunlan took the 2 children and exited. Madame Gu wished to curse her to death, but as she saw the old lady's condition deteriorate, she relented. Thinking of her daughter-in-law's merits, she praised her several times. A long-lost breath of relief swept through the room. Heavens! Liu Yunlan is truly a calamity. She is so terrifying, employing sorcery against me. Such treachery! It is utterly despicable. At that moment, her throat swelled even more than before. Chapter 21. Punishment and Authority. Madame Gu tested several times. Cursing her daughter-in-law only aggravated her throat. ceasing the curses. She felt immediate relief. How remarkable! Who would have thought her daughter-in-law would employ such a vicious tactic against her? Yet, she had been dutiful before. A wave of fear crawled up her spine. Could it be that her daughter-in-law was possessed by a spirit? Madame Gu hurriedly instructed Zhang Mama to summon a revered monk. Until the monk arrived, she dared not offend her any further. To preserve her life, Madame Gu was compelled to chant her daughter-in-law's praises daily. Lu Yunlan feigned illness and enjoyed a comfortable life in her own courtyard. Now that she had ceased spitting blood, she meticulously planned the full moon banquet for Tuantuan and Yuan. Since her marriage, she had secluded herself within the residence, never stepping out. The connections and power she once had diminished significantly. For this banquet, she resolved to reappear before the public. Wow, this milk is poisonous. Will it let anyone live? Tuantuan cried out, smashing the milk bottle to the ground. Gu Yuan blinked her eyelashes, still relishing her meal. Green smoke, take away Yuan's bottle. Woo. This poison is even stronger this time. Close the gates. No one shall leave until this matter is thoroughly investigated. Upon Lu Yunlan's command, all the maids and servants immediately abandoned their tasks and rushed to the main hall, each one interrogating in turn. From the kitchen to the courtyard, the storerooms to the laundry, serving tea, and even the head maid beside the master were all summoned. Gu Qingfeng, hearing the uproar outside, was informed of the situation and felt Lu Yunlan was becoming increasingly troublesome. He donned a coat, his expression fierce as he made his way over. Before reaching the main hall, he heard Lu Yunlan's furious accusations. So was you. When I faced complications during childbirth, you meddled. And now you dare poison me before my eyes. Madam, this is slander. We have been tending the fire all day. How could we poison anyone? The two old women exchanged glances, hastily reciting their prearranged lines of grievance. Though they feigned innocence, they felt a sense of triumph, knowing she had no evidence. Green smoke. Slap her. Stop it, Lanner. You are becoming increasingly tyrannical. Without evidence, you cannot defame others. Even if they are servants, you must not act thus. Woo. I know I am clumsy and cannot please the madam. When the young masters and mistresses face peril during childbirth, I considered ending my own life, wishing to accompany the young masters. Thankfully, they survived, and I could only rejoice, yet green smoke struck me several times, even threatening death. One of the maids cried while cautiously eyeing green smoke. They fed the wet nurse the blue fruit. Milk produced from blue fruit cannot be heated in a bottle. Contact renders it poisonous. Green smoke, can you find a blue fruit? No, madam. They all consumed it, so of course, there is none left. With evidence gone, they employed such subtle tactics. Look, their hands are still blue. Indeed, blue fruit is priceless. Generally, only the upper-class nobility enjoy it by peeling it with their fingertips, leaving a faint indigo hue, which is quite beautiful. In times of yore, it was the custom for women of the populace to adorn their fingertips with blue powder. This year, however, the celestial phenomena have been peculiar, and such fruits are scarce. A few have been sent to the palace. And had it not been for Tuantuan's candid thoughts, she would not have fathomed this place. The words of the grand princess rang true. The depths of the Lu family were indeed unfathomable. Otherwise, how could the two of them possess fruits exclusive to the royal household? Is it possible for palms to be blue? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two matriarchs widened, their earlier composure dissipating. How could palms possibly be blue? Gu Qingyan, who had been silent for a considerable time, inquired with confusion. She approached Gu Qingfeng, intending to call him father, yet cast a timid and fearful glance at Lu Yunlan. Your Highness, the two matriarchs are older than our ancestors. It is quite pitiful to see them kneeling like this. Gu Qingfeng, witnessing his usually sunny daughter's cautious demeanor, felt a pang of compassion. Noticing her face was flushed, he knelt to gently touch her cheek. It's all right. Oh, it hurts. No, it doesn't hurt. What a splendid drama this was. Despite the passage of time, it felt as fresh as the day it occurred. Lu Yunlan could already discern a blurred light before her. The youth she once admired hastily approached, seizing her wrist and harshly declaring, Yunlan, as a mother, how can you be so heartless? Qingyan is but a child. What has she done to deserve such punishment? Furthermore, the neglect of the two children is your responsibility. To blame the servants for your own inadequacies is truly disappointing. Just wash your hands with alum water, and the blue will be revealed. Villain, do not bully my mother. Tuantuan extended her hand towards that direction. The maid, believing the prince would not be angered due to the child's presence, carried her over. Ha! Tuantuan spat at him in defiance. How revolting. Though a child's saliva is not particularly filthy, having her own child spit on someone was an immense humiliation. Lu Yunlan, look at the daughter you've raised. She understands no decorum, far inferior to Lienera's child. Gu Qingfeng felt dizzy with anger as he saw Tuantuan baring her teeth, almost leaping into the air to strike him. He raised his right hand and swatted her small hand away. Oh, that hurts. Wu, you big scoundrel. You are unworthy of being my father. You dare strike me, how could you? Tuantuan was left dazed by the slap. Heavens, I have never felt so wronged. In the past, everyone treated her with utmost respect and reverence. This was truly akin to a tiger being bullied by dogs. She was utterly vexed. You have gone too far. Lu Yunlan gazed incredulously at the scene before her. She grasped Gu Qingfeng's hand, attempting to twist it away. Had it not been for LV Yin supporting her from behind, she would have collapsed before everyone. You have truly lost your mind. This was her usual strategy for dealing with adversaries. Gu Qingfeng never anticipated she would employ it against him. Yet, seeing Lu Yunlan's defeated expression, he felt a mix of compassion and a hidden sense of satisfaction. He never imagined that after so many years, he could subdue Lu Yunlan. Ha ha ha! A once mighty general reduced to such a state under his hand. This sensation of conquest filled Gu Qingfeng with immense pleasure. Lu Yunlan secretly clenched her fists. This was the man she had yearned to marry. Someone, taking a deep breath, Lu Yunlan regained her composure as if nothing had occurred. Without glancing at Gu Qingfeng, she seated herself at the main position in the hall with the two children and brought forth the alum water. The two elderly women were now genuinely alarmed. Indeed, their hands instantly transformed into blue. With no recourse, they had no choice but to confess that they had indeed peeled the blue fruits. The juice from the blue fruits had been mixed into the dough for buns. The kitchen servants had all consumed them. The wet nurse, believing it harmless, had also partaken of them. The two women fervently argued that they had merely acted out of goodwill and had never imagined such an outcome. The wet nurse and the kitchen staff all knelt, pleading for mercy, crying that they knew nothing. Ignorance is no excuse. Today I have gained new insight, the prince declared. Enough, you may all leave. Gu Qingfeng was genuinely surprised that she had managed to uncover the truth. He looked at Gu Qingyan, whose face had turned pale, and immediately understood that she was the mastermind behind it all. This poison must not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, everyone would suspect that Lu Yunlan's deteriorating health was the work of the Gu family. He waved his hand nonchalantly, trying to dismiss the matter. Wait, your highness. Tuantuan and Yuan are your own children. You shall handle this so lightly? No, I am weak and do not know how many days I have left. Yet as long as I draw breath, I will never permit anyone to harm my children. Lanner, how is this any different from killing them? 50 strikes would leave them either dead or crippled, with no hope for the rest of their lives. Gu Qingfeng sensed Lu Yunlan growing more assertive. Were it not for the imminent full moon celebration of the two children, he would have personally dealt with them. The wet nurse was to be sent out of the estate to seek her own path. The kitchen staff would have their wages suspended for a month. Should they engage in mutual cover-ups again, they would all be expelled. What are you waiting for? Go quickly. Lu Yunlan's voice resonated with authority, leaving no room for negotiation. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, the servants had already hurriedly dispersed. That night, at the main entrance of the hall, the two matriarchs were wailing in agony. Their pleas transformed into feeble whimpers. Matriarch Zhang was administering a medicine to old Madame Gu. Madam, it is evident that they are not merely being punished. They are tarnishing your reputation. Who does not know that they have been with you since entering the estate? Even if they erred, turning a blind eye would suffice. In a few days is the full moon banquet for the young masters. Such a bloody scene is truly a calamity. Old Madame Gu sighed, her countenance troubled, yet she dared not speak ill of her daughter-in-law and could only ask, has the eminent monk been summoned? The monk, who typically refrained from worldly matters, immediately agreed upon hearing it was for you, saying he would arrive in a few days. You wish to? Matriarch Zhang's wrinkled face lit up with excitement. I will make her personally take a concubine for Feng in front of everyone. However, the prince had previously sworn that rules are immutable. As long as Lu Yunlan relents, it suffices. Besides, with her frail appearance, it is unlikely she has much fortune left to enjoy. Should she pass, there would be no one to serve me, which would be seen as unfilial. No one to care for Feng which would be regarded as disloyal, and no one to look after the children, which would be perceived as unkind and uncaring. Before so many witnesses, I do not believe she would dare to be obstinate. Although Lien Er's status is humble, as long as she is virtuous, I shall elevate her once. After all, a hero does not inquire about origins. Go, bring forth the treasures from my storeroom to reward Qing Yin and her 2 brothers. The full moon banquet must be splendid. Old Madame Gu had one more matter to address. In Lanhua Garden, LV Yin gazed at a chest full of weapons stunned. Miss, these are the gifts from the eldest young master. Lu Yunlan, with the tenderness of a treasured possession, delicately felt the coldness and might of the weapons. LV Yin, take them all out. I wish to count them. LV Yin responded eagerly, joyfully tidying them up, occasionally mimicking the handling of the weapons. Hua Hong, who had been nibbling on sweet potatoes beside the cradle, was drawn by the sight and hurried over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In no time, the room was filled with an array of weapons. Tuantuan wants to play too. Gu Tuantuan, peering through the cradle's slats at the delightful scene, cried out in protest, wishing to join in the fun. Gu Yuanying was inconsolable, her tears flowing profusely. Lu Yunlan, at a loss, could only instruct El Yun to retrieve the wooden darts. El Yun was busy preparing a meal in the small kitchen, and upon hearing the commotion of crying and wailing, her head buzzed. She forced a smile, saying, Madam, the prince will be arriving for dinner shortly. You shouldn't be doing this. Ah, Tuantuan, you mustn't eat that. El Yun glanced over and noticed that her hair was adorned with numerous hairpins, her cheeks painted a rosy hue, and she was dressed in festive attire, having removed her outer garment to reveal her curvaceous figure. She could not help but let out a cold snort. I don't wish to eat either. It was an accident. Heh, I couldn't help myself. Gu Tuantuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Where was the majesty of the great deity she had been promised? The moment she saw the food, her instincts compelled her to shove it into her mouth. Was it truly her fault? Yet, the darts cannot be seized by anyone. She clung to them with all her might, while El Yun, reluctant to forcefully pry her fingers away, could only coax her gently, urging her not to eat. The moment El Yun relaxed her grip, Tuantuan swiftly returned the darts to her mouth. Miss, look at her. It turned out that even the prince was not invulnerable. While Yenner had managed to secretly bear him 3 children, so why couldn't she? Your Highness, knowing you would come, I prepared your favorite glutinous rice chicken early this morning. Ah, Your Highness, be careful. As Gu Qingfeng entered, a long needle whisked past his ear. Startled, he stumbled back a step. Elian, are you insane? How dare you use a knife against the prince? Elian rushed forward, closely beside Gu Qingfeng. The cool breeze swept in, causing Elian's small mouth to tremble. Yet her face radiated with excitement. Supporting him while wiping away his sweat, she felt a hidden joy within. This servant deserves to die. I truly did not see there was someone here. Elian's words were clearly a self-mockery. Gu Qingfeng's face turned pale, feeling as though several layers of his shoe insoles had slipped, having not been well fed as a child. Combined with the fact that the old matriarch of the Gu family was not particularly tall, he had grown to this height. Standing beside Lu Yunlan, he appeared somewhat shorter. Yet, she was kind, never pricking at his insecurities. Elian did not care for such matters. Had there not been so many people in the morning, she would have taught him a lesson for bullying her master right then and there. What mess you have made. Gu Qingfeng's anger had yet to subside, and upon seeing the room filled with weapons, his expression contorted further with worry. This concubine has far too much garbage here. It will take some time to tidy up. Your Highness, please dine elsewhere. Lu Yunlan had initially intended to force a smile for him, but upon hearing this, she could only suppress the urge to shove him out with a weapon. Are you blind and still restless? What? Although Lu Yunlan sat on the floor with vacant eyes, she emanated an aura of capability. This was precisely what Gu Qingfeng loathed the most. After finally managing to rid her of something, it had returned. Gu Qingfeng felt a twinge of unease. Laner, I fear you may harm yourself. His tone softened as he beckoned for a servant to present a bowl of medicinal soup. Drink this. It is brewed by my own hand. I cannot drink it. My mother is frail and cannot receive such nourishment. It would be disastrous. Still holding a grudge over the morning's events? Laner, all I do is for your own good. To deal with servants without regard for right or wrong, so ruthlessly, will tarnish your reputation if it gets out. Lu Yunlan pushed the bowl of medicine away, her expression one of sorrow. Your Highness, if I am not mistaken, Balyener gave birth to Qingyan a year before you and I wed. Is this truly for my benefit? Why bring up the past again? We have never clarified it. How can we move forward? You and I have known each other for 3 years and have been married for 5. I have always thought, enough. I have said that was a mistake. Balyener seduced me while I was drunk, and I mistook her for you. Alas, Gu Qingfeng felt the chasm between them widen. Your Highness, your affection is a burden I cannot bear. With a push, Lu Yunlan sent the medicinal bowl crashing to the ground. She then leaned over the cradle, weeping bitterly. Chapter 23. The full moon feast causes trouble. You have become a mother of 4 children. What immense fortune. Gu Qingfeng felt displeased, but had to muster the courage to soothe her. Once she was dead, what would stop them from claiming the assets of the Lu family? Lu Yunlan wiped her tears. Your Highness, grant me a moment of time. After so many years of affection, how could I bear to make things difficult for you? Very well, the medicine is spilled. I shall send another shortly. I still await the day you and I grow old together. Lu Yunlan struggled to suppress her nausea as she listened to his words, finally managing to send him away. Yun, with eyes brimming with reluctance, assisted the prince out. After a moment, she exclaimed, really? Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. I dare not. This is all thanks to Madame's generosity. Rest assured, I shall take good care of the young master and young lady, as if they were my own. Yun knelt on the ground, displaying unwavering loyalty, ready to face any peril for Lu Yunlan. With your words, I am at ease. This medicine is my gift to you. Yun bowed several times before joyfully taking the medicine and leaving. Miss, why must you indulge her? Green Smoke looked puzzled. Qinglan is so clever. This way, Balyener will have nothing. Hee, how delightful. It would be even better if there were a pig trotter to eat. Lu Yunlan smiled kindly, then suddenly produced a milk bottle. Tuantuan was taken aback. On the day of the full moon feast, Lu Yunlan was changing clothes, her hand gently caressing the horizontal lines on her belly, her emotions complex. Of course, madam, this is the rouge sent by young master Lu Xian. You must dress beautifully today. Hua Hong, fetch madam a plain red garment. Bring the bright red. If the makeup turns out too old-fashioned, we will do it as before. Lu Yunlan commanded while caressing the gifts presented by her younger brother. Such fine rouge and powder would unfortunately not be used today. She opened the box and placed it inside. Nearby, Tuantuan watched intently. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, she stealthily grabbed the rouge box and tightly clenched it in her little hand, hiding it in her sleeve. Throughout the process, she behaved obediently, not moving, allowing them to prepare her. Tuantuan is so well-behaved today. She must know it's a special day for you too, right? Yun, delighted, kissed her face. Dressing her had previously been a struggle, akin to a battle. It was such hard work. Today it was going so smoothly. Thus, 2 adorable children, dressed in matching red attire, emerged. The children wore coordinated outfits of red clothing and shoes, their garments adorned with symmetrical patterns. Lu Yunlan thought Tuantuan was a girl and tied a little bun on her head with a red ribbon. Yuan, upon seeing this, was inconsolable, crying heart-wrenchingly. Everyone was at a loss as to what was wrong with her. She did not speak up either. Tuantuan disdainfully remarked, "What a copycat, my dear mother. Does he also want a little bun?" Lu Yunlan could only smile wryly, realizing that these 2 little troublemakers would not leave unless they were dressed exactly alike. The Gu residence was festooned with colorful decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Outside, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, and all the guests had gathered. Some came to witness the spectacle, while others were filled with curiosity. Old Madame Gu and Gu Qingfeng sat at the head of the hall, their faces adorned with smiles. How strange! Why are there so many people dressed as generals? Just as he pondered, a servant approached and whispered in his ear that Gu Qingyan would be the first to appear with her 2 younger brothers. Before he could respond, Gu Qingyan stepped out from behind the screen, flanked by 2 nannies holding her younger brothers. "Father, the younger brothers have high fevers and may not survive. Please find a physician to examine them." Huh? What is this performance? The once lively scene fell into sudden silence, with everyone wearing expressions of astonishment as they focused intently on the 3 children. It is rumored that Lu Yunlan's maid, Balyener, has given birth to a child for the 4th prince, and, astonishingly, she has borne 3. Lu Wu slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "4th prince. Will you not offer an explanation?" Lu Qingji, seated in his wheelchair, maintained a calm demeanor and replied coldly, "Your Highness, to which child's full moon banquet are we truly invited?" I kindly request your clarification. Father, I implore you, my brothers cannot drink milk, nor can they sleep. They cry incessantly. Yenner truly does not know what to do. The fourth princess has arrived with the child. Someone shouted loudly upon spotting Lu Yunlan, seemingly relishing the chaos. Your Highness, I beg you, let my two brothers see a doctor. If you agree, Yenner would not mind, even if it costs her life. Gu Qingyan's eyes flashed with malice. A full moon banquet? Huh. Either bring my two brothers along, or do not hold it at all. Upon seeing Lu Yunlan, she immediately knelt and crawled towards her, knocking her head to the ground in desperation, crying so hard that she could barely breathe. In an instant, she portrayed Lu Yunlan as a heartless villain. Everyone present awaited Lu Yunlan's response. Lu Yunlan instructed Lu Yin to examine the two children, who were indeed on the brink of death, their bodies flushed and pitiable. Bai Bin, witnessing this scene, was left utterly stunned. Gu Qingyan truly had a heart of stone, using her own brothers as tools for revenge. Oh dear, how could they be so feverish? Who is so cruel as to treat even the children this way? Woe to the poor little ones. Old Madame Gu did not expect the drama to unfold so swiftly and in such a manner. Could it be that Lu Yunlan had truly lost her senses and was willing to harm the children? A villain, a wicked villain. She doused the children with cold water, deliberately causing them to catch a cold, intending to frame their mother. Lu Yunlan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, her expression one of shock as she gazed upon the child kneeling at her feet. Quickly summon the imperial physician. If they cannot be cured, the responsible servants shall be beaten 50 times and expelled from the Gu residence. Madam, spare us. The maids and servants huddled together in fear, unwilling to reveal the truth under Gu Qingyan's oppressive influence. I wager you won't have the heart to do anything. If anything happens to these two children, you shall be the prime suspect. Gu Qingyan, sensing her scheme was successful, allowed a subtle smirk to grace her lips. But child, whom did you just call father? A gentle inquiry struck Gu Qingyan like a bolt from the blue. Speak up. Do you dare to say it before everyone? Gu Tuantuan felt her mother was truly too clever, and she relaxed, continuing to apply rouge to her cheeks. Gu Qingyan was momentarily at a loss. Everyone in the Gu residence knew she was Gu Chengfeng's daughter, yet this matter was not entirely above board, as those in power did not acknowledge it. She and her two brothers had yet to be included in the royal family tree. Should she admit to being by Lien'er's child, Lu Yunlan could easily feign ignorance, and they would face execution. Gu Qingfeng deeply regretted having made such a foolish oath in front of the emperor to pledge loyalty. Now, everything lay in Lu Yunlan's hands. However, she seemed different from before. In Chapter 24, the methods of seduction re-emerged. Oh, dear brother, I heard her just call you father. The princess laughed heartily. Could it be that her approach is akin to someone else's from years past? She took a delicate sip of tea, her gaze implying something as it drifted towards old Madame Gu. The crowd recalled past events, stifling their laughter. In her youth, old Madame Gu had been a tea-serving maid beside the empress, and taking advantage of her resemblance to the empress, she climbed into the emperor's bed. Though she bore a son, she became a thorn in the side of the empress's faction. The empress eventually succumbed to depression due to her betrayal. The princess was the biological sister of the current emperor and the legitimate child of the former empress. After ascending the throne, the emperor, harboring disdain for old Madame Gu, naturally held contempt for Gu Qingfeng as well, refusing to allow him to carry the royal surname, let alone bestow upon him the title of prince. Utilizing a cool relationship to rise to power, securing wealth and status, only to seek beautiful maids, gaining promotion and riches while losing a wife. What a clever scheme. A virtuous wife supports my lofty aspirations. Am I to be a virtuous wife worth a fortune? Truly amusing, instead of supporting you. Wouldn't it be better to climb the peaks myself? Men are as trustworthy as pigs climbing trees. Gu Tuantuan, while applying rouge, cast disdainful glances at Gu Chengfeng, voicing her fervent critiques. Bei-sate. Lu Guang listened to his niece's mutterings, clapping his hands in delight. Lu Wu shot him a glare. Foolish child. We are men too. Have you forgotten? The surrounding warriors echoed their approval of the masculinity discourse, laden with veiled mockery, directed at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Qingfeng's face turned a mix of red and white as he gently tugged at Lu Yunlan's sleeve, seeking her intercession. Lu Yunlan feigned ignorance and loudly inquired, "Does the prince have matters to attend to?" This left Gu Chengfeng looking utterly defeated, muttering, "Nothing, nothing." He was so embarrassed he felt he could die. Enough. Today is a joyous occasion for Tuantuan and Yuan. Let's not speak of such things. Yenner, you may leave for now. Old Madame Gu, hearing the audience's discussions of the past, felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. She thumped her cane on the ground, her displeasure evident. Gu Qinyin had not anticipated the situation to unfold in such a manner. She had clearly intended to embarrass Lu Yunlan. How could it be? As she was being helped up and attempting to exit, Lu Yunlan smiled and pushed Ru Lu forward. Although the prince had once sworn before the emperor never to take a concubine, but my health is poor if I do not arrange for my affairs. How can I justify myself to the royal family? Princess, I dare to ask you to witness this when I depart the Gu residence. Let Ru Lu become the mistress here. The princess frowned slightly, and everyone present was taken aback. If there were no objections among those present, let's choose the 10th day of next month, a splendid date for the wedding. No, a weak, trembling voice suddenly echoed from outside, as if risen from the depths of hell. Gu Tuantuan, engrossed in the spectacle, was startled by the sinister voice, causing her to drop the rouge box she held. By Lienner, her face as pale as paper, her heavy makeup only adding to her clownish appearance, had just emerged from prison, believing that with Lu Yunlan's demise, the position in the Gu residence would fall to her, who knew it would instead be Ru Lu. If her status was humble, Ru Lu was even more so a veritable lowly person. How could she be worthy? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, her expression turning sorrowful as she quickly exclaimed, pushing Bai Bin aside to assist Bai Lienner. Madam has already discovered the truth. The reason you spoke thus to her was due to the wicked old maid's curse. Now that both old maids are dead, do you feel any better? Bai Lienner felt her mind go blank, unable to process anything, merely casting a pitiful glance at Lu Yunlan. Madam, Lienner can swear I am truly innocent. Heavens, with such undeniable evidence, how can she still say that? Mother, do not be soft-hearted. You are being deceived again. Gu Tuantuan patted her little head, realizing Lu Yunlan was the most empathetic person she had ever encountered. But while you consider others, who considers you? Gu Tuantuan, in her urgency, rushed to embrace her mother. Lu Yunlan did not take her hand, leaving Tuantuan feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Wu, mother, do not abandon me. You do not even hold me. Meanwhile, the third younger brother was dumbfounded, having listened to Tuantuan's heartfelt thoughts for quite some time. Father, elder brother, and second brother all appeared unfazed. This niece truly has some substance. The third younger brother, Lu Xen, had a delicate face, pale yet tender, resembling a daughter in appearance, and he was currently fixated on Gu Tuantuan. She was simply too beautiful. LXNX felt an uncontrollable urge to approach and take her in his arms. However, GCHNGF unwilling to relent, extended his hand as well. The slap came swiftly. Ah, SNG, you smell delightful. G2 forgot her tears and almost leaped in her third uncle's embrace, inhaling deeply. Soon after, with a bubble of mucus hanging from her nose, she burst into laughter. DGJULCHNGZH silently glanced at his empty hand, feeling a tinge of melancholy. In truth, there was still a round little one. That child was as unyielding as a piece of iron when held, refusing to bend. His nose, still aching from the last time it was hit, he lowered his head, pretending not to notice. El Guing then held Gunyun, and the two of them remained awkwardly in each other's embrace, exchanging scrutinizing glances. Lynn sighed in relief and shifted back into her acting demeanor. Li Ener, you have suffered during these days. You and Lyn grew up with me, and your loyalty is clear to me, even if others are unaware. Yes, the servant and Li Nr vowed to remain as the lady's handmaids for life, never to marry. Lyn's eyes glistened, exuding a profound bond between master and servant. Li Nr felt a weight of unspoken anguish. How was she to respond to such words? All right, quickly assist Li Nr down. Regardless of the circumstances, both you and Lyn are my most cherished maids. Lynn pronounced the term maids with deliberate emphasis. Li Nr's eyes brimmed with tears, her temples throbbing with tension. Helplessly, she glanced at GLOT Tai and GCHNGF but they merely turned away. When she looked towards GQNEN, the latter's icy gaze conveyed a silent message. Lynr was taken aback. realizing the gravity of the situation before so many onlookers. How could this be? Lynl bent down to assist her, exposing the soft curve of her neck. And at that moment, GQing's stare sharpened with intensity, signaling something ominous to Lynr. Overwhelmed by trepidation, Lynr could only bow her head in silence. You foolish girl, you just killed her, then claim your poison has not yet cleared? With her demise, that wretched L will not survive either. Everything will then belong to us. She glared fiercely at Lynr, her expression one of barely concealed animosity. Yenere. The Grand Princess protects her so fiercely. If this were to happen, Mother might perish on the spot. What is there to fear? She has the princess, while we have the Empress. GQingin forcefully shoved Lynr, sending her crashing to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Qingin, have you lost your mind? She is your mother. Bin rushed in, quickly aiding Lynr and cradling her in his arms. You two may die, but do not drag me down with you. GQingin cast a cold, lifeless gaze at their mutual support. Lynr had no choice but to push him away, casting a pleading glance at GQingin. Ynr, what shall we do next? Does the Empress have a plan? Lynl, and does not have much time left. Let us first rid ourselves of our L, and we shall see if she can still marry. If another mishap occurs, do not blame me for disavowing you. Lynr respokina asht ton, frightened. GQingin feigned a charming demeanor, appearing most delightful, even relaying that the Empress wished to acknowledge GQingin as her goddaughter. This was a precious jewel, one that must not be offended. Lynr bent low, cautiously seeking to appease her daughter. Chapter 25, GCHNGFing. G2Ntun's future is ruined. The full moon banquet finally got underway. The hall was filled with guests, and even the small courtyard accommodated a total of 80 tables. More than half of the attendees were military generals, all of whom once served under Lynn. GCHNGF dared not express his anger, nor offend anyone. He had to tread lightly, wearing a smile while toasting. Lynl held G2Ntun, while GUNYU had no choice but to wear a disgruntled expression as GCHNGF held him. Originally, the prince would be at the forefront, followed by the princess. Yet, the military generals offered GCHNGF perfunctory smiles while nodding in congratulations to Lynn, praising the two children for their remarkable looks. Pork knuckle, pig knuckle, hurry, show me what's in your mouth. G2Ntu drooled all the way, her grape-sized eyes fixated on the meat. Cool it, I want that meat. I'm so hungry. If I starve, you won't have a daughter anymore. G2Ntu wriggled restlessly, tugging at her mother's clothing. GUNYU continued to wail, regardless of GCHNGF's attempts to soothe him. The two children of Lynr were obedient, GCHNGF thought. Congratulations, little brother, such good fortune. You are truly one of a kind. Upon reaching the princess's table, she merely lifted her cup slightly. GCHNGF, seeing this, felt an overwhelming joy and hurriedly took a few steps forward, placing UNYU into his servant's arms. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, clinking his cup lightly before consuming the contents in one go. The princess merely smiled, brushing her lips lightly against her cup. GCHNGF was at a loss for words, noticing she had brought SHNR along. With a twinkle in his eye, he flatteringly remarked, if I must say, elder sister's SHNR is even cuter. SHNR, what do you wish to eat? Uncle will serve you. With a loud clatter, SHNR's chopsticks fell to the ground, causing her to flinch backward. GCHNGF, oblivious to the signals, stepped forward to comfort her, but SHNR screamed, leaping into the Grand Princess's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Even the slow-witted could understand now, and he hurriedly bowed to the Grand Princess in apology. Meat, Sister SHNR, I want meat. G2Ntun, seeing the princess's knuckle was even more tender and fragrant, lunged forward, drooling all over the pork knuckle, which happened to be SHNR's bowl. Lynr, watch her. How bold. I once thought your only virtue was knowing your place. But it seems it may be lost as well. This was disastrous. This child had offended the princess. GCHNGF feared this sister of his, trembling in uncertainty. Step back. He did not even lift his head, remaining oblivious to Lynl and the others still inside. Truly foolish, completely lacking awareness. Alas, G2NTU's future appeared to be ruined. GCHNGF shook his head in despair, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Esachner, upon seeing 2NTUN, beamed brightly. Hearing 2NTUN's heartfelt exclamation, she immediately dashed forward, clutching a bowl of pork knuckle. Little princess. 2NTUN is still young. LYNL squatted down, her expression conflicted. Sister SHNR, I am about to starve. G2NTUN blinked fervently. On the verge of tears, but only drool escaped her lips. SHNR, wide-eyed and slightly intimidated, had just extended the bowl towards her, reaching within grasp. G2NTUN's eyes sparkled as she seized it, stuffing her mouth eagerly. LYNLN, quick as a flash, snatched the knuckle away, even laying the child flat to extract the morsels she had managed to chew. Ah, so close. Just a little more, and it would have gone down. LYNLN, with a hand stained in grease, offered her a small piece, laughing, this will suffice. No worries, when LQN is not around. You can secretly give me some. G2NTUN grinned widely at SHNR, winking enthusiastically. The Grand Princess laughed heartily. LYNLN felt several crows fly overhead, thinking, you can pretend I did not hear that. I had no intention of bringing SHNR out. Yet she called me mother. Ah, could it be that SHNR is finally warming up? LYNLN felt joy swell within her. SHNR, with her simple-mindedness, took years to recognize the Grand Princess. Yet this was the first time she had called her mother. SHNR adores your 2 children. Do bring them to the palace often. As company for her. LYNLN readily agreed. Madam, the blessing ceremony is about to commence. Would the princess care to join? Last time, so many were sent. I am now financially constrained, unable to offer anything more. The Grand Princess smirked with pride, and LYNLN grasped her hand, laughing. The gifts you provided last time are ample for her to enjoy a lifetime of blessings. This symbolized a wish for the child's safe growth, filled with good fortune. Logically, the Grand Princess was the most esteemed person present, yet she offered nothing. GCHNGF sighed in regret, realizing G2NTUN had truly offended the princess. Such a worthless child, bringing misfortune upon his family from the moment of her birth. Gifts from her maternal grandfather and 3 uncles were even more meager. LW gifted a pen, while LCHNGZH sent a book. Lu Guang presented a lovely rattle drum, while Lu XN gifted a small bottle of facial cream. The group of martial generals, however, contributed a heap of old garments. What a collection of impoverished relatives. The disdainful expressions on the faces of Gu Laotai and Gu Qingfeng were nearly impossible to conceal. Observing this, Lu Guang scoffed inwardly, foolish beings. Do you truly expect to see only valuable gifts? Once the banquet concluded, Gu Qingfeng hastily departed to celebrate the full moon of his 2 sons. What a loss! Spending such a significant sum of silver only to receive a few tattered garments, unworthy of recognition. Bai Lianer refrained from disputing the events of the day. She merely listened quietly, suppressing the redness around her eyes, striving to appear agreeable. With a smile, she mentioned that the Empress had sent numerous gifts, and Bai Bin had provided 1,000 taels in silver. Your Highness, I implore you to save these 2 children. My demise would be of no consequence, but they are your flesh and blood. Bai Lianer dared not voice her thoughts. Speak. Yes, indeed. The lady is envious of Bai Lianer for bearing 2 children for you. Bai Lianer covered her face and wept. Rest assured, this prince will not allow anyone to harm you. Gu Qingfeng's dislike for Lu Yunlan intensified, just as someone arrived with a message, stating that Gu Laotai summoned him to Xiangan Hall immediately. He stared at the note in disbelief and asked, Mother, is this true? Master Yuanqing's words cannot be false. One pair is born of celestial beings, while the other is born of vengeful spirits. Fenger, you must be cautious and observant. Fengya understood. Alas, sighed Gu Laotai, Master Yuanqing possesses genuine abilities. Look at this talisman water. I felt better after drinking it. Observing her son's expression, she added, a person of such great power refuses to enter our home. How dire must the fate of those children be? You should ponder this carefully. Cold sweat dripped from Gu Qingfeng's brow, realizing the terror of being born of vengeful spirits, enough to deter Master Yuanqing from approaching. This had inexplicably delayed the fortunes of his 2 sons. Gu Qingfeng had tacitly accepted that Bai Lian'er's pair of sons were indeed born of celestial beings. Meanwhile, Master Yuanqing stood outside the city, his gaze intensely fixed on the golden light emanating from the Gu residence. Tears of excitement streamed down his face. My dear ancestors, you have truly reincarnated. Had I known this, I would have prepared more gifts today. How could I have dared to meet you otherwise? That night, Lu Qing meticulously counted the gifts, her head spinning as she struggled to keep track. The Gu family believed these were merely superficial old clothes, unworthy of their attention. 10. 100, wow. So much money. Hua Hong felt as if she were lying on a bed of gold bars. The Lu family patriarch and his son unanimously believed that gifts were insubstantial. Only money was a necessity. Oh, isn't this the family heirloom of the old lady? Lu Qing noticed a pair of gold lock necklaces, perplexed. Why have they suddenly become so generous? Perhaps they still possess a shred of conscience. This necklace had been bestowed upon the Gu family by the late emperor. She had not even given it to Gu Qingfeng, insisting on keeping it for her own grandson. Lu Yinlan set aside the tattered clothes, intending to adorn her beloved child with the necklace, only for Tuantuan to pull away with a displeased expression. This fake. Tuantuan doesn't want it. Lu Yinlan was taken aback, carefully examining it, even finding a flaw in the gold paper. Taking a deep breath, she commanded Lu Qing to store it properly, wondering if it had indeed been a gift from the old lady. Your Highness, it was a gift from the prince, Hua Hong said with a foolish grin. Lu Yinlan's emotions surged, causing her to spit blood. Though she recognized him as a thoroughly despicable man, she could not suppress her expectations. Witnessing his actions occasionally pricked her heart like a thorn. Your Highness, please continue as you are. Let me despise you thoroughly, for I feel death approaching. The maidservants and young attendants weighed their options, ultimately deciding that pleasing the future mistress, Lu Qing, was of greater importance. The day before the wedding, Gu Tuantuan splashed in the water with her feet, suddenly sighing, alas, another funeral to arrange. Lu Yinlan untied her little braid, stroked her head, and chuckled, You brought this upon yourself. Who can you blame? Chapter 26. Bullying Tuantuan, only to be bullied in return after the full moon banquet. Lu Qing assumed the role of mistress, addressing Lu Yunlan as sister and younger sister throughout the day. Initially, she feigned refusal of the nourishment sent by Gu Qingfeng, but later claimed it all for herself, even withholding Lu Yunlan's share. She began to oversee the daily needs of Tuantuan and Yuan, even taking on the role of their mother when no one was watching. Gu Tuantuan had never seen anyone so eager to court disaster. Before her plans bore fruit, she boasted extravagantly, recklessly offending others. Tuantuan, this fabric was bestowed by the prince. Shall I make you a pink dress tomorrow? Oh, I don't want anything from a dead person. Gu Tuantuan observed her darkened complexion and sunken eyes, her small hands shaking like a rattledrum. Lu Qing attempted to embrace her, but Tuantuan bit her fiercely, flailing her arms and legs. Gu Tuantuan, Lu Qing, furious at the precious fabric falling to the ground, struck her bottom twice, reprimanding her in a hushed tone. When your mother dies, how will I manage you? Your Highness, the soup is ready. Bai Lianer furrowed her brow, and Lu Qing pinched Gu Tuantuan's face hard, all of which Lu Yunlan observed. Madam, she has gone too far. Look at how red the young lady's face is. She is so pitiful and cannot even speak, unaware of her grievances. Lu Qing sweetly coaxed Gu Tuantuan. Lu Yunlan covered her ears. In truth, Gu Tuantuan had cursed Lu Qing fervently for a good while, employing a plethora of fresh insults, even criticizing Lu Qing's pockmarked face. She asked Lu Qing to entertain her with the rattledrum. That essay toy for children, so childish. Before long, oh, this little drum sounds delightful when played. By the time Gu Tuantuan regained her senses, she had played for quite a while. Oh no, I've been deceived by my mother again. Forget it. She is my mother. I'll just indulge her. Lu Yunlan listened to her mutter to herself all day, chattering incessantly, occasionally feeling a headache. This child talks so much. After finally lulling them to sleep, she summoned Lu Qing and instructed, Go, make sure to keep an eye out. We cannot allow Lu Qing to perish. Are you truly indulging her? Lu Yunlan blinked, pondering revenge. Tuantuan had already avenged herself. That pockmarked girl. That night, a piercing wail erupted from the neighboring courtyard. My face. Help! Your Highness, save me. The sound of thunderous knocking echoed at the door. Lu Qing Li acconded, assisting Lu Yunlan while expressing astonishment and laughter. It's remarkable. Lu Qing woke up in the middle of the night with her face covered in lumps, resembling a rotten pomegranate. The doctor was at a loss. As dawn approached, she sought her mistress. So fragrant and sweet, a few murmurs emerged from the cradle, prompting Lu Yunlan to smile helplessly, realizing the child never forgot to eat even in her sleep. Seeing her mischievous daughter kick off the blankets, Lu Yunlan stepped forward to tuck her in. Lu Qing witnessed this scene, causing her hand to tremble, spilling boiling water and burning herself. Ignoring the pain, she knelt at Lu Yunlan's feet, exclaiming, "Mistress, your eyes? Though still somewhat blurred, they could see a little. Your health." Lu Qing's voice quivered with excitement. Lu Yunlan shushed her, subtly indicating, "My health is fragile. I have only a few days left." Yes, Lu Qing understood. "Quickly bring her in. It would be unfortunate if the bride misses the auspicious time. By the way, what about the items you prepared?" "Let me handle it, madam. You must take care of your hands. It's not your turn." Lu Yunlan motioned towards the door. A pink figure tumbled in, pleading, "Madam, please care for me, save me." Lyn meticulously peeled a chicken egg, gently exhaling a few times as she rolled it on Tuantuan's face. Playfully complaining to Lyn, "This child is far too mischievous. She has even injured her face." Lyn, fully aware of the underlying scheming, realized she had been set up by Lyn, who had orchestrated this prank just a day before the wedding. "Madam, if I have erred in any way, please do not hesitate to inform me. There is no need for such underhanded tactics," she implored. Lyn's demeanor shifted, and Hu Hing entered with a pouch, tossing it on the ground, from which several green, lifeless snakes tumbled out, causing Lyn to stumble backward in fright. "You truly possess audacity, daring to have Ili inner tend to your flowers. The water for these plants attracts snakes, not to mention that your wedding garments have soaked overnight in it." Lyn gasped, her breath quickening, her eyes frozen in terror. Lyn, witnessing the effectiveness of her intimidation, grew icy in expression. "I had initially intended to support you, yet who could have foreseen your utter incompetence? To aspire to replace me is one thing. Everyone has their ambitions, but your grave mistake lies in targeting my child. Lyn, did you truly believe that my demise would allow you to flourish in the household? Fool, depart at once." As Lyn prepared to pull her away, she struggled fiercely, tearing off her veil to reveal a rather unattractive face. "Oh, Ly en recoil d'un disgust." While Lyn internally lamented, "My dear daughter, how ruthlessly you strike. I am but a dying person. How could I possibly save you? Indeed, you possess great capabilities, madam." Lyn swore allegiance, declaring that she would follow Lyn's every command without hesitation. "Alas, my fate is frail. I have been granted this pair of children." Lyn reached for another egg, and Lyn's eyes lit up as she instinctively reached for it, nearly scalding herself in the process. The moment her fingertip touched it, she felt as if her hand were burning in flames. Yet, seeing Lyn's impassive expression, she knew she had no choice but to proceed. It was her own fault for being so reckless, mistakenly believing that Tuan, being a girl, would be unfazed by such antics. Wincing in pain, she felt her hand blistering, and the egg slipped from her grasp, shattering on the ground. Panicked, she begged for mercy, enduring the agony as she finished peeling the new egg with tears in her eyes. "Madam, allow me to apply cream to the young lady's face. It will not delay your auspicious time, will it? It is a privilege to serve her." Lyn did not understand why she was being offered to apply a child's cream, feeling aggrieved as she touched her own blemished face. The most beautiful is that which is partially concealed. To capture a man's heart, one must remain elusive. Upon glancing in a mirror, she noticed that the blemishes had significantly faded. The revealed skin appeared fair and radiant, far surpassing her previous complexion. She hastily smoothed the cream over her face, erasing the remnants of imperfections. The makeup was to be done with an air of mystery. Nothing was to be revealed save for her eyes. Furthermore, she resolved to attend to the coup tonight, unable to serve the prince. Lyn's maid pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Having learned her lesson, she vowed to simplify today's ceremony as much as possible. Lyn dared not act with arrogance any longer on her wedding night. She remained vigilantly by Tuan's cradle, attending to her every need. "Ah, how are you still alive? Tuantuan expressed her astonishment for a moment, only to forget entirely due to the innate nature of infants. Unbeknownst to her, her mother had overheard her thoughts. Her mother had long begun to defy fate and alter destiny. Chapter 27. Third Uncle, Tuantuan supports you. Biali Inner and her cohort's plans had once again fallen flat. Guanyin felt somewhat disheartened. She had never faced such repeated failures in her life. How long must she endure the stigma of being a child born out of wedlock? Peers her age had already entered the palace or government studies. Even if she could not gain admission to the Guzi Su, she should have at least been able to enter the Ti Su. Only by attending Ti Su could she have the opportunity to interact with princes, potentially earning the favor of nobility. The Empress had promised that as long as she could enter Ti Su, she would personally send a wet nurse to teach her the etiquette of the palace. Seeing Biali Inner was of no use, Guanyin turned to Lyn, hoping to become her child. Lyn felt joy at Guanyin's visit, though she feigned a difficult demeanor. Lyn would not allow such a thing, and she dared not complicate matters further. Oh, did she truly say that? Lyn toyed with a silver needle, stabbing it into a pillar, but it merely pierced the surface before falling away. Lyn watched nervously, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. There were other conditions as well, suggesting that they wanted Li Inner to serve as their wet nurse. Madam, you know I have not given birth, so how could I possibly have milk? Those two children will only accept Li Inner's nourishment, and I truly have no recourse but to seek your guidance. Lyn, you have grown even more beautiful. Lyn gazed into her madam's watery eyes, touching her own face, thinking, could she truly see? Impossible. After being blind for so long, it seemed unlikely she would ever recover. It was merely the madam's kindness. Lyn, blind to the truth, failed to realize how wonderful Tuantuan's cream truly was. She sent someone to search outside for it, but no one could find that specific brand. Lyn chuckled lightly. It is merely a trinket made by Lxn. If you desire it, take it. She directly handed over the remaining half bottle. Lyn's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude, accepting it without hesitation. Fearful that Lyn might change her mind. Wah! Oh heavens, Liang! Tuantuan's lovely scent is gone. Tuantuan, lying in her cradle, clearly heard their conversation. Ah, mother, you have taken my fragrance to curry favor. Just wait and see how I will hold this against you. Her large, dragon-like eyes twinkled as she devised a plan. Cry, Liang, I want my fragrance. My face is dry, and I look unattractive. Lyn gasped softly, but you only use it a few times before discarding it. Lyn could not soothe her this time. No matter what she tried, she was neither hungry nor thirsty, nor did she have a wet diaper. She simply cried incessantly. All the toys had been exhausted, yet nothing could placate her. Guanyin happily shook a rattle, utterly bewildered by her loud wails. Ah, why is this sister crying again? She is not at all mature or composed. The composed Guanyin turned her head away, shaking the rattle gleefully. Mother has plenty here. I can share them with you, all right? Lyn opened her makeup drawer, but Tuantuan continued to cry, her nose and eyes streaming with tears, refusing to relent. Third uncle, I want what you promised me. I want that. Madam, what shall we do if the young lady continues to cry like this? Tuantuan cried for half an hour, her voice hoarse from the effort. Lyn felt at a loss for words. The possessions of children were truly untouchable. With no other options left, she surrendered, raising her hands in defeat. Send someone to inform them to allow Tuantuan to stay at her maternal home for a couple of days. Tuantuan was so delighted that she nearly forgot to smile, her lips curling into a wide grin as she blew a large bubble. Oh dear, it seemed she had been outmaneuvered by this child. Lyn pressed her forehead in amusement, and soon thereafter, someone from the L family arrived, none other than Lxn. Clad in a light pink long robe, with a hairpin adorned with osmanthus, he exuded an enchanting fragrance. His oval face was fair and crystalline, with a hint of blush on his cheeks, making him even prettier than the average woman. Yet, a visible wound marred the corner of his mouth. Alas, it appeared he had once again faced punishment from their father. A single glance revealed his condition, but her vision blurred with concern. She felt a twinge of worry. Their father was admirable in many respects, but his views were somewhat antiquated, demanding a hard man's standards from each of them. Although she was a girl raised among boys, enduring a rigorous upbringing, LCHNGZH faced no such trials. Edguenge, though mischievous, possessed skills that could rival ordinary warriors. Yet, it was this third younger brother who remained an enigma. The mother perished during childbirth, leaving him with a frail constitution, susceptible to fevers at the slightest change in weather. He harbored a deep aversion to pain, as if his bones were more fragile than those of others. He had an affinity for cosmetics rather than weaponry, nearly driving their father to despair. Lynl had raised him from infancy until the age of 7, and now he was already 12. Their bond resembled that of mother and son more than that of siblings. "But has father struck you again?" she inquired. "It's nothing." LXN replied with a radiant smile, but the sound only deepened Lynl's sorrow. "Sister, should you not advise your brother to abandon this pursuit?" Her tone was somewhat tentative. As a man, ultimately, Lynl hesitated for a moment, while G2NTU interjected with a teasing remark. "What is wrong with a man? Is it forbidden for him to love flowers and cosmetics? Who made such rules? It makes no sense at all." The siblings exchanged glances, and Lynl noticed a glimmer of hope in her brother's eyes, yet she steeled herself to speak. "In the eyes of society, if you do not conform, this path may be arduous. Is it always thus?" He questioned. "To live but a fleeting few decades, if one cannot pursue freedom and joy, what is the point of existence?" San Giorgio, 2NTU supports you. Your fragrances are the most delightful. 2NTU adores them, and she desires more. Lynl was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Looking at LXN, she saw tears streaming down his face. The entire family disapproved of his pursuits, deeming a man who devoted himself to the study of women's cosmetics and fragrances as utterly unambitious. He maintained a gentle demeanor, stubbornly opposing their father for years. While the eldest brother understood, he offered no support. The second brother urged him to seek a different hobby. Even the most understanding eldest sister encouraged him to let go. Only 2NTU stood by him. With her words, a surge of courage blossomed within him. LXN bowed deeply to his sister, who was not only the first female general of NNCH, but also the first female general in history. "Sister, you broke this convention yourself." Yet, she retreated back into its confines. "Sister, have you truly found joy in this life of a virtuous wife these past 5 years?" A tear slipped from her eye. "Thank you for your understanding. I too wish for you to break free from these constraints and rediscover your former self." Your former self? Suddenly, she felt a wave of discomfort, an unwelcome reminder of her confinement. She had yet to fully recover from childbirth, and the thought of serving him was absurd. How ridiculous! Lynl dismissed the matter, instructing Lyn to send out the medicinal packages. "I'm still unclean, lest I offend the prince. With LS skill, she will serve you well. Do you not understand? Leave at once." The young servant stood bewildered, recalling how the lady had rushed to prepare bathwater upon hearing the news. Even amidst their quarrels, she would maintain her composure to prepare for the prince. She even insisted on attending to matters herself despite being 8 months pregnant. Has the sun risen in the west today? Did she truly hand over the prescriptions? Yes. Everyone in the manor was aware. In the future, when the prince desired a bath, the servants would be ready to attend to him. The young servant, eager to please, was met with a cold reprimand. "Get lost. What is your problem? Are you not usually vexed by Elle's strictness? Now that she's loosened her grip, you are still unhappy?" "No, my son does not love her. Mother, he dislikes such a domineering woman, devoid of femininity. A flawed mother leads to 2 resentful children. 2NTUN and UNYUN. How mundane." GLOTIJ's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. "These 2 children do not concern me. Let her take them as she pleases. Lyn's 2 children, however, are of great significance. The elder is named YUN, and the younger YN. My son is indeed cultured." GLOTIJ gazed at her son with increasing satisfaction, feeling that no one in the world was worthy of him. Even the illustrious Lynl paled in comparison to her son. GCHNGF echoed his mother-esque sentiments, yet he could not stomach his meal. Had he been too neglectful of her recently? "Forget it. I shall grant her a favor. Your Highness, the lady is unwell." "What is there to be unwell about?" Ignoring Hu Cheng's protests, he pushed the door open and saw Lyn tending to Lynn, cleaning the remnants of childbirth. He almost retched at the sight of the bloodied cloth. To behold such filth was unbearable. Ing felt a wave of nausea. Lynn and had heard his voice and deliberately allowed him to witness this scene. I bore you 2 children, and this is the result, an experience that reveals one's true nature. Lynn gave a self-deprecating smile, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Your Highness, I have been remiss in serving you these past few days. It is of no consequence. Your health is paramount. Rest well. As if confronted by a specter, longed to flee, fearing contamination from the sordid scene. Lyn sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at the lady. The eldest princess speaks the truth. Men are all like that. Amiste cruded et y vision. Had not the enlightened eldest princess once been ensnared by romantic folly? People are all alike. Chapter 28. The wife of the uncle, finally escaped. Tuantuan squirmed restlessly in her third uncle's arms, insisting on peering out the window. Oh, you sly one, deliberately deceiving your mother, aren't you? Lyn had anticipated that soothing a child would require great effort. Yet as soon as he held her, she beamed like a flower. Pig trotter. Sanjio. That is pig trotter. Passing a shop, Tuantuan leaned forward, nearly tumbling out, startling Lyn. He quickly drew the curtain, holding her tightly, forbidding any further movement, and shoved a bottle into her mouth. You are stingy. Tuantuan no longer likes you. Tuantuan twisted her little head, refusing to meet his gaze, her tiny brows knitted together as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lyn blinked a few times, then cheerfully proposed. Today is the day your future sister-in-law enters the manor. Shall I take you to see her? There are melons to eat. Tuantuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her little body bouncing with joy. Let's go see the beautiful big sister-in-law. At the entrance of the L residence stood a grand purple camphor wood carriage, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Wow, big sister-in-law is so wealthy. But wait, she is supposed to be a maid. Tuantuan's little head spun, unable to comprehend. Lyn dismissed her musings, knowing that his future sister-in-law was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, the epitome of grace and virtue. Their elder brother had often written to inquire after her during his years of confinement. Although he displayed no outward signs, they could all perceive the glimmer of hope in his eyes whenever he received a letter. Though they had yet to meet, they were akin to soulmates. Their family was immensely grateful for the future sister-in-law's kindness. Upon hearing that the Minister of Revenue would be bringing his daughter to the manor to discuss their union, their father had been overjoyed, hastily preparing gifts. Lyn had even crafted numerous cosmetics as a token to present to his sister-in-law upon their first meeting. Elder brother, why have you not entered yet? Lyn, carrying Tuantuan, was drenched in sweat when he spotted his elder brother. He saw him seated in a wheelchair, a delicate box resting on his lap. As he approached, he noted the tension in his brother's expression, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Tuantuan has come to see you. Tuantuan's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she pressed a kiss on her elder uncle's cheek. Lyn's eyes lit up momentarily, delighting in her growth and her words that brought him joy. Tuantuan will also make big sister-in-law happy. Tuantuan, sucking on her tiny finger, tilted her head and giggled. Ha ha ha, elder brother, it's the first time I've seen you shy. That little box contains letters from sister-in-law, doesn't it? What sister-in-law? Miss Zhu Jun has not yet entered the door. Calling her so would tarnish her reputation. Lu Qingji's face flushed slightly as he held Gu Tuantuan in one arm and a box in the other, releasing a deep sigh. Oh dear, why be so nervous? Perhaps Miss Wei has long been eager to meet you. Did she not declare that she would fall in love at first sight and would marry no one but you? Lu Xan jested, observing that the usually composed Lu Qingji appeared as anxious as a young lad, his expression betraying his unease. Shy are we? Uncle is shy. The trio laughed as they made their way to the hall. The thought of soon meeting the woman he had cherished for 5 years made Lu Qingji tremble with anticipation. What? You wish to cancel the engagement? With a sudden screech, the wheelchair halted abruptly. Stunned, he wore an expression frozen on his face, unable to shake it off. General Lu, please do not be angry. Let us discuss this amicably. Did you not come to talk about the marriage? Lu Wu's voice boomed, laced with suppressed anger. General Lu, I acknowledge that we broke the agreement first, but how could I entrust my daughter to someone who has shown no improvement over the years? I recently heard he nearly took his own life. How could I possibly allow my daughter to marry such a man? Zhu Jun, your uncle wishes to hear your thoughts. Lu Xian dared not breathe. Tuantuan strained to listen intently. Lu Qingji felt his entire being tense to the utmost. Upon hearing the sweet voice utter the words "I'm sorry," he felt as if all strength had drained from him. Elder brother, what is happening? Lu Xian was infuriated, and seeing his elder brother's sudden despondency nearly brought him to tears. Lu Qingji's tone was flat, as if nothing had transpired. No, she is not my aunt. Uncle, do not leave. You have yet to meet my aunt. She has adored you for many years. Tuantuan remembered vividly that in her previous life, when Lu Qingji was buried, a woman had dashed into the coffin and perished. That woman bore the surname Wei. Lu Qingji's mind was in turmoil. He no longer wished to subject himself to humiliation and instinctively moved to push his wheelchair away from the scene. Do not go. Ah, it hurts. Tuantuan, in her urgency, thrust her hand into the wheels. Lu Qingji dared not move, hastily blowing and rubbing her little hand. Suddenly, a delicate green handkerchief fluttered to the ground near his feet. Upon seeing the pattern of cascading jasmine, Lu Qingji paused momentarily in surprise. Year after year, never to betray. This was the flower language of cascading jasmine, also the phrase inscribed at the end of those letters. He bent down to pick it up just as a young woman dashed out. Both crouched and bent, their hands inadvertently meeting. Astonished, neither released their grasp. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, they found themselves lost within each other's gaze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Despite having never met before, it felt like a reunion after a long separation. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling their hair and revealing a prominent scar the size of a thumb on the woman's face. She seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. Her expression flustered as she quickly adjusted her hair, retrieved the handkerchief, and respectfully retreated. Aunt, uncle, you must seize her. The bride is about to flee. Tuantuan inwardly wailed in desperation. Seeing her attempt to leave, Lu Qingji instinctively grasped her wrist. He could not comprehend his own rash behavior. Was he truly influenced by Tuantuan's words? Qiqiu, do not linger. A young lady, dressed in finery, stepped forward. She was the true eldest daughter of the Wei family. Wei Zhujun, General Lu, I apologize for my awkwardness, Wei Zhujun said, quickly bowing. Lu Qingji was undeniably handsome, and during his tenure as a general, he was the most sought-after man in the capital. Wei Zhujun, having a childhood betrothal with him, had become an object of envy among many women. However, that bliss was short-lived. With Lu Qingji's affliction, she too became the subject of ridicule. At first, she had comforted herself with the hope that he would recover one day. Yet after 5 years of waiting, she realized she could no longer afford to wait. Added to this was the proposal made by the Prime Minister's son just days prior. Qingji, it would be wonderful if you could hear this. Tomorrow, your father will discuss a suitable match for you. Lu Wu offered comfort. Father, Qingji already has a match. Lu Qingji's eyes sparkled. What? Splendid. Tell me, which young lady do you fancy? I shall go plead your case. However, it remained uncertain whether the lady would consent. She will. Look, Aunt's face is already flushed. Tuantuan waved her little hands, inadvertently knocking the box to the ground, revealing numerous letters. Lu Wu, though a rough man, followed his son's gaze and discovered the identity of the lady. A maid? The Minister of Revenue clapped his hands and exclaimed with a grin, Indeed, my dear nephew, are you proposing to take Qiqiu as a concubine? How splendid. Old Lu, in that case, we shall remain in-laws. Do not underestimate Qiqiu. She has grown up alongside my Zhujun, and they are as close as sisters. The Minister of Revenue found this arrangement perfect, as it neither offended the Lu family nor dragged his daughter out of the mire. No, I wish to marry Miss Qiqiu as my wife. Though she had harbored feelings for Lu Qingji for many years, she never dared to dream of such a fate. She only hoped that her lady would marry General Lu, allowing her to see him daily, which would suffice for her happiness. Excellent. Truly excellent. In the strict societal hierarchy of the southern Chu kingdom, even if Lu Qingji were to fall from grace, he should not wed a maid as his wife. If that is the case, I shall adopt Qiqiu as my goddaughter and arrange her marriage with the status of a concubine. Miss Qiqiu, should you refuse, Qingji will not force you. Miss, I'm just a maid. Wei Zhujun understood perfectly, The handwriting on the envelope was unmistakably Shichio's. Initially, she had only asked Shichio to write on her behalf to comfort Lu Qingji under the guise of a fiancé. Half relieved, she felt she could finally escape this ill-fated connection. Yet, seeing their blushing faces left her with an uneasy feeling. The depth of Lu Qingji's gaze was one that should have been directed toward her. Alas, a son of the prime minister would always be more appealing than a disabled general with no prospects. With this thought, she managed to smile appropriately. What a fortuitous match. Sister, congratulations. The wedding date was set for the 16th of the first month, and they would wed next year, Lu Wu declared, bursting with joy. What a foolish man. Even as she walks away, he still gazes longingly. Uncle, your niece is about to fall. Tuantuan felt the grip on her waist loosening. She clung tightly to Lu Qingji's clothing, struggling to stabilize herself. I sincerely apologize. Lu Qingji's face was filled with remorse. While Lu Exin playfully pecked Tuantuan's cheek multiple times, jesting, if not for our Tuantuan today, elder brother, you would have surely mistaken the wrong person and remained a bachelor for life. Indeed, a token of gratitude. Do express your thanks. Tuantuan fancifully envisioned a pig's trotter beckoning her. Go, fetch another jug of milk for the young lady. Tuantuan was beside herself with fury. You too are a troublemaker. Had I known, I would not have sought a wife for you. Who has angered our young lady? See, your uncle and second uncle are no good fellows, but your second uncle is the best, right? Lu Guang, if you lose Tuantuan again, I shall break your legs. Tuantuan, bid farewell to your two cousins. Lu Guang finally found a quiet spot and started rubbing her palm. What are you doing? That hurts. Tuantuan smacked his face in response. Rubbing a lump of dirt, Lu Guang's eyes lit up, and under Tuantuan's astonished gaze, he swallowed it. Today's taste is odd, sticky, and stinky. Ha ha ha. Second uncle, what a simpleton. Tuantuan, do save your younger brother once more. I reported the son of the Tai Wei for secretly hoarding Wushi sand to sell, yet it seems no one bothered to investigate. Instead, I was betrayed. They forced a large package upon me, nearly leading to my demise. How dare they bully my uncle? Just wait and see how we'll deal with them. My elder brother is truly righteous. Lu Guang planted several kisses on Tuantuan. Oh, Tuantuan cried out loudly, feeling sullied, desperately wiping her face with her small hands. What does it mean? Your third uncle just kissed you too? Why don't you wipe that off? Are you disdainful of your second uncle? The third uncle smells delightful. Why, you stink. Reluctantly, Lu Guang had to pay the price of a pig's trotter to resolve this crisis. Wait, before proceeding, you must help me save someone. With the pig's trotter in hand, everything can be negotiated. Tuantuan lifted her face from the trotter, smiling radiantly. Outside the city, in a thatched hut, a wounded man was banging against the wall, emitting a beast-like growl from his throat, as if enduring immense agony. He was experiencing withdrawal. Indeed, he is my brother, who joined me in the report. My elder brother has my back, but he does not. After just a few times, he became addicted. Goodness, who bound you? As the two entered, they found him tied up like a zongzi, thrashing wildly in the room. I told you to find someone. Why are you holding a nursing doll? A muffled voice emerged from his parched throat. Tuantuan was not angry, tilting her head to observe curiously. Though his clothes were tattered and his hair disheveled, his face was hidden within the mess, making it hard to discern his appearance. Yet, he radiated an aura of brilliance. Wow, he is a person of great importance. Miao, I am Tuantuan. You are in trouble, aren't you? Do not fear, I will save you. Would you be willing to be my follower? A follower? A wild, wolf-like eye rose, and even Lu Guang, having seen much, took 2 steps back in fright, waving his hands to appease. Do not be angry. Tuantuan is just a child. Yet Tuantuan was unfazed, offering him the pig's trotter. Here, take this, it's really good. His child? The man blinked in confusion, unsure how to react. Lu Guang also felt it was too inconsiderate for his niece to present the drooled-on trotter. Suddenly, the man began to squirm as if bitten by tiny ants. He clawed at himself, feeling as if ants were in his eyes, writhing in agony. Quick, get rid of this. Tuantuan rubbed her hands together, forming a greasy clay lump. Hurry and eat. This is a priceless elixir. Seeing he did not recognize its value, Lu Guang quickly snatched the lump. The man, bloodied and frantic, was in a frenzy. Fearing for Tuantuan's safety, Lu Guang placed her in a quiet spot, then rushed over to subdue him, forcefully administering the medicine. The man retched several times, but had already swallowed it. Infuriated, he grabbed Lu Guang, intending to throw him against the wall. "Don't throw me. You are better now." The man paused, bewildered, as the unbearable itch on his body began to subside. "Hey, don't look at me with such admiration. Let us stay low-key." Gu Tuantuan smiled widely, revealing her toothless grin, filled with satisfaction. "Ah, wolf." Tuantuan run. Suddenly, a wolf burst in from outside, charging towards Gu Tuantuan, startling both of them. Lu Guang felt as though he were on the brink of death, his legs rendered useless. If anything happened to Tuantuan, he feared he would end up in pieces. In that instant, countless death scenarios flashed through Lu Guang's mind. Chapter 30. 3 Wolves Captured. Run? I can't even crawl. How can I run? Gu Tuantuan cursed inwardly. Could it be that I am destined to be wolf food today? She was so frightened she forgot to lick the pig's trotter. Unexpectedly, the wolf merely pounced beside her, nuzzling its neck against Gu Tuantuan's head. The wolf emitted soft sounds, almost as if it were being affectionate. Lu Guang was astounded by this strange scene. Just as he took a step forward, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. The man's eyes fixed on the wolf as he slowly picked up a knife, intending to strike while it was unguarded. "So, you were asking me for help." The wolf let out a couple of soft whines, curling up obediently and bowing its head to Gu Tuantuan before darting outside. This left the two in astonishment. Lu Guang staggered over, tightly embracing her, murmuring, "Ba, the heavens have spared my life. Now do you believe she is indeed a living ancestor?" Lu Guang stammered, turning to the man who stood dumbfounded, nodding vigorously, his eyes desperately signaling. "This is a true elder brother. Recognize it quickly. I salute you, master." Throwing down the knife, the man immediately knelt respectfully. Although this incident may seem absurd when shared, witnessing Gu Tuantuan's ability to save him and command a wild wolf's obedience must surely mean she can help him fulfill his desires. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gu Tuantuan was overjoyed inside, though she maintained a facade of maturity. "Oh, the wolf threw something beside Gu Tuantuan, nudging her. The wolf cub, with sparse black fur, had yet to open its eyes. Gu Tuantuan tossed the pig's trotter to the old wolf. After consuming it, the bleeding wound on the old wolf's hind leg began to clot. The old wolf rejoiced, kneeling before Gu Tuantuan, fervently seeking her favor. Lu Guang turned pale. His niece was remarkable. Even the pets she raised were extraordinary. "Indeed, my niece from the Lu family is impressive. She can tame wolves." Lu Wu observed the formidable wolf following Gu Tuantuan like a well-trained dog and laughed heartily, then cast a disapproving glance at Lu Exine, feeling embarrassed that even his niece could not compare. Just moments ago, he had presented powders before the minister, and his face turned green. "Go! Discard all your bottles and jars." "No, Tuantuan loves the fragrant things made by third uncle the most." "You bully third uncle. You are a bad person. I don't want you to hold me." Gu Tuantuan threw the baby bottle on the ground, covering Lu Wu's mouth with her hands to silence him. When he attempted to speak further, she resisted fiercely, refusing to be held. All right, Tuantuan likes it. We want tea, throw it away." Lu Wu, left with no choice, sighed and coaxed. "Shall we go feed the wolf cub?" The old wolf was male, unable to nurse. Tuantuan nodded eagerly, obediently resting her head on Lu Wu's shoulder and winking at her second uncle. "Second uncle, Tuantuan will protect you." Lu Xian, deeply moved, was about to shed tears when a large face suddenly loomed before him. Lu Guang, in disbelief, shook his shoulder vigorously, asking if all those powders had won Tuantuan over. "I have given her so much money and treated her to pig's trotters." Upon hearing this, Lu Guang felt 2 icy glares piercing through him. "Lu Qingji, though my legs are useless, dealing with you is still simple." Lu Xian, be careful, or I will inform elder sister, and you will regret it. Lu Guang, in the Lu family's backyard, Gu Tuantuan lay in the cradle basking in the sun. The man, no, he should be called the He, as Gu Tuantuan named him. The old wolf was named Lao He, and the little wolf was called Xiao He, hence he acquired the name De He as well. Though De He remained silent, Tuantuan's whimsical name was easy to live with. To say the least, his first 10 years of life had been utterly miserable, leading him to suspect that the heavens were deliberately trying to end him. Xiao He is hungry and wants to drink milk too. De He was about to feed the wolf when Gu Tuantuan silently murmured, "It should be third uncle who feeds it. He has a wolf calamity. He ought to get close to wolves gaining their scent to avoid being bitten in the future. Lu Xinping harbored a profound aversion to such creatures. Yet for the sake of the future, he had no choice but to comply. After all, Gu Tuantuan's prophecy was far too dreadful, being thrown into a wolf's den and meeting a grisly demise at the jaws of wild wolves. Gu Tuantuan had resided in the Lu residence for several days, and the entire household doted on the child excessively. Each day, opportunities to hold her were fiercely contested. Eventually, the father and sons devised a scheme whereby each would take turns holding her for an hour, supervising one another, swiftly seizing the child when the time elapsed. On the day they returned home, they even employed a carriage laden with gifts. When Lu Yinlan stepped outside and beheld this scene, she was rendered speechless. They had clearly agreed to maintain a low profile and feign poverty, as she herself could scarcely obtain a single exquisite garment. Yet those two infants possessed an entire cartful. At such a tender age, could they even comprehend the value of such finery? Today marked the auspicious occasion of entering the family genealogy. Bai Lianer watched in despair as her child was recorded under another's name, classified as a concubine's offspring, which filled her with rage. The prince had recently been too indifferent to even acknowledge her. If this continued, she would find herself utterly bereft of a place within the Gu family. Regardless of whether the timing was opportune, the plan must commence without delay. In Longjing Garden, Gu Tuantuan was in the company of Lao He, Xiao He, and A He, with Lu Yinlan seated at the center. The other maids and servants cowered at a distance, trembling in fear, not daring to approach. Despite De He's astonishing appearance, they felt no inclination to be friendly. His eyes were terrifying, resembling those of a wolf. Good heavens! This child, who could scarcely drink her milk without spilling, had taken to raising wolves. Would those wolves truly not devour her? Lu Yinlan found herself exasperated. Her daughter's peculiar interests were indeed troublesome. What troubled her further was Gu Yuanyuan's belief that these two wolves were delightful creatures. Day in and day out, she cried for two identical ones. For heaven's sake! With two wolves in the courtyard, they were nearly driven to madness. If another pair were to arrive, life would become unbearable. Initially, she had intended to find two black dogs as substitutes. Yet those dogs, upon seeing the wolves, turned to jelly and refused to enter, no matter what. Thus, the old wolf had to maintain balance, attending to the two little masters. On this day, Lu Yinlan's vision had improved significantly. She could see about 50 to 60%. She practiced her techniques in the courtyard to regain her physical strength. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly reported that the emperor had imprisoned General Lu and dispatched soldiers to search the Lu residence. Chapter 31. The Rescue of the Lu Family. A gust of cold wind swept through, freezing the sweat on her brow. Lu Yinlan felt goosebumps erupt across her skin. Lu Ying had brought the palace attire intended for her audience with the emperor, having just unfastened the first button when Lu Yinlan abruptly recalled something. She pushed her hand away and resolutely declared, "No need. I shall wear this." This outfit was her battle attire, personally bestowed by the late emperor, accompanying Lu Yinlan in combat for 7 or 8 years. Though it bore several tiers, it exuded an aura of fierce determination. "I want to go too." Gu Tuantuan, who had been competing with Gu Yuanyuan for a fragrant item, upon hearing her mother's words, released her small hand and reached out to De He, seeking his embrace. With no one else to contend with, the fragrance lost its allure. Gu Yuanyuan threw the fragrant item, striking her forehead. According to the original plan, she was not supposed to cry. Yet upon witnessing her being taken away, she immediately reached out, only managing to grab a sock. Overwhelmed with indignation, she shed several tears. This matter was no trifling affair. Lu Yinlan lowered her gaze in contemplation, deciding to take only Tuantuan into the palace. Suddenly halting her steps, she scrutinized De He closely. His origins were unclear, and he appeared to possess an air of superiority. Observing the situation, he merely offered a token smile, handing Tuantuan over to Lu Ying, stating, "The little one will stay home to take care of the young master." "No, you are my attendant and must protect me," Gu Tuantuan exclaimed, clenching her small fist and firmly gripping De He's pinky. "You may go, but there is no room for exceptionally clever individuals beside the young lady. I am but a simpleton, blind and deaf, and unable to speak. It is only thanks to the young lady's benevolence that I have a bowl of rice to eat." Lu Yinlan deliberately exuded the hostility she possessed during combat, yet De He remained unperturbed, displaying no hint of fear. This calm demeanor suggested he was a gentleman of noble birth. Tuantuan was indeed audacious. Having recruited a nobleman as her attendant and even given him a name reminiscent of a dog, the individual in question was currently laughing heartily while holding Dahay's neck. Dahay was handsome, and she could never get enough of his appearance. With her maternal grandfather's family in turmoil, how could she still find joy? Lu Yinlan pinched her nose, stating, "Oh, let them search. Grandfather has long prepared countermeasures." Countermeasures? Lu Yinlan sought to draw out Tuantuan's innermost thoughts. Glancing back, she found Tuantuan hugging Dahay, showering him with affectionate kisses on his neck. While kissing, she drooled, "You smell wonderful, just like third uncle. What fragrance do you use?" "I want it too." Dahay was momentarily stunned, his wolf-like gaze transforming into innocent puppy eyes, blinking pitifully. Lu Yinlan sighed in resignation. Her daughter had been infatuated with beauty since childhood. There was no saving her. Upon arriving at the palace, they coincidentally encountered the ministers exiting the court. Could it be that the Lu family was truly finished? Alas, their humble beginnings had led to an uprising, lacking a prestigious background. And with old man Lu's inability to navigate social intricacies, they had offended many over the years. "I fear, when the wall collapses, the crowd will push it down. And when the tree falls, the monkeys will scatter." With so many offspring, not a single one was competent. That Lu Yinlan and Chung something or other were promising, yet alas. They obstructed others' paths to wealth and were stabbed in the back. "Speak carefully. We are in the palace. Be wary lest your tongue be cut out tonight." Indeed, that Prince Su is too ruthless. Even when his father-in-law's family is in distress, he offers no assistance. He owes his current status to the Lu family. What can he dare to say? He is too eager to distance himself. Alas, perhaps he is preoccupied with preparing for his wife's funeral. Rumor has it that the Lu family had been poisoned and incapacitated, all orchestrated by him. Blind and foolish, they were unaware they had been ensnared. It was truly pitiful. Lu Yinlan listened to these idle whispers, growing increasingly agitated. She quickened her pace, heading directly for the imperial study. Every word fell upon Dahay's ears. He couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Lu Yinlan, contemplating, blind and foolish? With her swift stride, she hardly resembled a blind person. "Oh, isn't that your wife?" No, my wife is unwell and is recuperating at home," Gu Chengfeng responded, waving his hands, yet following his gaze. He realized it was indeed his wife. Clad in that battle attire, he recognized it all too well. What was her purpose here? Could it be to plead for mercy? This was bad. If the emperor were to be enraged, it could implicate the entire family. Gu Chengfeng's legs turned to jelly, and he hurriedly followed after her. When Lu Yinlan instinctively shook off his grasp, the annoyance in her eyes left him momentarily stunned. Did she exhibit emotion? Realizing she had overreacted, Lu Yinlan quickly resumed her usual expression of bewilderment. "But my lord, I never wished to believe that my father would engage in such deeds. Yet the evidence is irrefutable. The Imperial Guard has yet to uncover any evidence. Where is this so-called concrete proof? Do not concern yourself. Even if I, Lu Yinlan, perish, I shall not implicate the Gu family. Is this matter determined by your say-so? Do not follow me. I truly cannot assist you. And you don this garb as a show of force, do you?" As they grappled, Lu Yinlan had already reached the imperial study. Gu Chengfeng was so anxious he began to stomp his feet, contemplating a last-minute escape when a young eunuch emerged to announce that they were all to enter. The imperial study was filled with kneeling figures. The four of Lu Wu were disheveled, hair unkempt, shackled, and bound with chains. Upon merely casting her gaze upon the scene, Lu Yinlan nearly broke into tears. "The humble servant has met the emperor. Long live the emperor." Gu Chengfeng performed the ceremonial bow of a subject to his sovereign. Lyn, while uttering the words of a dutiful wife, conducted herself as a military general. Despite the wide-open windows, the air in the imperial study was stifling. The emperor, seated in his elevated position, remained silent for a prolonged moment, the only sound being the rustling of official documents. Suddenly, a long and odorous fart erupted from a certain individual, causing chaos among those present in the study, all eyes turning towards the infant, the true instigator of the disturbance. Even the chief eunuch was momentarily bewildered, and the emperor wore a look of astonishment. Who would dare to pass gas before him, especially in such a manner? This was tantamount to courting death. L family, you bring a child into the palace, disrespecting the court and belittling imperial authority. What is your true intention? Your Majesty, I beg for mercy. My daughter did not do it intentionally. L family was at a loss. NGCH, Ing F. Ng's face turned a deep shade of purple. How could he have given birth to such an embarrassing daughter? She was a hindrance to his career and only brought chaos. The chief eunuch, Wang Gonggong, noticing the emperor's furrowed brow, waved his feather duster and signaled for them to be expelled. Ah, is this the renowned sage sovereign of NNCH? He has pacified the 3 vassal states, expanding the territory of NNCH to unprecedented dimensions. He is the emperor praised by the common folk for bringing peace and prosperity. LYNLN remarked. My dear daughter, you are quite the flatterer. LW noted, this child is destined for greatness. LCH Ing ZH added, good niece. The emperor is indeed a wise ruler and will not heed your words. El Guing interjected, how delightful. Such sweet words, yet you have never spoken them to me. LXN commented, your eloquence is truly remarkable. Wait, Wang Gonggong, you have been by my side since childhood, and this is how you conduct affairs? The emperor's reprimand left Wang Gonggong bewildered, on the verge of kneeling, when the emperor descended from his throne, looking down at the child. The smile at the corner of his mouth was difficult to suppress. Uncle Emperor, hug me. This child was extraordinarily fortunate, seeking to share in his blessings. Hug you? I have scarcely embraced my own sons. The emperor marveled internally, yet his arm moved of its own accord, reaching out to her. By the time he realized, G2N2N had already climbed into his embrace, her little hands gripping his collar, beaming up at him with a radiant smile. Ahem, I am the emperor. I cannot smile. The emperor maintained a facade of seriousness, while internally he was overjoyed. He had numerous sons, but no daughters. And he had not anticipated that holding a daughter would feel so soft, akin to a bundle of cotton. Your Majesty, my father truly harbors no treasonous intent. I implore you to discern the truth. On what grounds? On the basis of the weaponry upon my person. What use is but a single garment? Suddenly, he recalled that LYNLN had once donned this very attire to shield the late emperor from a blade. Do you threaten me? Suddenly, a eunuch crept in, clutching a stack of letter papers. How many hearts are involved? Let me take a look. The emperor glanced over briefly, but G2N2N snatched the papers away. The emperor was compelled to follow her gaze, and as he perused a few pages, his heart sank. This was indeed LW's diary. Every letter chronicled his frustrations at being unable to serve his country and expressed gratitude towards the late emperor for his kindness. The notes contained reflections even about the emperor himself. Observing the elegant script associated with the accusations of treason, it became evident that LW could not write, as it was the youthful emperor who had taught him. Upon comparing the handwriting, and upon seeing the signature at the end of the letters, the emperor felt a wave of clarity wash over him. El Lao, it appears I have wronged you. I dare not. Indeed, your handwriting is so atrocious. How could such beautiful script possibly belong to you? LW felt a mix of embarrassment and relief, realizing that the very ugliness of his writing had inadvertently saved his life. GCH Ing F. Ing wore a perplexed expression, yet upon witnessing the L family's joy, he could only muster a forced smile. The letter has been altered. Could it be they were aware all along? No, that cannot be. Someone send a decree to investigate who seeks to frame General L. To conspire against a loyal minister is a crime deserving of death. They said, and despite his efforts to comprehend the situation, he could not decipher the underlying motives. Chapter 32. A direct confrontation with the Empress, just as he was about to withdraw with the L family. The Emperor's authoritative voice resonated. S. Wang. I have yet to extend my congratulations on your joyful acquisition of a concubine. Go on, sweet, beat it on. He dared not lift his gaze to discern the Emperor's expression. A sudden official document descended upon him, striking his brow, and before he could wipe away the blood, GCH Ing F. Ing bowed his head in explanation, attributing everything to LYNLN. Your Highness, yes, you. My intentions towards YNLN have always been singular. I have never harbored thoughts of taking a concubine. Is truly YNLN who? Your Majesty. If blame is to be laid, let it fall upon me. LYNLN. Witnessing him tugging at her sleeve, disdainfully brushed it away. TCH, unable to control your own desires. Yet you let Li Ing QN shoulder the blame. What a coward. Tuantuan, observing how he bullied Li Yingqian, hurled a grape given to her by the emperor at him, striking a sensitive spot and making him wince in pain. Enough. I do not wish to meddle in your marital affairs. Do not let such arrogance slip from your lips again. The emperor threw several official documents before him, all recommending him for the position of a formidable general. Do you possess martial skills? Then go become a general. The scorn in his tone was unmistakable. Ng's face flushed crimson as he moved forward on his knees. I truly do not know which ministers are jesting. Your Highness, silence. You presume to use such a title? Do not think I am oblivious to your innermost thoughts. One must possess self-awareness. Do not covet what does not belong to you. Yes, I appreciate your Majesty's guidance. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Today you stand high above. Why could it not be my turn tomorrow? With this thought in mind, as Ng exited the imperial study, he knelt before the entire L family, weeping profusely. Father, elder brother, second brother, third brother, L. Inner. It is I who am inept, allowing those with ill intentions to plot against us. Oh look, this useless father is once again indulging in his theatrics. It matters not if I am wronged, but if our family becomes divided, it would truly fulfill their desires. It is a pity you do not pursue a career in theater. L.W. snorted. Ng remained indifferent, merely teasing G2N2N for a while before being wheeled away. L. Guing, with a fiery temper, nearly kicked him but was restrained by LXN. How brazen. Ng harbored resentment as he knelt before LYNLN, hands clutching her skirt. L. Inner, after years of marriage, you must know the essence of my character. My love for you is genuine. How could I ever commit acts that would harm the L family? Just as LYNLN suppressed her urge to slap him, she overheard someone nearby scoffing. Ah, the esteemed general is quite impressive. Even the prince kneels before you. I dare say it won't be long before I too must pay my respects. Where does that barking come from? It is truly unpleasant. G2N2N retorted, seeing the empress maintain her composure. LYNLN assumed she could not hear and promptly bowed, smiling. I pay my respects to your majesty. Oh, look at that. You still remember that I exist within the palace. The empress, adorned in a luxurious yellow gown and a flamboyant phoenix headdress, lightly chuckled. It has been 5 years since you last visited Ning Palace. This sudden encounter is quite the spectacle. Her words dripped with sarcasm, insinuating that LYNLN disrespected familial hierarchy and violated ethical principles. The empress beckoned, and the chief eunuch stepped forward to assist Ing to his feet. How is YNR faring these days? Thanks to your majesty's blessings. All is well. However, Qing misses you and wishes to bow in your honor. Ah, some individuals are so young yet possess such understanding and gratitude. Others, however, are blind in both sight and heart, treating their husbands poorly and being unkind to their children, failing to discern right from wrong. Ah, I am not referring to you. Do not take it to heart. The empress feigned surprise, yet Lu Yunlan's face betrayed no emotion. As for the outcome, if you desire it, so be it. If your highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Do watch your step. A fall would not bode well. Just as Lu Yunlan was about to depart, the empress signaled a maid with her eyes, causing her to drop a handkerchief. The maid pretended to pick it up, but in reality, she aimed to trip Lu Yunlan. The stairs lay ahead, seemingly intent on making her tumble down. Watch out, Liangqin, Gu Tuantuan exclaimed, nearly leaping forward. A fleeting, imperceptible smile graced Lu Yunlan's lips as she deliberately quickened her pace, her toes aimed at the maid's calf, feigning carelessness while delivering a forceful kick. Ah! The maid plunged forward, and the empress swiftly sidestepped. Liang, bring her down. Tuantuan bit her lip, her fists clenched, fervently cheering for her mother. Naturally, Lu Yunlan, considering this, pretended to be flustered, rushing to assist the maid. She seized the falling figure and directed her towards the empress. In a swift motion, a silver needle flew from her hand, striking Gu Qingfeng's foot, eliciting a pained gasp as he cradled his injured appendage. Unsteady on his feet, compounded by the frantic chaos of the maid and eunuchs, Gu Qingfeng collided directly into the empress. Both tumbled to the ground, producing a loud thud. Ah! Quickly get up. Gu Qingfeng, do you wish to perish? This is in front of the imperial study, being embraced by a prince in front of so many people. What of the empress's reputation? At that moment, the empress found Gu Qingfeng to be the most loathsome man, wishing to trample him underfoot. Why, of all places, did he choose to fall upon her? Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Yunlan advanced, feigning panic as she reached out to help him up, but with a forceful push, she pressed her palm against his knee. Gu Qingfeng stumbled again, this time landing solidly before the emperor, his hands resting on the empress's bosom. Outrageous! Do you take me for a fool? The emperor trembled with rage, his breath uneven. Enduring the excruciating pain, Gu Qingfeng knelt, his face flushed, struggling to articulate an explanation. The empress's jeweled hairpins scattered on the floor, her hair now disheveled, losing all semblance of poise. Your Majesty, it was the Princess of Su who deliberately caused me to trip, leading to this disgraceful state. I saw nothing. How could I have caused harm to your highness? Playing the victim? Do you think I am naive? Lu Yunlan's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, captivatingly sorrowful, evoking sympathy. Was it not the empress who instructed the maid to trip my mother? Ooh, please do not harm my mother. She is so pitiful, unable to see yet still bullied. Tuantuan is useless. I cannot protect mother. Several large tears rolled down her small face. The little girl, resembling a painted doll, pouted in silence, her cries breaking the emperor's heart. Following her gaze, he spotted the trembling maid, resembling a sieve. Which maid could withstand such an imposing gaze? The maid immediately cried out, Your Majesty, I assure you it was not my intention. Empress, this is your servant. What will you do? The empress, seething with anger, saw the maid's incompetence bringing her shame before the emperor, wishing to strip her of flesh. Naturally, I shall strike her 50 times and cast her into the dungeons, never to emerge. Your Highness, please spare me. I shall never dare again. Before she could finish, she was dragged away. The empress, noticing the emperor smiling at Gu Tuantuan, pondered, could it be that His Majesty desires a little princess? If so, adopting Yin'er as a goddaughter would surely lead to her becoming a favored one, given her cleverness and charm. As they made their way, Lu Yunlan pretended to seek the princess for a matter of importance. She still felt perplexed as to why those letters had not brought down the Lu residence. She needed to inquire further. What of the maid? Madam, Levine clearly saw her malicious intent. You wish to eliminate her, but Levine believes she is now of no use. No, we must save her. We must ensure her recovery. Why save her? She is a villain. Gu Tuantuan frowned at her mother's query. Lu Yunlan smiled lovingly, preparing to embrace her, when she overheard eunuchs discussing a recent incident involving someone being beaten to death. The conversation revolved around that very maid. Chapter 33. Maligning the old wolf, Gu Tuantuan observed as her mother rescued the maid from the brink of death, summoned a physician to care for her, and pointed her toward a path to survival. She muttered, trying to comprehend the importance of such actions. Adding embellishments is trivial. Delivering aid in times of need is paramount. As long as one can survive, serving any master is feasible. Dahe furrowed his brow, having discerned Lu Yunlan's intentions. That is what I thought. With her eyes sparkling, Gu Tuantuan crossed her little arms, feigning depth, as if she had known all along. Lu Yunlan and the others chuckled, but refrained from exposing her. They repeatedly praised her cleverness. Upon exiting the palace, they heard Hua Hong sobbing as she rushed forward. Dahe, Xiao He, they're going to be skinned and stewed. Who dares to touch my little brothers? Gu Tuantuan, still half asleep, woke with a start, shivering at those words. Hua Hong struggled to articulate, her urgency muddling her thoughts and speech. Quick, save them. They are going to die. I cannot live without them. Gu Tuantuan cried, her nose running and tears flowing. Lu Yunlan, heartbroken, embraced her daughter, who hiccuped through her sobs, her eyes reddened from weeping. Do not harm my little brothers. They were my steeds in a past life. After enduring so much to become wolves, I must protect them. If they perish this time, they will truly be gone forever. Lu Yunlan understood now. No wonder those two wolves, aside from her daughter, were averse to everyone else. They hurried back home, only to hear the sounds of chaos within. Upon entering, they gasped in horror. Dahe was surrounded by a throng of servants, bloodied and clutching an old wolf, who cradled a pup, emitting pitiful whimpers. Stop! Leave them be. This beast is feral and biting. I cannot be lenient. Old Madame Gu struck her cane down forcefully. The servants hesitated for a moment, but continued to strike, for they were paid to do so. Chi Lao-san, Zhang Matzi stole your monthly wages and spat into your tea. Lida, Neo Si slept with your wife. Gu Ergu. Yang Liozai speaks ill of you daily, wishing for your demise. Gu Tuantuan's heart raced, while Lu Yinlan listened but refrained from speaking. Hearing this, Dehe immediately howled, echoing Gu Tuantuan's words, revealing all the servants' grievances. I knew you were the one who stole my money. You wretched man. The crowd of young men, fueled by their tempers, could hardly contain themselves, and soon, chaos erupted as they turned on one another. How dare you? How dare you? Old Madame Gu shouted. But who could heed her? By the time they regained clarity, Lu Yunlan and the others had already shielded Dehe. Madam, your wolves nearly killed Yu Yuan and Yuan. Bai Lianer tossed aside 2 dead dogs, their bodies riddled with wounds. They had been bitten to death. She then presented a cradle, revealing 2 infants with bandaged heads. The bandages, no larger than a fingernail, threatened to heal without timely medical attention. Lu Yunlan let out a cold laugh. As Bai Lianer spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing a large bite mark on her pristine arm, unmistakably made by a beast. Had it not been for Bai Lianer's timely intervention, these beasts would have surely devoured everyone in our household. This matter must be thoroughly investigated by my daughter-in-law. Lu Yunlan harbored doubts. Although the 2 wolves were fierce, they adhered to the principle of not attacking unless provoked. Bai Lianer, if the wolves truly intended to kill you, do you believe you could survive on your own? The Lu family, that involves human lives. Yu Yuan and Yuan are also your children. Grandma Gu, upon witnessing the deep wound on her grandson's thigh, was so enraged that she nearly lost her composure. She immediately demanded the skins and tendons of the 2 wolves be stripped away. The old wolf's bones had been broken. It was close to death. Mother, help me, Gu Tuantuan pleaded, gently patting the old wolf's head. The old wolf merely blinked, its black nose exhaling but not inhaling. It nudged the little wolf, attempting to push it towards Gu Tuantuan's feet, its murky old eyes filled with hope. Save it, Tuantuan will surely save it. Hua Hong also embraced the little wolf, hurrying to follow. No rules. I did not say to leave. Who dares to depart? Grandma Gu was incensed, her nostrils flaring. Because the Lu family was untroubled, her son could not become a mighty general. She believed Lu Yunlan was indeed unfortunate, incapable of bringing fortune to her husband. Mother, do not forget, the Gu family is still managed by the daughter-in-law. She respects you as the elder and grants you the dignity you deserve. You should also recognize the limits of propriety. You, kneel. Grandma Gu was furious, her anger nearly overwhelming her as she leaned back, struggling to breathe. The daughter-in-law, clad in armor, would kneel to the emperor and the common people, yet could not kneel before you. Grandma Gu wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Every statement she made bore truth. The Gu family, being humble, had always been looked down upon. It was Lu Yunlan who, with her substantial dowry, had elevated their status. Yet Grandma Gu believed that regardless of the wealth one possessed, once married into the Gu family, it all belonged to the Gu family. Hence, the Gu family's wealth was naturally hers. Lu Yunlan's refusal to let her manage the household was a sign of her disdain for her mother-in-law. Unbeknownst to her, she had disrupted Lu Yunlan's affairs countless times, all in a bid for recognition. Lu Yunlan, being considerate of her elder, always left her some dignity. Yet she now realized that some individuals truly lack self-awareness and should not be indulged. Bai Lian felt an inner joy, preparing to feign a pitiful demeanor to relay these matters to the prince. However, the prince, occupied with social engagements, had stepped out. Gu Qingyan finally smiled with satisfaction, affectionately calling Bai Lianer mother several times. It turned out that Bai Lianer had taken advantage of Lu Yunlan and the others being away to deliberately allow the dogs to snatch the wolf cubs while the old wolf was asleep, intending to create a scene of wild dogs carelessly devouring the little wolves. Unexpectedly, the old wolf, in a fit of rage, killed both dogs and even bit Bai Lianer. In Wanqing courtyard, the atmosphere was tense. Lu Yunlan observed that her daughter was determined to hold onto the old wolf's corpse, refusing to let go. And her heart ached for her. Go find out what they've been so busy with all day. If they truly have so much free time, find them some work to do. Lu Yun nodded. These sordid tasks were beneath their dignity, yet some individuals simply refused to learn from their mistakes. That very night, Bai Lianer was bitten by a venomous snake, and the instigator was none other than Lu Yan. You have worked hard, undertaking such a task. Bai Lianer's lips turned purple as she swore that it must be Lu Yunlan's doing and implored the prince for help. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned grim as he hurried to Luanxin courtyard the next morning. What? 200,000 taels? You want to borrow money from me? Lu Yunlan furrowed her brow slightly, secretly mocking him. Gu Qingfeng, you can no longer maintain your facade. Chapter 34. Inviting Master Yuanqing for the right. Gu Qingfeng felt somewhat embarrassed under her scrutinizing gaze, which soon transformed into anger. Previously, whenever he sought funds, Lu Yunlan would hand over money without a second thought, often providing more than he requested, fully considering his pride. The matters of the court are beyond your understanding. Just say whether you will take it or not. His brows furrowed in annoyance. Lu Yunlan scoffed, and Gu Qingfeng, enraged, clenched his fists and demanded, What do you mean? I did not wish to speak on this. However, you have taken far too much money from me over the years, with far more out than in. Are you implying that I have spent your money? Gu Qingfeng slammed his hand on the table, accidentally striking his elbow, causing Lu Yunlan to lose her grip and spill tea, scalding her hand. Huang gasped and hurried to fetch medicine. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, distancing himself, wearing an expression that suggested she deserved it. Lu Yunlan's expression darkened as she pressed her left hand against the small table on the Kong, applying a bit of force, causing it to tip towards Gu Qingfeng. Scalding tea splashed onto his lower body, causing him immediate pain and turning his face red, making him feel as if he were on fire. He wanted to cover himself, but dared not, as the table's edge fell, striking his toes. Wen Huahong rushed in with the burn ointment. She found Gu Qingfeng clutching himself, grimacing in pain and unable to utter a word. Feigning panic, his hands flailed in front of him, his eyes filled with fear. Lu Yunlan anxiously asked, Your Highness, are you unhurt? Gu Qingfeng urgently summoned the household doctor, finally managing to send him away. Why has the old lady taken so much private money from me over the years? If she needs money, she should ask her mother, Why come to me? What has happened to Tuantuan? She is currently asleep, holding the wolf cub. I coaxed her for a long time, promising to build a proper grave for the old wolf and invite a Taoist priest for the rite before she would rest easy. Lu Yunlan had not anticipated that Tuantuan desired Master Yuanqing. This was the only living Buddha in the southern Chu kingdom. It was said that he had a peculiar temperament, with moods that were unpredictable. No one could accurately gauge his disposition. One moment he might be jovial and conversing with you, and the next, if a single word displeased him, he would storm off and never return. It was rumored that the late emperor had attempted to coerce him into performing tasks, but Master Yuanqing stubbornly refused, choosing death over compliance. With no other options, the late emperor, afraid to truly kill him, had to relent and allow him his way. Recently, it was heard that Grandma Gu had spent a considerable sum to procure Master Yuanqing's talisman water and had been boasting about it to other elder ladies daily. After all, Master Yuanqing only met people based on fate. If he deemed you unworthy, even if you held the position of prime minister and offered millions of taels as compensation, he would not deign to acknowledge you. Lu Yunlan cast a worried glance at her daughter, who, while drinking milk, was using her small hands to smooth the fur of the wolf cub, encouraging it to drink as well. The two were facing each other, each holding a milk bottle. In these recent days, the heartfelt exchanges had diminished significantly. She would not allow the wolf cub to stray a step away from her. It was said that Master Yuanqing cherished wealth above all. Lu Yunlan retrieved a stack of banknotes from her small box, about to close it when she paused, contemplating, and withdrew the remaining banknotes. At the Yuanqing Taoist temple, the Taoist boy hesitated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to knock on the door, which suddenly opened. Disciple, who comes? The apprentice marveled at his master's power and hastily replied, It's the Gu family. I'll go on. Master Yuanqing, stroking his flowing white beard, nodded solemnly and departed. This left his little apprentice utterly astonished. The previous Grand Commandant had pleaded for 3 hours, yet his master had shown no interest. Today, a mere maid had come to request a right for a wolf, a rather amusing matter. Were it not for the substantial money involved, he would not have risked being beaten to deliver the message. He had only pulled a small corner, leaving the apprentice in shock, his mouth agape. There were treasures everywhere, talisman water, talismans, bagua mirrors, and various colorful beads that had been blessed. What was his master planning? He realized that his master intended to descend the mountain to sell these goods. Selling this entire bag of items would suffice for them to eat for 18 lifetimes. Since he became an apprentice, his master had always been the type to avoid standing if he could sit, and to avoid sitting if he could lie down. In daily life, he was exceedingly lazy, doing nothing at all. The talisman paper and talisman water are no longer available in the Taoist temple due to lack of funds. They merely draw one to craft the talisman, disseminating information that attracts high officials and nobles to purchase. Will the master be possessed by someone? Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up. Be cautious not to miss the auspicious time, or I shall beat you to a pulp. The tone and intensity of reprimands remain unchanged. The master is still the same master. The little apprentice, feeling gleeful, scurried to catch up, pondering. Who from the Gu family could warrant such urgency from the master? After serving him for so many years, he is notoriously tardy, even for the emperor's coronation. Gu Qingfeng lay in bed, still in pain that hindered his mobility. Old Madame Gu sat by the bedside, her heart aching for a while. Yet her conversation inadvertently shifted to the matter of that 200,000 taels of silver. The bowl of lotus seed soup in her hand suddenly tasted bland. And Gu Qingfeng sighed, realizing all had been spent on monthly silver. Not a single cent left. Old Madame Gu's tone turned anxious. After all, that was 200,000 taels. She had saved that amount over half her lifetime. She could hardly sleep at night without counting it. Gu Qingfeng felt somewhat embarrassed. The inquiry evoked a childhood fear of being looked down upon for his lack of money. Observing his expression, old Madame Gu understood that her hopes for money were in vain. She did not blame her son, but rather Lu Yunlan, thinking, look at her after giving birth. She no longer focused on making money. The business of the shop is in disarray. Prices should be raised where necessary. A virtuous wife and mother ought to ensure her husband is free of worries. And yet when her husband seeks money, she does not provide. I see you have spoiled her too much. Disobedient women need a good beating to behave. Old Madame Gu, frustrated, completely forgot that she too was a woman. At that moment, a servant reported that Lu Yunlan had set up an altar in Lanqing Garden to invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual for the wolf. Moreover, a throng had gathered outside the estate. Look at that. Inviting dubious Taoists has turned the household into a mockery, drawing ridicule from others. Before the servant could finish, the old lady was already making her way to Lanqing Garden to confront the situation. Gu Qingfeng, noticing her troubled expression, inquired, what more is there to say? My lord, numerous nobles have arrived outside, including the Grand Commandant and various ministers, and even who? Upon hearing those names, Gu Qingfeng leaped from his bed in excitement, hastily changing attire. As the servant hesitated to continue, he pressed, speak, who else? There are also princesses and the crown prince. Gu Qingfeng felt his legs weaken. When had he ever encountered so many nobles? Could it be that his fortunes were finally changing? As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Qingfeng donned his finest garments and painfully rushed towards the door. My lord, they are all in Lanqing Garden. Gu Qingfeng could not fathom it. A daring thought exploded in his mind. Could it be for that old wolf? Shaking his head, he immediately dismissed the notion. Impossible. What worth did that beast hold? How could Lu Yunlan gather so many nobles? Upon arriving at the entrance of Lanqing Garden, he was further astounded. A procession of red silk gifts lined the flower corridor. All around, he beheld a dazzling array of luxurious garments. Some were acquaintances, while others were strangers. Heavens! Surely more than half of the official ladies from the capital have come. What terrified him even more was that the Taoist priest was none other than Master Yuanqing. The very same Master Yuanqing he had seen from a distance at the emperor's coronation several years ago. It was known that Master Yuanqing was exceedingly difficult to invite and rarely visited anyone's home. Those fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of him or receive talisman water would boast about it for ages, let alone him coming to the Gu estate to personally perform a ritual for a wolf. Gu Qingfeng was utterly frightened. Could it be that this wolf had some grand significance? Yet his mother had ordered it to be beaten to death. Would that be? After much effort, Gu Qingfeng finally spotted his trembling mother, her face pale, shaking as she repeatedly bowed in prayer. Looking at the head of the seating area, Gu Tuantuan sat in the center. Lu Yunlan cradled Gu Yuanyuan beside her, while the Grand Princess sat on the other side, holding her daughter Shinur by the hand. A small stool was placed at Gu Tuantuan's feet, yet no one occupied it. Father, why is there no seat for grandmother, and none for you either? Just then, Gu Qingyan squeezed in, tugging at Gu Qingfeng's sleeve, shaking it. She looked up with an innocent and confused expression. Gu Qingfeng felt embarrassed under her gaze. He was genuinely angry. How could Lu Yunlan fail so miserably in managing affairs, allowing a child to sit at the center? Was she truly out of her mind? His mother was standing, and he had no place to sit. He, after all, was the most legitimate master of the Gu estate. For reasons unknown, fury welled up within him. In a fit of madness, he strode over, picked up Tuantuan, and sat in the center amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Chapter 35. Tuantuan strikes again at her father's face. Master Yuanqing changed into a ceremonial robe reserved for audiences with the emperor. A purple garment shimmered in the sunlight. Holding a whisk in his left hand, he walked with an air of grandeur, radiating brilliance. With a smile, he hastened toward Tuantuan. Yet upon seeing the person seated in the center, his smile turned sour, frozen at the corners of his mouth, brimming with disdain. Who was this person? Gu Qingfeng noticed the expressions of those around him, feeling increasingly awkward. Gu Qingyin took small steps to stand behind him, gently patting his shoulder, urging him to relax. Glancing over, he realized it was the crown prince. The 7-year-old crown prince was observing him with a cold gaze. Gu Qingfeng felt as though he might lose his mind. Suddenly acutely aware of how uncomfortable he was, as if sitting on pins and needles, feeling a lump in his throat. What on earth was he doing? He was seated while the crown prince stood behind him. If this were to spread, would it not suggest he harbored ambitions for the throne? Gu Qingfeng trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyin appeared remarkably composed. Today, she was dressed adorably, in a light green outfit, exuding a fresh and lively aura. It was her first time being so close to the crown prince, standing shoulder to shoulder, a sight to behold in the eyes of the onlookers. My dear daughter, I know you are enjoying this. Could you perhaps ask your father to lessen his shadow? Why are you hugging me? How annoying. My mood was already foul, and now I'm being bothered. Gu Tuantuan wriggled, twisting and turning, refusing to be held. Gu Qingfeng, already embarrassed, felt even more humiliated by her refusal to give him face. He discreetly pinched her thigh. That hurts. How dare you pinch me? My leg is swelling. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Tuantuan did not quiet down, but instead screamed. Her complaints echoed in the ears of the crown prince, the grand princess, and Master Yuanqing, evoking their sympathy. How could a father not know how to hold child? The grand princess reprimanded him in public, snatching Gu Tuantuan away. Wah! Tears streamed down Gu Tuantuan's cheeks, and she cried while lifting her skirt, revealing a large bruise. Gu Qingfeng, I see you have truly lost your mind. Why display such absurdity in front of everyone? The crowd murmured, discussing his heartlessness, how he could be so cruel to his own daughter. It's not me, truly not. Lu Yinlan, you tend to your daughter daily, and yet you have let her grow up like this? She cannot even sit. You let her sit alone on a stool, and she doesn't even know when she is hurt? How can you call yourself a mother? An idea flashed through Gu Qingfeng's mind, and he unleashed a tirade against Lu Yinlan. Lu Yinlan merely huffed in response, offering no defense. The crown prince sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt. Gu Qingfeng's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he felt so hot he wished for a hole to disappear into. He could only awkwardly declare, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble the Taoist any longer. With that, he fled in disgrace. Shinar, come here to your brother. The crown prince, overwhelmed by the fragrance of the people beside him, waved to Shinar. Though Shinar was timid, she boldly grasped the opportunity and stood beside him. Gu Qingyin found herself pushed to the edge, surrounded by Hua Hong, Lu Yanzhu, and others who showed her no leniency. Unperturbed, Gu Qingyin maintained her composure. Suddenly, Hua Hong caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance, and a sharp pain surged in her stomach, glancing sideways. She realized it was merely Gu Qingyin's hairpin, which was alarmingly close. Confused, she retreated in discomfort, allowing Gu Qingyin to take her place, smiling sweetly and innocently. On the surface, Lu Yanzhu appeared disengaged, yet she observed everything with clarity. After Gu Qingfeng departed, the crown prince held Gu Tuantuan in the center. Master Yuanqing bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Hurry up and start. Don't waste the auspicious time, or I'll be furious. Gu Tuantuan yawned. This old Taoist is far too slow. What are you complaining about, child? Chapter 36. Yuanqing, you flatterer. Lu Yanzhu struggled to breathe, and the princess looked astonished. Was Tuantuan still half asleep? How dare she speak so boldly? Did the Taoist not hear? To everyone's surprise, the old priest quickly apologized. Yes, we shall begin immediately. Lu Yanzhu was bewildered. The princess was equally dumbfounded. The crown prince, holding Gu Tuantuan, was also taken aback. Had the Taoist just apologized to this little brat? He felt utterly uncomfortable. The others present, seeing his reaction, thought he was merely explaining to the crown prince, leaving them astonished. It seemed the crown prince was indeed favored by the heavens, receiving such reverence from Master Yuanqing at such a young age. The crown prince was speechless. He wished to clarify, but found it impossible to articulate. Who would believe such a tale? The assembly thus obediently listened to the teachings. After an hour, they felt rejuvenated, venerating Master Yuanqing even more, eagerly approaching him for a blessing. With a smile, Yuanqing remarked, "Destiny is crafted by oneself. How could others alter it? Moreover, I have brought nothing with me. I shall await the next fated encounter." Disciple: "What about the hefty bag I carried? Does that count as diligence?" Yuanqing squinted, noticing Tuantuan yawning, and quickly stated, "I have descended the mountain moved by this child's sincere heart. Caring for all beings and showing compassion is indeed a model for me to learn from." As he spoke, he instructed his disciple to produce all the money. The disciple, bewildered, wondered why they would offer money back after it had entered their temple. Witnessing this, the crowd praised Master Yuanqing as a true sage, so selfless as to refuse wealth. Good heavens! How could a disciple dare to take money from you, master? Yuanqing wore an expression seeking praise. After a few days apart, "You have learned to flatter. Come here, I have a treasure for you." Tuantuan squinted with a smile, her little hands rummaging in her pocket. Yuanqing was nearly ecstatic, struggling to maintain composure while delivering his routine phrases. After a long search, Tuantuan produced a small, soiled piece of cloth. The crowd turned pale, unable to associate it with any treasure. Yet, Yuanqing's eyes sparkled. Before he could reach for it, Grandma Gu snatched it away, shaking it and admonishing Lu Yanju. "What kind of lesson are you teaching this child? Presenting a filthy rag before the master?" Master Yuanqing, being kind-hearted, thought it inappropriate to publicly humiliate anyone. He longed to declare his willingness to endure such humiliation. As Grandma Gu continued her tirade, Yuanqing's gaze followed her hand. Suddenly, she tossed the cloth to the ground, and Yuanqing gasped, bending down to retrieve it. Unexpectedly, Grandma Gu attempted to stomp on it, leaving a significant mark on Yuanqing's hand. "I apologize, master. I did not mean to." She took a deep breath and stepped back, nearly losing her balance without the maid's support. Yuanqing gently blew on the cloth, and this scene left the onlookers in disarray. "Dare to reveal my identity, and I shall burst your head." Tuantuan shook her fists, baring her teeth. Yuanqing hurried to explain, "See, this child's rag, when turned over, signifies almsgiving. A cloth stained with oil emphasizes the importance of food-related charity. Some people barely scrape by, while others indulge in excess. Little do they realize that wealth circulates in a network, and one must learn to give before receiving. Moreover, one should not regard themselves as superior to all else. The world is full of teachers." Well said. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted. Master Yuanqing's insight was profound. Such a remarkable individual could glean wisdom even from a child. Grandma Gu's face alternated between red and pale, feeling utterly embarrassed by her earlier actions. Thus, the noble ladies present, having failed to receive charms or talismans, ended up offering gifts instead. They generously donated money, believing they were performing charitable acts for the impoverished citizens of Nanchu. Grandma Gu had anticipated some benefit, but to her dismay, Lu Yanju's simple-mindedness led her to donate all the funds. Furthermore, she recorded the names of the donors to present to the emperor. The emperor was delighted and praised the named officials during court, filling the capital with joy. Those in need received funds, while those seeking recognition gained fame. Only Grandma Gu wore a frown, lamenting the lack of tangible rewards. After this, Tuantuan's reputation soared in the capital. Countless noble ladies sent invitations, requesting Lu Yanju to bring the children for a visit. After much reluctance, Lu Yanju finally acquiesced when the princess hosted a banquet. The night before the feast, Ru Lu made a special visit to Lan Xine Yuan, hoping to persuade Lu Yanju to allow her to enter the palace for a glimpse of the world, and to request some face cream and hairpins. Lu Yanju was rather surprised. Could it be that her third brother's cosmetics truly possessed miraculous effects? She agreed, permitting Ru Lu to bring Gu Qingyin and the children into the palace. Bai Yin'er, having mustered her strength to join, deflated when she learned she wasn't invited, immediately collapsing in exhaustion. The following day, Tuantuan insisted on bringing the wolf cub along. Lu Yinju relented, wishing to adorn a flower on her little bun. This was a creation by Master Yuanqing himself, imbued with special significance. Tuantuan yanked it off, her face scrunched in disdain. Give it to Yuan. My head is too cold. I want to wear a hat. Seeing her sister's disinterest, Yuan took to it with delight. Lu Yinju, reminded by Tuantuan, resolved to find a small hat for Yuan as well. Yuan insisted on placing several flowers atop her hat. Wearing matching hats and thick coats, without the flowers, one could hardly distinguish between Tuantuan and Yuan. Just before their departure, Lu Yinju suddenly recalled something amusing. Lu Ying marveled. Madam, you know this is a counterfeit. Yet you still let the young miss and young master wear it. The prince's intention, if not showcased in front of everyone, would indeed be a pity. Lu Yinju revealed a knowing smile, and Lu Ying nodded in agreement. At the Gu residence, Gu Qingyan and her companions donned splendid attire, their elaborate hairpins reflecting careful craftsmanship. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yinju noticed that the dazzling pins resembled those made by Master Yuanqing, although they bore minor imperfections, unlike his exquisite craftsmanship. Gu Qingyan proudly touched her pin, beaming with pride. In contrast, her two younger brothers, Yu Yuan and Yu Un, appeared somewhat less impressive. Do not worry, mother. Next time I will also ask Master Yuanqing for a hairpin for you. Upon seeing Lu Yinju, Gu Qingyan immediately rushed over. Such filial devotion was indeed commendable. Lu Yinlan wore a smile that did not reach her eyes, while Ru Lu's expression darkened slightly behind her. Gu Qingyan felt a moment of embarrassment, swiftly masking it as she playfully pouted at Ru Lu. Upon arriving at the palace gates, they were greeted by a long queue. Each person required an invitation to enter. Just as they alighted from their carriage, a throng of noble women surrounded them, disregarding the queue, each eager to hold the twins, Tuantuan and Yuan. Tuantuan, with her sparkling eyes, suddenly spotted someone and called out, "De Jioma." Chapter 37, Disaster for the Jioma. Following Tuantuan's voice, Lu Yinlan beheld a delicate and sincere young girl. She had heard from Chengji that this was Wei Shiqiu, her fiancé. Upon seeing Wei Shiqiu, her gaze naturally shifted to the girl beside her, Wei Zhujun, who was supposed to be her sister-in-law. The crowd's attention fell upon the two young women, scrutinizing them closely. Shiqiu's cheeks flushed as she quietly asked Ms. Zhujun if she could approach. Wei Zhujun, her face slightly reddened, nervously fiddled with her handkerchief and softly replied, "You are also a young lady of the Wei family. No need to ask me." Shiqiu hurriedly stepped forward to pay her respects, greeting the lady. Lu Yinlan, caressing her hands, smiled and remarked, "What a remarkable young lady." She had noticed the red scar partially concealed beneath a strand of hair on her face. Shiqiu lowered her head, feeling quite embarrassed. "Did Jioma want a hug?" Tuantuan exclaimed, recognizing her true aunt. This clever child knew exactly who her beloved Jioma was. The girl was indeed fortunate. It was said she had once been a maid. Wei Zhujun let out a long breath, feeling a bit overwhelmed, unsure if it was due to the sun or the scene before her. The news of Master Yuanqing's deeds at the Gu residence had spread throughout the capital, and Tuantuan had suddenly become a rarity in the city. "Miss Zhujun, the sun is quite harsh today. The young prince has instructed the servants to take you inside first." The speaker was a palace matron, and upon seeing the envious gazes directed at them, Wei Zhujun's expression softened slightly as she smiled and asked, "Shall we enter together, Madame Wang?" "That cannot be. The young prince has specifically instructed that only the servants take you inside." Just as Lu Yinlan was about to protest, the matron interrupted her. Her words implied that no one was particularly eager to have them escorted. "Madam, I apologize, but Miss Zhujun will enter first." With everyone's gaze upon her, Wei Zhujun walked away proudly, and Shiqiu could only follow, producing some exquisite trinkets from her hands. "The Jioma is so kind, yet her complexion is a bit pale. She may encounter some misfortune." Lu Yinlan felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively grasped Shiqiu's hand. Shiqiu, too, felt a surge of fear as Tuantuan internally shouted, never mind. Who told you to be the Jioma?" She resolved to take the pacifier from her mouth and directly offered it to her. Shiqiu merely pretended to drink from it, but Tuantuan was unwilling to relent, moving around restlessly, her eyes welling with tears. Ultimately, Shiqiu had no choice but to suppress her shyness and pretend to drink from the baby's bottle in front of everyone. Not only that, Tuantuan snatched the jeweled flower from Yuan's hat, causing her head to tilt and wail. The two children were on the verge of a quarrel. Shichio stepped forward to soothe them, only to feel the weight on her head. Gu Yuan had pinned the jeweled flower to her hair, wailing and sobbing. Yuan shed large tears, refusing to relent. Shichio was about to remove it when Tuantuan assertively grasped her hand, nodding. Wear it for protection. Do not take it off. Seeing this, Lu Yinlan quickly chimed in. Shichio touched the ornament on her head, her expression one of gratitude. Shichio, are you not leaving? Wei Zhujun glanced at the ornament atop her head with disdain, deeming it poorly made and vulgar. Gu Qingyin, however, had a face as pale as paper. Not long ago, she had flattered that Taoist boy for a long time, seizing the opportunity to steal a package when he was distracted, revealing many hairpins and charms. She had spent a considerable amount to purchase one from him, but it paled in comparison to what adorned their heads. Little did she know that what she had bought was merely crafted by Taoist, while the items made by Master Yuanqing were not for sale without his consent. How foolish she had been to boast before Lu Yunlan earlier. No matter how hard they tried to console Yuan, nothing seemed to work. Stop crying, or mother will spank you. Threats and intimidation were useless. Lu Yunlan felt overwhelmed. Crying, all you do is cry. What else do you know besides crying? Yuan's cries grew louder, but when she saw a second hand about to fall, she immediately covered her mouth, forcing herself to silence her sobs, glancing at her sister. Then turning away. This scene amused everyone present. Laughter erupted, and onlookers remarked, Madam Su Wang, your abilities are no match for your daughters. Amidst the merriment, a maid approached the princess, followed by several palanquins. They had not intended to draw attention, but obeyed the princess's orders and had to board them. Their speed soon outpaced Wei Zhujun and the others. The Jiuma! Gu Tuantuan waved her bottle at Wei Shichio. Halfway, through her gesture, Wei Shichio noticed the expression of the nearby young lady and timidly lowered her hand. Shichio, Wei Zhujun halted, shooting a sidelong glance at her. Do you have to embarrass me in front of so many people? Not at all. I would never dare. Wei Shichio's mind spun, desperately shaking her head. You were so close to the Su Wang Fei. Is that not a slap in my face? Who does not know I was her original sister-in-law? You secretly exchanged letters with Lu Chengji for 5 years without telling me. I never realized you were so ambitious. I do not mind, but do not let it go to your head. Even if my father kindly made you the second young lady of the Wei family, you will always be my servant. If I had not pitied you and saved you from the jaws of death, you would have perished long ago. These words pierced like needles into Wei Shichio's heart, causing her to kneel. Miss, I am sorry. It is all my fault. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Wei Zhujun forcefully tugged at the hair covering her face, allowing the wind to reveal her scarred visage. Do not hide it. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a similar scar on her arm, albeit longer. Had you not been so clumsy, your face would have been utterly ruined if I had not saved you. Do you understand gratitude? I naturally wish for your happiness, but do not trample on my dignity. Wei Shichio wept, her earlier bravado evaporating. During the banquet, no matter how Lu Yunlan invited her, Gu Tuantuan's internal cries went unheard as she silently stood behind Wei Zhujun, dutifully performing her role as a servant. Lu Yunlan sensed something amiss and was about to approach when the crown prince suddenly descended, addressing her. I have come to feed Tuantuan. It turned out the banquet had not yet commenced. Guests were gradually taking their seats, and some had already been served appetizers. There were about 10 children like Gu Tuantuan, for whom the princess had prepared milk and egg custard. Just as Lu Yunlan was about to express her astonishment and gratitude, a cold no came from behind. Chapter 38. A quiet rivalry for Tuantuan the Smile faltered as the crown prince scrutinized the individual before him. Why? The crown prince, accustomed to being served due to his noble birth, found it hard to comprehend serving another. Dahei's humble words carried an undertone of mockery, suggesting a challenge. Who dared to retort against the crown prince? With a swift motion, Crown Prince Li Xuanzong raised his right hand, blocking the eunuch who was about to reprimand Dahei. I wish to learn. There is nothing I cannot master. Li Xuanzong's tone was commanding, and his posture exuded authority as he stepped forward, reaching for the bowl. Dahei smirked and lifted the bowl higher. The crown prince, having failed to seize the first opportunity, appeared on the verge of collapse. He tiptoed once more, nearly losing his balance, which startled the eunuchs and palace maids behind him, prompting them to rush forward to assist. Suddenly, a pair of hands pushed him aside. causing the delicate egg custard to spill everywhere, scalding the dark wrist of the unfortunate individual. "Oh, my apologies. I assumed this clump of darkness was not a person," came a mocking voice. "Oh dear, if you are so adept at attending to others, how can you not carry a single bowl properly?" The crown prince, Li Xuanzhou, was merely 7 years old, still possessing the heart of a child. His mischievous antics had left the unfortunate recipient fuming, yet he felt an inexplicable joy. "Ah, my egg custard, compensate for it. All your fault." Tuantuan was indifferent to their complaints. Anyone could feed her. She simply wanted the food placed in her mouth. This little one opened her mouth wide, her eyes fixated on the bowl of custard, refusing to look away for even a moment. "Curse it. The delicious food has been knocked over. Crazy. You all quarrel amongst yourselves while taking out your frustrations on my food. I don't care. I just want this bowl." Tuantuan's teeth itched with anger. Alas, she had forgotten that she had yet to grow teeth. Otherwise, she would surely have bitten each of them. No, they must be taught a lesson. With this thought in mind, Tuantuan sprang up, opened her mouth to shout, and simultaneously grabbed their hair, yanking it with all her might. "Ouch!" Both cried out in unison, and only then did she giggle with satisfaction. Tuantuan clapped her hands in delight from the side. While her sister's outburst was certainly vexing, it was even more delightful to witness her disregard for decorum with everyone. "Tuantuan," Lu Yinlan gasped, nearly losing her composure. Why was her daughter behaving so violently? Gu Qingyan, beside the crown prince, looked on with concern, prying Tuantuan's hands apart while saying, "Your Highness, are you unhurt? Tuantuan is still very young. Please do not hold her accountable. If there is blame, it lies with me, her elder sister." "Ah, why are you pinching me again?" Tuantuan glared at the instigator with indignation. Gu Qingyan, noticing the disapproving gazes upon her, extended her swollen hand in a gesture of remorse. "It was my clumsiness that caused me to pinch myself and hurt little Tuantuan." She cradled Tuantuan's hand, gently blowing on it, looking as pitiful as possible. "Let go. If you want to pinch yourself, what does that have to do with me? I want to take the blame." Tuantuan would not indulge her, wrenching her little hand free and defiantly raising her middle finger. Those who misunderstood the situation genuinely believed Lu and the others were bullying the weak, and began to murmur amongst themselves. "The princess has arrived." The crown prince sat in his seat, his ears deaf to the words of the eldest princess. Wasn't he their wet nurse? Why was a servant holding her? Just moments ago, she had been crying, yet she smiled at his coaxing. Why hadn't she laughed when he had tried to cheer her up? Was it his attire that reeked? Or was there a thorn in his side? The crown prince pouted, his lips forming a perfect pout. He typically sat with grace and poise, exuding courtesy, behaving as if he were a little adult. Yet this time, he was distracted, fidgeting with his hands hidden beneath his sleeves, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Heaven knew how much he longed for his sister. His other brothers behaved like trained puppets, bowing cautiously before him, not daring to utter a word. The treats he offered were refused out of fear of poison. They feigned surprise at his favor, only to discard them behind his back. He had witnessed this several times, and it chilled his heart. Finally encountering a lively person, who was not only adorable, but also dared to scold and pinch him, was exhilarating. The one beside him was surely vying for the position of his beloved brother. How annoying. "Crown Prince, do you wish for? Crown Prince?" The eldest princess noticed his gaze was fixated on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, she found Gu Qingyan blushing, smiling shyly, as if the crown prince's direct gaze made her uneasy. Could it be that the crown prince had taken a liking to her? Young affections are often fleeting, yet he was the crown prince. If someone with ulterior motives noticed, they would rush to arrange a betrothal. At their tender age, why should they be entangled in such matters? Where her calls went unanswered, the eldest princess's tone grew urgent. "What is it, my dear aunt?" "Oh, the crown prince is continuously gazing at the princess of Suwang. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her daughter?" The crowd, aware that Tuantuan was still a child, immediately concluded that the object of interest must be Gu Qingyan. Someone jested, "Princess Suwang, you are truly fortunate. It appears your daughter may soon have a prince consort." Frowning, Lu Yinlan forced a smile. Such lofty connections were not easily attained. To stir such gossip at such a young age was perilous, before they even matured. They might be completely consumed. At that moment, she entirely overlooked the mature soul inhabiting Gu Qingyan's body and attempted to steer the conversation. Little did she know, Gu Qingyan shyly tugged at her sleeve, cupping her flushed face with both hands, occasionally stealing glances at the crown prince, and bashfully declared, "Mother, I shall step outside for some fresh air." The glimmer of cleverness that flickered in her eyes reminded Lu Yunlan that she was no naive 6-year-old. If she had the confidence to thrive in the cutthroat palace, then let her make a scene. Oh my, look at how shy the little girl is. Ladies, be cautious with your words. The crown prince could no longer bear it, and abruptly rose from his seat. The dignity of royalty was not to be trifled with, especially not that of a crown prince. The onlookers, fearing for their own interests, hastily shifted the conversation to a safer topic. "I have matters to discuss with all esteemed ladies. Please take these children away. They are all precious offspring, and if they were to be harmed in any way, I would hold you responsible." Thus, the crown prince smiled once more. It turned out the matter stemmed from the Guozikshu, where the prestigious slots were monopolized by those in power, becoming a tool for their personal gain. The emperor graciously allowed the offspring of officials to enter the palace for education. According to their ages and innate talents, they were to be taught accordingly. The crown prince was the primary overseer, which led the wet nurses to exert all their efforts to present their children before him while strolling in the imperial garden under the sun. Dehei had never been fond of him, always suspecting that he coveted the little bundle in his arms. This little child was remarkably miraculous, despite having sustained severe injuries. He had merely taken a few sips of tea mixed with Tuantuan saliva and recovered. From his observations, Lu's eyes had likely healed as well. He had witnessed Master Yuanqing bestow countless treasures upon Gu Tuantuan. However, out of courtesy, he had given all the gifts to the princess, retaining only a few trinkets for himself. Dehei understood that this girl was extraordinary, thus he guarded her like a mother hen protecting her chicks. To him, anyone who deliberately approached Tuantuan harbored ill intentions. Seeing everyone gathered around the crown prince, he took delight in his own solitude, carrying Gu Tuantuan away. Flowers fragrant. Upon entering a plum blossom grove, Gu Tuantuan's eyes sparkled. "Pick them yourself. I want to give you any." She swatted the flowers from Dehei's hand and reached out, unable to grasp them, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Dehei, having never been humiliated in such a manner, displayed a hint of dissatisfaction on his otherwise handsome face, deliberately turning away to ignore her. Dehei is the most handsome, more beautiful than the flowers. Gu Tuantuan tugged on his collar, tilting her head. Wherever he turned, she followed with her eyes. Frustrated at his evasiveness, she exclaimed, "So annoying." Dehei pondered whether he had been too unreasonable. Suddenly, Gu Tuantuan leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Ha ha, this is so amusing. Why is it that when I kiss you, you go still? Oh, flowers, hurry and pick some for me." Observed that her mother's method was indeed effective as the anger dissipated from Dehei. Often, when she was upset, a gentle embrace and a kiss from her mother would suffice to soothe her. As anticipated, Dehei promptly lifted her high into his arms, attempting to grasp a handful of flowers. However, due to her diminutive stature, he could only manage to pluck 2 blossoms after a considerable effort. Suddenly, a commotion arose near the wall, prompting Dehei to hold Gu Tuantuan protectively, gazing intently at the source of the disturbance. At last, a young girl emerged. Sven ed Yeya. Gu Tuantuan longed to soar towards her as if she had wings. This revelation relieved Dehei, for he had encountered her in several locations before, yet his focus had solely been on Gu Tuantuan, leaving little impression of others. "Where's your maid?" he inquired. "No, please don't." Shen Er was terrified, curling into a ball and retreating with all her might. In her struggle, she accidentally dropped a hairpin, which Dehei inadvertently stepped on, shattering it into several pieces. "What a brute. You're scaring the poor girl to tears. Why be so fierce?" Before Dehei could react, Gu Tuantuan scolded him fiercely, tugging at his hair with fervor, and in doing so, she unintentionally collected several strands in her small fist. Initially inclined to cry, Shen Er couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the handsome young man grimace in pain. "Here, Tuantuan will adorn you with flowers." Gu Tuantuan playfully threw herself at Shen Er, tucking the flower into her hair. "Beautiful. Come, let's play together." Gu Tuantuan insisted on holding Shen Er's hand, but Dehei, being much taller, had to bend his knees to accommodate the little princess. Once they had distanced themselves, Gu Qingyan emerged from behind the wall, casting a cold glance at the broken hairpin on the ground. It had cost her 50 taels. She had intended to present the flowers to curry favor with Shen Er and thereby win the princess's affection. after much effort to send away those who hindered her. She had showered Shin Er with kindness and attentiveness. Yet, the girl was utterly ungrateful, only knowing to flee. Tuantuan was particularly intolerable, having caused the destruction of her precious hairpin. Feeling wronged, Gu Qingyan shed tears when suddenly she heard shouts indicating that the children had begun to fight. These little ones were merely months old, and the crown prince, unsure of how to manage them, had placed them on a soft outdoor bed. To everyone's surprise, they soon erupted into chaos. Several children were tangled together, grasping each other's hands and kicking with all their might, their high-pitched cries threatening to rupture eardrums. Among them, one child was particularly fierce, resembling Gu Tuantuan in appearance. Just as Gu Qingyan was about to intervene, she saw Gu Yuanyuan atop her two younger brothers. Flailing her hands, furious, she rushed forward, seized Gu Yuanyuan by the arm, and tossed her aside. Before the crown prince could process what had happened, Gu Qingyan was already cradling her two brothers, sobbing uncontrollably. "It's my fault for being incapable and allowing you to be bullied. It doesn't hurt anymore. I will never leave you again." Gu Qingyan wept bitterly, evoking confusion among those present. Children of merely 2 to 3 months cannot truly fight. How fierce could they possibly be? The force with which she threw Gu Yuanyuan caused her to crash against a pillar, resulting in an audible thud. Gu Yuanyuan, unsure whether to cry, quickly developed a large bump on her forehead as a young maid comforted her. "You bullied Yuanyuan." Gu Qingyan's intervention only prompted her to stumble backward while clutching her siblings, her cries growing more pitiful. "I know the lady knows we are the children of a concubine and looks down upon us, but we have been very well behaved. My two brothers are too afraid of being scorned to retaliate, even when scolded or beaten. Everyone saw it. If I hadn't come, my brothers would have been lost." At first, the onlookers found her words exaggerated, yet the two children suddenly began to wail, their tears flowing freely, their mouths wide open in distress. This commotion prompted the other children to join in, and the atmosphere became heavy with sorrow. Gu Qingyan, with her delicate beauty and tear-streaked face, appeared utterly heartbroken. As she cried, she became increasingly flustered. The spectators, witnessing this scene, naturally felt sympathy for the three siblings and began to harbor unkind thoughts towards Lu Yunlan. Though she acted magnanimous, she was, in truth, the most intolerant of all. "Ah, she has arrived." Silence. "Wait. I wish to know when and where I supposedly poison anyone." These words, if overheard, would be best left unmentioned. Yet Lu Yunlan insisted on interrogating each person. Despite the palpable tension in the air, she refused to relent. "What? You dare speak behind my back, but lack the courage to confront me? If you truly possess evidence, I, Lu Yunlan, would willingly perish before you." Chapter 40. The rescue of Gu Tuantuan. The surrounding matrons fell silent, lowering their heads, their eyes evasive. Lu Yunlan slowed her pace as she walked past the gossipy women, exuding an oppressive aura. Once she had distanced herself, the matrons quickly retreated a few steps, cradling their children and feigning indifference. Gu Yuanyuan, who had no intention of crying, felt her nose tingle at Hua Hong's comforting words. Upon seeing her mother approach, her feelings of grievance overwhelmed her, and tears began to flow. Yet, Lu Yunlan did not embrace her. Instead, she walked with assistance to Gu Qingyan, cradling the two children in her arms and soothing them. Strangely enough, while the children had been inconsolable moments prior, they immediately calmed upon being held by Lu Yunlan. As if finding a lifeline, each child leaned against her shoulder, sniffling quietly, their tears and snot staining her garments. Lu Yunlan produced a handkerchief, gently cleaning them up. The two children, obedient and still, nestled against her, and soon began to yawn. This green-clad maid was a personal attendant of the Princess of Su, yet she chose to care for the children of a concubine over her own. Though the crowd remained silent, their thoughts were already formed. Gu Qingyan's face turned green with anger. Her two brothers, who often wailed, were suddenly well-behaved in front of their mother. How ungrateful! "Yener, your clothes must be dirty as well. Mother has the concubine accompany you to find a dress for Shun-Er." With her eyes gleaming, Lu Yunlan smiled and led Gu Qingyan away. The crown prince had someone fetch medicine for the injured and summoned a physician to attend to the children. Yuan and Yuan. Noticing the crown prince's expression darkening, Lu Yunlan quickly reassured him. She is merely a playful child. She must have persuaded He to take her out to play. Dahe is quite capable, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's demeanor shifted. Realizing she had misspoken, Lu Yunlan hurried to amend her words. Of course, compared to the crown prince, it is nothing of significance. Where did he come from? A foundling? This was not something she could disclose. Just as Lu Yunlan sought an excuse, the crown prince interjected. If it is inconvenient to discuss, then let it be. His face radiated a stubborn pride. This child, with a straightforward and kind disposition, was unfortunately the son of the queen. Lu Yunlan sighed internally, preparing to console him when suddenly a crowd emerged, exclaiming that Shun heir was missing. Has anyone seen Shun heir? Quickly, we must find the little princess. Where are the attendants of the little princess? Do not worry. I shall send someone to search immediately. The crown prince swiftly supported the nearly fallen Princess Chong, offering her comforting words and immediately giving orders. With the precious item of the princess lost, the attendees lost their appetite and began to assist in the search. Lu Yunlan prepared a bowl of calming tea for Princess Chong. While observing Gu Qingyan feigning assistance in the search, her lips curling into a subtle smile, reveling in the misfortune while indulging in snacks, she discreetly sent someone to follow along. Lu Yunlan, concerned for Gu Tuantuan, wandered through the palace, feeling increasingly desolate. Suddenly, a flustered individual rushed towards her, and they collided. It was Wei Zhujun, appearing utterly disheveled. Lu Yunlan steadied her, brushed off the dust, and offered a few words of comfort before questioning the absence of Shiqiu. Where is Shiqiu? She should be attending to you. Do not speak so, princess. Shiqiu is the second young lady of the Wei family, and she is not here to serve me. It is simply that Shiqiu is kind-hearted. If I express my reluctance, she insists on maintaining our sisterly bond. Yet, to others, it seems I am the one taking advantage, leaving me in a precarious position. What a clever tongue you have. Sister, do not overthink it. Others envy the bond you share with Shiqiu. As Lu Yunlan turned to depart, Wei Zhujun grasped her arm. The princess still cares for me and calls me sister. I have so much to say to you, but I have not found the opportunity. Lu Yunlan intended to express her need to continue the search. Yet Wei Zhujun held on tightly, showing no intention of releasing her. Her words became increasingly disjointed, and soon, Lu Yunlan sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, akin to a heavy object falling to the ground. Lu Yunlan turned in the direction of the sound, ready to rush over. But Wei Zhujun quickly warned, there are eunuchs working there. Be cautious not to injure yourself. Help! Aunt, save us! Tuantuan. This was the first time Lu Yunlan had heard such a pitiful cry from Tuantuan. She forcefully released Wei Zhujun's grip and dashed towards the source of the sound. Wei Zhujun, distressed, stamped her foot in place, but then realized something unbelievable. How did the princess run so swiftly, without a hint of stumbling? To avoid suspicion, Wei Zhujun had no choice but to follow suit. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her legs turned to jelly, and she quickly covered her mouth to suppress a sound. Preparing to flee, a eunuch spotted her, his eyes gleaming with a predatory shine, as he shouted and pursued her. Wei Zhujun, pale with fright, found her legs weakened, rendering her immobile. The foul stench approached, and grotesque hands were about to grasp her. Suddenly, with a resounding thud and an agile motion, a fragrant breeze filled the air. In an instant, the foul odor retreated. When she opened her eyes, she was met with a strikingly handsome face looming before her. There was no time for gratitude. She saw the person's shocked gaze directed at the center of the lake, and without hesitation, he leaped into the water. Help! I am Friesen. Who is responsible for this calamity? Just wait until I find you. Gu Tuantuan felt as though she were on the brink of meeting the king of hell, ready to beseech him for a cup of tea, when a blinding light ejected her from the water. What is happening? I can't handle this. Just as she regained a semblance of consciousness, she felt her body being shaken vigorously. Drops of water splashed onto her face, scalding her. Still disoriented, she began to curse. And once she opened her eyes, she found herself cradled into Hei's arms. Oh dear, are you crying? Are you really crying? As Gu Tuantuan opened her eyes, she saw Hei with a woeful expression, tears streaming down his face, which made her want to laugh. Hei, disregarding her teasing words, was filled with delight at the recovery of his precious item. He quickly removed his clothing to wrap her securely before rushing to assist Lu Yunlan. Perhaps due to his anger, he swiftly subdued the frenzied eunuchs with a few deft movements. Tuantuan, Mother almost lost her mind worrying about you. Heaven knows the terror she felt upon seeing Tuantuan and the others plunge into the icy lake. It felt as if the sky was collapsing. Just as she prepared to leap into the lake to save them, a throng of deranged eunuchs blocked her path. The agony of being unable to assist while watching them struggle in the frigid water was unbearable. Lu Yunlan unfastened her clothing and wrapped her body around Gu Tuantuan to share her warmth. "Madam, it is all my fault. I'll only step away for a moment." Dahe wore an expression of deep remorse. Lu Yunlan, too furious to look at him, insisted on saving Gu Tuantuan first. Shunner. Upon seeing Shunner frozen like an ice pop, the princess's heart nearly shattered. Summon the physician. Prepare the fire. Huahong held thick clothing to replace Lu Yunlan's. But Dahe attempted to lift Gu Tuantuan. The crown prince swiftly stepped forward, delivering a heavy slap to Dahe's face. Chapter 41. Gu Chengfeng. Wait until I deal with you. It is fortunate that the princess still trusts you. Regardless of who is at fault, you should be prepared to pay with your life. The crowd surged in a state of panic and urgency. Dahe touched his face, blood trickling from his mouth. A cold smirk flashed across his face. He was no longer the downtrodden youth of before. Inform father that I may as well be dead. What does it matter to my mother, the empress, who has borne so many children? Am I truly missed? Your Highness. Before the eunuch could continue, Dahe kicked him down, placing his left foot on the man's knee and gripping his chin tightly, causing it to creak. If it weren't for you dragging me away and spouting nonsense, she would not be in this predicament. You know there are lunatic eunuchs here, yet you fail to warn me. As the eunuch felt his jaw nearing dislocation, he clutched Dahe's pant leg, pleading for mercy. He had no idea how much Dahe cared for a child. Furthermore, this was the empress's scheme, and he was mad to think he could interfere. Seeing that Dahe was truly enraged, the eunuch finally revealed the truth. It was the empress's doing. She sought to embarrass the princess and teach the crown princess a lesson. I would not dare bully such a precious child, even if you gave me 1,000 lives. Dahe's eyes turned icy as he released one hand, reflecting on the crown prince's previous words with a cold smirk. He mused. If you knew it was your own dear mother's handiwork, how would you respond? Would you also consider it a matter of life and death? Dahe's smile turned sinister, his once handsome visage now tinged with a hint of malevolence. The eunuch felt a chill gripping his heart. Realizing this was the true nature of his master, who regarded everyone with a deadpan expression. He had previously thought Dahe was merely doting on the child. The banquet was abruptly halted. Due to palace regulations, Lu Yunlan and the others were not permitted to remain in the palace overnight. Throughout the journey, Gu Tuantuan developed a high fever, her small face flushed. The usual banter had vanished, leaving a haunting silence. Due to the bitterness of the medicine, Gu Tuantuan would sip a little and then spit most of it out, leaving Lu Yunlan looking pale and wan. Dahe attempted to care for her, but was met with a slap. Where have you been? I trusted you so much, and this is how you repay me? A foolish child and a 3-month-old infant, and you neglected them? Get lost. I never want to see you again. Dahe understood that while he could accept her anger, he could never allow her to cast him away. Seeing her resolute, he knelt down, pleading for one more chance, promising it would not happen again. Lu Yunlan was taken aback by his willingness to kneel, sensing that this person was of no ordinary status. Today's events were merely the catalyst. His undisclosed identity was the true reason behind it all. She is unwilling for her daughter to become ensnared in the whirlpool of politics. Leave? I do not wish to repeat myself. Lu Yunlan, with a hint of exasperation, urged, Madam, please change your clothes. If you were to fall ill, what would become of the young miss? Lu Yunlan herself felt a touch lightheaded. Through the window, she noticed Dahe kneeling outside the door, unwavering and resolute. Madam, look outside. It appears it may rain, Green Smoke said, attempting to plead for Dahe. Today's incident was clearly premeditated. However, Lu Yunlan's anger consumed her, and she paid no heed. If he wished to kneel, let him do so. No one was permitted to intervene. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Gu Qingfeng's voice rang out from outside. Has Shunner from the Long Princess's household fallen into icy waters? Lanner, is it possible that Tuantuan is behind this mischief? On the bed, Gu Tuantuan furrowed her brow in discomfort. Lu Yunlan, enraged, swiftly approached, blocking his path. Your Highness, Tuantuan also fell into the lake today. She is merely 3 months old. How could she cause mischief? Gu Qingfeng was unconcerned with such details. He only knew that he must not offend the nobility. Yet, she was indeed with Tuantuan, and there was also that girl, your brother's fiancée, the one named Shichio. They're all members of the Liu family. If anything were to happen to Shen'er, would our family not be implicated? Your brother, I have no words for him. Why must he associate with a maid? It is disgraceful. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng had no thought for the child's safety, only for the potential hindrance to his own prospects. As he looked up, he met Lu Yinglan's murderous gaze, causing him to instinctively retreat a step, yet he feigned authority, declaring, "Tomorrow, I shall go to the palace to apologize to the Long Princess, and I shall bring Tuantuan along." He muttered quietly, calculating, perhaps the Long Princess will be appeased upon seeing Tuantuan's high fever. Lu Yinglan was left dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that he could regard his children as mere pawns in his ascent. His casual remarks suggested that children were not human beings, but mere trifles. Realizing he had overstepped, Gu Qingfeng attempted to rectify his words. "I will see how Tuantuan is faring." Lu Yinglan made no move to stop him, her eyes icy, eager to see what further performance he would deliver. Behind her, green smoke was seething with indignation, wishing she could immediately take a switch to him. Gu Qingfeng, feigning concern, touched his forehead so hot. "Lan'er, you shall bear a heavy burden tonight. I have often heard that when a child is ill, it exhausts the adults." He added, "If you grow weary, do not overexert yourself. Green smoke, Huahong, you must take good care." His paternal affection was as weighty as a mountain. Lu Yinglan could not help but be amused by his pretense. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Qingfeng demanded sternly. He resumed his act of preaching, "Madam. Will you truly let him off so easily?" Green smoke stamped her foot in frustration, feeling indignant on behalf of her young mistress. She produced another vial of medicine, informing her, "This is a prime opportunity for conception. You must seize the moment. Excessive indulgence can lead to ruin." Green smoke's words struck a chord with the madam, prompting her to rush out. The following morning, Gu Qingfeng was struck by a high fever. Not only that, but he had also suffered a fall, breaking his leg. "Madam, can you guess where the prince was found?" "Not at Green's place." No, green smoke could not contain her laughter at Lu Yinfeng. Lu Yinglan was taken aback, and she continued, "He was pulled from the pond at Lu Yinfeng. Had he not been discovered in time, he might have perished in the waters. The common folk are treating this as a jest." You should have seen how furious the old madam was, her face turning purple. Indeed, witnessing her esteemed and upright son emerging from the brothel, becoming the laughingstock of the capital, how could she not be enraged? Chapter 42. Wei Zhujuan's Ruthless Maneuver. "Gulme, we cannot miss such a splendid show." At last, Lu Yinglan smiled in satisfaction, stepping outside to find a light rain falling, with Da He still kneeling on the ground. A flicker of sympathy crossed her heart. Approaching Da He, she said, "Why are you not inside attending to your duties?" Da He relaxed his body, ready to rise. However, having knelt for so long, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Lu Yinglan frowned. "First, go take a warm bath and change into dry clothes. Tuantuan has only just recovered from her fever. You must not infect her again." As Lu Yinglan turned to leave, she noticed an unusual type of mud smeared on his shoe. Upon entering Ru Lu's room, she glanced beneath the bed and discovered the same mud on a pair of men's boots. The only man lying on the bed was Gu Qingfeng. In that moment, Lu Yinglan understood everything. Da He's icy gaze yesterday had been all too clear. She had thought she had misinterpreted it. Without her intervention, Da He had already avenged Tuantuan. What a splendid method it was. The frustrations of the previous day were suddenly alleviated, and Lu Yinglan's lips curved upwards in a subtle smile. After tending to matters for a while, just as Lu Yinglan was about to withdraw, the old madam summoned both her and Ru Lu. "Do you know your transgressions?" Came a stern reprimand. Ru Lu immediately knelt, while Lu Yinglan tilted her head in confusion. "I do not understand what I have done wrong. I implore my mother-in-law to enlighten me. As women, if you cannot properly attend to a man, it is no wonder he seeks solace elsewhere. Both of you lack such basic skills." Ru Lu's face flushed with shame, while Lu Yinglan's expression was one of disbelief. "Mother, you must be mistaken. Are you truly blaming me for a man's indiscretions? You have been in this household for 2 months, and there is no sign of anything stirring in your belly. Since giving birth, you have not devoted your attention to Fenger. While caring for children is certainly important, ensuring your husband's emotional and physical satisfaction is also your duty." Ru Lu understood and vowed to take better care of the prince moving forward. Obediently, she knelt and acknowledged her failings, while Lu Yinglan sighed and directly stated, "If you speak only of a woman's duty, what of a man's duty? How dare you retort?" The old madam's hair bristled with fury. "My daughter-in-law is merely ignorant. I hope my mother will provide clarity." The old madam struggled to respond, stammering for some time before muttering that a man's existence was duty enough. Lu Yinglan could not help but let out a cold laugh, provoking the old madam to begin cursing again. As she continued, the topic shifted to 20 taels of silver. "Ah, so this is what you have been waiting for." Lu Yinglan pretended not to hear, allowing the insults to flow in one ear and out the other, until the old madam grew weary of her own tirade. She then took the tea from Greensmoke's hands. "Ah, I have not said anything, nor am I thirsty." "Mother, you have scolded for so long. Do take care not to strain your throat. What if it becomes like last time and you develop lumps in your throat?" The old madam, suddenly alarmed, covered her mouth. Last time, Master Yuanqing had already warned her that if she developed lumps again, it would be beyond remedy. This ailment had stemmed from her escapades in Luyan Alley. Gu Qingfeng felt utterly humiliated. Ru Lu, without a hint of disdain, attended to him day and night, and he finally recognized her worth. Coupled with the medicine she had administered, Gu Qingfeng, despite his serious illness, found himself entranced by her tenderness. This dragged on for over half a month before he could barely rise from bed. Ru Lu, having gained benefits from Lu Yinglan, became increasingly obedient. After consuming the medicine sent by Lu Yinglan, Gu Qingfeng's condition improved, yet unbeknownst to her, the effects of the medicine were superficial. Though Gu Qingfeng appeared healthy outwardly, his foundation was slowly deteriorating. The madam felt guilt daily, blaming herself for not nurturing her health properly, thus failing to serve the prince well. Now, she devoted herself to meticulous care. Ru Lu, seeing his eyes light up with joy, felt a pang of resentment and feigned weakness, saying, "It is all Ru Lu's inadequacy. I cannot satisfy the prince. What man as good as the prince exists in this world?" This statement greatly pleased Gu Qingfeng. Soon, the room was filled with flirtatious laughter. After a month of recuperation, Gu Tuantuan had recovered considerably. L.Y. and L.N. felt uneasy about taking her outside, fearing the wind might harm her. L.C.H., Ing.Z.H., and L.Guing arrived at the G residence bearing gifts. After a brief exchange, L.Y. and L.N. noticed her younger brother's troubled expression and inquired, "Are you worried about X-Chi?" L.C.H. Ing.Z.H. offered a wry smile and nodded, explaining that while Tuantuan and the princess's Shin heir had recovered well, X-Chi's condition continued to fluctuate and showed no signs of improvement. A few days prior, when I attempted to visit her with gifts, the W.I. family forbade me from seeing her, claiming it would tarnish their reputation. What does reputation matter if they cannot take responsibility for their actions? L.Guing, known for his fiery temperament, erupted in anger. "Let's go, elder brother. If she refuses to open the door, I will dismantle the entrance to the W.I. residence." He scoffed. "If it weren't for W.I.Z.H.J.N., my aunt would not be bullied." He further lamented, "It's all out of envy and spite, plotting behind the scenes." Tuantuan muttered to herself, "Isn't my aunt a fool? No, she should have a sound mind." L.C.H., Ing.Z.H., and the others felt a mix of concern and confusion over her erratic thoughts. L.C.H., Ing.Z.H. wheeled his chair closer, lifting her effortlessly, while she clung tightly to the small wolf pup, She-O-H-I, suspended in midair. She-O-H-I wore a panicked expression. "I have talismans," Tuantuan exclaimed, but suddenly her eyelids twitched. "Oh no, the talisman I gave my aunt has been burned." Meanwhile, in the W.I. residence, W.I.H.J.N. looked at the ashes of the talisman before her, a satisfied smile on her lips. "You, W.I.X.Chi, have offended someone. This is not my concern. Blame your bad luck. So many wish for your demise." L.C.H. Ing.Z.H. "I do not desire you, and neither shall anyone else." Initially, W.I.Z.H.J.N. considered sparing X.Chi's life, and even suppressed those who sought to harm her. However, just days ago, L.C.H. Ing.Z.H. had personally visited, bringing with him numerous precious herbs and gifts, completely disregarding the grandly dressed W.I.X.J.N. His every word and gesture revealed his concern for W.I.X.Chi, igniting jealousy within W.I.X.J.N., who had always excelled over her cousin. Today, she noticed the protective talisman tightly clutched in W.I.X.Chi's hand. Her resentment deepened. "What gives you the right to receive such affection from so many? You are merely a lowly servant." "Miss, the eldest son of the L family has arrived again. The master requests you to attend to the guests." Chapter 43. Tuantuan joins the business venture WIZHJ and entered the hall, astonished to see so many members of the L family present. She greeted LDGing and LRGing with a polite nod. No need for formality, Miss WI. I wish to see XG. Please lead the way. LCH pushed aside the teacup, his eyes filled with urgency. My sister is gravely ill. If I offend a noble, she will surely blame me. She is my fiancée. How could it be any offense? LCH's words were gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. WIZHJ met his gaze, but he showed no sign of backing down. Sensing the tension, WILIP quickly intervened. What's the fuss? XG has been asking about you. Dear nephew, I'll push you along. Father. WIZHJ stood in frustration, while WILOP shot her a meaningful glance. Once inside the room, LCH shivered from the cold, and Elguing bluntly stated, Uncle, my sister resides in this room. WILOP chuckled awkwardly. This child insists she is accustomed to it and refuses to change. Before he finished speaking, XG began to cough violently, causing LCH to nearly topple from his wheelchair. With one hand on XG's shoulder, he extended his other hand, catching a handful of blood. Uncle, you are quite brave. Tuantuan's exclamation broke the tension, drawing shocked expressions from everyone present. The rushed arrival of WIZHJ was met with disbelief at the scene before her. In the patriarchal society of NCHGU, a long princess and LYNL held the highest status for women. They were expected to serve their husbands, not be treated so tenderly. This clearly elevated WIXG's standing while diminishing LCH's. Yet, he acted without hesitation. My uncle is a romantic at heart, Tuantuan concluded, prompting nods of agreement from her mother and his second uncle. Elguing, however, shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom that his fastidious elder brother would act in such a manner. WIXJN, blushing with embarrassment and concern, felt her illness made her appear unappealing. Instinctively, she reached for the blanket to cover her face. his heart stirred, and, after cleansing his hands, he gently tugged at the blanket. Allow me a glimpse. This opportunity is rare. His tone was soft, causing Tuantuan to emit a sharp gasp, covering her face with her small hands. Oh, uncle, your words are quite bold. Elguing shivered, eyes gleaming with mischief, suggesting, perhaps we should step outside to avoid interrupting their romantic moment. The others did not stray far, settling at a table just outside the screen. Pouring himself a cup of cold tea, Elguing's expression shifted as he remarked, I wonder why my sister always seems unwell. Drinking cold tea in winter is bound to chill her. WILOP exchanged a discreet glance with WIZHJN, who merely turned away, feigning indifference. Miss ZHJN, I heard that the Prime Minister's son has fallen ill. He must be advised to cease consumption of WSHSN. The Prime Minister and your uncle are favored by the Emperor. Should your families unite, the Emperor will surely inquire. Elguing continued, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds, casually snacking while speaking. I have a remedy. Do you wish to hear it? Before he could finish, WILOP slammed the table, nearly choking Elguing. Tuantuan froze in her act of stealing seeds. What are you making such a fuss for? At your age, you should know better than to be so reckless. In the suddenly quiet atmosphere, Elguing had just recovered from his initial shock when he heard Tuantuan's childlike commentary. Unable to contain his laughter, he broke into a grin, further irritating WILOP, whose face flushed with anger. Elguing, do you really think I fear your family? EDYNLN, perplexed by the unfolding drama, had just taken sunflower seeds from Tuantuan, urging DHI to carry her further away. She discreetly pinched Elguing's thigh, hastily apologizing. Uncle, you know my younger brother speaks without thinking. He gets scolded by my father all the time. WIZHJN fixed her gaze on Elguing, keenly observing the reactions of those around her. Somehow, her attention landed on DHI, who was carefully cradling Tuantuan, completely ignoring her presence. She felt a pang of insecurity. Did this mean LCH was also aware of her? Second young master, thank you for your kindness, but he has already found a suitable place. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Her words were laced with sarcasm. No, I am sincere. WIZHJN could no longer hold her temper, bewildered by the misunderstanding. The bustling market, Elguing suddenly slapped his forehead, excitement bubbling within him. Why not simply open a shop and abandon this endeavor? He is nearly overwhelmed by his own cleverness. He gleefully positions himself beside Tuantuan, eager to curry favor. The agony of kneading clay is unbearable. I would suffer a great loss if I do not take a substantial share. In consideration of our familial ties, let us settle on a 9-1 split. What a betrayal of family. Such dealings are unacceptable. You merely need to knead the clay upon your body, while I must gather funds to open a shop and hire help. You must lend me your voice. Lu Guang discreetly cast a glance at his trusted companion. The companion, with a narrowed gaze and a grin, replied, I am acquainted with others who wish to enter this business. Enough. Which side are you on? Lu Guang, towering over the Hay by a head, reached out intending to strike him on the head, only to meet a cold stare. I, for one, am devoid of any personal gain, but I hold familial bonds in high regard, regarding wealth as mere refuse. As Lu Guang uttered these words, his heart ached profoundly. Oh, is that not the second son of the Lu family? A greasy, loathsome voice interrupted from behind. Zhou Yan, greetings. Lu Guang forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Well, how could it be otherwise? Thanks to the second son of the Lu family, my business is on the verge of collapse. How could it be anything but bad? Chapter 44. The heart's voice heard by malefactors, Zhou Yan did not conceal his ire towards Lu Guang. His father and Gu Qingfeng had joined forces to undermine the Lu family, and it was his duty to bring Lu Guang to ruin. He relentlessly led him astray, intending to manipulate him for his own ends. Little did he know he would no longer seek him out. To make matters worse, their family business faced government suppression. Had it not been for the incriminating documents reaching his father, his life would have been irrevocably ruined. Zhou Yan threatened that if Lu Guang did not meet him again, he would expose the matter of the 5 stone powder. Otherwise, he would demand 5,000 taels of silver, given that his father earned only 2,000 taels a year. Even selling the entire family would not suffice. Lu Guang had no choice but to feign ignorance and avoid confrontation. Today, however, he found himself caught in the act. The ominous predictions of doom echoed. A celestial scourge, born with a venomous heart, bringing misfortune to mothers in youth and wives in maturity, leading to the execution of entire families by the age of 30 and being dismembered by enemies to feed the dogs. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful little face clung to his shoulder, revealing half of her visage, regarding Zhou Yan with disdain. Who? Me? Zhou Yan's previously jovial expression abruptly shifted. Upon witnessing his change, Lu Guang's heart sank. Zhou Yan confirmed his senses were intact. The voice indeed emanated from her. Wait. He reached out with malice toward the child. In an instant, a servant seized his hand, twisting it, causing Zhou Yan to kneel on the ground. Dare to touch our master. Calm down, calm down. We are all brothers here. Merely a misunderstanding. Lu Guang quickly intervened, raising his hands to pacify the eager servants. Ah, so it is you. I thought you were dead after your previous stubbornness. It seems a stray dog has found a new master. Zhou Yan, incensed that even a servant would dare to confront him, contemplated inflicting severe punishment. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar face. It was the He, whom Zhou Yan had once rescued from near death. Zhou Yan had forced him to consume 5 stone powder, coercing him into committing unsavory acts. Later, the He had stolen Zhou Yan's ledger and conspired with Lu Guang to report him. When that failed, Zhou Yan pursued him relentlessly. No one could have anticipated he would become a personal servant to a child. The He, release young Master Zhou. Passers-by began to notice the commotion quietly gathering around. Zhou Yan had earned a notorious reputation as a ruthless scoundrel, committing every conceivable crime. How could Lu Guang possibly be entangled with him? The overseer has arrived. The He released his grip. Zhou Yan stood, coldly laughing as 2 young servants hurried to kneel before him, brushing off the dust from his knees. Move aside. There are too many witnesses. The illustrious general will be the subject of ridicule. Zhou Yan's face hardened, only to morph into a sinister smile. Lu Dagongi, I have finally found you. You know, I am without funds, unlike your Grand Lu estate. Your brother has yet to repay the 5,000 taels he owes me. Just look at this. Zhou Yan placed his hands on the wheelchair, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the gathered crowd, ultimately resting his gaze on Tuantuan. Brother Zhou, I assure you I will repay you. Lu Guang was already drenched in sweat, and before he could finish his sentence, he rushed forward to cover her mouth. No, I have yet to finish my business. Zhou Yin feigned a threat, poised to reveal the matter at hand. Today, a blow to the head shall bring forth blood and blossoms. A voice of sarcasm drifted through the air. The onlookers were still processing the meaning when a vase suddenly fell, crashing down. With a resounding thud, it struck Zhou Yan's head directly. The vase shattered, dirt flying everywhere. Warm blood streamed from his head as the flowers fell gently upon him, fulfilling Gu Tuantuan's foretelling. The next day, Zhou Yan arrived with numerous gifts. Wishing to acknowledge Gu Tuantuan as his sister, Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. He had only intended to utilize Zhou Yan's father for his own affairs and had no desire to be involved with his son. Furthermore, after this incident came to light, he had profited the most from the extortion. Gu Qingfeng's impression of Gu Tuantuan deteriorated further. Truly, she was a reincarnation of a malevolent spirit, perpetually attracting unsavory individuals. Lu Yunlan, aware of Zhou Yan's intentions, had urged Gu Tuantuan the day before to contemplate her favorite foods. Mother would learn to prepare them for Tuantuan's delight. Thus, Gu Tuantuan spent the day consumed with thoughts of food and drink. When Zhou Yan heard her inner musings regarding delicacies, he found himself momentarily taken aback. No matter how he attempted to entice her with silver or indirect suggestions, her thoughts were fixated on trivial matters. Zhou Yan felt a profound disappointment, having expected to uncover treasures, only to realize she was of no use. After dismissing Zhou Yan, Lu Yunlan immediately felt anxious. Tuantuan's thoughts could also be overheard by wicked individuals. If they were to exploit her, it would spell disaster. Lu Yunlan resolved to consult the princess about this matter. Gu Qingfeng assumed she was going to apologize at the princess's residence and insisted on accompanying her. Little did he know the emperor was also present. Your Majesty, Gu Qingfeng bowed respectfully, while Gu Tuantuan eagerly reached out, desiring to be held by the emperor. Quick, let me bask in the emperor's good fortune. Once in his arms, Gu Tuantuan playfully stomped her feet, clutching his clothing, and beamed at the emperor. Strictly speaking, it was she who had named the emperor. Years ago, as an ancient celestial deity, Gu Tuantuan had transformed into a mortal to save the emperor, forging a bond with him. At the old emperor's request, she had even bestowed him with a name. Witnessing how well he managed the Nanchu kingdom filled her heart with joy. With little hands, she tugged at his beard, pulled at his ears, and poked at his eyes. Such childlike mischief, the emperor found it amusing rather than infuriating. Had anyone else dared such antics, they would have been swiftly expelled. Gu Qingfeng watched, his heart racing. He believed his daughter was courting disaster. The heart of the ruler is inscrutable. One moment there is laughter, the next there is bloodshed. Indeed, it was not long before the voice of the eldest princess echoed with suspicion. Your Majesty, your hand appears to be allergic. Perhaps it has come into contact with counterfeit gold. The emperor furrowed his brow. His body was peculiar. He had an allergy to fake gold. No one in the palace dared to deceive him. How could there be counterfeit gold? The eldest princess looked perplexed. Below, Lu Yunlan's eyes widened. She glanced at the bewildered Gu Qingfeng. It seems that the peace bracelet on Gu Tuantuan's wrist, which was a gift from you, is indeed counterfeit. Chapter 45. The emperor exposes the truth publicly. Gu Qingfeng faces embarrassment. Gu Qingfeng's eyes darted around, utterly perplexed. Soon, the emperor lifted Gu Tuantuan's hand. Scrutinizing it closely, Gu Qingfeng's heart raced. He quickly moved beside Lu Yunlan, gritting his teeth, and whispered in a tone only they could hear. Is the bracelet on Tuantuan's hand the one I gifted her? He held on a hope that it was not, only to hear a calm voice reply, of course. The prince's affection for Tuantuan must be showcased daily. Do you not realize this is a counterfeit? Gu Qingfeng felt utterly speechless, his frustration mounting. What do you mean? Lu Yunlan smirked, relishing in the misfortune. She had intended for the princess to discover it and reprimand him, never anticipating that the emperor would be the one to find out. Lu, why did you adorn Tuantuan with a fake bracelet? The emperor removed the item from Gu Tuantuan's wrist and cast it to the ground, his gaze growing cold. Before Lu Yunlan could respond, Gu Qingfeng knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, this is a gift from me to Tuantuan for her full moon celebration. I had no idea my servant was so inept as to make a mistake. Gu Qingfeng's servant looked bewildered. Could you repeat that? The emperor let out a derisive laugh. Mistaken? If I recall correctly, this design was originally gifted to your mother by the late emperor. She then passed it to you. Now you claim it was a mistake? Gu Qingfeng, I must remind you that replicating the emperor's gifts is a grave offense. Gu Qingfeng suddenly recalled such a decree. His mind raced, panic coursing through him. Such a fine gift, of course. I cherish it dearly, venerating it daily. I feared it might be stolen. Hence, I had a counterfeit made. I am guilty. Gu Qingfeng repeatedly bowed his head in remorse, realizing he had unknowingly committed a heinous crime and pleading for his brother's leniency. Gu Tuantuan nodded in agreement. You flatter easily. The emperor almost smiled. While you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade punishment. Gu Tuantuan is of our royal blood. If she is seen wearing a fake ornament, it reflects poorly on our house. Next time, I expect to see her adorned with genuine gold. Gu Qingfeng nodded vigorously, though internally he felt a bitter irony. Having lost face, Gu Qingfeng did not wish to converse with Lu Yunlan on their journey. Upon being exposed, his irritation flared. You have so many dowries. Why must you insist on that one? Lu Yunlan feigned innocence. I was unaware your gift to Tuantuan was a counterfeit. Qingyan has had nothing since childhood. She never even had a full moon banquet. I feel guilty towards her. Lu Yunlan lowered her gaze, suppressing her anger. So, because you failed to host a banquet for the daughter of the concubine, you lay the blame on me? Yes, Lu Yunlan agreed. Yenner is pitiful. Let her keep the bracelet as a token of my goodwill. Do you truly believe that? The light in her eyes flickered out. But how would she explain this to the emperor? In the back street, Gu Qingfeng recalled he owned a small shop there. He had contemplated selling it. Hearing Lu Yunlan's words, he suppressed his previous tone, stating, if you believe it acceptable, I shall present it as a full moon gift to Tuantuan. In the carriage, the three were lost in their thoughts. Gu Tuantuan feigned sleep, her small hands clasped tightly to her chest. She carried with her 100,000 taels of silver, a parting gift from the emperor, designated as her full moon present. Gu Tuantuan recognized the value of this treasure. Once she matured, she could indulge in countless pig trotters. Upon disembarking the carriage, she spotted Bai Bin also entering the estate. You have arrived. Gu Qingfeng felt vexed at his presence. The last time, he had inadvertently thwarted a splendid opportunity. The memory of Bai Lianer initiating that incident made Gu Qingfeng's head throb. Indeed, my sister has taken numerous medicines without improvement. Today, I heard a renowned physician had come to the city and sought his aid. Bai Bin was also disappointed in Gu Qingfeng. You are utterly useless, accomplishing nothing. Yet you dare to covet others as concubines. With a new love, you forget that Bai Lianer still lies ill. Had it not been for the visit from the Liu brothers to the Gu estate, he might not have known his beloved sister was on the brink of death. I shall accompany you to see her. Gu Qingfeng's demeanor shifted, his expression brightening. Lu Yunlan found it remarkable. This man was quite the actor, his profound gaze appearing on cue. One might think he was deeply in love. Bai Bin glanced at Gu Tuantuan, his eyes widening in astonishment. Despite being of similar age, she had grown increasingly beautiful. Her large, round eyes, long lashes glimmered in the sunlight. Her dark pupils matched her fair complexion, with chubby cheeks adding to her innocent charm. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Bin felt relieved that Gu Qingyan was not of the same age as Gu Tuantuan. Otherwise, she would likely be overshadowed. Your Highness. Just a few steps inside, Ru Lu entered from outside, radiant and full of life. However, her gait and slightly exaggerated belly raised Lu Yunlan's suspicions. Could she be pregnant? Why have you purchased so many sour delicacies? Ru Lu blushed and bashfully revealed her circumstances. Bai Bin stood frozen, eyes fixated on her abdomen. Tuantuan is already quite a handful. Are you about to bring another child into the world? This is unacceptable. Lu Yunlan noticed the malice that flickered in Bai Bin's eyes. Feeling pity for Ru Lu, she tugged at Ru Lu's sleeve, signaling her to tone it down. Ru Lu brushed her off, neglecting to bow, instead snuggling into Gu Qingfeng's embrace, cooing, Your Highness, I am so weary. I need your company. Lu Yunlan sighed. Ru Lu, Lianer is unwell, and the prince intends to visit her. Consuming so many medicines without improvement is merely a waste. Ru Lu's haughty demeanor resurfaced, her gaze towards Lu Yunlan dripping with disdain. As if to say, I am soon to have my own child. Should I fear you? Lu Yunlan nearly laughed at the absurdity of it all. If one does not create trouble, they shall not meet misfortune. Gu Tuantuan cast a glance at Bai Bin's predatory gaze, internally mocking. Are you certain she is truly pregnant? In a dimly lit small room, a withered, yellowed hand emerged. The curtain parted to reveal a woman with sunken cheeks and wide, astonished eyes. Her disbelief palpable as she fixed her gaze intently on Bai Bin. Chapter 46. Caught in the act, everything is under my control. Do not overthink it. Your health is of utmost importance. The maid in the room was dismissed, and Bai Bin affectionately grasped her hand, drawing her close. Bai Lianer turned her head away, nuzzling into his embrace. She pushed the medicine spoon aside and caressed Bai Bin's face. This child must not be born. If she has her own child, what will become of our plans? These 5 years of scheming would be in vain. Once Lu Yunlan is dead, dealing with that wretched girl will be a simple task. Should she not have died long ago? Why is she still here? A dark cloud gathered in Bai Lianer's heart, her agitation reaching a peak as she seized the medicine bowl and shattered it on the floor. We have all been deceived by her. Bai Lianer clutched her hair, frantically tugging at it, screaming in hysterics. She felt as though she had become a laughingstock over these years. In the end, she had merely provided a wedding dress for that insufferable Rulu. Bai Bin perceived that her mental state was truly amiss. He hastily gathered her into his embrace, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture, saying, "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. You have Qin Yin, Yu Yuan, and you still have me. We have one last trump card yet to play." Bai Bin clasped her hand and placed it over his heart. "I promise you, I will grant you everything you desire, even if it costs me my life." Bai Lianer felt a stir of emotions, her gaze fixed on him in a trance. "Can we stay here just for today? Please." Bai Bin hesitated. Although he had often shared such moments with Bai Lianer before, the timing now was not ideal. Yet, upon witnessing her pitiful expression, his heart softened. Having just shed their garments and embraced in bed, their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by the startled voice of a maid outside. "Master, how did you and the mistress arrive? The master is unwell and has already retired. The prince specifically came to see Miss Lianer. Do you dare to obstruct him?" Rulu emphasized the term miss, mocking Bai Lianer for having given everything yet ending up with nothing. The two within the room exchanged a glance, instantly engulfed in panic. Bai Bin leapt from the bed, hastily throwing on his clothes. With footsteps approaching the door, there was no time left. Resolutely, Bai Bin poured the remaining medicine over himself. Shivering from cold, Bai Lianer felt a pang of heartache, her brows knitting together. Seeing his expression, she immediately understood and began to wail loudly. "The prince no longer wants me. What is the point of my existence? I only wish for an early death, to pray for the prince every day in the afterlife." As she pushed the door open, Gu Chengfeng and another person happened to overhear her words. Rulu noted the softening of his gaze, feeling a sense of frustration, and exhaled slowly. Without waiting for him to speak, she stepped forward, her tone laced with concern. "Sister, what are you saying? Has the prince ever stopped caring for you? Just the other day, he could not visit you because of my negligence, which led to him catching cold. I still regret it now. If this harms the bond between the prince and you, I would be a sinner." Seeing Rulu deftly extricate herself from the predicament without mentioning where the prince had caught his illness, Bai Bin grew fonder of her thoughtfulness, ignoring the presence of others. He approached and grasped her hand, declaring, "You are wonderful. I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner." Rulu blushed and cupped her flushed cheeks with her hands, casually surveying the disheveled state of the two and catching the air thick with intimacy. She smirked inwardly, realizing her suspicions were correct. They were indeed engaging in an affair. In broad daylight, their impatience was evident. She pondered if the pair of twins had uncovered their unusually close sibling relationship long before. Previously indifferent, today she seized the opportunity with urgency, bringing the prince to catch them in the act and steering the conversation that way. "Sister Lianer, you look so haggard. Oh dear, why is your face so flushed? It seems your brother was the only one in this room just now." Gu Qingfeng followed her gaze, indeed noticing Bai Lianer's unusual redness. Observing Bai Bin's disheveled attire and the chaos around her, a surge of anger ignited within him. Though they were siblings, their connection seemed overly intimate, something he had failed to notice before. Bai Lianer was taken aback, her body slick with cold sweat. Lowering her head, she felt abashed. "I was being unreasonable earlier, seeking death and breaking many things. My brother let the maid leave to preserve my dignity. I also spilled several bowls of medicine on him. His clothes are soaked. I recalled some old garments in the wardrobe and thought he could change before we spoke, fearing that an ill-intentioned person might misinterpret, so I closed the door." This statement implied that she was indeed the one with ulterior motives. Rulu muttered a few Amitabha prayers, quickly smiling. "I knew it. You are truly fortunate to have such a devoted brother. Prince, look at this physician's medicine. It is rare to procure. I had my maid queue for 3 days and nights without success. A brother who treats his sister with such care is indeed a rarity in this world. Prince, I envy you immensely. Ru Lu feigned innocence, deliberately voicing these remarks in front of the three, hitting them right at their soft spots. As anticipated, Gu Qingfeng's complexion turned a deep shade of purple. While he had felt some pity for her by Lianer earlier, he was now simply annoyed. Regardless of how close siblings might be, one cannot shut themselves away to converse. What would others think? Bai Bin, you too as a man, should have been more cautious. Buying so many medicines and frequently visiting the Gu residence, it would give others the impression that we mistreat her. Prince, you are overthinking it. Ru Lu continued to stoke the flames. They grew up together, so their bond is naturally closer than that of ordinary siblings. Look at all these items for children. You bought them all. Gu Qingfeng merely glanced at them casually. The light in his eyes dimmed. What was the meaning of these baby formula and diapers? And these children's clothes looked exceedingly expensive. It was utterly inappropriate. Why would an outsider be so invested in his own son? Ru Lu continued chattering away, inciting more trouble. Bai Lianer and Bai Bin exchanged a silent glance, both recognizing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Lu Yinlan had heard that Ru Lu was attempting to catch them in the act and found it laughable. She mused that Ru Lu must have straw for brains. She was truly incapable. Do not lie on top of it, it will die. Let go, let go. I am the eldest. You cannot compete with me. The siblings began to bicker once more. Turning back, they saw Gu Tuantuan and Gu Yuanyuan grappling over Xiaohei. Chapter 47. The siblings skirmish. Gu Tuantuan clutched Xiaohei's head, while Gu Yuanyuan held onto its rear. They tugged at each other, unwilling to yield. The little creature in between grimaced in discomfort, clearly a wolf. But Lu Yinlan perceived an expression of exhaustion and resignation in its demeanor. The two little ones pulled even harder, their small hands digging into Xiaohei's body. Finally, Xiaohei could bear it no longer and let out a sharp yelp. Hua Hong, nearby, seemed oblivious to the commotion, lost in thought as she nibbled her finger. Lu Yinlan set down the stone lock and rubbed her sore shoulders. Seeing that Xiaohei was about to be torn apart by the siblings, Lu Yinlan hurriedly knelt down to mediate. She pulled at Gu Tuantuan, who was cursing vehemently in words that Lu Yinlan could not comprehend, but it was evident that the language was quite vulgar. She then grabbed Gu Yuanyuan, who was also shouting at the top of her lungs. Feeling that Lu Yinlan favored her sister, Gu Yuanyuan released one hand to tug at Lu Yinlan's hair. Lu Yinlan winced in pain and decided to intervene herself, but Gu Tuantuan suddenly exploded with rage. She hurled Xiaohei away and swung her fists towards Gu Yuanyuan's face. What is our business to you? Watch me not knock you out. Gu Tuantuan shrieked, lunging at Yuanyuan. Her solid fists left Yuanyuan momentarily dazed, and both hands released their grip. Lu Yinlan and Xiaohei quickly fled the scene, distancing themselves from the battleground. The sibling fight was truly terrifying. It was a genuine brawl. Gu Tuantuan, taking advantage of her weight, pinned Yuanyuan down and rained blows upon her. Gu Yuanyuan grabbed a handful of Tuantuan's hair, pulling down with all her might while slapping Tuantuan's face with her other hand, the sound echoing sharply. Tuantuan's anger flared at this retaliation. Oh, so you dare to fight back? How dare you hit your sister? If a scholar can endure, who then cannot endure? I cannot bully others, yet I cannot bully you either. Gu Tuantuan was struck a few times, leaving her utterly bewildered. The force was not great, but the impact was profoundly damaging. With a sudden wail, tears streamed down her face. The louder she cried, the more forceful her subordinates became. She grasped the bars of the cradle, infuriated, and managed to stand up, albeit unsteadily. With a wavering stance, she attempted to stomp her foot onto the round face before losing her balance and toppling over again. Gu Yuanyuan swiftly seized her leg, tossing it about chaotically. How utterly humiliating. I have never fought such a humiliating battle in this lifetime. Gu Tuantuan found herself in tears, overwhelmed by her own frustrations. Never had she experienced such a state of disarray in her previous life. With a mere flick of her left hand, she could eliminate a multitude of foes, and a sweep of her right would send adversaries flying. Yet now, it seemed victory eluded her grasp. As she sobbed, she summoned all her strength, exerting every ounce of energy to strike at Yuanyuan's round face. This sudden outburst of aggression left Yuanyuan bewildered. How had she become so formidable all at once? Initially, she managed to withstand a few blows, but soon, unable to endure any longer, she joined in the wailing. Gu Tuantuan, infuriated, intensified her kicks. Yuanyuan grasped the railing desperately, yearning to escape, but it was futile. Her sister had lost her mind. Someone, please come to her rescue. The gaze was unmistakably one that implored her mother for assistance. Etienne, feeling a pang of sympathy, was about to step in. However, she hesitated, realizing that the siblings ought to resolve their own matters. It would be inappropriate for them to intervene. Lynn seized a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, savoring them with great delight. Her expression one of amusement as she watched the unfolding drama. She even shared some seeds with Lyn. This lady was rather indulgent. Yun was utterly bewildered. Finding her mother unreliable, she quickly directed a pleading look towards Lyn. Neither the lady nor Lyn seemed inclined to take action. Lyn, too, began to munch on sunflower seeds, while Yun's large, innocent eyes reflected a profound sense of despair. Her hair had been tugged, and she was pulled backward. G2 then pressed forward, crying and striking. Her tears and snot landing on Yun. The latter, small and pitiable, felt utterly helpless. Was this truly how the eldest sister behaved? It is I who has been struck, so why are you weeping? Such an unsightly creature. I do not possess it, nor shall you. S' mind was entirely consumed by a childlike disposition at that moment. She cast a glance at the object below her and felt a surge of anger. Why does she not possess it? How unattractive. I certainly do not desire that. Just watch me as I rid you of it. Lu Yinlan was originally engrossed in watching the play, but upon hearing this, she was left in utter disbelief. She tossed aside her sunflower seeds and immediately rushed forward. Goodness, please do not let your brother be harmed. The grip of a child's hand can be quite painful. Once you exert force, is there any remedy left? Lu Yinlan, with her quick reflexes, swiftly scooped up Tuantuan just before her hand could seize her. Oh dear, this cannot be caught. Fighting can occur anywhere. But this is not permissible. If you engage in such behavior, your younger brother will grow up unable to find a bride. Lyn comforted Tuantuan with a few words and promptly instructed the servants to clean her up. In the cradle, Yun was rendered speechless with fear. With tiny hands curled into a ball, he desperately shielded his belongings below, though he could not discern what it was. An instinctive dread enveloped him. His gaze towards Tuantuan was now tinged with a newfound reverence. This sister was a madwoman when it came to fighting. I decided to yield to her and resolved not to engage with her again. Thus, for the first time, Gu Yuan's rebellion met with failure, surrendering with a feeble white flag as the conclusion of this skirmish. From that moment on, Gu Yuan became exceedingly obedient in front of Tuantuan. Previously, there were instances of snatching toys, but now she was remarkably well-behaved. Lu Yin poured 2 bottles of milk, neglecting his own thirst. He hurried to attend to his elder sister. Being so small, he struggled with the task, even growing frustrated and striking himself a few times. How useless. He couldn't even cater to his sister. Gu Tuantuan comfortingly patted his face, insisting that she could manage on her own. Gu Yuan's expression drooped momentarily, only to brighten suddenly as she noticed him pulling her small pillow back towards himself. He placed it under Gu Tuantuan's head and gently patted it, indicating that lying in such a manner would make drinking milk far more comfortable. Gu Tuantuan nodded in satisfaction. With her head resting back, she sipped her milk. Her legs sprawled open like a lord's, swaying back and forth, her face radiating sheer enjoyment. Liam was left in a daze. It seemed that the skirmish between the siblings yesterday was indeed pivotal for their future standing. No wonder they fought with such fervor. With a hearty laugh, Lyn beheld the outcome with evident satisfaction. Seeing her in such high spirits, Lyn was momentarily reminded of the days spent at LF, where the eldest son would similarly attend to the young lady's needs. It seemed she had suddenly unearthed the reason behind their connection. Truly, they were worthy of being called twins, as such traits could indeed be inherited. Even during their time in the military camp, it was Ingzh who took it upon himself to wash their uniforms. Should he express reluctance, he would be compelled to do so. Just the thought of that extraordinary young master, Ingzh, washing clothes with a frosty expression brought an inexplicable amusement to her. The two of them laughed uncontrollably, gasping for breath. It was then that her gaze inadvertently fell upon Ing, who remained deep in thought, her countenance marred by a frown. Ing, what troubles you? Lu Yinlan came to a halt, her intuition informing her that Hua Hong must have encountered a most formidable predicament. Chapter 48. The Eccentric Family of Hua Hong. Hua Hong set aside her jaggedly bitten nails, her face a mask of rigidity as she deceitfully exclaimed, "No, nothing is wrong. Oh, you." The moment he lies, he bites his nails, yet he still wishes to deceive us. Lyn beckoned her over and delicately took out a nail file from her purse, meticulously tending to her nails. In the presence of the lady, what could possibly remain unspoken? With a teasing glint in her eye, Lyn remarked, "Could it be that you have developed an infatuation for the prince? Yearning to become a third concubine?" "No, no, my lady, I do not. If I were to possess it, I would seek death immediately." Though it was clearly a jest, Hua Hong became fervently serious and swore an oath. As she sharpened her blade to cut a piece of flesh, Lu Yunlan admonished, "You well know she is a simple and honest soul. What purpose does it serve to utter such words? Why are you not hastening to fetch the medicine?" Yan, feeling a sense of embarrassment, lowered her head and hurriedly dashed out to retrieve the medication. Lyn grasped the hand of Hu Ching, pulling her close to sit beside her. "Has someone been troubling you?" Yet she felt unwell, and Hua Hong wore a troubled expression, unable to suppress her sighs. She wished to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words, her distress prompting her to grasp her head in agony. Hua Hong's sister was concerned about their mother, who had endured a miserable fate, sold by her father to several men to bear children. Tuantuan cast a fleeting glance at Hua Hong and immediately discerned the source of her worries. Lu Yunlan furrowed her brow slightly. Hua Hong was a child she had rescued, initially believing she had lost all her family. Now, however, the existence of relatives emerged unexpectedly. But had she truly found her kin? Lu Yunlan tentatively inquired, while Hua Hong gazed at her in a daze, her eyes brimming with disbelief. With a sigh, Lu Yunlan gently patted her back and asked, "Pray tell, what is it that you desire to do?" Seeing her at a loss for words, Lu Yunlan spoke directly. "There are 20 taels of silver in the small drawer, clothes in the wardrobe that I seldom wear, and surplus provisions in the little kitchen. You may choose any of these to take." Hua Hong's eyes brightened at once, only to be clouded by mist as tears threatened to spill. As she was about to kneel down, Lu Yunlan swiftly pulled her up. "What is this? You have followed me, and thus it is only fitting that your lives be filled with joy. Otherwise, how could you dare to address me as your master?" Yong, with a cheerful smile adorning her face, struggled to articulate her thoughts, but resolutely decided to wholeheartedly serve her master. Before long, she was busily packing several large bags. Her previous gloom completely dissipated, replaced by the innocent glee of a young girl. "The items were too burdensome. Choose a maid to accompany you. Please convey my regards to your mother, and should there be any shortages or needs, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Hua Hong was on the verge of tears once more, prompting Lu Yunlan to gently wipe away her tears with a handkerchief. Such propensity for tears. How will she manage once she is married? "I shall not marry, but rather serve my master for a lifetime. What will happen when I die? If my master passes away, I will serve the young master. Should the young master also perish, I shall simply end my life by striking my head against a wall." Lu Yunlan found her words childishly amusing and decided to tease her. Hua Hong possessed exceptional culinary skills and was often bullied by the older maid during her childhood. Not only were her accomplishments usurped, but she was also frequently exploited. At that time, Lu Yunlan, who was still in her boudoir, decisively dealt with the older maid and promoted Hua Hong to serve by her side. Duped to by Lianer's betrayal, the only loyal and trustworthy individuals left were Lu Yin and Hua Hong. Hua Hong nodded repeatedly and joyfully dashed out. "I am doomed, beset by 4 debt collectors. My sister Hua Hong is truly unfortunate. Those resentful family members are better off non-existent." Tuantuan's mind was rife with thoughts. She sighed, a gambling father, a weak mother, a blood-sucking sister, a brother resembling an ancestor, and then there's me, akin to a blood bag, being drained by family for a lifetime. When I grow old, I will be cast onto the street as a beggar. Lu Yunlan felt a weight in her heart and could not help but ponder. How could one be discarded by family and left to beg on the streets? Could it be that I would drive her away? In the evening, long before anyone arrived, cheerful voices could be heard from afar. While Lu Yunlan was dining, she saw Hua Hong enter in disarray, followed by a maid who was equally disheveled. They appeared fatigued and weak, as if they had toiled all day. "I apologize, my master. I completely forgot to prepare your meal. I will do it immediately. The bathwater I prepared for you is ready. You shall enjoy great blessings." Lu Yin chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek. Be careful with your hands. Do not let them touch the water. What is this? My hands have been soaked in water all day. The young maid pouted, her face full of complaints. Lu Yinlan then noticed that both of their hands were red and swollen from the soaking. She gave the young maid a look, instructing her to clean up and come back alone later. After the young maid finished her tale, both were utterly astonished. It was indeed true. The servants' families were much poorer than theirs, and they had never seen parents like theirs, nor such detestable siblings. They truly treated Sister Hua Hong and the servants like cattle, burdening them with a day's worth of labor, which was comparable to Lu Yunlan's work over the course of half a month. If one did not know better, they might think they were emperors and empresses. The young maid felt aggrieved and grew increasingly indignant. Lu Yunlan glanced at Lu Yin, who, with a smile, took out 2 silver coins from her pouch and placed them in the maid's hand. Today's events must not be spoken of. You shall keep this secret. Lu Yunlan fiddled with the small warming stove in her hands and overheard her say, Hua Hong's sister claims that we treat her well here. She wishes to come and serve the master, and even urged Hua Hong to speak favorably of her in your presence. A sister akin to a bloodsucker, a brother resembling an ancestor. These phrases suddenly sprang to Lu Yunlan's mind. What did she say? Sister Hua Hong said we have enough staff and do not require any additional maids. Her dear sister became angry and even deliberately scorned the servants. To appease her, Sister Hua Hong had to bestow all her hairpins and ornaments. Master, I truly dislike her sister. Please do not agree to this. The maid spoke plainly, and Lu Yin chided. How to behave is for the lady to decide. There is no need for you to speak out of turn. If you truly meet her sister, you will realize that I am not speaking falsely. I have never encountered such shamelessness in my life. The charcoal in the stove crackled loudly. Despite Lu Yunlan repeatedly instructing Hua Hong not to cook and to rest well, Hua Hong dutifully prepared an entire feast. Kneeling respectfully, she said, Thank you, my master. Today, I'm exceedingly joyful. After much contemplation, Hua Hong found the right word to describe her feelings. Upon seeing her hands all raw and frostbitten, Lu Yunlan retrieved some medicine and gently applied it for her. Since you have prepared this, let it remain here for your supper. You do not earn much in your monthly allowance. Be frugal. Hua Hong thought she was implying that she should repay her, her face flushing red as she hurriedly responded. I do not want my monthly allowance. Let it be considered as repaying my master. Chapter 49. Mother, you are about to encounter a stroke of good fortune. Lu Yunlan sighed, realizing that this child was indeed somewhat naive. She was clearly suggesting that Hua Hong should take better care of herself and not exhaust her hard-earned money on her family. She sensed that Hua Hong appeared hesitant, prompting Lu Yunlan to wonder whether she intended to discuss that matter. However, Hua Hong momentarily appeared confused before quickly regaining her determination. It is nothing. Hua Hong will take her leave. Madam, should Hua Hong truly speak of it, will you agree? Lu Yin undid her hairpin, styling her hair. This courtyard cannot afford to have another Bai Lianer. Lu Yinlan did not articulate her thoughts directly, but Lu Yin understood and responded. Indeed, should another incident occur, I will accompany Hua Hong. If it is a bottomless pit, it would be better to provide more money and fully secure Hua Hong's loyalty. Just as they were speaking, a young maid's voice suddenly rang out from outside. The prince is here. Displeased, Lu Yunlan's expression instantly darkened. Do not rise. Gu Qingfeng quickly approached and gently pressed his hand on Lu Yunlan's shoulder. He appeared exceptionally refined and handsome today, exuding an air of scholarly elegance that was exceedingly gentle, reminiscent of the first time Lu Yunlan had encountered him. He even wore the same distinctive fragrance they had shared in their past meetings. However, strangely enough, while she had once adored this scent, it now repulsed her, making her feel nauseous. Lu Yunlan felt her breath hitch and lowered her head to cover her nose with her sleeve. Gu Qingfeng, however, mistook her reaction for shyness. Earlier that morning, as Gu Qingfeng passed by Lanxin courtyard, he had heard the sound of joyful laughter echoing from within. The vibrant vitality had instantly captivated his attention. He inquired with the maid and learned that Lu Yunlan had been feeling well these past few days. After a long period of distance from Lu Yunlan, he found himself becoming increasingly infatuated. Lanner, Gu Qingfeng utilized his previous charms. You have not been kind to me in ages. Completely disregarding Lu Yunlan's furrowed brow, he reached out to touch her shoulder, trailing his hand down her arm. Lu Yunlan was vexed and contemplated seizing his hand. Gu Qingfeng, however, was already displeased. What has happened to your body? Her figure had shed its former bulk and regained its previous vigor. Gu Qingfeng earnestly remarked, "Did I not mention that a woman's body need not be so robust? A slight plumpness is preferable. It should be soft and delicate, yielding in one's grasp. Look at your shoulders. They are as hard as iron, devoid of any feminine grace." Lu Yinlan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Huh, now you resort to disparaging me because your figure does not measure up. What use is it for me to possess such grace, only to be unable to retaliate when you assault me?" The thought of having been restrained by Gu Changfeng during the incident involving the two elderly women sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. Wait, did you not claim to be weak and deeply poisoned? Only then did Gu Changfeng begin to sense something amiss. Clothed in layers, he had not noticed. But now he could see that Lu Yunlan's figure bore a resemblance to her former self when she was a general. Initially intending to surprise the prince, Lu Yunlan suddenly felt compelled to speak candidly, suppressing her revulsion as she placed her hands on his shoulders and adopted a gentle tone. "I've been sought out a divine doctor for me, who prescribed remedies for several months. I had thought my body would wither away. What use was all this effort? Yet, I could not bring myself to abandon you and the two children, so I resolved to give it a try." Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened further as Lu Yunlan insisted on continuing with a smile. Who would have known that the medicine would truly work? Ultimately, it is all thanks to Bai Bin. I must personally express my gratitude when I see him next. Bai Bin, you fool. Why meddle in my affairs? Gu Qingfeng regretted not having dealt with Bai Bin during their last encounter. What is it? Are you not happy? Lu Yunlan feigned ignorance, causing Gu Qingfeng's romantic thoughts to dissipate entirely. The doctor also mentioned that the soup and medicine you sent previously were exceptional. I had thought that such potent medicine would have no regard for my well-being. How could that be? Gu Qingfeng's smile was on the verge of collapse. That was a prescription I specifically sought, naturally beneficial for your health. Lu Yinlan found it amusing to hear him speak such stiff words of affection while wearing an indifferent expression. "Next time, I shall visit you again, my lord." "What is it, your highness?" "I still wish for us to have another child. Since Mei Mei has one, I too desire one." Lu Yinlan understood Gu Qingfeng's strong masculinity and his preference for complete control, even in such matters. If a girl were to take the initiative, he would find it rather uninteresting. While she spoke, her hand deliberately wrapped around his waist, pulling him closer. The sensation of being controlled frightened him. He had come to relish Lu Yunlan's company, not to allow her to enjoy his. Gu Qingfeng fled as if in panic. "Oh, mother, you are quite a formidable character. You can utter such words. With your patience and determination, you will succeed in anything." The previously slumbering Gu Tuantuan was awakened by the cold breeze from the open door and overheard their conversation. She then witnessed a splendid performance by her mother. "By the way, when is mother planning to divorce? I can see my second father is about to make his entrance. Tall, handsome, caring, young, and capable. What a pity that my mother's heart for love is shattered. She feels nothing for romance. How pitiful for my second father, who will have to exert so much effort. Second father is so infatuated. Ha ha! A grand emotional tug-of-war is about to unfold. She runs. He chases. She cannot escape. How delightful. I want to see more." Lu Yinlan was completely petrified. What is happening? She felt that love was nothing more than this. In the end, love could lead to such a state, devoid of any meaning. Gu Tuantuan was right. She now wished to avoid love at all costs. How annoying. Lu Yunlan believed that the appearance of the next man would only hinder her quest for vengeance. No, she must avoid any further interactions with men. Thus, she intensified her training. She aimed to cultivate her physique to deter men from approaching. A few weeks later, the Lu family sent an invitation. As she stepped out of the door, she saw that Gu Qingfeng had already prepared the carriage. "What are you dawdling for?" "It is my brother-in-law's birthday. As the brother-in-law, how can I not show my support? Since she wouldn't perish, she would employ other methods." Gu Qingfeng felt an unprecedented pressure and the thrill of conquering someone. The previous methods had been detrimental to his health. Thus, he would now take a psychological approach. He believed that through his personal charm, he could make Lu Yunlan willingly do everything for him. He was determined to control her to the point of desperation. She could never survive that. "Yay, today, my second father is making his appearance. I'm looking forward to it." Just before boarding the carriage, Gu Tuantuan's words reached her ears. Lu Yunlan, who had been calm, suddenly twisted her ankle in shock. "Oh heavens, please no." Chapter 50. strategies to avoid romantic entanglements. Lu Yunlan held her forehead the entire way. The closer she got to the Lu residence, the more anxious she felt. She could not absorb a single word of Gu Qingfeng's ramblings. "Madam, we have arrived at the Lu residence." The coachman called out from outside the carriage, and a servant had already arranged a small stool for her. Lost in thought, Lu Yunlan instinctively lifted the curtain and extended her hand, only to realize that the hand supporting her was not that of a maid, but a man's. "Sister, I'm not a rat. Why are you avoiding me? Your expression suggests you have encountered something filthy." Lu Guang looked hurt, realizing that his sister was genuinely upset. She wouldn't even let him assist her down. "Who would have thought you have grown so much? Your hands are as large as a man's." Lu Guang was even more bewildered, confusion written all over his face. "What does that mean?" "So, in my sister's eyes, I am not considered a man at all." The brother and sister were speaking past each other, completely out of sync. Upon stepping out of the carriage, Lu Yunlan's gaze fell upon a man with a bushy beard. She felt faint and instinctively took a step back, internally screaming, "It cannot be him." Regardless, as long as she maintained her distance from the stranger, it would suffice. The way she looked at him was as if he were something repugnant, making her feel uneasy. She averted her gaze. "Everything is in my hands. If I do not wish it, fate cannot force me to love him." Lu Yunlan continuously reassured herself, but upon entering the courtyard hall, she was taken aback. 3 tables were filled with men. How could she know who the troublesome suitor was? It seemed that all men favored the gentle. She would do the opposite. She resolved to go all out. She disregarded her image, tying up her long skirt for convenience. Sitting in a haphazard manner, she placed her right foot on another small stool. She devoured meat with gusto, chewing loudly, and drank copious amounts of wine, finishing several cups in no time. The 3 younger brothers of Lu Qingji stared at her in astonishment. What was she doing? She had never behaved so boldly. "I refuse to believe anyone would still find me appealing." Lu Yunlan rolled up her sleeves, revealing her muscular arms as if to show off. She ate messily, her face gleaming with satisfaction. Observing discreetly, she noticed that each man regarded her with admiration and respect, devoid of any romantic intentions. "Excellent. This is refreshing." Although Lu Qingji hosted this banquet ostensibly for a birthday celebration, it was in truth a gathering for old battlefield comrades. Initially worried that the atmosphere might be somber, they were surprised to see that today, this sister of theirs was as lively as if she had taken a stimulant, invigorating the mood. She greeted everyone as brother, and the other commanders, seeing Lu Yunlan's carefree demeanor, were also uplifted, drinking and laughing as if they were still in the barracks. The camaraderie among them deepened significantly. Many approached Lu Yunlan to toast her. She welcomed them all, playfully slapping shoulders as though they were brothers, completely ignoring the darkening expression on Gu Qingfeng's face. "Take it easy, don't drink too much." Suddenly, a phrase unexpectedly pierced her ear. Lu Yunlan jolted as if she had encountered a ghost. Her face flushed, and she sought to grab the person who spoke. Yet, the figure danced in and out of focus, leaving her unable to discern anything clearly. "Madam, let me help you sober up." "No, I wish to leave this place quickly," Lu Yunlan replied, hastily retreating and waving her hand. "I'm going to sleep. Call for me when you leave." She fled swiftly, entirely unaware of the fervent gaze that followed her closely. Chapter 51. Gu Qingfeng's rampant frustration suddenly. Lu Yunlan felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, and goosebumps spread across her body due to the cold wind. A cloak was draped over her shoulders, exuding a comforting scent. The person softly murmured, but Lu Yunlan did not notice the difference in his voice. As she stepped out with unsteady feet, she found a tall, strong figure standing outside. The dim sunlight cast a hazy outline around him. This person seemed familiar, yet not quite. However, Lu Yunlan knew he was definitely not Lu Guang. What had she just been doing? The alcohol began to wear off, and she pondered whether sneaking away might be a better option. Just as she took a step, the man turned around. "Are you feeling better?" The gentle voice struck the heart like a poison, resonating even before the figure was seen. Alas, this voice was precisely the kind she adored. Lu Yunlan thought to herself that she was doomed. This must be a trial of love. Heaven, seeing her life had become too comfortable, sent someone to torment her. With wide eyes, Lu Yunlan immediately turned to flee. However, within 2 or 3 moments, the tall figure caught up, obscuring her line of sight. Feeling unwell, how could she run? I have summoned the physician. He awaits in the warm pavilion. Here, drink this bowl of detoxifying soup. It will warm your body. Lu Yunlan was flustered. Who would stand at the latrine door with a bowl of detoxifying soup? If you don't drink it soon, it will cool. The person gently urged her, and Lu Yunlan found herself unperturbed, which was precisely what troubled her. Mind your own business. I can manage my own affairs, she retorted defensively. Yet, upon raising her gaze, a familiar face emerged in her mind, overlapping with a youthful visage from her memories. Elder brother Lu told me you would come today. I shamelessly lingered here. Time passed swiftly. You have been at the border for 5 years, and now, having grown so formidable, I scarcely recognize you. Lu Yunlan scrutinized him. Now towering and imposing, he exuded an aura of authority, far removed from the frail appearance of yesteryears. Yet, his gaze remained as clear as before, reminiscent of an untainted jade. If you don't drink, the soup will genuinely cool. Rong Yun's expression was calm, his dark eyes fixed upon her as he pushed the bowl forward. After she drank, he effortlessly took the bowl back. Lu Yunlan felt no discomfort. After all, this young soldier was one she had personally trained. Seeing him so accomplished filled her with a sense of pride. There were countless questions to ask. How have you fared these past years? What is your current position? If you are not thriving, do not attribute it to my guidance. After drinking, Lu Yunlan became loquacious, engaging in a self-dialogue. Thus, she merely smiled and nodded. You, solely adept at warfare, cannot succeed in everything. Your eyes have recovered, correct? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her from behind, stepping forward and bending down, blocking Lu Yunlan's path. The sudden enlargement of the face, coupled with the shock of the interruption, caused her pupils to constrict, and she instinctively took a step back. When she was sober, such small blunders would be inconsequential. Yet, having drunk, her legs felt weak, and she nearly knelt in front of her subordinates. How embarrassing, to kneel so gracefully in front of her men. Before she could finish her mental lament, Rong Yun swiftly lifted her entire body. Do not worry. As long as you do not wish it, I'll not divulge this to others. Trust me, I am delighted. She felt he was a bit too mature for his years. Lu Yunlan. Suddenly, a chilling roar erupted from behind. Have you lost your mind? Acting chummy with other men in front of you, and now embracing them here? Do you think so little of me? Lu Yunlan wished to explain, but upon turning, she saw him charging towards her, spewing insults. Particularly in front of others, her anger flared, and she raised her hand to slap him. If you cannot speak properly, then be silent. Very well, how dare you strike me? Gu Qingfeng's rage morphed into shock, followed by humiliation. His voice grew louder, disregarding the presence of others. You cavort with other men in the temple. I have chosen not to hold it against you out of marital affection. Yet, you grow increasingly audacious. Will you next bring a man to our bed? He accused her of feigning purity while indulging elsewhere. Lu Yunlan felt her head spin. The once gentle and refined youth now raged, hurling the most vile words at her. Their vows had always been broken by him. He professed his love for her, but had impregnated by Lianer a year before their wedding. He preached integrity while frequently visiting brothels, no different from ordinary lecherous men. Tears streamed down her cheeks, not from sorrow, but from lamenting that 5 years of love and time had been a mere illusion woven by another. Your Highness, I never imagined such words could escape your lips. She is your wife. Gu Qingfeng, enraged, raised his fists, prepared to strike the young man. Rong Yun sighed softly, both for her and himself. It turned out the man she once insisted on marrying was of such low caliber. Had he known his rival was so easily defeated, he would not have feigned generosity. With minimal effort, he captured Gu Qingfeng's fist, causing his complexion to pale as though his hand would shatter. You claim there was no misconduct? How could he protect you if there was none? Lu Yunlan, you truly lack shame. You have disgraced the Gu family. Seeing Lu Yunlan's expression teetering on the brink of collapse, Rong Yun clenched his jaw, his gaze fierce, and with a swift motion, he broke a bone in Gu Qingfeng's pinky. Gu Qingfeng screamed in pain, wildly kicking at Rong Yun as if deranged. Do not stop. If you wish to be mad, do it elsewhere. Do not wreak havoc in my Lu household. Chapter 52. Even imprisonment will not suffice for him. Lu Wulong, with a flushed nose from drink, nearly exploded with rage upon hearing the commotion. How dare Gu Qingfeng speak to her in such a manner at the Lu residence? She could only imagine the abuse she endured at the Gu household. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, gripping Gu Qingfeng's collar with one hand and striking his face with the other. Gu Qingfeng, unaccustomed to such violence, felt half his face swell with bruises as he gasped for air on the ground. Lu Qingji, though his tone was urgent, maintained a calm demeanor. "Hurry and bring the master here." The servants averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. Reluctantly, he instructed his two younger brothers, "Go. Father is heavy-handed. His leg is already injured. If it gets worse, how will he walk?" Lu Guang and Lu Xian exchanged glances, instantly grasping their brother's insinuation. "Do not hit. Let us speak calmly." One of them raised his foot and kicked Gu Qingfeng's leg lightly. "Father, the Prince of Su is of royal blood. He cannot be struck." Yet, he forcefully patted Gu Qingfeng's back. Gu Qingfeng, in disbelief, turned to his two brothers for rescue. "I am still his father-in-law. I will ensure this unfilial son is dealt with properly." Lu Wulong, seeing that no matter how he struck, Gu Qingfeng remained standing, grew even more emboldened. Gu Qingfeng wished for death, wanting to fall, yet he could not. What a wretched man! Lu Wulong cursed inwardly, his fists growing heavier with each blow. Not only did he wish to destroy the Lu family, but he also sought to poison Lu Yunlan. Even a tiger does not harm its young. You wish to kill both children. Had it not been for the little divine being Tuantuan reincarnating, the Lu household would have long since perished. Lu Wulong had long desired to deliver a thorough beating to him, and now seizing the opportunity, he unleashed both new and old grievances together. After receiving a mere dozen blows, Gu Qingfeng's head turned the color of liver, adorned with two black eyes, his right hand broken, and his abdomen bruised. Initially, he shouted curses at the entire Lu family, but by the end, only grunts escaped his nose. "Stop hitting," Lu Yunlan called out, and Lu Wulong's hand paused in midair. Gu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed into slits, and he gasped several times, pushing Lu Guang and Lu Xinyu aside with a single hand. Pointing at Lu Wu and circling around to indicate them all, "How dare you disrespect the dignity of the royal family, committing such an act of treason? I shall report you to the emperor. Prepare for imprisonment, you and your 3 companions. Just wait." Lu Wu waved his hand dismissively, leaning slightly to one side. Proudly lifting his chin, "Go ahead." Lu Qingji maintained a serene expression, showing no sign of yielding. Lu Guang scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly, his eyes filled with disdain. Lu Xinyu gazed straight ahead, his handsome face revealing no trace of fear. They all shared a common sentiment. "Go ahead and report us if you wish." Gu Qingfeng was on the verge of exploding with rage, yet his meager martial skills rendered him helpless. The assembled generals erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause. Amidst this cacophony, Gu Qingfeng was assisted away step by his servants, resembling a defeated dog. What a fool! A strong man without a brain. Gu Qingfeng cursed inwardly. He is determined to instigate war between the two nations, sending them all to the battlefield, and it would be best if they all perished. Not a single one surviving. "Father, you are being reckless." Inside the room, the household physician was tending to Lu Wu's injured hand, while Lu Yunlan brewed a cup of sobering tea and presented it to him. "This is our Lu residence. He offended me. I hit him. What is wrong with that? It would be the same with the emperor. For such a scoundrel, a beating is already a light punishment. Poisoning the wife and children, setting traps against the father-in-law. What sort of person is that? To call him a ghost is already elevating his status." Gu Tuantuan hummed in agreement, supporting her grandfather's words. Lu Wu laughed heartily, planting a kiss on Tuantuan's cheek. Sitting on the other side, Yuan also leaned in, and Lu Wu kissed him twice, pinching his little face and laughing. "I heard the other day you couldn't even defeat your sister? What a little waste. From now on, practice diligently with your maternal grandfather. He will impart all his skills to you, unlike your uncle who is utterly worthless." With that, he shot a glance at Lu Qingji. Everyone present could tell he was joking, but Gu Tuantuan was not pleased, letting out several cries, squirming in his embrace. Her small hands simultaneously slapped his face. In her heart, she howled, "I want to learn right now. If you don't teach me, I'll bite you." Gu Tuantuan lunged at him, and, rather than biting, it was more akin to affectionate pecking. "Look at her, so fierce at such a young age. What will she be like when she grows up?" Old Grandpa Lu ignored her antics, his laughter narrowing his eyes with delight. This was a humiliation for Gu Tuantuan. She bared her teeth, shoving her left hand into his nostrils and tugging at his ears with her right. Hey, let go." Seeing the mess on her fingers, though somewhat speechless, he patiently cleaned her up. After a while, Lu Wu glanced at them, and the second brother Lu Guang immediately understood, beckoning them all to leave. I foresee that tomorrow the emperor will send someone to arrest father. Lu Guang's tone was so relaxed. It was as if he were not speaking of his own father. And you didn't even inform me. I rushed over in a panic and ended up helping nothing. Rongyun's tone carried a hint of complaint. What? Did some beauty entangle your footsteps? Lu Guang chuckled mischievously, looking quite cunning. Rongyun glanced at him, merely sighing and smiling without uttering a word. Let me hold her. He reached out his hand toward Tuantuan. Ah, both of them are shy and refuse to let strangers hold them. Before he could finish his sentence, Tuantuan excitedly squealed and leaped into his arms. You look so good, tall and strong, with big, hard muscles. If only those hands could carry me up high. Tuantuan's small hands shyly clutched his collar, rubbing against him, her laughter transforming her grape-like eyes into crescent moons. So adorable it could melt anyone's heart. Such a smile you have never bestowed upon me. Lu Guang felt a pang of jealousy, straining to rise on his toes. Alas, no matter how long he tried, he could not match his height. Silently, he touched his own muscles, realizing he had neglected his training these past few days, and adjusted his sleeves to cover them more tightly. Big Hay was also tilting his head, sizing him up, secretly comparing himself to him, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Thinking, what's the big deal? I'm just younger. Give me a few more years, and I will surely surpass him. To tease the person in his arms, Rongyun pointed at him, then at himself, smiling. This little fellow looks quite good. Would you gift him to me? Ha, isn't he beautiful? He's mine. Not giving him away, even if the emperor wants him. Big Hay felt quite pleased upon hearing this, a proud expression appearing on his face. Yet, Tuantuan thought, if someone praises him, they're praising me too. Tuantuan laughed heartily, then shook her head. Fly, I want to fly. She missed the feeling of soaring through the sky in her past life too much. After flapping her arms a few times, Rongyun lifted her body into the air. After flying a few circles, he also took Tuantuan along. The entire courtyard was filled with the cheerful laughter of children. Big Hay couldn't help but smile as well. Suddenly, several shiny objects caught his eye on the ground. Before he could approach to investigate, Rongyun halted, casting an annoyed glance at the ground, where a long rusty nail lay. Chapter 53. Picking Flowers for the Emperor Uncle. Oh no! Lu Guang's heart raced with fright. He had just taken a couple of steps when Rongyun called out, Watch your step. Who swept this courtyard? Bring them here. Second young master, the emperor is coming. Suddenly, a young servant rushed over in a flurry, saying, The master ordered you to hurry and greet the emperor. So soon, Lu Guang was taken aback, rushing to support Rongyun, only to discover that the long nail had already pierced through. That nail was rusty. If he contracts tetanus, it would be disastrous. You go see a doctor first. We'll go greet the emperor. No, Rongyun said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I left the border without permission and came here without first paying respects to the emperor. Have you lost your mind? If someone didn't know better, they might think you were plotting rebellion. If anything happens to you, what meaning will my life have? You this. Lu Guang was moved to tears, squeezing his arm, never expecting you to value our brotherhood so highly. Well, once this matter is settled, you shall become sworn brothers with us three. My elder brother will be your true elder brother, and my elder sister will be your true elder sister. Rongyun rolled his eyes internally, changing the topic, urging, Let us hurry. We can't let them find more faults. Flowers, I want flowers. The few of them took a shortcut, passing through the plum grove in the garden, when Tuantuan grabbed a branch and refused to move. If Sister Isn't going, then I want to go either. Yuan mimicked her. Lu Guang was nearly driven mad by these two little tyrants. He quickly picked many plum blossoms. The two little ones buried themselves in the flowers. From a distance, it looked as if Big Hay and Lu Guang were holding a large bouquet of flowers. Upon reaching the entrance, they realized the emperor had already been welcomed inside. My goodness, be careful, the emperor is angry. A servant whispered a warning near their ears. Lu Guang hurriedly pulled everyone into the hall. They only vaguely saw a flash of royal color in the center before they dropped to their knees, exclaiming in unison, We, your humble servants, pay our respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. Before the emperor had a chance to speak, Gu Qingfeng began to babble. You would rather pick flowers than welcome your royal brother. The Lu family is truly audacious. Although the previous incident was a misunderstanding, this minister believes that there is no smoke without fire. Rong Yun arrived in the capital with so many troops without authorization, and he has always had a good relationship with the Liu family. The intricacies of this situation are chilling to contemplate. The emperor's face darkened with anger. Rong Yun had been personally raised by the Liu family, guarding the border. The emperor couldn't help but doubt where Rong Yun's loyalty truly lay. With the emperor? Or with the Liu family? Why have you delayed in welcoming his majesty? Is it for these reasons? Am I truly inferior to these flowers? The emperor's words carried a weight that made Lu Wu and his companions rise only to kneel again moments later. Lu Guang and others bowed deeply, repeatedly expressing their humility. Gu Qingfeng, observing this spectacle through his narrow eyes, felt an immense satisfaction. You were so arrogant. A clear, melodious voice pierced through the oppressive silence. The plum blossoms in his embrace stirred, revealing two chubby little hands that playfully emerged before retreating once more, followed by a cherubic face that peeked out before hiding again. Soon, Gu Yuanyuan leaped from another cluster of plum blossoms, playing a game of hide-and-seek. Lu Yunlan sighed inwardly. My dear children, is this truly the time for play? A beautiful flower for a gentleman. At the sight of this plum blossom, Tuantuan thought of her uncle, so lovely and useful, embodying independence and noble character. Hee, let us gift all the blossoms to uncle. The rest of the Liu family was unfazed, finally understanding her motives for picking the flowers, flattery. Truth be told, the emperor was genuinely pleased by such praise. Being a child, she could utter no falsehoods. Her words were undoubtedly sincere. All right, everyone, rise, the emperor declared, his tone loud, yet revealing a softened mood. He gestured to the side, signaling to Wang Gonggong, who, having served the emperor for many years, was momentarily bewildered. Flowers? You desire them? Though confused, he respected the emperor's wish and nodded to another young eunuch. The emperor picked up a blossom, inhaling its fragrance and praising. Indeed, remarkable. I received a few plum trees as tribute from a foreign land, which I bestow upon the Liu family. Once more, the Liu family knelt in unison. Kneel, kneel, kneel. They've knelt themselves silly. Why do they kneel at every turn? Gu Tuantuan pouted, dissatisfied. Stop kneeling for no reason. It makes me seem like a foolish ruler. The Liu family exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their faces. Gu Qingfeng, perplexed, questioned what is the meaning of this? Why do you desire those pitiful flowers? Struggling to suppress his frustration, he leaned closer, saying, Your Majesty, I know my tongue is dull and I often misspeak, but General Liu should not strike me so. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he should keep his distance. You are being petty, blaming your mother. If I were older, I would have kicked you. The emperor is the fairest and will not be deceived by you. Although the words were veiled, the emperor responded, Very well. Recount the events as they transpired. I am listening. He lazily reclined on his cushion, playing with the plum blossom in his hand. If General Liu truly struck others indiscriminately, I would not let it pass. Gu Qingfeng licked his lips, eager to add more, but the emperor continued, Similarly, if the Prince of Su has erred, I shall show no leniency. Regret washed over Gu Qingfeng. He felt cornered, compelled to cling to the notion that Lu Yunlan and Rong Yun were involved in something nefarious, lest he himself face punishment. Indeed, after the emperor heard each account, his gaze towards Gu Qingfeng was filled with disbelief. Your Majesty, Gu Qingfeng limped into the center and knelt. I witnessed their scuffle. In a moment of anger, I spoke those words, yet General Liu struck first. I am wronged. Nonsense. Your mind is still muddled. What foolishness escapes your lips? How old is Lu Yunlan, and how old is Rong Yun? Rong Yun was raised by her, like a younger brother. You, my dear, are simply heartless, viewing everything through a tainted lens. Gu Qingfeng stammered, unable to respond. Indeed, who would believe that someone as promising as Rong Yun, both in looks and stature, could have any connection with Lu Yunlan? In the end, the emperor punished Lu Wu by deducting 3 months of his salary and confined the Prince of Su for a month. The others present, except for Rong Yun, were elated. Ah, General Rong, you look quite pale. Wang Gonggong noticed Rong Yun about to faint and hurriedly summoned assistance, only to discover a long nail embedded in his shoe. The emperor promptly ordered his removal for treatment. Lu Guang's men soon brought in the young servant who had scattered nails in the courtyard. Pray tell, who directed you to do this? How dare you sow nails in the courtyard? Second young master, what do you mean? I acted on your orders. The room fell into stunned silence, as everyone turned towards Lu Guang in disbelief. What nonsense! What did I ever instruct you? Your Majesty, save me. The servant crawled a few steps forward, looking at Lu Guang as though he were a vengeful specter. He kowtowed repeatedly, trembling, I dare not lie. The second young master said that General Rong seized the first young master's position. In his anger, he sought to teach General Rong a lesson. When I refused, he threatened my family. Second young master, I beg of you, the servant continued, prostrating at Lu Guang's feet. I obeyed your words. General Rong fell into a trap. Please spare my family. Spare you? I never captured you. How can I spare you? Lu Guang, infuriated, kicked the servant's shoulder without regard for the emperor's presence. The servant squealed in terror, begging for mercy as he fled. Unbridled. Seize him. Why are you arresting me? Your Majesty, I am innocent. Lu Guang assumed the guards were going after the servant, only to find they had apprehended him instead. Gu Chengfeng chuckled, wincing as he inadvertently hurt his lip. In my opinion, he has a point. Brother-in-law, you hosted this banquet without inviting family, yet you brought these generals. Your Majesty. Gu Chengfeng presented a list of attendees. Please take a look. They are all individuals of substantial influence. One may not pose a threat, but if they unite, I dare not imagine the consequences. You have truly outdone yourself. Remembering each name, Lu Qingji retorted sarcastically, implying ulterior motives. Brother-in-law, do not hold it against me. Though I am your sister's husband, I am also a member of the royal family. It is my duty to safeguard the interests of the southern Shu kingdom. I am not criticizing you, but you have indeed overstepped this time. Why host a banquet when you're incapacitated? Do you wish to start anew? Gu Chengfeng exaggeratedly expressed disbelief, trampling on Lu Qingji's dignity. Your Highness, your words are excessive. Lu Yinlan comforted Lu Qingji by placing a hand on his shoulder. Honor, Gu Chengfeng's tone turned cold. A woman must abide by her father in the home and her husband after marriage. Do not forget, you're the princess of Su. Your Majesty, Qingji's legs are both broken, and my sister is married. From where do you expect a resurgence? My second brother is unruly and unworthy, while my third brother is mediocre and young. Father often laments to Qingji, sighing that our Lu family cannot produce a single person to assist the emperor. Last time, when the Lu family was wronged, had it not been for your wise rule, we would not have survived. We thought to hold this banquet to reminisce with old friends and express our gratitude for your grace. If you do not believe me, you may inquire about each name on the list, and you will understand. If my Lu Qingji were truly crippled and still so ungrateful, even if the emperor were to grant me death, I would harbor no grievances. As he spoke these words, Lu Qingji lowered his brow, concealing the emotions that flickered in his eyes. He merely stated that he was paralyzed and did not wish to start anew. Yet he failed to mention the situation where his legs were healed. Lu Qingji spoke deliberately, leaving himself an escape route. He paused, glanced at Lu Guang, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued, as for my second brother framing General Rong, that is even more absurd. Although my second brother may not be the brightest, he would not harm General Rong within our household. Besides, there are countless ways to cause harm. Why resort to using nails? General Rong stepped on them while playing with Tuantuan. Could it be that Tuantuan is an accomplice? As Lu Qingji spoke, he found himself laughing. Exactly. What could I possibly do to harm him? Gu Tuantuan nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, the emperor pondered for a moment. Gu Chengfeng fanned the flames from his side. Your Majesty, you cannot listen to his nonsense. Anyone can speak sweetly. Gong Gong Wang, bring the list and question each one. I wish to personally see the testimonies. Only then did Gu Chengfeng smile in satisfaction. Prince Su, I sometimes doubt whether you're truly a son-in-law of the Lu family. The smile froze on his face. When the Lu family faced difficulties last time, you did not say a single good word. This time, you still do not trust your own brothers-in-law and instead help others to speak. Those who know you understand that you are loyal and devoted to the country. Those who do not might think you harbor a deep hatred for the Lu family and wish to see them destroyed. Your Highness, I do not. Cold sweat trickled down Gu Chengfeng's forehead, and he was about to explain. No need. I merely remind you that one must possess humanity. Otherwise, it will only leave others feeling cold. If you can be impartial to your father-in-law, in the future, how could you not turn against me? No, Your Majesty. Even if you lend me 1,000,000 times the courage, I would not dare. Truly, one cannot steal a chicken without losing a rice grain. And yet I have incurred your displeasure. You will stay in the residence for this month, and without an edict, you are not to go out. The young servant's eyes darted around wildly. He should not have taken this job. Your Majesty, It was Zhou Yin, the son of the Tai Wei, who threatened me. The emperor shook his head, saying not a single truthful word. Seeing that he could not implicate the Liu family, he began to drag the Zhou family into it. Drag him down, grant him self-termination. The young man dared not lie. Indeed, before he could finish, his mouth was covered by cloth. Gong Wang hurried in, and the emperor glanced at the testimonies above, nodded, and said, "Lu Wu, in the future, you must not act so recklessly. Even if I do not acknowledge him, he is still my biological brother." Gu Qingfeng's face lit up with joy. "Indeed, brother, you still love me." The Liu family, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Late at night, Gu Qingfeng called her and asked her to attend to him in the study tonight. Forget it. Let it be as if she had been gored by a pig. Lu Yinlan had finally prepared herself mentally. Upon entering the room, she discovered other women's voices in the study. It was neither Ru Lu nor Bai Lianer. Lu Yunlan's heart trembled. Before she could regain her composure, there were strange sounds. 1, 2, 3. Lu Yinlan felt her values being challenged. "Your Highness, please do not jest. The princess is about to arrive. What is there to fear? Hasn't she been attended to by the maid? Your Highness, you are truly wicked. She is the princess. Rest assured, she cannot see anyway. Let her come in and stay." Lu Yinlan felt disgusted and wanted to leave. Suddenly, a playful thought flashed through her mind. A smile crept onto her lips as she quietly retreated. Soon, outside the study stood a throng of people. "What does the princess mean by calling us here? It is said that the prince is in a bad mood and wants us to cheer him on. Those who shout well will be rewarded." "Really?" "Indeed, the princess is generous, unlike the prince, who is miserly." Gu Qingfeng, unaware of the commotion outside, grew furious as Lu Yunlan delayed her entry, shouting, "Lan'er, why aren't you coming in?" "I'm coming." Lu Yunlan entered with a basin of hot water, but before she reached the screen, she overheard something. Why is she not reacting at all? Your Highness, are you all right? Please do not groan." Suddenly, a match lit the candle, revealing a breathtaking sight within. Cheer up, Your Highness, you are the best." A crowd burst into the room, all chanting in unison. The two women turned pale, quickly grabbing blankets to cover themselves. Gu Qingfeng was thus exposed to the public eye. "Get out. All of you leave. Hurry and go. The prince is busy. Truly, I saw it with my own eyes. My goodness, right in front of the princess. How playful." Gu Qingfeng's face turned green with anger. "Get out, all of you." Lu Yunlan bit her lip to stifle her laughter, thinking to herself, "Since you enjoy this, let it be in front of everyone." Chapter 55. Rectifying old Madame Gu. The next day, this absurd incident spread throughout the capital, becoming a topic of conversation among the populace. The once gentle and refined Gu Qingfeng transformed into a debauched and reckless scion. The persona he had crafted as a good husband was now utterly shattered. Old Madame Gu, upon seeing her son injured and humiliated, felt immense pain. She thought, since she could not deal with Lu Yunlan, she might as well let others handle it. "Madam, the old lady requests your presence at Xiang'an Hall. I have matters to attend to in the palace," Lu Yunlan said as she inserted a silver hairpin into her hair, preparing to leave. Yet, the maid blocked her way, insisting. "The old lady said you must go. I truly have matters to attend to," Lu Yunlan patiently reiterated. The maid exchanged a glance with someone nearby, who immediately dashed out. "Sigh, off to report again." Lu Yunlan raised her hand to push the maid aside, but the maid slipped and knelt, grasping her dress and pleading, "Madam, the old lady has invited several sisters, and they are all waiting at Xiang'an Hall. If you do not go, the old lady will lose face. You may be fine, but we will suffer." Fine, I shall go." They carry Tuantuan into the palace. The princess's entourage has a carriage waiting at the door. Dahe said deliberately, "Are you truly not going?" "The princess has made it clear that she insists you attend." "Just say, I am attending to my mother-in-law and am not free." Lu Yunlan replied directly to the maid. Lu Yunlan was truly at her wit's end. Her mother-in-law seemed intent on providing her with lessons at every turn. Just recently, she had sent her a book on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues for her to study diligently. And now, it appeared that her old friends had joined in. It seemed another session of criticism awaited her. Upon entering Xiang'an Hall, Lu Yunlan gasped in astonishment at the scene before her. Your daughter-in-law has been obedient. She has pounded for half an hour and has not complained of fatigue. I initially liked her for her gentle nature." Just as she reached the steps, she overheard this conversation from within. "Goodness, it seems they have brought their daughters-in-law along. Are they here to provide her with a first-hand account? Lu Yunlan entered and performed her greetings, but old Madame Gu did not permit her to rise, instead letting out a bitter laugh. You are fortunate to have such good daughters-in-law. I am not the same. I am constantly berated by mine. For the past few days, my throat has been sore, and only my son and that little granddaughter, Qingyan, come to see me. I am old now, and people are beginning to dislike me. Lu Yunlan felt somewhat speechless, her legs growing numb from the prolonged bow. Before she could finish, she crossed her legs and sat down on the ground. The young wives and elder women present were all stunned. You, what sort of manners are these? The prince's consort sits on the ground like this, bringing shame upon herself. Mother, I am considering your feelings. Lu Yunlan began to argue. Who does not know that you are one of the best mothers-in-law in this capital? Unwilling to let your daughter-in-law suffer? My legs were merely a bit numb, so I decided to sit down. Consider this. If my knee were to ache and those unfamiliar with my mother-in-law believed you were deliberately tormenting me. Indeed, it is a calculated torment. Yet, before such a multitude, one cannot afford to unleash their ire. Just as Gu Laotai was about to speak, Lu Yunlan interjected without your command. The daughter-in-law would not dare to occupy her place. Mother, were you not just reprimanding me? In mere moments, Gu Laotai found herself rendered speechless. She exchanged a meaningful glance with her three old companions. Lanner, regardless of the circumstances, your mother-in-law is unwell. You must remain by her side. The elderly matriarch, seated in the foremost position, began to speak. Recognizing her intent to adhere to the old customs, Lu Yunlan hastily replied, Yes. Lanner has been attentive, yet unfortunately, my clumsiness resulted in ruining the medicine for Mother and accidentally scalding her. I wish to see how Mother would respond thereafter. Goodness, you are becoming increasingly burdensome. Who would dare to let you serve? Chimed in the second elder. If one cannot learn, one must strive to improve, rather than make excuses. My daughter-in-law prepares my meals daily, ensuring I eat before she does. Ah, how I envy you. What is so difficult about it? Mother, allow Lanner to serve you tea. Gu Laotai squinted, instinctively sensing that Lu Yunlan's intentions were far from altruistic. However, the three elderly ladies urged, Indeed, it is normal for a daughter-in-law to falter initially. We must grant the young ones a chance. Mother, I am here. Lu Yunlan bent low, balancing a teacup in her hands. Gu Laotai's heart raced, her murky eyes betraying a hint of fear. The elder sisters offered her encouraging glances. Lu Yunlan gently stirred the tea with the lid, blowing softly upon it, smiling innocently. Mother, please enjoy your tea. This tea is scalding hot. Gu Laotai took but a small sip before attempting to push it away. A fleeting emotion flickered in Lu Yunlan's eyes, though she feigned ignorance and continued to press the tea towards Gu Laotai's lips. The elder lady, her tongue burning, instinctively pushed it away. The splashed tea scalded Lu Yunlan's hands, prompting her to yelp in surprise, releasing her grip. The scalding liquid seemed poised to cook the flesh. Gu Laotai forcefully shoved Lu Yunlan aside and attempted to flee, only to inadvertently collide with the table corner, wincing in pain from her right leg. Mother, I have not performed well. I will try again. This time I shall succeed. Lu Yunlan's face was etched with desperation as she reached for Gu Laotai's hand. Inadvertently pulling her down, Gu Laotai staggered forward uncontrollably, her hands slipping over the shards of the teacup, drawing blood. Mother, are you all right? Lu Yunlan whimpered. Let me assist you. After much effort, she managed to grasp Gu Laotai's armpit, striving to lift her. Alas, she slipped on the spilled tea and fell once more. Gu Laotai, initially set to be supported by Zhang Mama, found herself tumbling again. The sound of her bones cracking echoed ominously in her ears. What shall I do? As Lu Yunlan prepared to assist her again, Gu Laotai erupted in fury. Leave me be. I do not want your help. Lu Yunlan knelt, looking mournful from aside. Just as Gu Laotai was finally helped back to her seat, a young maid lifted the curtain, whispering, Madam, Miss Qing'er by the princess's side says you must visit the palace. But I still need to care for my mother-in-law. Miss Qing'er said that once you finish attending to her, you may enter the palace together. Their conversation floated lightly through the air. The three elderly ladies in the room were left dumbfounded. After all, this was the grand princess. Offending her was no trivial matter. They licked their dry lips and urged, If the princess has summoned you, you must go at once. No, I must attend to my mother-in-law. Gu Laotai's eyes darkened with fatigue. If Lu Yunlan were to tend to her, she feared her days would be numbered. Go, this no longer concerns you. Mother, I can learn anything. Please do not disdain me. I will return tomorrow to serve you tea. No, no, no. Gu Laotai's lips turned pale, visibly aging before their eyes. No, I must learn. Lu Yunlan's fervent declarations rendered Gu Laotai numb. The following day, she would not be permitted to enter Xiang'an Hall. The princess, having heard all this, laughed, her expression breaking into a smile. It should be this way. Otherwise, having you called over daily for reprimands would be quite tiresome. And what of Shen'er? Have the companions been selected? Chapter 56. The capricious sister, the Grand Princess, appeared contemplative, her eyes brimming with melancholy. It is not as simple as it seems. The candidate must not only be of suitable age, but also possess a compatible temperament. The Grand Princess spoke with an air of resignation. Lu Yunlan patted her hand, lamenting, "What a pity that Tuantuan is too young." Indeed, the Grand Princess beckoned Tuantuan. If she were of appropriate age, I would not impose such difficulty. Gu Qingyan is most suitable. As long as she accompanies Shen'er, it would only be for 3 months at most. Tuantuan blew bubbles, playfully tapping the small pearls on the Grand Princess's clothing. The Grand Princess expressed mild disdain, clearly perceiving her as a troublesome one. She would not lead Shen'er astray, would she? Upon registration, I had her dismissed. She belongs to the Empress, and I do not favor her. Lu Yunlan pondered for a moment. Why not give a try? Perhaps there is merit in this. Very well, the Grand Princess decided. I will grant her this opportunity. Should she excel, let her prove herself. The maid summoned Shen'er, who appeared even more dazed, only responding with clarity upon seeing Gu Tuantuan. The Grand Princess felt a stirring in her heart and called out several times in a tentative manner. Shen'er remeinet oblivious. Upon reaching Shen'er. Tuantuan felt enveloped by a shroud of gloom. After a moment's contemplation, she cradled Shen'er's face in her hands and gently kissed her slightly parted lips. Oh! The Grand Princess was caught off guard and could not intervene in time. Shen'er jolted awake, her eyes suddenly brightening. She stepped forward, properly greeting the princess. Both surprised and delighted, the Grand Princess swiftly gathered the 2 dear ones into her embrace, turning to Lu Yunlan with a jest. You have given birth to a pair of twins. Just send Tuantuan to me. I shall keep her safe. What is there to inherit from his family's broken vessels? If you desire children, you may bear your own. This remark touched upon the Grand Princess's emotional scars, prompting her to lower her head in silence, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yunlan felt mischievous. She held Tuantuan, and the 2 tilted their heads in unison, their faces brimming with curiosity. Who is that man indeed? Oh, you should concern yourself more with your own affairs. After parting ways with Gu Chengfeng, who do you wish to pursue? The tides of fortune shift, and the Grand Princess teased her, lifting her chin with her finger. Not bad looking. You should still be able to marry. Get lost. Lu Yunlan spat, her cheeks flushed, thoughts drifting to Gu Tuantuan's reference to her second father. No one had come to curry favor with her that day, as if the blossoms had been obscured from her view. Alung, stop playing around and tidy up. Oh, what harm does it do to look? It won't cost you a piece of flesh. Sister, have you spoken to the princess yet? When will you bring me in? Lu Yunlan's gaze darkened. She knew without question who had arrived. Suddenly flinging the door open, she found a tall, slender woman standing on a chair, trying on clothes. The unexpected entrance startled her, and she nearly lost her balance. Stepping on an excessively long hem, she wobbled before crashing to the ground. Hua Hong, crouching on the floor to gather her garments, turned crimson at the sight, hastily pulling Alung down, stammering, "Madam, she is my sister. She was passing by Gu's residence and wanted to see me. Your Highness." Though she had dirted another's clothing, the woman named Alung showed no sign of embarrassment. Lu Yunlan disregarded them entirely, heading straight to the table to sit down. Hua Hong felt a bit embarrassed, lowering her head. However, Alun showed no restraint in her greedy gaze and flattered, "Madam, you are incredibly young and beautiful. It is the first time I have seen someone so lovely," as if they stepped out from a painting. "I am truly your fan." Alun twisted her eyes, desperately trying to impress. "I have heard tales of your heroic deeds since childhood." "Oh." Lu Yunlan scoffed lightly, pick one to elaborate. Alun bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words, but soon smiled. "Surely, your valor is beyond what a simpleton like me can express." Lu Yunlan frowned, feeling quite uncomfortable. Alan's oily tongue and habitual deceit were evident, and she had yet to agree to let her into the household. Yet she referred to herself as a servant repeatedly. LV Yin shot her a glare, reminding her, "What servant? Whose servant are you?" Seeing her scheme exposed, Alan shot a vicious look at Hua Hong. Lu Yunlan, unable to bear Hua Hong's distress, defended her. Hua Hong has mentioned several times that she is a clever and lovely younger sister. But as you can see, I have enough help in my household. We do not share the fate of a master and servant. Besides, serving as a maid is not an admirable pursuit. Marrying a respectable man is what truly matters. Oomph. Who doesn't know that marrying a poor man is less secure than being a servant in a wealthy household? Alan muttered under her breath, and everyone present could hear her clearly. Seizing an opportunity, Alan's eyes gleamed with cunning. "Princess, I can wash clothes even better than Hua Hong. Just wait. I will bring some to you in a few days." She was quite adept at self-promotion. Lu Yunlan rubbed her temples, sighing. Even a fool could see she was annoyed. But Alan pretended not to notice and continued to market herself while undermining Hua Hong. The incessant noise was grating on Lu Yunlan's nerves. "Madam, Hua Hong knows her mistake and will not dare again." Lu Yunlan initially wanted to clarify her intentions, but reconsidered and decided to let it be. She exchanged a meaningful glance with LV Yin, who promptly ushered them out. In front of Alan, LV Yin earnestly said to Hua Hong, "You know the madam does not like strangers." "I'm not a stranger." Alan raised her voice, laughing as she shook LV Yin's hand, pretending they were close. "Sister LV Yin, I am her sister. I can do everything she can." Alan pushed Hua Hong back, who merely clutched her own hands helplessly. What was wrong with this child? She was so clever in front of others, yet appeared daft before her own sister. LV Yin, feeling exasperated, was increasingly annoyed by Alan's touch, as if an octopus had wrapped around her. Not understanding, LV Yin seized Alan's arm and pulled her down, saying, "Who are you calling sister? Don't go claiming relatives recklessly. You can keep the clothes. If you like them, take them. Do not come back again. Even if you claim to be Hua Hong's sister, she cannot just come and go as she pleases." Chapter 57. Xiao He, I want to be sworn brothers with you. LV Yan's words were stern, leaving no room for sentiment. Alan wondered what was happening. Could it be that this fool was of no use and had failed to win over her master? She contemplated for a moment before realizing something. If they didn't like her, why were they giving her so much money? Lu Yunlan was indeed wealthy. She needed to cling tightly to this benefactor. LV Yin, perceptive as she was, saw through Alan's schemes. Keeping a distance from her, she leaned in to whisper to Hua Hong, "The madam wants to know how much it would take for you to feel at ease." Hua Hong looked confused, and LV Yin clarified that it meant severing ties with them, ensuring no future dealings. "Sister LV Yin, I need to think about it." "No, I will never leave the madam." Alan's exclamation was loud enough for Alan to overhear from a distance. The next day, Lu Yunlan had just awakened, getting out of bed and instinctively checking the breathing of Tuantuan and Yuan. Good, they're still alive. She felt relieved. LV Yin entered with hot water and, upon seeing this scene, shook her head with a smile. "Madam, you really check their breathing every day." Lu Yunlan yawned widely, sitting in front of the mirror, running her fingers through her hair. "Once you become a mother, you will understand. Sometimes I feel quite remarkable for having given birth to two living beings, not just kittens or puppies." LV Yin handed her a warm cloth and began to comb her hair. "Lianer is here, waiting outside." Lu Yunlan looked puzzled. She said she wanted to thank the madam. The Long Princess added Gu Qingyin's name yesterday and specifically mentioned that you had pleaded with her for a long time before she agreed. Lu Yunlan wiped her hands and said, "Let her in. It's freezing outside, and if she catches a cold, the prince will blame me." At this point, LV Yin found it amusing. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "I heard the prince was terrified by what happened the other day. He seems unable to bear the thought of it." "What nonsense! Where did you hear such things? You are still an unmarried girl, and you should have some shame." With a playful shake of her shoulders, LV Yin opened the door, announcing, "The madam is awake. Come in." Lianer pays her respects to the madam. Qingyin pays her respects to her mother. The two were remarkably obedient today, as the comb snagged on a knot in Lu Yunlan's hair before LV Yin could assist. While Yinner hurriedly stepped forward to gently tend to her. "The sun must have risen in the west today. Without the madam, where would I be today? I foolishly did many silly things recently, blinded by my own ignorance." Tears welled up in by Lianer's eyes, and Lu Yunlan felt somewhat dazed. "Should I praise your acting skills, or should I praise your acting skills? Madam, you are also a mother now. You should understand Lianer's feelings." While Lianer glanced at Gu Qingyin, who was still kneeling, and declared, "For her, I would brave any danger. Mother, all the faults are mine. It is my fault for being born into this world. A few tears streamed down Gu Qingyin's cheeks as she sobbed. Oh dear, what a performance so early in the morning. How did I get woken up from my dream? Tuantuan murmured, turning over in her sleep. I am merely giving you an opportunity. Whether you become a princess's attendant will depend on your own fortune. This is already quite good. Yes, madam. I am grateful that you can overlook past grievances. While they spoke, Bailiner had already arranged Lu Yunlan's hair into a bun. Go on, after all. We are bound by master and servant. If you do not fare well, how could I be happy? As she spoke, there was a genuine hint of sadness on Lu Yunlan's face. Bailiner felt a surge of joy, seizing the moment to say, Madam, I am not trying to sow discord. I truly witnessed Ru Lu making a voodoo doll. Lu Yunlan raised her hand, signaling her to stop. I have matters to attend to. You may leave. Bailiner, unwilling to relent, wished to say more, but Gu Qingyin shot her a glance, and the two bowed together before exiting. Lu Yunlan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. She reached up and dismantled her hairdo, redoing it. As LV Yin styled her hair, she remarked, Do you believe Ru Lu is not a good person? She is indeed one. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She intends to use my connections to harm Ru Lu, and her plans are quite cunning. Ru Lu is truly impressive. I heard she has hired a master and is learning the art of managing a household every day. She has even opened a small kitchen, meticulously overseeing the daily meals, all while remaining within the confines of her home, fearing for her child's safety. Let them create their commotion. Lu Yunlan realized she had overly adorned herself and wiped off all the makeup on her face, murmuring softly, What is there to dress up for when checking on my own subordinates? She, fearing that Tuantuan and Yuan would clamor to go out again, stealthily slipped out the door early in the morning. Gu Tuantuan slept soundly until noon, only to feel something moving beneath her head. Upon investigation, she discovered it was Dahei. Brother, you are so kind, letting me nestling my head on you all night. Tuantuan felt a surge of emotion. She brought her head close to the little wolf's, flailing her legs playfully, and proposed a suggestion that nearly terrified the wolf. How about we become sworn siblings? Dear sister, have you considered the absurdity of your words? You are human, and I am a wolf. We belong to entirely different species. Xiao He cast a disdainful glance at the little girl, unable to believe that the esteemed elder her father spoke of was indeed her. After all, she was a descendant of the Wolf King. Instead of hunting in the wild, she spent her days playing with her and was even forced to drink milk. Xiao He felt her wolf lineage tainted. She tugged at her ears in frustration and looked to Dahei for help, who was busy tying up her little pigtails. Upon hearing the shocking proposal, Dahei also gasped in dismay. With one swift motion, Xiao He jumped down. You are insane. Upon seeing his face, involuntary drool escaped from Dahei's mouth. Though he felt a sense of joy inside, his expression remained one of disdain. Today, both the lady and El Yin were absent, leaving him to care for the children all day. He thought to himself, what could possibly go wrong? It's merely babysitting. However, when Tuantuan and Yuan began to wail in unison, expressing their hunger and desire for milk, Dahei searched the entire house only to discover a terrifying truth. Madam, you haven't prepared the milk powder today? The two children were in a frenzy, disregarding everything else. Dahei lay on the bed, attempting to soothe them back to sleep. But Tuantuan had other plans. With a single glance, Yuan understood and promptly crawled over, plopping herself down on Dahei's face. Tuantuan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she pushed up the front of Dahei's clothing, then lifted her head and gave a hefty bump. Startled, Dahei leaped off the bed and bolted out in search of milk. Just as he exited, a man leaped over the wall and landed in front of him. Instinctively, Dahei braced himself, but the man knelt before him, stating in a deep voice, I pay my respects, Your Highness. Chapter 58. Another little brother, the joyful expression vanished from Dahei's face as he felt a weight settle in his heart. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then furrowed his brows and whispered, Leave quickly. Do not trouble me. Your Highness would rather die than deal with you. The man, thin as a twig, had small, elongated eyes that flicked up with a sinister aura. His name was Wu Ying, Dahei's personal assassin, who had been searching for him for years. He learned of Dahei's whereabouts from a eunuch and took the opportunity to jump over the wall while Lu Yunlan was out. His martial prowess was profound, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Dahe gritted his teeth in anger and retorted, "If I could defeat you, you would be the first to die." Wu Ying's expression remained unchanged as he drew his sword and pointed it at his own neck, offering the hilt to Dahe, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Dahe narrowed his gaze, ready to act when a small voice interrupted. "Dahe, my tummy hurts. I need a diaper change. Where's my milk? I want my milk." With a creak, the door swung open. Tuantuan clung to the doorframe, her little head resting obediently on it. Her chubby legs wobbled as she attempted to balance. Dahe, jolted back to reality, dropped the sword. The maids and servants emerged from the side room, and Dahe shot them a glance. "Why are you not standing up?" Wu Ying quickly sheathed his sword and stood up. Who was it that could make his highness spare his life? His eyes scanned the doorway until they landed on the sight of a little girl, using both hands and feet, struggling to climb out. Moments later, another followed. Wu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he see? The once aloof and untouchable prince was now tenderly changing a diaper for a child. Having just finished one, another child crawled out and patted her backside. Dahe lifted Tuantuan onto his lap, accepting a warm cloth from the little maid to clean her carefully. His demeanor appeared completely natural, devoid of any discomfort. This scene, however, shattered Wu Ying's composure. Clenching his fists, he heard the sound of his knuckles cracking. He never imagined that his highness would stoop to such degrading tasks for survival. Tuantuan, with her wide eyes, tilted her head, curiously observing him. This was nothing short of an open provocation. Wu Ying, unable to bear seeing his young master suffer, stepped forward, intending to assist Yuan. This frightened her greatly, causing her to crawl and kneel towards Dahe. The little maids also fled in fear. The young servants, holding their brooms, trembled, their faces etched with wariness. "Do not fear. He merely appears fierce, but he is a good person." Dahe rolled his eyes at him, urging him to leave quickly or lend a hand. He tossed him 2 soiled diapers. Wu Ying, with a smirk, found himself at a loss for words as he examined the garments. Dahe personally handled all matters concerning Tuantuan and Yuan. When the little maid brought the milk powder, he skillfully prepared it, blowing on it to cool it down. While washing, Wu Ying endeavored to process every scene he had witnessed. His mind briefly wandered, and with a slight exertion, he tore a large hole in the pants he was holding. "Ah, my pants are ruined. Wah, Tuantuan has no pants. How pitiful." Wu Ying, of course, could not hear Tuantuan's thoughts. All he heard was her wail, which quickly escalated into tears. Dahe, observing the torn pants in Wu Ying's hands, shot him a glare. "If you cannot manage such a trivial task, what good are you?" Wu Ying, towering and robust, stood there looking somewhat pitiful. "You wanted to kill someone? That's a matter of seconds. But washing little children's pants? I have never done such a thing in my life." Her tears were not truly for the pants, but were merely an excuse for wanting to go out and play. Yet if he did not soothe her, she could cry for over an hour. Dahe, fearing she might ruin her voice, hurriedly gathered both her and Yuan into his arms, cooing, "All right, Dahe will buy you both new pants." Tuantuan pointed at Xiaohe, who was sunbathing and half asleep. "It wants him too." Xiaohe immediately sprang to life, raising her legs to flee. Wu Ying seized her. As soon as he spoke, Xiaohe felt her neck caught in a firm grip. After much squirming, she could not break free. She looked languidly at Dahe, her wolfish eyes seeming to plead, "We are of the same dark lineage. Why must you make things difficult for me?" The group encountered Gu Qingyan in the corridor. With a pure smile, she called out to her younger siblings, extending her arms to embrace them. Dahe, instinctively cautious, took a step back. A hint of grievance flashed across Gu Qingyan's face, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "I only find them adorable and wish to hold them. I mean no harm. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Dahe had no habit of referring to himself as a servant in front of others. Gu Qingyan noticed this and quickly spotted Wu Ying behind him, his face full of defenses, as if ready to strike anyone who approached Dahe. How can a mere servant have such a formidable protector? Gu Qingyan pondered. It seems Dahe is of noble birth, here to enjoy life. With this thought, she feigned casualness, stepping forward to link her arm with Dahe's. Before Dahe could react, Wu Ying's fingers clamped down, causing Gu Qingyan to wince as her delicate hand contorted in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. "How dare you, you insolent dog servant, bully our Gu family's young lady?" A sharp voice cut through from the side. Dahe closed his eyes, exhaling through his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. He despised such petty troubles. Wu Ying quickly apologized to Miss Qin Yan. Wu Ying bowed his head as instructed. However, Ru Lu was relentless. She cradled her slightly protruding belly with both hands, her long brows furrowing slightly as she scrutinized Wu Ying from head to toe, questioning. Where do you come from? I have never seen you before. He's a new servant bought by Madam, here to serve alongside me. Dahei interjected. Ru Lu retorted. I asked him, why are you pretending to be clever? Seeing her spit towards his young master, Wu Ying's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Dahei grasped his restless hand, casting a warning glance. Wu Ying suppressed his anger for a long time before responding. I am here to serve them. Humph. Ru Lu's lips curled into a cold smile. A servant is a servant. Why call me sister? Just because you're older doesn't mean you're virtuous. You bring all manner of riffraff into the household. One fall, and you behave yourself. Tuantuan, who was busy braiding Dahei's hair, felt annoyed by Ru Lu's incessant chatter. Just as she finished her words, Ru Lu stumbled dramatically, as if stepping on something. Had it not been for Gu Qin Yan's timely support, she would have surely fallen. Ru Lu gasped for breath and fright. Chapter 59. A fortunate misunderstanding rescues Uncle San as they walked away. Wu Ying gritted his teeth and muttered. If it weren't for the fact that she's a woman and pregnant, I would have taught her a lesson. Wu Ying lowered his head, no longer daring to speak. Who would have thought my little brother could be so imposing at times? Tuantuan remarked as she waved a long braid in her hand. Dahei, however, seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to it. Wu Ying felt a sense of frustration. He had previously heard from a eunuch that the master was particularly fond of a child, but he had been skeptical. Now he truly understood. Sighing, he looked at the Ji Yin pavilion ahead. Dahei intended to take Tuantuan inside to choose fabric, forbidding Wu Ying from entering to scare the customers. Wu Ying stood at the entrance like a bodyguard, intimidating enough to deter patrons from approaching. The people inside Ji Yin pavilion wanted to shoo him away, but hesitated, eventually sending out a plump manager after a long wait. With a friendly tone, the manager finally managed to move this troublesome figure to the opposite side. Wait, sir, a clear voice rang out. The manager moved awkwardly and, upon seeing the person before him, clicked his tongue in disbelief. Young Master Lu San, why are you here again? Wu Ying turned to see a gentle-looking man approaching, exuding a breeze-like charm. He bowed several times to the boss, smiling apologetically. I've developed many new products. May I trouble you for another chance? His moist eyes were filled with sincerity as he held a small bundle and discreetly slipped a handful of silver into the boss's hand, requesting merely a small space. Go on, go on. The boss forcefully shook off his hand. I've been accommodating you out of respect for the Lu family. Don't make me say something unkind. The boss's demeanor suggested that if Lu San did not leave, he would publicly berate him. Lu San felt bitterness wash over him, but forced a smile. In that case, may I trouble you to return my silver? Silver? Young Master San, do you understand the rules? Last time I set up a counter for you to sell those worthless items. Not a single coin was earned. Had I displayed something else, I could have made a fortune. You claim this loss is worth your little payment. You owe me. Lu San, though gentle in nature, was not weak. He reached to reclaim his silver, but several thugs stepped forward, seizing his arms and tossing him onto the street. He fell in disarray, his bundle scattering, revealing a collection of cosmetics. Passers-by, noticing he was momentarily dazed, quickly swooped in to grab a few items and flee. Don't steal. Others, perceiving him as a nobleman, rummaged through his belongings, stripping him of anything valuable. Useless. Wu Ying felt a surge of frustration. He had promised his young master never to stir up trouble. Yet here he was, looking pitiful like a maiden. To hell with it. Beat me, scold me, or punish me, I care not. With a fierce glint in his eye, Wu Ying shot forward like a tornado, kicking up a cloud of dust. He hastily grabbed the bundle, trying to gather the scattered items. In his fluster, he struggled to pack it neatly. Frustrated, he threw his hands up and approached Lu San. Here, take it. Are you daft? Startled, Lu San, while lacking martial skills, could discern strength. He realized Wu Ying had completed his task in mere moments and could only imagine how formidable his skills must be. Perhaps even his older brother would only manage to match him. Lu San had eyes that reflected deep affection for anyone he gazed upon, coupled with a delicate appearance that surpassed that of ordinary women. He reached out his injured hand to accept the bundle, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Seeing this grown man with a scraped palm and covered in dust, Wu Ying felt a pang of discomfort. Just as he was lost in thought, The boss suddenly quipped, "Oh, young Master Lu-san, who are you putting on a show for? Don't tell me you're smitten? You imbecile." Before the thugs could react, the boss found himself airborne before crashing down heavily. Wu Ying scoffed disdainfully, clenching his fists and casting a cold gaze at everyone present. The thugs, aware of their situation, exchanged glances, too intimidated to approach. As the crowd dispersed, Wu Ying spat and crouched down, tugging at the boss's ear. He lightly pulled at the waistband, tearing the trousers further. Wu Ying was utterly exasperated. How could the trousers of the southern Chu kingdom be so fragile? The boss, frightened, covered himself in fear, pleading, "Sir, please spare me. I will not speak carelessly again." As Wu Ying prepared to toss the silver at him, a group of tall, burly figures emerged from Ji Yin Pavilion. Surrounding him, Wu Ying, experienced in combat, widened his stance and crouched, ready to strike. The thugs swallowed hard, their hearts racing. In a confrontation between skilled individuals, no physical altercation was necessary. A mere glance could determine the victor. However, they found themselves in a predicament, compelled to press forward. "Report to the authorities, quickly." The Ji Yin Pavilion erupted into chaos. Wu Ying gestured for silence, attempting to cover the boss's mouth to quiet him. But the action appeared as if he meant to strike someone instead. "Stop!" A youthful yet authoritative voice interrupted. Indeed, the young master had emerged. Wu Ying clasped his hands in front of him, bowing his head in a display of submission. Why was he not chastised? Raising his head, he saw the child in his young master's arms reaching out to the nobleman for a hug. "You are relatives?" Wu Ying suddenly realized. Da He approached with a solemn expression, and Wu Ying lowered his head again, fearing reprimand. "This is good, but do not be so conspicuous next time. Off you go." Wu Ying was astonished, and as he caught sight of the appreciation in his young master's eyes, his heart swelled with joy. He obediently retreated behind the nobleman, embodying the image of a protective hen watching over her chicks. Chapter 60. Street Commerce. Let us settle this privately. I have 10,000 taels of silver, which should suffice. Da He stepped forward, producing a banknote from his pocket. Dream on. The thugs, sensing Da He's perceived vulnerability, quickly grew arrogant. "This paltry sum is hardly enough to dismiss us. No, we must report to the authorities." "Fine. Go ahead and report." Da He's patience was exhausted. "You are bold indeed to bully young Master Lu-san. Do you think the Lu family is without influence? I won't waste my breath on you. Let General Lu come." They were momentarily stunned. Initially, they intended to put on a facade, yet little did they know they had overstepped their bounds. "If you were to add a little more money, wouldn't we come to an agreement?" General Lu is known for his fiery temper and is not one to be trifled with. After all, they were in the wrong and feared escalating the situation. "Very well. 100,000 taels it is." "Ah, you want it, yet we still wouldn't give it. Report to the authorities, report immediately." Upon noticing the flicker of hesitation in his eyes, Da He immediately understood that they were in the advantageous position. A slight probe was enough to throw those individuals into disarray, and they could only reluctantly admit defeat, suffering this hidden loss. "Da He, you truly are remarkable." Tuantuan was overjoyed to see him resolve the matter with such ease without spending a single coin. "Keep the money safe, it must not diminish, or I shall strike you." The pockets of her attire were too shallow, and nearly all the coins slipped away. She had no choice but to hand all the money to Da He. "Let us not return to this establishment again." Yuan nodded in agreement, babbling along with her sister. They both spat toward Ji Yinge. If they couldn't indulge in this meal, she would surely create quite a scene. Da He and young master Lu deliberated and ultimately selected a grand and upscale tavern, ordering an abundance of food and drink. They instructed the staff to prepare the dishes with a bit more firmness. Tuantuan found the flavor of the pig trotter nearly to her liking. She then reached for a pig's head that was larger than herself, burying her face into it, licking one ear and then the other. Her face became glistening with grease, and her lips bore remnants of meat. Da He initially had the patience to clean her up, but as time passed, he grew weary and decided to let her be. A glance at the bundle revealed that several boxes of cosmetics were damaged. The soft jade collided with the cold air, instantly freezing. Lu Xian noticed Da He's gaze and tossed the bundle into the trash, yet a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Pretending to be indifferent, he picked up some greens with his chopsticks, stubbornly stating that it was all rubbish and not worth a second glance. Before Da He could issue any commands, Wu Ying had already collected those items and placed them on a small stool. Although he knew he was the uncle of the Master's master, he still shot him a glare. Dahe wished to assist, but was unsure how to proceed. Tuantuan, having eaten her fill, burped and looked up, her smile radiant. What's the matter? We can sell it ourselves. Those people are blind and cannot discern quality. They will surely regret it. Dahe's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, young Master Lu hesitated for a moment, fearing that if his father discovered that the esteemed third young master of the Lu family was selling cosmetics on the street, he would surely be met with severe repercussions. Unable to resist the desires of his heart, he gritted his teeth and resolved to go all out. Thus, on the street, two rosy-cheeked children could be seen leaning over the stalls, chirping at passing pedestrians to sell their wares. The two children were adorably soft and cute, causing passers-by to be unable to resist pinching their cheeks while ignoring the cosmetics on display. They all thought, how could these noble young masters have fallen so low as to sell cosmetics? Who knows if the products are toxic? A few audacious individuals finally mustered the courage to consider a purchase, but hesitated to inquire which cosmetic master had crafted the items. The disdainful hierarchy in the Nanchu kingdom was starkly evident. From the royal family to the common folk, only products made by renowned artisans were deemed worthy. Substandard products were not to be trifled with. From dawn until dusk, it was a challenge for a young maid to muster the courage to try. But upon discovering it was crafted by young Master Lu, her face flushed with embarrassment, expressing her disdain. She muttered softly, "What a pity for a grown man to be making such trivial items for women. Ah, do not speak so carelessly." Tuantuan was incensed. Her charming smile vanished in an instant as she reached out to hit her. One cannot strike others simply for not purchasing anything. The individual huffed and quickly departed. Tuantuan, filled with excitement, was about to leap down from the table when young Master Lu swiftly caught her, reassuring her that it was all right and that they could return the next day. She truly despised her inability to articulate her feelings. With her small hands cradling her uncle's face, she nestled against him, attempting to comfort him. Alas, they're all too fearful to give it a try. Had I known, I would have found some fake customers to come by. Lu Xin's spirits lifted somewhat. At least he had someone supporting him. He decided to close the stall. At that moment, two young ladies approached. The Jioma. Upon seeing the woman before her, Tuantuan became ecstatic. Wei Shiqiu was about to embrace her when a fit of coughing surged up her throat, forcing her to cover her mouth with a handkerchief and cough several times. "Sister-in-law, why are you out and about when you're unwell? Brother must be worried." Despite having heard it countless times, Wei Shiqiu still felt a tinge of shyness upon hearing that address. "It's nothing, I've been cooped up indoors for too long and felt stifled, so I came out for a stroll." Lu Xin noticed the red cloth the maid was holding, along with a basket filled with various items for women. He immediately understood and smiled. Indeed, sister-in-law and brother's joyous occasion is approaching. It is time to prepare well. Otherwise, one cannot be at ease when others choose for them. Wei Shiqiu's face reddened further. "The cosmetics you gave me last time were wonderful. I've used them all up and couldn't find replacements in numerous shops. Now, these on your table, I shall take them all." Wei Shiqiu glanced at the young maid and instructed her to fetch the money. The young maid hesitated, wanting to speak but faltering. "There's no need to force it." "What do you mean by forcing it?" Wei Shiqiu interrupted her, speaking each word deliberately. "Your items are truly excellent. I'm very fond of them." No, Lu Xin was astounded, seeing the sincerity on Wei Shiqiu's pale face, devoid of any pretense, filled him with joy. He quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, if you appreciate these little trinkets, please take them all." It must be said that not a single bottle was sold today, and witnessing this firsthand was quite a blow to him. "I know these materials are expensive, but I've nearly exhausted my funds, and this is all I have left." Wei Shiqiu urged her several times, and the young maid finally produced a total of 10 taels of silver. It was Lu Xin's first experience receiving money, leaving him so exhilarated that he hardly knew how to react. He hurriedly packed the bundle and handed it to Wei Shiqiu. Wei Shiqiu opened her mouth as if to say something, but then closed it, feeling quite shy about what she intended to convey. Chapter 61. Xing Yin Cream. What a shabby brand. Tuantuan was quite perceptive, realizing she was thinking of Dejio. Her heart raced with excitement as she shouted, "Dejima is thinking of Dejio. Oh, how embarrassing." Wei Shiqiu could no longer remain and fled like the wind. After finally escaping to rest, the young maid opened the basket, puzzled. "Miss, you've already bought your share of cosmetics. Why bother purchasing another, especially at such a high price? There's even a tael of silver for me inside." Take all the cosmetics you desire. I only need this. The young maid finally felt satisfied. As they reached the gate of the Wei residence, they spotted Wei Jun entangled with the son of the prime minister. Junair, I admit my fault. I want to eat it again next time. Young master, the wedding date is fast approaching. What are you doing? Wei Jun was utterly exasperated. Today, she had taken the son of the prime minister to a gathering with her friends, only to have him act out in public, frightening all her friends. The sympathetic gazes directed at Wei Jun were unmistakable. In a fit of anger, she quarreled with him, and even after disembarking the carriage, they remained entangled in a disagreement. Wei Shiqiu witnessed this scene. She performed a respectful bow and made her way into the estate. Just as she took a few steps, Wei Jun caught up, gripping her shoulder. What did that look in your eyes mean earlier? Were you mocking me? No. Wei Shiqiu replied gently, nodding meekly regardless of what she said. After Wei Jun scolded her for a while and found it pointless. Her sharp eyes caught sight of the bundle in Wei Shiqiu's hands. What did you buy? Let me see. Fearing she might damage it, Wei Shiqiu pretended to be utterly unconcerned. Xingyan cream. Wei Shiqiu glanced at it, disdainfully tossing it aside, wondering what kind of obscure brand it was. One she had never heard of, unafraid it might ruin her face. Wei Shiqiu feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, my eyes are dim. I thought it was something of good repute." Upon observing her demeanor and the fabric held by her maid, Wei Jun felt a flicker of satisfaction within her. Tentatively, she inquired, "Has Master Lu never considered gifting you a wedding gown?" She initially intended to mention that newlyweds should not meet a month prior to their wedding. However, recalling that today, Miss Jun had just spent time with the young master of the Prime Minister's family, she hesitated, fearing her words might come off as a veiled jab at her. After a moment of silence, Wei Shiqiu managed a resigned smile, responding, "Master Lu is quite busy. He hardly has time to visit me." This statement was music to Wei Jun's ears. At that moment, Wei Jun took on the guise of a caring elder sister, exclaiming, "Ah, it is perfectly normal for men to have multiple wives. Today they love you, and tomorrow they may adore another. I share this with you as a sister. Do not invest too deeply in your feelings, lest you find yourself with nothing." Wei Shiqiu nodded gratefully, her expression pleasing Wei Jun immensely. Watching her retreating figure, Wei Shiqiu exhaled softly. "Second miss, you are a respectable lady. Why endure such treatment? When one resides under another's roof, one cannot help but bow their head. As long as one feels at ease in their own heart, there is no need to shout with a megaphone. Others may outwardly congratulate, yet who knows what they truly think? And you as well? Be courteous to those who visit Miss Jun." The young maid lowered her head, lazily acknowledging this. Lu Yunlan sat at the door with a dark expression. "Hey, I have told you. Not without my permission, mother. How have you become so beautiful? Walking down the street, even Tuantuan wouldn't recognize you. Mother, I miss you so much. I want a hug." Tuantuan, sensing impending punishment, immediately launched a charm offensive. Seeing her and Yuan in new garments, and even Xiao He dressed up, Lu Yunlan's heart softened. Glancing at He, dressed simply and filthy, covered in grease, her feigned anger dissipated. Tuantuan and Yuan leaped into her embrace, planting kisses on either side of her face, effectively wiping away her remaining annoyance. "Who is this?" Lu Yunlan cast a sideways glance at Wu Ying, who approached with a solemn countenance, kneeling down. In truth, he had been trying hard to smile, though it was not apparent. "I am the Master S. Wu Ying," he began, realizing the name He was rather embarrassing, reminiscent of a foolish brother from his village. "Madam, he is a distant relative of our family, having endured a great flood. He had no choice but to seek refuge with me." Upon seeing his demeanor, Lu Yunlan realized he was trouble and waved her hands in refusal. Following her guidance, Wu Ying promptly proceeded to the weapons depot of Lan Xianyuan. With a swift motion, he began to practice, and Lu Yunlan, drawn by the noise, sent LV Yin to investigate. Initially skeptical, her curiosity ultimately got the better of her, prompting her to take a look herself. What she witnessed was astonishing. Her attitude softened immediately, and she decided on the spot to take him as her master. Lu Yunlan and Lu Qingji were exceptionally intelligent, yet harbored many concerns. Unable to master the weapons to perfection, Wu Ying, on the other hand, was a purist, rigidly adherent to principles. Each weapon in his hands seemed alive, obedient to his every command. Naturally, Wu Ying hesitated to accept her as a disciple, fearing it might complicate his relationship with his young mistress. Delighted to remain in Lan Yuan, Wu Ying eagerly chopped firewood, soon finishing the entire stockpile. He desired to undertake additional tasks. Lu Yinlan urged him repeatedly to rest, yet he insisted there were still matters left unfinished. Dehei warned him a couple of times, and only after Wu Ying assured he would not err again was he allowed to leave. As night fell, she coaxed Tuantuan and Yuan to sleep before preparing to retire herself. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside. Lu Yinlan, open the door. I know you're hiding from me. Open up. Recognizing Gu Qingfeng's drunken voice, Lu Yinlan initially wished to ignore him. Yet the knocking grew louder, as if intent on waking every soul in the residence. Madam, please dress. I will go check LVN began, but before she could even step outside, the door to Lan Yuan crashed down with a resounding bang. Gu Qingfeng had someone demolish the door. As Lu Yinlan dressed, she continued to soothe Tuantuan and Yuan. Mother, run. The scoundrel father is coming to hit you. Hit me? Lu Yinlan was puzzled when Gu Qingfeng suddenly burst in, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly consumed by rage. He smashed the wine bottle he was holding, shards scattering about. One flew and grazed her face, leaving a long, thin cut, blood oozing forth. Why did you send medicine to Rongyan? What good intentions do you have? He sneered. Practicing swordplay in the courtyard with someone else. One might think you two are a couple. Gu Qingfeng seized Lu Yinlan, tossing her onto the bed, and lunged forward. As he pulled at her, he shouted, a legitimate wife must fulfill her duties. What are you doing? Seeing her resist fiercely, he was infuriated, gripping her neck and raising his hand to strike. Chapter 62. Successful Divorce, a Universal Celebration. Lu Yinlan thrust her right leg upward, delivering a fierce kick to his groin. Gu Qingfeng winced in pain, thinking she could not see, and began to flail his fists toward her eyes. The wrath in Lu Yinlan's eyes startled Gu Qingfeng momentarily. In that brief moment, she flipped over, retrieving a hairpin from her head, and fiercely slashed at his face. Mimicking his earlier actions, she clutched his neck with her left hand while mercilessly striking his face with her right. The commotion drew the entire household to witness the spectacle. Madame Gu arrived in haste, finding the horrifying scene, and immediately shouted, "Stop this at once." Someone dragged the Lu girl away, as Lu Yinlan was restrained. Gu Qingfeng rubbed his swollen face, preparing to kick her in the abdomen. Dai! Gu Tuantuan cried out, and Dehei rushed forward, gripping his leg, twisting it painfully until he fell to the ground, groaning. Reversed, all reversed. Madame Gu rapped her cane against the floor, trembling with rage, intending to send someone to bind them all and imprison them in the woodshed. No need. At this point, what more is there to say? Lu Yinlan spat, shaking her disheveled hair, her demeanor fierce. I want a divorce from Gu Qingfeng. This declaration stunned everyone, setting aside her direct reference to the esteemed Prince Su, which was highly disrespectful. It was traditionally only men who divorced women. How could a woman initiate a divorce from a man? Furthermore, all present clearly understood the gravity of her words. She was trampling on the dignity of Prince Su. Ru Lu quickly comforted Madame Gu, feeling a surge of delight upon hearing this. Bai Lianer and Qing Yan exchanged glances, then lowered their heads, their gazes towards Ru Lu growing increasingly cold. Princess Su, enraged and bewildered, shouted, "Very well, Lu girl, you said this. Make sure you do not regret it later. Should anyone regret it, it certainly will not be me. If I regret divorcing you, may sores sprout on my head and my feet rot. May a horse trample me to death." Her venomous oath left no room for retreat. Gu Qingfeng trembled at her words, suddenly apprehensive about the possibility of truly parting ways with Lu Yinlan. Upon realizing this fear, he despised himself even more. Fine. Someone, prepare the ink. You wish to divorce this prince? This prince will be the one to divorce you. Yay, wonderful, wonderful. Soon I will be far away from the scoundrel father. The unfolding events took everyone by surprise. For many, their divorce was a welcome development. The crowd merely offered hasty words of advice, refraining from genuine interference. Two individuals spread paper and pen across the table, with LYNL clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness, allowing DHI to hold the pen for her. After the brief span of half a tea, both completed and signed the divorce agreement, affixing their fingerprints. LYN, UHNG, and DHI began to gather their belongings. Wait, leave the children behind, said Gu Loti. despite her discontent with Tuantuan and Unuan, recognizing them as descendants of the Gu family. Very well, if that is the case, I must first request the prince to return the money owed for these past 5 years. If the funds are returned by the end of today, the children shall be yours. Money? What money? Guelot, I looked utterly bewildered. An awkward expression flickered across Gu Ch Ing F Ng's face. Lyn let out a cold laugh, clapping her hands, prompting Lyn to present a small box. Upon opening it, hundreds of IOUs were revealed, ranging from 50 taels to several thousand. Guelot, I furrowed her brow as she picked one up, recognizing Gu F Ng's own signature. I never thought you would keep these so well after all these years. Gu Ch Ing F Ng assumed she was jesting. Who in their right mind would retain so many IOUs? The prince, a towering figure of masculinity, could never deign to utilize his wife's money. Thus, every transaction required an IOU. Your Highness, this was your explicit statement at the time. I hope you haven't forgotten. You. Gu Ch Ing F Ng pointed at her, then turned away in frustration. Suddenly, a light of realization crossed his face as he whispered something in a Guelot's ear. It dawned on her, recalling Master Q Ng's previous words. Indeed, Tuantuan and Unuan were reincarnated malevolent spirits. Disrupting their family's fortune would bode ill. Ellen observed their expression shift. As long as you hand over the children, consider these IOUs as a gift to you, as compensation for my 5 years of utilizing your resources. This was akin to treating him like a mere duck. Only then did Gu Ch Ing F Ng grasp the sharpness of Lyn's words, relishing the sight of their vexation, knowing they could not retaliate. Lyn felt a surge of satisfaction. As for the remaining dowry, I shall send someone to collect it tomorrow. Lyn and the others merely took a few small parcels, and Lyn paid no further heed to anyone, slipping out into the night. The other maids and servants of Lnx sighed quietly, pondering why they served the Gu family instead of the L family. It was rare to find a mistress as generous as Lyn. They cast a glance at L, who wore a smug smile, yet contributed nothing, lamenting their future prospects. The night was oppressive, and chilly winds crept into their clothing. Lyn's face turned red from the cold, yet she felt an unusual lightness in her heart. She had intended to send Dhi to fetch a carriage. However, upon opening the door, she found Yn standing in the center, clad in a light blue coat, with a black fox fur and several cloaks in his arms. It seemed he had anticipated their arrival, as a victorious smile crept upon his lips at the sight of them. What brings you here? Lyn could not help but blush, attributing it to the cold. She hadn't intended to divorce Gu Ch Ing F Ng so hastily, as her identity as the Princess of S would have greatly facilitated her vengeance. Yet, after conversing with her Yn for merely half a day, her emotions began to waver. I sent a message via pigeon. As soon as I received it, I rushed over. Our Yn stated with an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He attempted to drape a cloak over Lyn, only to notice a hint of embarrassment flicker across her face. After a brief pause, he handed the cloak to Lyn instead. Bending slightly, he produced 2 small cloaks for children. Lyn was taken aback. These children's cloaks fit as though custom-made. Our Yn beckoned a young servant, who hurried over with an armful of garments. Lyn and Dhi exchanged glances as if they had uncovered something extraordinary. This was indeed an act of extreme affection, considering even the children. Our Yn contemplated suggesting that she stay at his residence, but feared such a proposition might frighten her away. No, I purchased a house adjacent to the L residence. Simply take me there. It turned out she had already secured a fallback plan. Our Yn had originally intended to acquire that very property, thinking proximity would yield favor, only to find it had been purchased by her after all. Tuantuan is so cold. I want Daddy to hold me. Lyn realized this evening felt dreamlike. Failing to notice Tuantuan's little feet had slipped out. Tuantuan sneezed, her half-open eyes gazing mournfully at Lyn. Then, she reached out towards her Yn, her heartfelt words spilling forth uncontrollably. Lyn was startled into a shiver. What do you mean, Daddy? She quickly tucked away Tuantuan's feet, gently patting her hand and lightly tapping her lips. The air grew still. Tuantuan understood all too well. His heart racing. He exerted great effort to quell the irregular thumping within his chest. No worries, I shall hold you. You must be tired. So warm. Daddy is so good. Tuantuan murmured contentedly. Lyn felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment. The awkward atmosphere hung palpably in the air. Upon reaching the house, Lyn barely had time to express her gratitude before dashing inside with the child in her arms. In the distance, she heard Tuantuan's murmurs. Goodbye, Daddy. Daddy? Chapter 63. The love-struck fool, Lyn savored the words, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was genuinely pleased. Lyn endured a sleepless night, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. She felt she had acted impulsively, influenced by others. She detested the sensation of being manipulated emotionally. Lyn slapped her face, shaking her head, striving to maintain her clarity. Though Gu Ch was despicable, he did possess a modicum of truth. Her current life was already tumultuous enough to draw attention. The youth was naive and unknowing. She could not afford to act foolishly as well. Moreover, love often devolved into harsh words and physical altercations. Had she not possessed some strength, a severe beating would have been inevitable. Ultimately, it would be fruitless. Having reached this conclusion, Lyn resolved to avoid him and maintain her distance. Madam, what troubles you? You haven't slept a wink, inquired Lyn. Lyn covered her head with the quilt, unable to find restful sleep. She leaped from the bed, bearing heavy dark circles beneath her eyes, and touched her face in the mirror, feigning nonchalance. It's not that serious. This morning, the master took the 3 young masters to the Gu residence, seeking an explanation on her behalf. They found him unable to leave his bed, and his expression was utterly unpresentable. Old injuries had yet to heal, now compounded by new ones. Lyn chuckled merrily, while Lyn wished to hear nothing regarding him. You handle the dowry matters. Also, do not concern yourself with him. Look at me, my face is the one truly ruined. You mustn't say that. General Aring sent many remedies this morning, all excellent for promoting circulation and dispelling bruises. He mentioned I was too fatigued and needed a few days of rest. Madam, is that truly appropriate? Just do as I say. If you dare bring him here, I shall have you thrown out. Lyn sighed inwardly. General Aring's arrival seemed rather ill-timed. In the hall, Aring heard these words without betraying any emotion. He reiterated the weight and efficacy of the gifts, then took his leave. The following day, General Aring returned once more. Lyn continued to evade his presence. On the 3rd day, I have already stated my refusal to meet him. Miss, it is General L who has arrived. Lyn lifted the quilt and hastily tidied herself, but her weariness was still evident. What is the meaning of this? You have divorced him, yet you appear even more haggard. Do you still harbor feelings for him? Old Master L scrutinized her with disdain, narrowing his eyes. Of course not. Lyn responded resolutely, while Guing hastily added, but you have submitted the divorce papers to the authorities. Haven't you? Huh? They need to be submitted to the authorities? Jolted apprit une surprise. Last month's regulation mandated that the divorce certificate must be submitted to the authorities for proper registration to be deemed valid. Lu Qingji nodded, while Lu Yunlan cradled her head in her hands, muttering to herself, he should submit it, right? No, I will do it myself. We will accompany you. No need. Lu Yunlan patted her younger brother's shoulder, asserting, this is my own matter, and I shall resolve it myself. Arriving at Gu's residence for the first time as a guest, Lu Yunlan hesitated at the entrance and instructed the servant to announce her arrival. After a lengthy wait, it was Ru Lu who came running, her forehead glistening with sweat and her expression fraught with concern. Clad in heavy layers, her gaze towards Lu Yunlan was filled with apprehension. Have you regretted your decision in just a few days? I thought you were someone who kept their word. Enough. I am here for the divorce certificate. Why are you wasting time with such nonsense? Ru Lu's expression flickered with surprise. After all, it had been several days, and it appeared that the prince had yet to submit the divorce certificate. Could it be that he regretted his decision? Ru Lu had sensed something amiss days prior. After much contemplation, she finally understood. Gu Qingfeng's behavior that day was clearly indicative of jealousy. His jealousy proved that he still held feelings for Lu Yunlan, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Each day, Ru Lu inquired whether the prince had submitted the divorce certificate, and he always claimed he had. To discover that he had not submitted it at all sent a chill down her spine. At that moment, a servant of Gu Chengfeng dashed out, announcing, "Madam, the prince requests your presence inside. It is unnecessary. Just hand me the divorce certificate. I am in a hurry. The prince is under house arrest and has not been allowed to leave. I am aware. I will handle him myself." Lu Yunlan felt a surge of irritation. Ru Lu bit her lip and waved the servant away. "Wait for me. I will be back shortly." Lu Yunlan raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. "With your actions, you leave me no choice but to care for you. I do this for myself." Ru Lu hurried inside and soon returned, stuffing the divorce certificate into Lu Yunlan's arms, urging her, "Hurry, go," as if a wolf were chasing her. Lu Yunlan promptly submitted the divorce certificate and received the proof of divorce, her joy manifesting in several kisses of delight. With a burden lifted from her heart, she intended to stroll about when she heard Ru Yin exclaim, "It's General Rong." Before she could catch a glimpse of him, she bolted away. Not far away, Rong Yin tightened the reins and leapt down from his horse, his gaze deep and inscrutable like a bottomless lake. At the Gu residence, Gu Chengfeng rummaged through drawers, searching for the two missing sheets of paper. A timid servant approached, trembling as he revealed Ru Lu's involvement. Gu Chengfeng smashed furniture in a fit of rage, his eyes aflame, demanding to know why she meddled in affairs that did not concern her. He stormed into Ru Lu's courtyard, resembling a vengeful spirit. Despite Ru Lu having mentally prepared herself, she was still terrified, clinging to Gu Chengfeng's leg as she sobbed. "It was Madam who forced me. She threatened to kill me and the child if I didn't hand over the divorce certificate. My life is worthless, but I fear for the child." Did she truly say that? Gu Chengfeng yanked her collar, pulling her up to meet his piercing gaze, one that seemed to warn her against deceit. How could Ru Lu dare to lie to the prince? A part of her heart crumbled. Gu Chengfeng had not expected her to go to such terrifying lengths for a divorce. Did this mean that her affections over the past 5 years had all been a fade? Fine, let her go. Does she truly believe that I cannot part with her? How absurd. There are countless virtuous women in this world. Ru Lu knelt on the ground, silently weeping, realizing that he could not truly sever ties with her. Yet what did it matter to her? All she desired was to obtain what she was owed and secure her position. However, faced with the current predicament, she had no choice but to strive upward, planning to grasp at higher branches. Just as Gu Chengfeng departed, Ru Lu was summoned by the matriarch. "Now that the Lu family has left, you must learn to manage the household," the matriarch instructed. Ru Lu raised her eyes gently, discerning the matriarch's true intentions, and replied with a smile. "You are still young and the most capable, esteemed matriarch. People say that the Gu family flourished thanks to the Lu family, but I believe you are the true architect of our success. Without your guidance, the Lu family's contributions would mean little." Seeing the smile lines deepening in the matriarch's wrinkles, Ru Lu knew she had struck a chord. She lowered herself further, showering compliments. "Ah." The matriarch, pleased yet feigning difficulty, addressed the nearby Granny Zhang. "You know I detest these burdens. It is only because Ru Lu is with child that I must enforce her involvement. Otherwise, people will accuse me of bullying her." "Indeed, matriarch, your heart is pure and your devotion to the Buddha is admirable. How could you concern yourself with mundane matters? Very well, if it must be so, I shall reluctantly oblige." Ru Lu obediently bowed her head several times. The matriarch, recognizing her good manners, retrieved a small gift. "As you are with child, I, as your grandmother, have yet to express my congratulations." The matriarch produced a silver note, but upon seeing the amount, she was taken aback. 100 taels. Is this not excessive? Ru Lu read her expression clearly, stifling a laugh while feigning delight. "Oh, thank you, esteemed grandmother. With a benefactor like you, this child is sure to become a pillar of our nation and bring glory to the Gu family." Finally receiving the funds, she opened the curtain only to collide with 3 elderly gentlemen with long white beards. Recognizing them as the elders of the Gu clan, she dared not be disrespectful and immediately bowed in reverence. Yet, they did not spare her a glance. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned closer to the curtain, eager to overhear their conversation. "Gu family, have you lost your mind? Why would such a splendid daughter-in-law be cast aside? None of us elders consented to this. How dare you? Initially, the matriarch attempted to explain calmly, but as their accusations grew more outrageous, she straightened her neck and retorted, "What is so remarkable about it? My son does not wish to remain with her, so naturally, he will divorce her. He is a prince. Why should he inform you of his decisions? Such arrogance. Were it not for marrying the esteemed Miss Lu and elevating your status, he would not even be worthy of addressing his royal brother." One elder scoffed, "Do not forget, if it were not for our support, you would have perished long ago and would never have had a chance to enter the palace. If we had not contributed both funds and effort, could you and your son have survived in this ruthless world? Now that you have risen to prominence, you forget your roots and dare to confront us?" Each accusation forced the matriarch to close her eyes tightly. With leverage held by others, she had no choice but to yield. When she reopened her eyes, her tone had softened considerably. At this point, the divorce has occurred, and there is no turning back. Has the divorce certificate been submitted? I do not know. Quickly summon him. Does he truly believe the Gu family is solely his? He bears the blood of the late emperor, yet he also shares our bloodline. If you provoke us, none shall survive. Call him immediately. He will arrive shortly. The matriarch felt a headache resurfacing. The Gu family was a well-known clan in the region, yet her branch was the most impoverished. During a past famine, both her parents perished from starvation. Had it not been for the main branch of the Gu family extending a hand, she too would have been lost. Having been saved once came with its conditions. She was to serve in the palace to lay the groundwork for the future Gu family heiress. Unexpectedly, the heiress suddenly passed away, forcing the burden onto her. Unfortunately, her methods proved inadequate, resulting in disdain from the current emperor and the eldest princess. Although she was a prince, she had yet to adopt the royal surname, leaving her in a state of awkwardness known by all yet excluded from the royal genealogy. Later, Gu Qingfeng's marriage was quietly supported by the Gu family. They presented him with over a dozen noble young ladies from esteemed families. Yet none of them were swayed by his charms. In the end, he managed to win the affections of Lu Yunlan, a naive girl hailing from a military background who had never experienced matters of the heart. Lu Yunlan's entry into the Gu family naturally enhanced their reputation, doubling the annual tribute they received. Over the past 5 years, they had reaped substantial benefits from the Lu family, whether through the prestige of their loyalty or the financial support Lu Yunlan provided annually, which had enabled them to ascend the social ladder. Gu Qingfeng was both anxious and fearful. Upon spotting Ru Lu eavesdropping, his anger surged. "Your Highness, please be cautious when you speak inside," Ru Lu urged before fleeing. Gu Qingfeng took several deep breaths at the door before stepping in. The moment he entered, a piercing glare met him, accompanied by the question, "Have you submitted the divorce papers?" "I have," replied Gu Qingfeng, his spirit deflated, as the clan leaders sighed in unison. Their gazes were filled with disappointment and frustration towards him. "You must see how my son has been reduced to this state by that girl from the Lu family. His leg is crippled, his pinky is broken, and his face is bruised and swollen, with a long scar to boot. If I hadn't arrived in time to intervene, my poor Fenger would have been slain by that venomous woman." The matriarch of the Gu family implored them with emotion and reason, yet the clan leaders remained unmoved. "She comes from a military family. It's not surprising that a playful scuffle could lead to such an outcome. Don't make a fuss over it. Moreover, do you not recognize the benefits you've gained over these years? Feng, it's not that I look down upon you. Marrying her is quite a stroke of luck. After her, which wealthy young lady would consider you? Why not?" The matriarch retorted, "His character and appearance are commendable." "Ahem," interrupted one of the leaders. "The previous concubine was merely a maid of the eldest Miss Lu, was she not? Whatever her name was, she too was her servant. Why pursue the maid of the family instead of a genuine noble lady? Don't tell me you wish to elevate them to the position of a legitimate wife." "Of course not," Gu Qingfeng mumbled, his confidence waning. In times like these, it was always Lu Yunlan who entertained the guests. He merely enjoyed the accolades that came with it. Now, the burden of trouble had all fallen upon him, leaving him dizzy. Seeing his subdued demeanor, the clan leaders ceased their pressure, for they had come for a more significant matter. "By the way, have you prepared the fund for the new year?" Gu Qingfeng's face turned pale as he quickly inquired, "Has Luer not provided you with any?" Since Lu Yunlan had contemplated divorce, she had not contributed a single coin to the Gu family, let alone provided the New Year's funds. The clan leader, exasperated by his ignorance, retorted, "In previous years, the funds were provided 2 months in advance. This year, is undoubtedly because you have offended the eldest Miss Lu that she has withheld her support. Regardless of how you manage it, over 300 members of the Gu family rely on these funds for their livelihood. Gu Chengfeng felt as if he might vomit blood, suppressing the impulse in his throat. How much is needed? He asked. 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels? What do you mean? That amount is meant for over 300 people for an entire year. It's always been this price. The matriarch, not foolish, vaguely recalled the amount from 5 years prior. Prices have risen. Thus, the funds must increase as well. The 3 clan leaders nodded in agreement, knowing that they had pocketed nearly half of the sum. What? Can you not provide it? Gu Chengfeng wished to admit that he truly could not. He had never had a clear understanding of finances. From childhood onward, he had relied on others to manage his affairs. After marrying Lu Yunlan, he had entrusted all household expenses to her. Mother, there is still. The matriarch's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her heart screaming, "You still owe me the 200,000 taels from last time. And now you seek to borrow again. A mother and son must keep accounts clear." The matriarch valued money above life itself. She felt a deep resentment over the 100 taels she had carelessly given away. The thought of it would rob her of sleep and appetite for days. She could stretch to gather 1,000 taels, but she feared it deeply. Gritting her teeth, she forced a bitter smile. What money could I possibly have? Which month do you not rely on your filial contributions? The clan leaders observed his predicament, yet remained indifferent. Gu Chengfeng rummaged through his study. Managing to scrape together only 500 taels, he approached Ru Lu, who wore a worried expression, almost on the verge of tears, yet she shrugged, saying she had no money. In the end, it was Bai Lianer who lent the remaining 500 taels. Lianer, once my salary is dispersed. Your Highness, why speak such words between us? My entire being and heart already belong to you. What does this money signify? Bai Lianer remained silent, leaning quietly against the shoulder of the Su Wang. After he departed, Gu Qingyan emerged from the inner chamber, a small figure with a disdainful expression. You can't even gather 500 taels? Truly useless. Sigh. It wasn't always the case. I could do things. Perhaps the years of being pampered by Lu Yunlan have rendered me neglectful, forgetting all responsibilities and duties, and naturally, I have become ineffective over time. While the Gu family still has breath, I must strive to ascend to the position of Wang Fei. By leveraging my status to befriend the nobility, we can then transition to another family. Gu Qingyan's intent was clear. She wished for Bai Lianer to become the Su Wang Fei, to gain access to the gatherings of princes and nobles, seeking to entice others and form new alliances. Bai Lianer felt conflicted. After much contemplation, she finally said, although the Gu family is not a prominent noble house, it can still provide us with a life free from want. Eventually, we can bring your father over, and we will be a family of 5. What family of 5? You Yuan and you and are both sons of Gu Chengfeng. Mother, you are mistaken. Gu Qingyan furrowed her brows, continuing, is this your ambition? Why do I toil daily with diligence to please others? Is it merely to endure a life of hardship? How could it be a life of hardship? Indeed, it is. Gu Qingyan's expression twisted. To me, seeking favor from others equates to a life of hardship. I desire a future where others seek to please me. Do not focus solely on money. What is its worth? Power is the true prize. Bai Lianer was taken aback by Gu Qingyan's fervor. She knew her daughter was ambitious, but never to this extent. Her voice trembled as she questioned, do you aspire to be empress? Does not the empress still exist beneath the emperor? Gu Qingyan's face radiated pride, while Bai Lianer felt herself growing weak with fear. This was indeed a dangerous ambition, one that could lead to the annihilation of entire clans if mismanaged. You jest, do you not? Gu Qingyan stood, circling her mother twice. In the kingdom of Nanshu, the most illustrious women are 3. One is the empress, unparalleled in her nobility. Another is the grand princess, who revels in her birthright. And the last is Lu Yunlan, whom I admire most. The empress and grand princess were born into nobility, destined for greatness. But Lu Yunlan is different. She carved her own path to power. The current status and influence of the Lu family are partly due to her efforts. It is a pity she is clouded by emotions. Bai Lianer scoffed. If I were her, I would have already reached the pinnacle, rather than squander 5 years. But family, she has 2 children, Tuantuan and Yuan, which is happiness in itself. What happiness? Gu Qingyan scoffed. What do my own children amount to? In the end, are we not all subjects of the emperor across the realm? Seated in that position, one may command the world. Gu Qingyan exclaimed passionately, having leaped onto the table with arms spread wide, resembling a frenzied spirit. While Yenner trembled and cautioned, this must not reach a third ear. Of course, she mused, secrets are forged in silence. Until success is attained, my lips shall remain sealed. Gu Qingyan cast a condescending glance downward at her. I disclose this to you solely for a purpose. Do not delay me. Bai Lianer was taken aback. Bai Bin was right. Her daughter often spoke with a chilling lack of empathy. At such a tender age, her heart was already hardened. If they were to grow older and no longer serve her interests, it was likely she would abandon them without a second thought. With this unsettling contemplation, Bai Lianer felt an inexplicable surge of courage. She yanked Gu Qingyan down from the table. Gu Qingyan stumbled, her knee grazing the surface, and shot her a resentful glare. Bai Lianer, both startled and frightened, instinctively slapped her. Gu Qingyan's eyes remained inscrutable, despite the clear imprint of a hand upon her cheek. What? Are incompetent parents seeking validation through me? A cold smile tugged at Gu Qingyan's lips as her gaze drew nearer, fiercely declaring, either kill me now, or cease your meddling. Such a look was no longer one a mere child could possess. Even Bai Lianer, though slow to perceive, felt a chill of apprehension. She licked her lips and tentatively inquired, are you truly my daughter? Chapter 66. My uncle robbed me. Bai Lianer witnessed the icy glint in her daughter's eyes gradually fade, replaced by the innocent expression of a child. She wrapped her arms around Bai Lianer's neck and whispered sweetly, of course, I am your most beloved, most obedient, and best daughter. It is your fortune to have me as your daughter, and likewise my luck. Bai Lianer trembled all over. Gu Qingyan pecked her cheek and cooed, Mother. You just hurt me. It hurts so much. Bai Lianer felt as though she had been grazed by a viper, finally understanding the root of her deep-seated fear regarding this daughter. Stammering, she replied, the medicine in the house has run out. I shall fetch you some. With that, she fled as if her life depended on it. Upon exiting the manor, Bai Lianer felt a buzzing in her ears, unable to discern any sounds clearly. After a considerable distance, she gradually began to hear the voices of passers-by. Heavens! Your child has also been possessed. Indeed, a sudden gust frightened him, and now he cannot sleep at night. He rambles incoherently all day, which is quite unsettling. Bai Lianer immediately turned her head. Possessed? It seemed her daughter too had fallen under such a spell, or else she would not act this way. She slowed her pace to listen more intently. I heard the princess's daughter is also possessed. They even summoned Master Yuanqing. Oh dear, Master Yuanqing is beyond our means to invite. We can only seek blessings at the temple. Perhaps some talismans or charms could help. You're foolish. What use is it to seek Master Yuanqing? I think the Gu family stand a better chance. They've elevated her to a deity. What could a mere child possibly do? As long as it works. I care not whether they are an adult or a child. Whoever can cure my child's ailment, even if they are a toad or a turtle, I would bow to them. Bai Lianer felt her heart leap. She hurried to find Bai Bin, eager to discern how best to address this situation. Upon hearing her words, Bai Bin too appeared contemplative, stroking his chin and reflecting. I wondered why those esteemed ladies and young misses were incessantly seeking out Lu Yunlan. It turns out it was to exorcise evil spirits. We must go and plead for help. You're mad. Why would Lu Yunlan even deign to acknowledge you? Alas, my time at the Lu residence is drawing to a close. Let me first gather information, ascertain the situation, and then we can deliberate further. Bai Bin knocked on the door of the small Lu residence. The maid recognized him and readily admitted him. Upon seeing him, Lu Yunlan mused inwardly. What poison has he concocted this time? From a moment Bai Bin laid eyes on Lu Yunlan, he was struck with astonishment. Her pupils were moving? They shifted in accordance with his own movements? Bai Bin was nearly overwhelmed, struggling to maintain his composure. What s with that expression? Bai Bin could hardly believe his own eyes, pointing at Lu Yunlan's eyes and then at himself, managing a forced smile. Can you see now? Yes, I could faintly see about a month ago. Lu Yunlan held a teacup, lifting it and gently blowing on it. Her gaze flickered, keenly observing his reaction. Noticing his face turning an alarming shade of black, Lu Yunlan felt an undeniable thrill. She clapped her hands, and a servant brought forth a small box. She flipped through a few items and handed them to Bai Bin. Bai Bin hurriedly rose, bowing to accept them. The physician you consulted last time was truly remarkable. I cannot fathom how you found such a prodigious talent. Not only did he purge my ailments, but he also cured my long-standing eye condition. This revelation struck Bai Bin like a rodent burrowing into his throat. He felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, unable to articulate his thoughts. The smile on his face faded, and his voice trembled. Is that so? Bai Bin was lost in shock, unable to process his thoughts clearly. He stood in silence for some time. Bai Bin? Bai Bin? What troubles you? Wait, what is it you came to discuss? Bai Bin haltingly recounted the matters at hand. Indeed, the number of children suffering inexplicably from illness has increased recently. Rest assured, I shall seek Master Yuan Qing, as though praying for the children of our Nanshu country. Bai Bin was not inclined to listen to her reassurances. He hurriedly acknowledged her words and departed in haste. As he stepped outside, he realized he was trembling with rage. No, this was wrong. It could not simply be a matter of medicine. It must be something else entirely. Bai Bin suddenly recalled something. That renowned physician was merely a vowed. Just the other day, he had been exposed as a charlatan. If he could cure Lu Yunlan's ailment, he would have long been the head of the Imperial Medical Institution. Bai Guanjia, you look unwell. Has something happened to my sister? Lu Guang observed Bai Bin propping himself against a wall, his face pale, and immediately inquired. Bai Bin had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Lu Guang found his behavior peculiar, but thought little of it. Forget it. I have more pressing matters to attend to. He still had debts to repay to Zhou Yan. The incident where Rong Yun stepped on a nail had been orchestrated by Zhou Yan's family, intended to teach the Lu family a lesson. The Zhou family enjoyed the emperor's favor, and despite the emperor's knowledge of the truth, he did not impose any punishment. Zhou Yan had warned that if the owed sum was not gathered soon, he would come directly to the Lu residence to inform his father. This worried him greatly. His father's salary would be docked, adding to the already scant resources of their family. The eldest brother's finances could not be touched, nor could the hard-earned money of the third brother be taken. With the deadline for repayment looming, he had no choice but to seek assistance from his sister. When Lu Yunlan saw him coming to borrow money, she had only one request, to explain how he had accumulated such a debt to Zhou Yan. Naturally, Lu Guang could not divulge the truth. Faced with her pressing demands, he concocted a flimsy excuse and hurried to the inner courtyard. If this matter were to reach the ears of the family, his life would be forfeit. Money, where's the money? Tuantuan understood that such things were the true treasures. Each day, she would act like a little miser, urging Dahe to pour out the coins so she could count them from beginning to end. She squinted her eyes, moistening her pinky with saliva, imitating others as she counted each coin. Dahe found her antics amusing. Suddenly, the door swung open with force. Lu Guang, like a cat spotting a mouse, brightened his eyes and lunged toward Tuantuan. Oh my goodness, you have so much money. Dahe seized him under the arms, restraining him tightly, casting a reproachful glance towards the door. Wu Ying, in a flurry, proclaimed, "He claims to be my second uncle. No need for notification." Indeed, what need is there for notification among family? Lu Guang leaned forward, attempting to reach but failing. He leaned further, still unable to grasp it. "Brother, dear brother, kind brother, let me go, I beseech you." Lu Guang spoke in desperation, his words turning frantic. Dahe, noticing that Tuantuan's expression was rather neutral, decided to release his grip. Tuantuan clutched the money tightly to her chest. As he lunged toward her, she gasped, clutching the money as she scuttled away. A hand seized her ankle. "Mother, help! Second uncle is stealing my hard-earned money." Chapter 67. Bai Bin has abducted the children. Yuan Yuan, Xiaohe, save me. Yuan Yuan turned her head, then prostrated herself on the ground, her little arms and legs swiftly propelling her toward her second uncle, striking his hand with the rattle she held. Xiaohe leaped forward, baring his teeth and ready to bite. Lu Guang yelped in surrender. I was wrong, don't bite, please." If the wolf pup grew any larger, blood would surely be spilled. Lu Guang pondered for a moment, then approached Tuantuan with a mischievous grin, whispering something in her ear. Dahe observed Tuantuan's eyes brighten, a drool escaping her lips, realizing Lu Guang intended to bribe her with food once more. Just as he was about to intervene, a little maid rushed in, announcing the arrival of the crown prince, requesting that Tuantuan and Yuan Yuan be taken outside. Dahe held a disfavor for him, thinking that he ought to spend more time in the palace, studying rather than frequenting others' residences. As Dahe contemplated, he glanced at Lu Guang and chuckled. "I truly consider you a brother, hence I am assisting you. If you take them both to the Lu Manor for the night, whether you can borrow the money depends on your own capability." "Really? How will I explain this to my elder sister?" I shall say that our grandfather and several uncles missed them. It's nothing to worry about. Do you still wish to go? Hush. We shall exit through the back door. Dahe, possessing keen hearing, had already caught wind of many footsteps approaching and swiftly opened a small door. Shooting Wu Ying a glance. You, servant, why aren't you clearing out? An angry voice from outside belonged to the crown prince. Wu Ying, do not be disrespectful. Dahe reprimanded, and upon seeing the furious expression on the crown prince's face, he quickly apologized. Your Highness, your timing is unfortunate. Tuantuan has just been taken away by young Master Lu. Taken away? Why can I not see her? With so many paths in this manner, it is quite normal to miss her, Dahe replied, raising an eyebrow. As the tension between the two escalated, Lu Yunlan interjected with a smile. Your Highness, do you have an urgent matter regarding Tuantuan? Sister Shun has been foaming at the mouth. The physician cannot cure her, and Master Yuanqing is at a loss. I have come to fetch Tuantuan. What can she do? Lu Yunlan's face turned anxious. The person who accompanied Sister Shun to school located her. It is the one called Gu Qingyan. They seem fine at school. This has frightened the imperial aunt. Lu Yunlan felt a chill run down her spine. Hadn't Tuantuan mentioned that with Gu Qingyan as her companion, Sister Shun would recover within 3 months? Yet, given the current circumstances, things appeared dire indeed. A foreboding omen loomed. Surely, the princess harbors no ill intentions toward Tuantuan. Nervously swallowing, Lu Yunlan asked, what of Gu Qingyan? Nothing much. The grand princess even advised her not to overthink and to remain calm. In truth, Sister Shun had occasionally experienced such episodes, but this was the first time it had escalated to this severity. Dahe recognized the gravity of the situation, promptly stating, I will lead you. The crown prince glared at the concealed door, seething, this is clearly your doing, and you claim I did not see her. How could one see her? Dahe lifted his gaze, feigning ignorance of the crown prince's anger. The group dispersed in search of Lu Guang. When Dahe found him, Lu Guang was beaming. Bouncing with joy, I have repaid my debts. Tuantuan is truly a lucky star. Where's Tuantuan? She's playing in my room. Look, I have even procured pig trotters as bribes. The expressions of everyone present grew grim, especially Lu Wu, who brandished a hefty iron rod. You scoundrel! Explain to me what this is. A piece of paper was flung at his face. Lu Guang's heart sank, and upon reading its contents, he was rendered speechless. You treacherous Zhou Yan! You deceived me. After receiving the money, he had embellished the entire affair in several letters, distributing them to Lu Wu, Yunlan, Chengji, and Xine Air among others. Pray tell, what predicament are you in? How long has this situation persisted? A blow struck his arm, causing Lu Guang to collapse. Tears brimming in his eyes, no, I have long since quit. Truly, there is nothing. Witnessing Lu Wu's rising fury, the onlookers hastily interceded to plead for leniency. Is this how debts are incurred? Lu Chengji frowned, casting a discontented glance at him. Indeed. How much do you owe? I shall repay it for you. Should you ever behave this way again? Lu Yunlan quickly produced money from her sleeve, attempting to hand it to him, but Lu Wu snatched it away. 5,000 taels. Are you selling me off? It has been repaid. Lu Wu ducked aside, visibly frightened. Lu Yunlan feared for Lu Guang's safety, hastily assuring, it's all right. The money has been returned, and he is not addicted. This is a good thing. Father, he is still young. We can teach him slowly. While helping him up, she inquired, where are Tuantuan and Yuan? Lu Guang's eyes darted helplessly around the room. Oh heavens, where have the children gone again? No. Someone must be playing a cruel joke, deliberately taking them away. Dahe, sensing the growing anxiety among them regarding the whereabouts of the two children, pressed for answers. You claim Tuantuan and Yuan were playing in the room. Where are they? Lu Guang licked his parched lips, his gaze turning increasingly hopeless. Then, he witnessed Lu Yunlan's expression shift. Where are the children? Do not tell me it is the same as last time. Lu Guang felt tears threaten to spill. Why does this always happen when it comes to me? I swear, they were indeed playing in the room before I left. Second young master, we have finally found you. What urgent matter requires our attendance? Two young servants rushed in, panting heavily. Lu Guang was on the verge of exploding. Who summoned you? Why are you running around? Sensing the tense atmosphere, the servants immediately knelt. It was Butler by who instructed us to come. He said you needed us for a matter of utmost importance. Another servant produced a letter from his clothing, adding, he also asked us to deliver this to you. Upon opening it, Lu Guang, discovered by Ben, was resigning from his post as steward of the Lu Manor due to urgent matters at home. The scent of the letter was unmistakable. It matched that of the facial cream he had given Tuantuan. Lu Yunlan instinctively rubbed her temples, nearly fainting. The moment the letter was unveiled, she understood precisely what had transpired. Bai Bin had abducted Tuantuan and Yuan. Chapter 68. Just out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's lair. In the carriage, Yuan remained blissfully clutching her milk, while Tuantuan covered her face with her small hand, feeling a sense of helplessness. What should one do with such a foolish younger brother? Even after being abducted, he still believed he was being taken out to play. Yuan, ever innocent, sat with her arms crossed, one small leg draped over the other, leisurely swaying. Xiaohei mimicked her, spreading his legs wide and swaying along. It was quite peculiar. Despite being taken for so long, they showed no signs of distress. Most children would have been terrified, crying for their parents by now. Bai Bin pondered for a moment, striving to connect the peculiar events surrounding Lu Yunlan with the two children. After a while, he deemed the idea too absurd. It was simply impossible. However, Lu Yunlan had been exceptionally fortunate of late. He had to ensure he left himself a path for self-preservation. Bai Bin lifted a bowl of water and cast a languid glance at him. A mischievous smirk played upon his porcelain-like face. I am replete with treasures. Drinking this bowl of water will aid in your digestion. No sooner had he taken a sip than Bai Bin felt a stirring in his stomach. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Ultimately, he succumbed to his thirst and drained the bowl. The water was peculiar. The more he drank, the thirstier he became. Minutes later, a sharp cramp seized his belly. Bai Bin zenzit an imminente Eruption. He thumped the carriage and shouted for it to stop. Before the driver could steady the vehicle, Bai Bin leapt out, the abrupt movement causing him excruciating pain. He was already on the verge of bursting with suppressed agony. He had not ventured far when the driver, detecting an overwhelming odor, discreetly urged the carriage away. From within the carriage, cries emerged. Pulling back the curtain, he beheld a pair of large, blinking eyes and a heartwarming smile. She held out a bowl of water towards him. The driver felt his heart melt. How could he resist drinking water offered by such an adorable child? He promptly gulped down 3 large bowls. Bai Bin, supporting his nearly fainting form, managed to approach. Where did the driver go? He wondered. The child pouted and spun her little head around. I don't know. As he placed one leg back onto the carriage, the intense sensation struck him again. People passed by, and darkness enveloped the sky. The two of them collapsed onto the ground. Sir, we simply cannot move tonight. I'll give you triple the silver. This is not about silver. We truly cannot go on. Oh no, my stomach aches again. The driver silently retreated. Inside the carriage, the child laughed uncontrollably. She tugged at the edge of the carriage, lowering herself down in a manner reminiscent of a pull-up. The other child hesitated, looking as though she might cry. The first child raised her fist and scampered off. The second child, anxious and frightened, clutched onto the edge and followed suit. The two little ones crawled away, with Xiaohei trailing behind them. In the distance, the howl of wolves echoed, stirring something deep within. Xiaohei let out a howl in response. If you howl again, I'll stew you for dinner. The first child felt her legs weaken with fear. If they attracted the wolves, they would be mere morsels. They crawled for what felt like ages, until suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared before them. Tuantuan looked up to see a stout woman glaring down at them. Oh, what a windfall. 2 children plus a little wolf. My goodness, these children are so beautiful. They could fetch a fortune. A hunter drew a knife from his waist, his eyes gleaming. And this wolf too. Tonight's supper is secured. His hands gripped the knife, poised to strike Xiaohei. The little wolf, sensing the danger, retreated with fierce determination, growling in defiance. Although Xiaohei was not very aggressive at the moment, he was a nuisance. The two pursuers, increasingly exasperated, decided to abandon their dinner plans and hurriedly fled, each carrying a child. Under the moonlight, Xiaohei's green eyes glinted with cold ferocity. Alas, just escaped the wolf's den, now fallen into the tiger's maw. The life of a wanderer is no easy feat. Tuantuan remained unperturbed, while Guiyuan was terrified, crying out in distress. The hunter, exasperated, attempted to pacify the children with food and drink, but to no avail. In a fit of rage, he nearly struck one of them unconscious. Seeing him reach for the child, Tuantuan quickly stepped forward, cradling Yuan in her arms. Her innocent eyes now filled with defiance. The hunter was taken aback. The woman, in a panic, rushed to pull his hand away, scolding, Have you lost your mind? They are a treasure. If you harm them even slightly, you will not fetch a decent price. They are living gold. Please use your brain. A year of hunting is not worth 2 children. The hunter, grumbling, retreated. The woman hurried to clean the children, her greed evident in her smile. Tuantuan, pulling at Yuan's hand, reassured him not to be afraid. In the past, Yuan had been an uneasy sleeper, frightened by the night's sounds, wide-eyed and motionless. Tuantuan mimicked their mother's soothing touch, gently patting his back until he finally fell asleep. The next day, the 2 donned floral cotton coats typical of the village. After all, the fine clothes they wore yesterday were a small fortune. The woman served them 2 bowls of rice porridge. Starved after a long night, the children eagerly drank their fill, even licking the bowls clean. Oh, dear ancestors, we treat you so well. You must repay us, right? The woman's smile was laden with greed. Tuantuan, with her innocent charm, nodded enthusiastically. The woman was smitten. These children were indeed beautiful. After years of marriage without a child, she wished she could adopt them as her own, if only her poverty would allow. Just as she embraced Tuantuan, she called for the hunter, but after calling for a while, he did not respond. How strange. She had sent him to contact a buyer yesterday. As she stepped outside to investigate, she heard someone in the distance calling, "Aunt Lu, your husband was killed by wolves. Come quickly." Her knees buckled, her mind struggling to comprehend the news, and she fell to the ground. Villagers gathered around as 2 strong men carried stretcher. The body was mangled, its face unrecognizable, arms and knees shattered, blood drained. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the woman felt her heart race, gasping for air, on the verge of suffocation. Young women rushed to assist her, and once she regained her composure, someone consoled her. "It's all right. At least you have these 2 children. They are a legacy." "What legacy? What do they look like? How could they possibly be his children? Besides, if I had given birth, wouldn't my belly have shown signs? When have we ever seen her pregnant?" "Indeed, Aunt Lu. Where did these children come from? They aren't stolen, are they?" Someone added quietly. "You are the one who has stolen. Your parents are thieves. Your entire family is dubious. Get lost. Don't bother me." Aunt Lu felt a wave of panic as her eyes darted anxiously. She feared that the sordid deeds she and her husband had committed over the years would be uncovered, and immediately shooed them away. Not far off, Xiao Hei hid behind the fence, watching her closely. Chapter 69. Encountering kind souls, she wished to lay her husband to rest, but feared for the children's safety. So she guarded them like a thief, never straying far. Finally, night fell. Aunt Lu held Tuantuan and Yuan, tears streaming down her face as she bid farewell to her husband. After taking a few steps, she felt something following her, sending chills down her spine. Taking several deep breaths, she mustered the courage to continue walking. Soon, they entered a serene little grove. A distant, soft wolf howl echoed. "Ah, Xiao Hei." Tuantuan perked up immediately. "Don't move." Aunt Lu smacked her backside. Tuantuan was taken aback. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan, and they both turned to Aunt Lu, playfully tugging at her mouth, pinching her nose, and pulling at her ears. Lu Shunshin cried out in pain, hesitating to fall, fearing that such a misstep might jeopardize her future pension. She was pulled this way and that, her balance wavering. Suddenly, the wild grass on her right rustled, and Lu Shunshin strained to look, only to hear another sound from her left. A shadow leapt through the air and landed before her. Lu Shunshin's eyes widened in terror, paralyzed with fear and unable to turn her head. Another agile shadow sprang forth, deliberately lunging in her direction. Her green eyes fixated on her, unblinking. A chilly breeze swept past, sending shivers across her skin, causing goosebumps to rise. Then came the haunting howl of a wolf. Xiao Hei sauntered out from the grass, head held high and posture regal. Lu Shunshin was dumbfounded, her legs trembling uncontrollably. How could such a small creature summon 2 adult wolves? It was evident that her husband had met his demise at their jaws. If only she had dealt with it last night. Suddenly, an idea for survival struck her. She sat down abruptly and grasped her child's neck with both hands. Facing Xiao Hei, she threatened fiercely, "Back off, or we shall perish together." As she spoke, her lips quivered uncontrollably. She was merely holding on. A flicker of unease crossed the small wolf's face. Xiao Hei took a step back, and the other 2 wolves, receiving the signal, also raised themselves and slowly retreated. Lu Shunshin's heart had not yet settled when, without warning, an older wolf behind her changed its mind. It turned sharply and leapt into the air, opening its jaws wide. Before Lu Shunshun could react, it sank its teeth into her back. She fell backward, instinctively grabbing the wolf's face. As she fell to the ground, she sensed the two wolves charging toward her, seizing her clothing and dragging her beside Xiaohei. Lu Shunshun was left gasping for breath, while the two wolves leaped higher, howling at the moon, deliberately attracting human attention. Flames flickered in the distant village. Only then did the two wolves leap down, as before, biting her garments and following Xiaohei to carry them away. "Xiaohei, I am hungry," Gu Tuantuan cried after a short while. Xiaohei was momentarily speechless, but could not express this in front of her. The three wolves howled and murmured something, ultimately leading the mother wolf to lower her head in resignation and lie down. Tuantuan, disregarding everything, immediately grabbed food and stuffed it into her mouth. It was a close call. She nearly starved. Tuantuan would not admit to having snatched several blades of grass along the way. The two wolves set them down in a cave, then nudged Xiaohei's head as if treating it like a child. They then turned toward the rising sun and slowly departed. "Xiaohei, you are remarkable. You can manage the wolf pack." Xiaohei proudly lifted its head. Indeed, it possessed an innate leadership quality. In truth, it had howled throughout the night, and only these two wolves remembered their old leader, allowing it to command them out of nostalgia. The other wild wolves, especially the Wolf King, would have torn apart on the spot. The trio, 2 children and 1 wolf, slept soundly in the cave for a long time. Xiaohei, half asleep, caught a whiff of human scent, jolting it awake. It rushed to the entrance, baring its teeth at a swarm of humans in a show of intimidation. The leader of the group, dressed in simple linen garments and wearing a kind expression, discarded his stick and cautiously extended his hand toward Xiaohei. In a moment of panic, Xiaohei bit down hard, tearing at him. The others rushed to assist, but the leader waved them off and extended his other hand, soothingly stroking Xiaohei's head. The familiar touch was reminiscent of Tuantuan. Only then did Xiaohei relax its guard, gradually loosening its grip. It noticed the others approaching Tuantuan, touching her forehead and providing her with warm clothing, finally realizing they were kind-hearted individuals. Embarrassment flickered across the little wolf's face as it saw the blood oozing from the man's hand where it had bitten him, and feeling guilty, it licked the wound. The man smiled, wrapped Xiaohei in his coat, and embraced it. The warmth of the embrace was overwhelmingly comforting, and Xiaohei, unable to resist, fell asleep again. After all, it was merely a 3-month-old cub. "Oh, so many children," Tuantuan exclaimed, opening her eyes to find herself surrounded by curious onlookers. However, these individuals appeared peculiar. Some missing an arm, others a leg, some with closed eyes, and others with crooked bodies. "You all howl." The warm sunlight bathed her, and she sensed a gentle aura emanating from them. Instantly, she broke into a charming smile and greeted them. Some smiled back, while others shyly stole glances, too timid to move, as if guarding a precious treasure. "You're awake." A plump individual approached, cradling a sobbing Yuan. Upon seeing Tuantuan, Yuan pouted and began to cry again, reaching out to Nestle in her embrace. With arms wrapped around her shoulders and legs tightly clinging to Tuantuan. Tuantuan felt as if she were ensnared by an octopus. She considered pushing Yuan away, but feared causing more distress. So she comforted her in a language only the two of them understood. "Your bond is truly remarkable. Of course, we emerged from the same womb. Sigh, we've been out for several days. I wonder if Mother is worried." Gu Tuantuan sighed, unaware that her words were being heard in their entirety. The individual, holding rice soup, intended to feed them. Upon hearing Tuantuan's voice, he became ecstatic, his eyes widening with joy. How wonderful! Master Yuanqing was indeed correct. They will encounter a benefactor this year. Tuantuan tilted her head, gazing for a while and rubbing her eyes. Indeed, the person radiated a shimmering white light. "Wow, what a generous person. You shall surely be rewarded." The man chuckled wryly, thinking of the hardships he had faced, nearly left with nothing. Chapter 70. Nearly forced to reveal their true selves. This is a care center for disabled children. It specializes in nurturing children with disabilities. The teachers here come voluntarily, teaching these children essential survival skills during their spare time. The head of the center is named Lin Jian, a portly young lady, though now she is an older woman. She had suffered from heart disease in her youth, often experiencing chest pains. Her parents, bewildered by her condition and believing it to be untreatable, abandoned her. Lin Jian was raised by a pair of disabled beggars. After their demise, she struggled to earn a living while diligently studying, eventually joining an orphanage to care for children that had been cast aside by their parents. Little did she know that the orphanage was merely a front for those seeking to profit. Enraged, Lin Jian left, establishing her own care center for disabled children. Due to her exceptional care, her center gained a reputation that overshadowed the orphanage, striking a blow to them. Consequently, she faced complete isolation, unable to sell her goods. She lacked funds for rice. Without food, the children could not survive. Additionally, she encountered threats on the road. Fortunately, Master Yuanqing came to her aid, assuring her that she would meet a benefactor. When at a dead end, a glimmer of hope would appear. Just yesterday had been a dire situation. Lin Jian was driven away, forced to take the children to live in a cave. Who would have thought she would encounter them? From the moment she met Tuantuan and Yuanyuan, fortune began to smile upon her. The group even deemed their humble abode too shabby to steal from. They had found a place to stay. A wealthy merchant, passing by and feeling pity for them, generously provided a substantial amount of food. The clouds of despair lifted, and the sun shone warmly. Lin Jian was nearly moved to tears. At that moment, hearing Tuantuan's heartfelt thoughts, she felt a surge of gratitude and knelt down. This must surely be the guidance of the divine. Otherwise, how could only she hear it so clearly? Lin Jiyue was startled and dared not to kneel any longer. A dozen children surrounded the Kong, each holding a bowl of rice soup, sipping it slowly, fearing that it would vanish if they drank too quickly. Oh, how pitiful! If only there were meat. Lin Jiyue felt somewhat embarrassed. Having rice soup was already quite good. How could one dare to hope for meat? With a heavy sigh, the voice of the butcher suddenly echoed from outside. Lin boss, I have some leftover meat. Do you want it? If you do, I'll give it to you. Yes. Yes. Lin Jiyue was taken aback and immediately jumped down, too anxious to even put on her shoes, and soon returned with a pound of pork. Today, I shall make meat pies for everyone. The children cheered instantly, for they knew that as long as Gu Tuantuan was around, their lives would improve. They joyously approached her, one by one, kissing her cheeks. Initially, Tuantuan felt shy and tried to dodge, but soon leaned in to accept their affection. With Gu Tuantuan around, there will always be meat to eat. Seeing them devour their food ravenously, Gu Tuantuan quickly vowed, and Lin Jiyue watched with a smile, carefully wiping the meat residue from her lips. Observing that everyone was eating on their own while she still required assistance, Tuantuan felt a twinge of discontent. She grabbed her small bowl, eager to feed herself, but initially struggled to scoop without spilling. Becoming frustrated, Lin Jiyue hurriedly praised her, and the others applauded, declaring her exceptionally capable. This made her shy away from expressing her anger, and amidst their enthusiastic encouragement, she finally managed to scoop up some meat soup. What a relief! To rely on herself felt so rewarding. Tuantuan began to grumble about Dahei, who always took over everything, never allowing her to try. If it weren't for him, I would have learned to carry a bowl long ago. Lin Jiyue would bathe the children once a month, but Tuantuan had never experienced a large bathhouse. Embarrassed, she clutched her small garment tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Jiyue did not press her, instead replacing their clothes with warm garments and patiently coaxing them to sleep. However, Tuantuan noticed that Lin Jiyue's clothing had several holes. How wonderful it would be if someone were to mysteriously gift us clothes. The next day, no clothes arrived as anticipated, leaving Gu Tuantuan somewhat disheartened. She looked up at the sky, as if to question, "What do you mean? Have you taken away the power of wish fulfillment?" Just after breakfast, a commotion erupted outside. Lin Jiyue's expression changed, and she hurried out with a forced smile. "Get out. I told you, even if the courtyard is abandoned, you cannot stay here. If you don't leave, I'll make you." Lin Jiyue, what are you trying to achieve with such petty antics? You let so many children call you mother. Aren't you ashamed? TSK. What are you pretending for? Are you the only kind person in the world, while we are all wicked? The group, initially from the same orphanage as Lin Jiyue, had bullied her at first. Though she had shown them kindness and rescued them several times, they felt she flaunted her goodness to highlight their flaws, deepening their resentment until it felt like enmity. As they began to act, the children rushed out. Tuantuan, unable to run, waved her hands, and a limping sister scooped her up. Soon, they were both sweating from exertion. Tuantuan pinched her belly, her face turning red. "All right, I'll eat less next time. No hitting, mother. No hitting." The children shielded Lin Jiyue behind them, refusing to leave no matter how she coaxed. The aggressors grew angrier at their defiance. "Get away. Several hands shoved the children aside, and soon, all the children were on the ground, except for the limping sister who still held Tuantuan. "You're asking for trouble." Tuantuan was furious the moment the first child was pushed down. "Are you all insane?" Rebound. As she unleashed her strength, the assailant staggered backward, caught off guard by an unseen force. Undeterred, she swung her stick at the limping sister's legs, but instead felt a sharp pain in her own thigh, collapsing to one knee. "What is wrong with you?" Kneeling suddenly, another person grabbed Lin Jiue's clothing, yanking her back, only to feel as if a ghost had pulled her, losing balance and tumbling to the ground. "See, there's a ghost." Those on the ground looked around in panic, finding no one there. Terrified, they clawed at the ground, desperate to rise. Suddenly, they felt a chilling gaze upon them. Looking up, they met Tuantuan's eyes, backlit by the sun. Her gaze had transformed from that of a child into one of divine disdain. The principle of treating the good as divine and the wicked as demonic was vividly illustrated in Tuantuan. She never bothered to redeem the wicked, believing that those who had harmed the good deserved their fate. Just a moment of her ghostly glare made the assailant feel as if darkness was swallowing her whole, prompting her to scream and flee in terror. Chapter 71. Trading cuteness for money. Lin Jiue clutched her apron, feeling somewhat helpless and shocked. She beckoned the children, embracing them. She gently patted one child's head and wiped another's face, soothing them with tender words. It's all right, a meow. Go fetch some medicinal wine to treat their wounds." Searching through the room, she found a few coins, placing them in the child's hand. "Go buy some sunflower seeds, snacks, and a cup of sweet tea for everyone to share." The child named Agu, who was holding Tuantuan, understood and nodded, preparing to place Tuantuan back in Lin Jiue's embrace. No, I want to go with you. If I stay here, I'll suffocate. I'll die if I don't get my medicine." "Mother," she wouldn't let go. Agu found Tuantuan's embrace delightful, and the two children gazed at Lin Jiue with wide, watery eyes. Lin Jiue, unable to resist, smiled and retrieved 2 garments from the house, dressing them carefully and adorning them with little hats. Tuantuan wanted to mention that her hat had a hole, allowing the cold wind to seep through, causing her head to throb. Yet, understanding it was the best hat available, she sweetly smiled and planted a kiss on Lin Jiue. She discovered something amusing. Each time she kissed someone, they would beam with joy. Unbeknownst to her, she was learning to express affection freely. Agu was a girl with small eyes, a tiny nose, and a large mouth. She wasn't traditionally beautiful, even somewhat unremarkable. However, her aura was gentle, and though her clothes were plain, they were neatly arranged, exuding a hint of lavender fragrance. Tuantuan strained to adjust her position, lifting her bottom slightly, trying to relieve some of Agu's weight. Agu chuckled, her already small eyes narrowing into a mere slit. She struggled to suppress her heavy breathing, assuring herself that everything was fine and not to exhaust herself. "I can carry you." Seeing her forehead glistening with sweat, Tuantuan instinctively reached out to wipe it away. However, her small hands were trapped in oversized clothing, and after much effort, she finally freed them, only for them to be pulled back in by the thick fabric. Her lips were pursed tightly, resembling a bottle of soy sauce, which displeased Tuantuan. Agu noticed and stopped by the roadside, placing her on his lap and rolling up her clothes. Although he was unsure of her intentions, he complied. "All right." As soon as he spoke, Tuantuan's little hand brushed across her forehead, her expression serious and focused. Yet, the moment her hand emerged, it turned icy. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of the cold." Agu, unable to hear her thoughts, understood that she was concerned for herself. The cold wind continued to howl, and her fragile body appeared both desolate and defiantly resilient. Agu had barely felt joy when he suddenly recalled how beautiful and healthy this child was. Undoubtedly the daughter of a wealthy family. He wondered how many more days they could spend together. Even before parting, he sensed the pang of sadness that accompanied separation. By Gao Tuanzi. Tuantuan, unaware of his sorrow, mistakenly thought it was about her own background, which put her in a difficult position. She was not adept at comforting others. In her previous life as a deity, when others were upset, she could only muster a half-hearted, "don't be sad" after much contemplation, often leaving them more distressed. With no other option, she excitedly jumped up to point at something else to divert his attention. Seeing Agu head in that direction, her sadness dissipated, and she sighed in relief. She patted her sleeves against her chest, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Agu took a couple of steps forward, but hesitated to draw closer. Embarrassed, he fiddled with the money in his hand, glancing at the prices and gasping in shock. What kind of celestial snack costs 20 coins each? If I buy one for Tuantuan, I won't have enough left for seeds or snacks. Tuantuan suddenly recalled, this treat is indeed a bit pricey. She felt somewhat guilty, as she used to play with these by Gao Tuanzi, but now it seemed they were beyond her reach. Yet, this little market had only this soft, sweet delicacy that melted in the mouth, perfect for a child like her. Aguo glanced at her cautiously and shook his head. Tuantuan, understanding, pointed to another stall which sold seed snacks. Aguo finally relaxed, relieved that Tuantuan did not throw a tantrum demanding to eat. Approaching the stall, Tuantuan's eyes darkened. The seeds were damp and flat, emitting a faint odor. The snacks appeared hard and unappetizing. Her stomach grumbled, and she covered it with her hands. But the noise only grew louder. Oh dear, Aguo, do you really have such a lovely child? What's wrong with her? The shopkeeper looked on with a hint of pity. Tuantuan protested with a few sounds. Nothing's wrong. Then why not tell your director? I'd like to adopt her. The absurdity of this made Aguo laugh. Could they really afford to take care of such a charming child? What's the big deal? Isn't it just about eating, drinking, and sleeping? What's so hard about that? The shopkeeper then grabbed a handful of seeds, saying they were a gift for her, remarking on how adorable Tuantuan was. Aguo thanked him with a smile and proceeded to buy sweet tea, which was merely hot water with a bit of sugar and sprinkled sesame seeds. Tuantuan sighed, her eyes still fixed on the Bai Gao Tuanzi stall, her stomach growling once more. Aguo felt a pang of guilt and self-reproach. No, everyone must have something to eat. Tuantuan resolved to earn money. Aguo was taken aback, staring at Tuantuan in disbelief. She actually wants to borrow a beggar's broken bowl. The beggar, charmed by her, produced a clean bowl from his pocket. Tuantuan shook her head, insisting on the broken one. Holding the shabby bowl, Tuantuan nestled in Aguo's embrace and began to cry out loudly. Aguo was taken aback. She intended to beg on the street. Tuantuan exclaimed, "What is wrong with that? A true man can bend and stretch. Being able to earn money for food and drink is the real deal. Everything else is just fluff. Face, dignity, non-existent." In the biting winter, Aguo's face flushed crimson. Their director had always taught them to have ambition, and that begging was unacceptable. She opened her mouth to protest, but found herself unable to cry. Clink, 1 coin. Clink, 3 coins. Clink, 1 tael. Tuantuan had barely begun her cries when someone tossed a handful of coins into her bowl. Alas, such a beautiful child has resorted to begging. It's truly a pity. Another tael was tossed in. Chapter 72. Encountering wealthy individuals, don't break my porcelain. Being good-looking can indeed bring in money. Most who toss coins praise Tuantuan's beauty, lamenting her circumstance. Exhausted from crying, Tuantuan mischievously winked at her. Adjusting her voice, she cried even more heart-wrenchingly. Even the beggar beside her couldn't bear it and gave her 3 coins. The villagers were generally kind-hearted and generous, contributing a little here and there. The owner of the Bai Gao Tuanzi stall, noticing how intently she had gazed earlier, gritted his teeth and gifted her one. Aguo, delighted, quickly embraced Tuantuan and bowed to the owner. Tuantuan's eyes sparkled as she grabbed the treat and was about to stuff it in her mouth. Seeing Aguo's equally eager expression, she hesitated and offered the treat to her instead. Aguo, unwilling, insisted that Tuantuan eat first. Tuantuan began to cry, causing Aguo to fumble, ultimately taking a couple of bites, her eyes wide with astonished delight. This treat was truly delicious. This was indeed a delicacy only the divine could afford. The child, beautiful and kind-hearted, was utterly endearing. Tuantuan crawled and fished a tail of coins from the broken bowl, her bright eyes smiling at the owner, who felt his heart melt, contemplating adopting her as his goddaughter. No, you know how to care for your sister. This is my reward for you. Aguo, tell your director that these would be considered New Year gifts for the children. If you dare to accept money, there will be no future dealings. Aguo was on the verge of tears, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Tuantuan, beaming, kissed her own lips and then offered them to the owner. The owner was nearly beside himself with excitement. I have money. Aguo promptly bought over a dozen servings of sweet tea, and only then did they joyfully depart. They had barely walked a short distance when a richly dressed individual bounced over to the Bai Gao Tuanzi stall, producing a silver ingot from his waist and placing on the table with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "I want all the dumplings here. Young master, unfortunately they're all sold out." "What? Who has such an appetite to buy them all? What'll I eat tonight? I'll starve. No, if I can't eat, I won't be able to sleep tonight. The young master, with fox-like eyes and elegantly arched brows, was about 7 years old, adorned with gold and jewels. Yet he walked down the street without a care, no one daring to rob him. It must have gone that way, right? The owner hesitated, while the exquisite young master huffed, rolling up his sleeves, stretching his legs, twisting his waist, and bouncing up and down, as if preparing for something grand. After just a couple of steps, he shivered, his lips trembling in the cold. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore in this winter. The young master quickly lowered his sleeves. Tuantuan continued to munch along the way, cradling a bamboo bowl with her 2 sleeves, obediently sipping sweet water. Stop. You all halt. A person, seemingly on the brink of exhaustion, placed their right hand on their waist and pointed at them with the left. Oh look, a handsome young master has come to find you. Tuantuan beamed with joy and promptly patted Agua's shoulder. Turning around, she thought, how could this person possibly have anything to do with us? They had already dashed further away. Wait, don't run. Why are you speeding up? The young master was on the verge of collapse. Running in the cold winter made him sweat excessively. It was hardly elegant or noble. Suddenly, a strange sensation stirred in his stomach. His complexion changed dramatically as he hastily retrieved a pill from a pouch and swallowed it. After steadying his breath, he took another. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated and dashed forward. Tuantuan noticed he had caught up to them. His face was handsome, yet his pallor was unnaturally pale, almost ghostly. As the young master approached, Agua assumed he was a villain intent on robbing her. With a startled gasp, she clutched Tuantuan and hastened away, causing Tuantuan to feel as if she were on a roller coaster. Oh dear, you look so good, but your running is rather ungraceful. What nonsense! Running ungracefully? He quickly adjusted his bangs. Child, do you not know how to speak? I am naturally beautiful, the fairest in heaven and earth. Turns out he is a self-absorbed fool. What a pity. Witnessing his self-praise, Tuantuan lost the desire to compliment him, fearing it would inflate his already ample confidence. Stop running, dear sister. Annie, halt. I wish to purchase something from you. Hey, do not touch me. I'm not selling anything. Agua was genuinely frightened. Her foot was already limping, and after such a vigorous escape, she felt dizzy. Do not follow me, just go. Agua attempted to push him away. The young master, taken aback, shrieked and immediately tried to flee, but Agua was quicker, her fingertips brushing against his arm. Oh my head hurts. A wave of sensation instantly coursed from her fingertips to Agua's mind. She stood there, her eyes rolling back. Agua's sister. Before she fell, she desperately leaned downward, and Tuantuan collapsed into her embrace. You killed my sister. Tuantuan was furious, scrambling to her feet, ready to strike the young master. He turned a shade of green. I told you not to touch me. What is there that cannot be touched? Are you made of gold? I do not care. My sister has fainted. You must take us to see a doctor. Do not run, stop. The young master did not wish for Tuantuan to catch him. If one person had already fainted, if she were to faint too, it would be disastrous. Just then, Tuantuan called out, and his feet truly became unresponsive. He could not move. Are you a human or a ghost? The young master then realized that she had not spoken at all. All he had heard were her thoughts. As Tuantuan's hand reached out to grasp him, he sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, this is what you brought upon yourself. I warned you. Yet, when her tiny fist began to thump against his calf, he opened his eyes wide, astonished and incredulous at the scene unfolding before him. Tuantuan felt he was mocking her lack of strength. Hitting him was akin to a mere tickle, leaving him astonished. She mustered even more strength, even wrapping her arms around his thigh and lifting her head to continue her assault, although her own head was starting to feel a bit dizzy. Strange. How are you not dead? Who are you cursing? Tuantuan had only recently experienced death herself, so she could not bear to hear the word. Fortune and longevity. May I live to 100. I do not care regardless, you are so old. I will surely outlive you. Although the young master was being struck, his eyes brimmed with tears. A drop, 2 drops, a stream of tears fell uncontrollably, revealing his heightened emotions. What are you crying about? How much strength can I possibly have? Do not extort me. This money is meant to buy meat for others. Not a single penny can go to you. Tuantuan felt regretful. She wished to comfort him, but her small hand only reached his knee. After a few taps on his knee, he only cried harder, eventually wailing loudly. What a scam. Absolutely a scam. Tuantuan thought. You should be scamming the wealthy. Why target a poor child like me? Tuantuan attempted to crawl away, But Agua had collapsed on the ground. Though thin, she was heavy, and Tuantuan could not move her. With a sigh, Tuantuan felt exhausted for the first time. Her small body collapsed as her gaze grew unfocused. Chapter 73. The young master also has issues. After a long wait, no one had come. Tuantuan felt she was about to freeze solid. Her stomach growled once more. She pulled out the remaining half of a dumpling from her pocket. Just as she took a bite, she sensed a fervent gaze upon her from above. The young master, appearing dazed, fixated on the food in Tuantuan's hand, drooling, looking even more foolish. Tuantuan's dark eyes flickered. Well, I still have this pile of meat and vegetables. I cannot carry them all. Perhaps I should hire him for a bit of work. She pinched the little snack in her hand. I'll use this as payment. Tuantuan crawled over to him, clutching his leg, and looked up with a fierce expression, scrunching her nose. The young master thought to say he could not move. As he raised his hand, lo and behold, he could move. The young master, feeling delighted, bounced around in place several times. Tuantuan's arms were growing tired. Why wasn't he coming to embrace her? Seeing her expression, the young master found her irresistibly adorable. Unable to help himself, he reached out and pinched her cheek. So this is what other people's touch feels like. Let go. Let go. Tuantuan bared her teeth, ready to bite his hand. He was quite handsome, though he had a bit too much flesh on his face. Tuantuan was taken aback. It was the first time in her life someone had commented on her being too fleshy. Angered, she hurled the pastry at him. The young master adeptly caught it. No eating. Quickly give it back to me. Tuantuan instantly regretted it. How could she throw a meat bun at a dog? Sure enough, the young master shoved it into his mouth and took a huge bite, making a sound of pure enjoyment. Oh heavens, this is too delicious. In the distance, amidst thick snow, a small gray figure emerged. The figure approached and transformed into an elderly man with a white beard. Grandson, just a moment of inattention, and you've run off to this place. Oh dear, you dare to bully such a small child, shameless. The old man, seeing Tuantuan's face full of grievance, pulled out a folding cane from his waist, flicked it a few times, and it transformed into a long staff. The young master circled around Tuantuan a few times, and his grandfather followed suit. Do not hit me. The young master, seeing he was about to be caught, panicked and lifted Tuantuan, pushing her forward as a human shield. You. The old man was taken aback, his drooping eyelids springing open. She actually was unharmed. Every day, you hope something happens to me, do you not? The young master peeked out from Tuantuan's shoulder, smiling brightly at his grandfather, realizing that such people truly existed in the world. As he spoke, his eyes turned red again. After all these years, he finally felt able to connect with someone. He thought Tuantuan was so soft. Using her as a pillow would surely be comfortable. Do not pull. Tuantuan, eyeing the golden bracelet on his wrist, grasped its edge and pulled with all her might. She glanced at Agua, still unconscious, and smacked her forehead in frustration. She should not have been so greedy. Immediately, she wrapped her arms around his neck, obediently nodding, and ceased her struggle. Dear grandson, you truly are a wonderful child. The old man, carrying Aguo on his back, clutched a lotus leaf-wrapped pork with his left hand and several bags of vegetables with his right. He walked unsteadily, the redness on his nose blooming even more. This child is the most challenging of all. Do you think it's easy to carry? Young master tightened his grip on a warm baby blanket in his arms, cradling a heap of food like a hen protecting her chicks. Have you ever experienced the agony of being unable to eat? Young master felt that Tuantuan was deliberately targeting him. She continued to munch on her pastries, refusing to share even a morsel, no matter how he threatened or tempted her. His stomach grumbled audibly. The old man, visibly anxious, exclaimed, I have lotus seed cakes in my waist. They're still warm. Instantly, Tuantuan found the pastries in her hands less appealing, leaning forward to sniff eagerly. Young master wanted to refuse outright. All he desired was the little white cake in her hand. Usually, when the hunger pang struck, he would consume vast quantities of food until he fainted from indulgence. Today, eating the pastries from this child's hand alleviated his pain significantly. Seeing her eager expression, he proposed, How about this? You give me that. I'll have Grandpa give you the warm lotus seed cake. Oh dear, what a fool. Tuantuan couldn't help but laugh inwardly, feeling she had struck a considerable bargain. She promptly nodded and stuffed the pastry into his mouth. Seizing a bag of lotus seed cakes, she lifted her thick clothing and tucked it inside, hugging it tightly. Oh, just like a little hamster hoarding food for winter. Young master chuckled playfully, and Tuantuan rolled her eyes. By the time they reached Lin Jian's nursery, it was already evening. Yuan Yuan, your sister is here. It would soon be his turn. The children caught a whiff of food and erupted into a cacophony, abandoning their wooden swords as they rushed towards Tuantuan. They obediently queued, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tuantuan immediately distributed the steaming pastries to them. Although their stomachs were so empty they could sing, each child hesitated to eat more than a small bite, afraid that what they held might vanish like a dream. Young Master then noticed that all these children were afflicted in some way, and a wave of compassion surged within him as he glanced at the old man, who slumped helplessly at the threshold. The old man had already cried to the point that his sleeves were soaked, wringing out the water. Seeing the boy's gaze, he nodded repeatedly. Don't touch me, you. Stay away. Keep your distance, ah. Some onlookers, enchanted by young Master's beauty, shimmering like a deity in a temple, reached out to touch him. The beautiful young Master was terrified and quickly jumped onto the table. With so many people wanting to touch him, if they all died from the pain, how would he explain that? Aguo, sister, take your medicine. Meanwhile, on the other bed, Amiao saw that she could not awaken and hurriedly pried open her mouth to administer the medicine. Don't feed her recklessly. If you kill her, is that on you or me? Aguo, sister, wake up. Don't leave us, boo-hoo. The children cried out. Young Master, who was quite loud himself, preferred silence. He covered his ears and shouted, Stop the noise. If you keep this up, I will sell you all. His words had an immediate effect, silencing the children. The stillness was tinged with sadness, and one child, suppressing tears, whispered, We are the best. We won't eat or disturb anyone. Please don't sell us. The children all set down their pastries, no longer daring to eat. Young Master felt a wave of guilt wash over him, wishing he could slap himself. He picked up a broom, maintaining distance from them. Approaching the bed, he said to Amiao, You make sure they eat everything without any leftovers. If anyone doesn't finish, I will truly sell them. Although still young and somewhat boisterous, he had a commanding presence that made people instinctively want to comply. Amiao placed the medicine on the table. He picked it up delicately, wrinkling his nose in disdain, declaring it unworthy of his attention. He casually tossed it to the ground, crushing it. Tuantuan, can this person be trusted? Chapter 74. Avenge. The director of Lin Jian here has some snacks he offered, holding the lotus seed cake in both hands as if presenting a sacred offering. Lin Jian, worried about Aguo and lacking an appetite, felt too shy to refuse. Oh dear, your face is swollen. Who hit you? Tuantuan noticed the deep five-fingered imprint on her other cheek, clearly a painful strike. It doesn't hurt. Tuantuan's voice attracted the children's attention, while Lin Jian winced in pain, now needing to comfort them in return. Your hand is also bruised. Tuantuan grasped her fingers, discovering the back of her hand was in terrible condition. Amiao rushed to fetch medicine, but young Master, feeling faint, quickly intervened. Come quickly. She's awake and needs care. The children, seeing Aguo open her eyes, rushed over in a frenzy. Young Master opened a bell on his clothing and extracted a piece of ointment the size of a fingernail. He tossed it carelessly, saying, Rub this on. Stingy. Drink cold water. If you drink cold water, you'll turn into a devil. Tuantuan teased him for being miserly, and young Master jumped into the air, his face flushed with anger. His eyes blinked rapidly as he placed his hands on his hips, pointing to himself and then to the ointment. I wouldn't sell it for 100 taels of silver. Do you really want it? 100 taels of silver? Lin Jian's eyes brightened momentarily, then flickered with regret as she realized she had already opened the ointment. The ointment, reminiscent of snow, cooled against the wound before gradually warming up, banishing the pain in an instant. Lin Jian, astonished, quickly placed it under the candlelight, examining it from every angle. Such a precious item. I cannot afford it. I am so hungry. Consider it payment for the meal. Young Master added haughtily, If you want to sell it, go ahead. In the past, he would never allow anyone to sell his belongings. The old man leaned closer, teasingly remarking, You're quite generous tonight. Did you not say that handmade items cannot be sold cheaply? Have I just settled this meal for you? I will go cook right now. Are you trying to poison me? Let someone else do it. Young Master frowned. If your hands touch water, it will be useless. Mother, please rest well. I will go immediately. Amiao understood that although young Master had a sharp tongue, he was genuinely kind-hearted, and she happily ran out. Tuantuan raised her eyebrows at young Master, pointing outside the door. Young Master imitated her, narrowing his eyes. What does that mean? Is your eye twitching? Let me see. The old man, noticing the two children were whispering, immediately turned to Lin Jiyan and said, "Director, I would like to see where these children live. If that is convenient?" "Of course." The old man left, casting a conspiratorial glance at the two. Disrespectful to the elderly. Humph. Young master tilted his head and then pinched her cheek. "What are you planning?" Tuantuan reached for the candle, her large eyes shining even more beautifully in the flickering light. "Avenge." 5 li away, a magnificent courtyard stood out prominently. "My lord, an urgent letter from the capital." "What does it say?" In the flickering candlelight, a short, thin old man nestled in a soft bed while a young girl attended to him, washing his feet. "It says that 2 children from the esteemed Lu Yunlan's family in the capital have gone missing. Have they lost their minds? Why would they come to us for missing children?" The old man reached for the letter, donning reading glasses as he slowly read aloud, 10,000 taels of gold. He glanced at the 2 portraits, golden dolls offering such a sum. The letter was ignited, turning to ashes in an instant. He sighed. After so many years in the children's trade, it doesn't compare to the worth of these 2 children. Indeed, Aunt Lu from Moashi village has managed the situation. As the old man spoke, a glimmer of light shone from his aged eyes. All instructions from the master have been diligently followed. If she wishes to retain her life, she dare not speak recklessly. To still be alive yet fail to accomplish tasks, how shameful. It was advised to keep a low profile. Yet she has drawn the attention of the officials. Go, let her escape from prison, and inform the family of the abandoned child. The weather, though frigid, made the young servant break into a cold sweat. Such ruthlessness. Aunt Lu still has her life intact in prison. Should she fall into the hands of the family of the abandoned child, they might very well flay her alive. After the servant departed, the old man glanced at the portrait again, his eyes dimming as he succumbed to slumber. Young master and Tuantuan tiptoed in. The young master poured oil into every corner of the room, while Tuantuan sat before the old man, unfolding the drawing. She scrutinized it closely, her brow furrowed. How poorly drawn. Who could recognize this? Stop playing around. Hurry, we still need to steal clothes. The young master tugged her outside. Bad person, I'll burn you. Before leaving, Gu Tuantuan squeezed her bamboo water gun, splattering oil across his face. As he aged, he began to dream of mountains of gold. The old man wiped his face, believing he was still dreaming. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He sprang up from the bed with such force that his back seized. He groaned in pain, clutching his waist, and sat on the bed, tormented. Water has leaked. Quick, extinguish the fire. A commotion erupted outside. The old man hastily lit a candle, only to be horrified by the sight of oil everywhere, leaving him breathless as he attempted to snuff out the flame. The door creaked ominously. Save me. Hee. I came here to set the fire. You've called upon the wrong person. A firebrand rolled in from outside. In that moment of illumination, the old man recognized the little figure at the doorframe. So familiar. Where have I seen this before? Oh no, the children have all fled. Oh no, the eastern room is ablaze and cannot be saved. Oh no, my lord, the silver notes have turned to ashes. The western room has also burned down. The dog in the cage has vanished. Wailing, my lord, it's all gone. A dozen servants desperately rescued the old man. His heart sank as he gazed at the raging inferno, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. The silver, the children, the home, all lost. Why do you still wish to save me? Let me perish alongside them. My 30 years of effort, all gone. The old man contemplated rushing into the flames to meet his demise. The servants cried out in unison, My lord, you cannot die. If you die, will we seek our wages from this month? Indeed, the year-end bonus has yet to be distributed. Someone added. The old man, infuriated, felt the urge to slap them all. Rising too abruptly, he became dizzy and collapsed. Meanwhile, the young master sat with Tuantuan atop an open cart, piled high with an array of new clothes. The young master's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tuantuan, clutching the garments, gazed skyward, as if to convey, if you don't give me clothes, I'll take matters into my own hands. Humph. Lin Jiyan believed these clothes were purchased by the young master, expressing endless gratitude. The children, overjoyed, could hardly sleep, eager to embrace their new outfits. As Tuantuan and Yuan were the youngest, Lin Jiyan cradled them to sleep. Just as she closed the door, a voice called from outside. Open the door. Director Shang is coming. This Director Shang was none other than the old man who had fainted earlier and was now struggling to regain consciousness. Chapter 75. The old man's continued quest for death. Lin Jiyan was perplexed as she dressed, muttering to herself. Could it be that they intend to expel us tonight? The knocking grew more urgent. It's freezing. Why won't you open the door? Lin Ji Yin exclaimed, hastily running to the door without even putting on her socks. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by the throng of people, perhaps dozens. Before her, quickly bring hot tea and soup. The old man's beard had been singed, curling amusingly at his chin, yet he strutted about with an air of authority. As soon as Lin Ji Yin opened the door, he marched straight in to warm himself. Add more coal. What are you dawdling for? Director Lin, do you have hot tea? Clothes, I need clothes. Look, they're all soaked from the snow. I'll catch a cold. I want to soak my feet. Why are there only 3 foot baths? This group chattered incessantly, like a flock of sparrows, effortlessly directing Lin Ji Yin. She assumed they had come seeking trouble late at night, given their multitude of luggage. She intended to present the ointment given by the young master, hoping Director Shang would show leniency, but found no opportunity to speak. A meow peeked over the threshold, glancing inside, as the people inside began to order about. You, bring me a blanket and take care of that pile of luggage. If anything goes missing, I'll hold you accountable. Lin Ji Yin patted her head, instructing her simply to fetch the blanket. Agu pried open a window, looking displeased at the scene within. He stepped forward to get a better look. Agu quickly sidestepped, saying, What are you doing out? You just recovered. Don't wander around. Be careful not to relapse. Not even a deity could save you. The young master glared at her, deliberately trying to intimidate her. Agu, frightened, exhaled slowly, retreating into the darkness, only to return moments later with a stick in hand. Repay kindness with malice? The young master narrowed his eyes, adopting a defensive posture like a mantis, his head ducking from side to side. If they dare harm Mother, I'll confront them directly. By the time you go to confront them, the opportunity will have passed. The young master scoffed. Then, the old man declared that they would be staying here tonight to prevent Lin Ji Yin and her group from refusing to move out the following day. Lin Ji Yin knelt, pleading and speaking sweetly. The old man maintained an air of arrogance, despite his singed beard. Oh, woe is me. Yuan was awakened, cold and disturbed, longing for his mother's comforting embrace. He felt utterly wronged and began to cry. They even took in such small children? Lin Ji Yin nodded, stating, Yes, 2 children who cannot yet walk. Master Shang, could you grant us 3 more days? We are certain we can find a new place. This was merely a firewood yard. In the past, the old man would have dismissed it entirely. However, with his house burned down and his silver reduced to ashes, he had no choice but to take refuge in this dilapidated courtyard. He was unwilling to grant her an extension of 3 days. He licked his grayish-purple lips, shook his head, and signaled to a servant, who handed him a smoking pipe. Master Shang, there are still children present. Lin Ji Yin glanced at the bed behind the screen, summoning her courage to speak. Bless it to you. This is my territory. I'll smoke if I wish. Who needs to concern themselves with her? Crying all day long, and you brought more unfortunate children here. You're such a stubborn fool. If you were a bit more agile, you would have struck it rich long ago. He took a deep puff, tapping the smoking pipe on the ground. Such children still nursing wouldn't recognize anyone. Selling them would be so easy. Lin Ji Yin's expression darkened, a spark of anger igniting in her eyes. Look at you, getting anxious again. If you cannot be their parent, at least find them a good home. Yet you, alas, let us just see those children. The old man had already set his sights on the 2 children. If they were healthy, Lin Ji Yin understood his intentions. Her face paling as she hurriedly said, Master Shang, these 2 children are quite unattractive. It would not be good for you if they displeased you. What nonsense! Bring her over for me to see. Can we even eat them? I'll hold her. The young master jumped out from the doorway, and the old man's eyes brightened. He sat up directly from his half-reclined position, put down his smoking pipe, and stared intently. He thought to himself, Goodness, such a beautiful child would surely be in high demand if sold. With a glimmer in his eyes, he pointed and asked, Is this child from your courtyard as well? I'm merely passing by. Director Lin is kind-hearted and took me in for the night. Who would have expected so many mice in the middle of the night, making it hard for me to rest? Who are you calling a mouse? A young servant suddenly stood up. Hey, why are you being so fierce? Don't scare the child. With her stunning looks and fiery temperament, the old man began to harbor some sinister thoughts. The young master appeared eternally youthful, forever stuck at the age of 7, yet his mind was remarkably mature. He sensed the old man's malice and, in a fit of anger, clenched his fists, wishing he could pluck out those malicious eyes. Director Lin has deceived you. These 2 children are exceptionally beautiful. Let me hold one for you to see. Hurry up. The old man frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Lin Jian, and waved her aside. Dejected, Lin Jian lowered her head, wondering if the young master couldn't see their ulterior motives. Not long after the young master entered, the cries from within abruptly ceased. Everyone was puzzled and about to enter when they saw him emerge, holding child. Wow, she is truly beautiful, they exclaimed in unison. The child had a round face, large, bright eyes, a small, upturned nose, and her little mouth was as red as if painted with lipstick. Full of life and spirit, every movement exuded cleverness. Wrapped in a tattered blanket, she appeared as though she were draped in luxury. Isn't. The old man's initial surprise swiftly morphed into shock, followed by a chilling fear. She is the one who burned down our courtyard. I saw it clearly. It's her. The old man trembled as though he had seen a ghost. Yet, who would believe such words? Exchanging glances, everyone thought the old man might be losing his mind. Tuantuan smiled innocently, a blend of charm and horror from his memories overlapping. The old man's hands shook uncontrollably, realizing how familiar that face was. I remember now. He was about to speak when the young master's expression turned cold, and he swiftly touched him. The scene before them was abruptly shut away. The old man didn't have time to react before he fainted. He is asleep. You should rest early too. A young servant approached the old man, puzzled by his sudden slumber. What had happened? He wanted to suggest that someone must have drugged him, but upon seeing Lin Jian and the others still fine, he held his tongue. You should sleep as well. A mysterious smile graced the young master's lips as Tuantuan reached out to him. The moment they touched, he immediately fell unconscious. What has happened? Lin Jian was stunned. Why was everyone collapsing? It was as if Tuantuan had made them faint. But looking into Tuantuan's innocent eyes, how could that be? They exchanged smiles with the child in their arms. The next day, the old man awoke to find himself frozen. Chapter 76, A Chance Encounter with Alon. Upon waking, he noticed that aside from the unconscious individuals scattered about, the place had been cleaned thoroughly. Lin Jian, where are you? He scrambled up, his head pounding painfully. That child is Tuantuan. Furious, he slapped himself twice. Damn it, money. Gold worth a fortune was right in front of me, and I let them slip away. He glanced at the slumbering figures on the floor and kicked one of them. As they began to awaken, shivering and with purple lips, some sneezed, reluctant to leave, struggling with the door that wasn't tightly shut. You all. The old man clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Is there anyone? It's time to settle the land contract. A young man with a foolish expression barged in, kicking the luggage on the floor. Ignoring their angry glares, he began to shout, "Get out now. The master has ordered it." The people here were notoriously shameless. They didn't need to be given a polite send-off. They just had to be thrown out. Scram, don't dawdle before me. The old man found the young man's foolish demeanor irritating. Hey, are you throwing your weight around now? The master said you should pack up and leave this morning. If you don't go, I'll have someone throw you out. With a wave of his hand, dozens of people appeared behind him, each wielding clubs. Several young servants attempted to explain, but the young man wouldn't listen, beating them until they cried out in distress. The old man, both hungry and exhausted, felt his last patience wearing thin as he explained that this was his territory, and he was the biggest boss here. Fine, show me the land contract, and I'll believe you're the boss. The old man fumbled for a long time, but couldn't find it. The young servants quickly searched as well. It's gone. It's truly missing. I knew you would pull this trick. The young man felt clever, having seen through their little scheme, and began to swing his club at them. Thus, the old man and his group were driven out. Staring at the vast snow and the chaotic wind, he muttered, "Let us go to the capital and find a master." He had barely taken 2 steps when a group of constables chased after them, comparing their faces to the wanted posters. "No mistake, it's you lot. Come along quietly." The old man panicked, wishing to bribe them as he used to, but he was now penniless. The constable scoffed. "Lushan has confessed everything. You, old man, have been involved in prison breaks and child trafficking. You'll have a hard time now. This is a misunderstanding. Let me go, and I'll make a comeback. I want to mistreat you. Let me tell you the truth. The Liu family's child has gone missing, and they're cracking down on people like you." The old man's heart raced at the glimmer of hope. "Quick, take me to see them. I have leads." "At the Yamen. Did you truly see Tuantuan?" "Yes. Yes, I saw her with my own eyes. She was taken by Lin Jian, that little vixen." He closed his mouth, then added, "She was snatched away by her. I wanted to save her, but there were too many of them. Quick, lead the way." Lu Guang immediately ordered him to guide them. Wait. Dahe walked in, his face darkened and with prominent dark circles under his eyes. In the days since Tuantuan and Yuan disappeared, he had nearly gone mad. As a notorious trafficker, if Tuantuan and Yuan were in his hands, they would have been sold off long ago. Lu Guang examined all his crimes and, unable to contain himself any longer, kicked him. He hurriedly followed Dahe to search for them. The old man was left lamenting, collapsing to the ground in tears. What is this? My house is gone, my money is gone, and now I'm going to jail. I am truly down on my luck. The cart creaked as it slowly moved. Lin Jian held Tuantuan in her left arm and Yuan in her right. Tuantuan clutched the land contract tucked within her clothes, a gift from the young master that morning. The young master and the old gentleman had urgent matters to attend to and decided to pack up everything in the courtyard to move to a neighboring town. Lin Jian had learned the truth about Tuantuan's background. By noon, they arrived at a small village and decided to take a break. Suddenly, they heard urgent voices coming from a nearby courtyard. Quick, call for a doctor. There has been a lot of bleeding. Before long, a flamboyantly dressed girl burst out from the door, adorned with various hairpins and ornaments, resembling a nouveau riche. With both hands smeared with soot, she held a steaming sweet potato, leisurely enjoying it. This calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the anxious voice of the elderly woman inside the house. In this impoverished village, she was too conspicuous, prompting Lin Jian to glance over. Tuantuan also turned her head to look. Ah, is that Sister Huahong's sister, Alon? She lives here? So this is Sister Huahong's home. Tuantuan initially considered calling out to attract her attention, but thought better of entangling herself with such a person, lowering her head instead. Alon felt that the sight of these physically challenged children looking at her was a profound insult. Annoyed, she immediately wished to curse at them. However, upon catching sight of Tuantuan, disbelief washed over her as she wiped her eyes with her sleeve, then spotted Yuan. Good heavens, young lady and young master. What are you doing here? I see. So is she who sold you. In an instant, Alon saw an opportunity to serve and protect. She hurled the sweet potato at Lin Jian's face, determined to shield Tuantuan and Yuan. Release them at once, or I will report you to the authorities. She picked up a stone from the ground. You misunderstand, stop. A Gu and a Miao rushed forward, shielding Lin Jian and the other children behind them. Are you out of your mind? Tuantuan quickly extended her small hand to wipe Lin Jian's face clean. Alon, disregarding everything else, aimed to embrace the two children to claim credit for a gallant act. To earn that credit, she believed she must rescue the children from the den of wolves. Hand the children over. I am family. Family? She's just Sister Huahong. Heavens, where's the doctor? A more urgent voice echoed from the courtyard. A life was at stake, having lost much blood. My mother has given birth to so many children. She won't have any issues. You foul-mouthed fool. If you can't talk properly, just shut up. Tuantuan, Yuan, do not fear. I will protect you. Who needs your protection? If you don't summon the doctor, your mother will truly be doomed. Tuantuan sensed the ominous atmosphere wafting from the courtyard. If she was correct, it seemed they were on the brink of losing two lives. Lin Jian wished to avoid further conversation with Alon and placed the children into a Gu and a Miao's arms, intending to seek a familiar midwife. Alon, in a frenzy, lunged forward and snatched the two children into her embrace. Tuantuan. At that moment, Dahe finally arrived. Alon, overjoyed, was about to present the two children to claim her merit. Just as she took a few steps, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the courtyard. Mother, don't die. Chapter 77. On the verge of becoming a servant, Alon momentarily lost her composure, placing Tuantuan and Yuan into Dahe's arms and turning to leave. Her legs grew weak, nearly causing her to collapse. Lin Jian steadied her arm as Alon glared at her with reddened eyes, spitting, You cursed crow? This is all your fault. If this continues, we will become enemies. Once Lin Jian released her, Alon, viewing her as an adversary, forcefully pushed her down and dashed into the small courtyard, crying, Mother, your death is so tragic. You owe me money. Your wife didn't give me a son. This transaction is void. Inside, two men began to bicker. Return my father. My wife gave birth for you at the cost of her life. You owe me my wife. If you don't pay, this matter won't end. Your wife is useless. What do I care? I spent 50 taels of silver on this child from the Ma family. If you dare to renege, I will have someone deal with you. Collect. It's all your fault for having such a big-headed child. My wife has given birth to several sons without issue. Why did it become a problem with you? It's all your fault. A slick voice wailed Lin Yang. How you have suffered. In this life, marrying me, you enjoyed nothing before leaving this world. Dahei, increasingly disgusted by the scene, noticed the two little girls frowning and fearing they might absorb the foul words, quickly covered their ears. As Tuantuan wrestled to free her ears from his grasp, she internally cursed, what a pair of beasts. Your wife has perished, and yet you still have time to haggle. If you want a son, why not just die and be reborn in your mother's womb? Then you'd have another. Daily, it's your trivial matters. What is there to inherit? Had it not been for Dahei holding her back, she would have charged in. Lin Jian, here's some money. Please find a place for the children to settle. More matters will require your assistance. Dahei, noticing Lin Jian's thin attire while the children were warmly dressed, recognized her kind nature. Lin Jian shook her head in refusal as Gu Tuantuan pulled her over, tearing open her clothes to reveal a land deed and 20 taels of silver notes. Proudly, she presented these items. This money was earned through my hard work. It belongs to Tuantuan. The deed was stolen by the young master. Since he had the ability to steal and gifted it to me, it naturally belongs to me as well. Gu Tuantuan's reasoning was impeccably coherent. Lin Jian wanted to decline further, but Tuantuan's frown deepened with displeasure. You look down upon my hard-earned money. Lin Jian, how irritating. I never wish to see you again. The thought of not seeing her again caused Lin Jian's heart to tighten. She quickly agreed. Dahei sent someone to escort them, holding Tuantuan in his arms while Wu Ying cradled Yuan, and they all headed into the courtyard together. The two men were still arguing over whose fault it was and how the silver should be divided. They even squabbled over the cost of the coffin. I will cover it. Once Dahei spoke, Wu Ying pulled out 5 taels of silver from his waist. He intended to provide it to Monologue, Hua Hong's biological father. For the coffin, burial clothes, and the funeral feast, how much will it cost in total? Please prepare a bill, and I will settle it all. Monologue, initially envisioning this as a gambling fund and dreaming about how to spend it, suddenly became disheartened upon hearing this. He muttered to himself, Tisich, still a wealthy family, so stingy. Dahei had no desire to engage with these parasites. He was purely motivated by his connection with Hua Hong. Wait, young master. I was just joking. Monologue stepped forward, bowing repeatedly. Given his attire and demeanor, he seemed to be one of the other young masters from the Liu family, though she was unsure which one. A servant. Why should he bow to him? Is he not afraid of losing his life? Alon quickly emerged, her hands stained with blood. As she washed them in hot water, she remarked, like my sister Hua Hong, we are all servants. This money is not his. It is clearly my sister's monthly wages. Father, just give it to me. The contempt on Monologue's face immediately surged. Those who could serve must surely be from impoverished families, possessing only an empty exterior with no substance. Monologue reached out toward Wu Ying, who exhaled a puff of hot air from his nose and, startled, took 2 steps back. WW, will you hit me? Father, I am hungry. A chubby little boy emerged from the house, patting his belly in discontent. You wretched child, your mother has died, and you still wish to eat. Alon cursed, tossing a soiled cloth at his face. This chubby boy, named Gue, was Alon and Hua Hong's younger brother, and indeed the pride of the Ma family. What? If I don't eat, will my mother come back to life? The little boy tossed the cloth away and sat down, throwing a tantrum. I am hungry, hungry. You want to starve me to death, to die alongside my mother, don't you? All right, Alon, quickly prepare something for your brother. Let him starve. Bury him together. And shouted loudly, and MLOD immediately grabbed a piece of firewood and swung it towards her head. Dare to argue with me? Do you believe I will sell you off? He yelled, sell. The sooner, the better. Ideally to the L family to be a servant. I would rather be a servant than stay here, she cried, cradling her forehead as blood flowed profusely. After biting her lip and sobbing for a while, she ran out in tears. Ying felt a pang of sympathy. This girl was quite pitiful. Just because they put on a show, you truly believe it. Tuantuan, seeing Ying's innocence despite his size, tilted his head in annoyance. Dhi leaned over and whispered, do you wish to play the hero and save the damsel? Of course not. I simply find Hu Hing pitiable. There are so many pitiful people. Does that merit pity? Indeed, those who are pitiful must have their flaws. As thoughts of pity swirled in his mind, Tuantuan couldn't help but feel for Hu Hing's mother and her unborn brother, who were inexplicably fated to suffer and die. MLOD desired more money, but Ying calculated the local prices meticulously, totaling 3 taels of silver, fearing he might greedily take even that small sum. Reluctantly, Ying accompanied him through the entirety of the funeral arrangements, even paying for the expenses in advance. That evening, Ying's stomach rumbled, and as he intended to find the latrine, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between and her father. "How is it? I cried today. What were their expressions?" "That big fool showed some movement, but I see your hopes of serving in the L household are slim." "Slim or not, I must enter. Do you want money or not?" S voice rose momentarily before dropping again. Ing is useless, destined to be a servant for life. "If you send me in, I guarantee you a life of luxury." Ing, where have you gone?" "Oh no, someone is coming." Exchanged a fearful glance with MLOD, and they hastily opened the door, only to find DHI standing in the courtyard, peering around for Ing. Chapter 78. Utilizing the dead for a performance just when I was about to call you back. You wanted to stir up trouble? DHI cast a displeased glance at the pair. Ing felt wronged. They deceived me. I must teach them a lesson. What about Ing? Keep your wits about you today. Do not meddle in others' affairs. If they wish to perform, let them act. Why ruin their stage? People are coming. Too into you, and suddenly lifted her head from beneath the covers, her eyes sparkling. "Mother." Indeed, outside came the trembling voice of Ing weeping. Each sob seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul. Just as I was about to embrace Too into you in, Lyn burst in through the door, and upon seeing Too into you in, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she buried her head in Too into you in's neck. It's so cold." Too into you in, sensitive to warmth, felt overwhelmed, and Lyn hurriedly wiped her tears away, flipping her from side to side, even disturbing the peacefully sleeping in. "Oh dear, you've all grown thin. You must have suffered greatly. Rest assured, I shall capture that wretched IBN and avenge you all. Sister Lyn, they are still young. Let's not speak of such unpleasant matters." Though I did not voice it, he had already sent someone to investigate IBN's whereabouts. "Good. The lady is lighting incense outside and will be here shortly. A good show is about to unfold. I want to watch. The lady asked me to help you all sleep. With a feast to enjoy, who can sleep?" Too into you in was certain that would make a significant move tonight and resolutely refused to sleep. As Lyn helped her undress, Too into you and hurriedly dressed, growing impatient as Lyn continued to dangle the milk bottle and diaper before her. "I miss the lady. I want to see her." DHI reached out. "No, the lady said it is not auspicious to approach a recently deceased person. It would not bode well for the child. As if she could harm me. I'm going to offer her prayers. Just a bow will grant her immense merit. She will be spared suffering at the hands of the underworld's emissaries." DHI harbored a sense of pity for the deceased woman and refrained from further discussion with Lyn, carrying Too into you and out. Before they reached the morning hall, they heard MLOD blowing his nose and wailing. Ing's mother, you are too cruel to leave us like this. How will we live on? Ingr, your mother thought of you before she passed, wishing to see you one last time. Sister, mother was most worried about you. Sobbed and collapsed onto Ing, who stood silently, her face wet with tears. Lyn, having observed countless individuals over the years, discerned their true intentions and thus refrained from mentioning money despite their tears. Ingr, look how pained your mother appears. She couldn't even close her eyes in death. MLOD, weeping, scrutinized Lyn's expression, pondering, this woman is truly heartless, not displaying even a hint of emotion. He had no choice but to continue to provoke Ing's feelings. Ingr's mother, she is in good hands now. She is well behaved and will surely look after her younger siblings. You can rest easy. Mother, Foreign has come to see you off. She is a good person, added. As Ing approached the coffin, she discovered that her mother's eyes remained wide open. A wave of anguish surged within her, and she reached out to close her eyes, yet they would not shut. The fact that a deceased person's eyes remained open suggested a lingering regret. Overcome with guilt, Ing knelt and bowed. Mother, do you have any final wishes? Speak, and I shall fulfill them. LOD and also rose, attempting to cover her face, yet failing repeatedly, their tone growing frantic. Mother, what is it that keeps you worried? Is it Ngu? The mention of this seemed to awaken Ing, who immediately declared, Mother, do not worry. I will take care of Ngu, and I will look after father. Elien Elen exhaled quickly. She approached, noticing that the woman's eyes truly would not close. It is due to illness that her eyes remain open. There is no question of her being at ease. Lyn's expression brightened, and she quickly turned, scooping up G2NTU and into her arms, inhaling deeply several times to feel satisfied. Mother, it's suffocating. I can't catch my breath. I think I just saw Hu Ng's spirit. Tuantuan found it difficult to endure her mother's fervor, her little body nearly toppling backward. She flailed her tiny hands in protest. Only then did Lyn release her. Before they could settle, Mlod suddenly knelt down. Foreign. Hing's mother cannot close her eyes in death. She must be worried about Ngu. Hing has found a good path following you. If you are willing, please take these two children as well. With you to care for them, Hing's mother will surely rest in peace. Mlod realized he could not continue with subtle hints. He must kneel and resort to moral coercion. Just as Ly and Ln was about to speak, Lod began to knock his head on the ground. He cast a glance at Dhi, who stepped forward to restrain his shoulders. Mlod attempted to bow again, but he found himself unable to kneel, as if held by iron. Hu Hing's mother suffers from a condition. Her eyes don't close even in death, but one drop of eye drops could remedy it. Where's the eye drop? Lyn pondered, as G2NTU pointed towards the coffin, looking as if she wanted to approach. The others were somewhat puzzled, wondering why this child, unafraid of the dead, wished for close proximity. As they approached the coffin, they saw G2NTU extend her small hand to touch the person inside. As if soothed, she gently closed her eyes. Lu Yinlan unconsciously curled her lips into a smile. However, Ma Laodad and Alan's expressions changed. This man had died. How could he not help them? They could only awkwardly laugh, remarking that the child was indeed perceptive. Yes, Hua Hong gratefully bowed her head. Lu Yinlan merely comforted her by patting her head, completely avoiding any mention of Alan and Ague entering the manor. Ma Laodad grew anxious, frantically signaling to Hua Hong. Alan, meanwhile, twisted her handkerchief in desperation, repeatedly calling out to her sister. Hua Hong felt conflicted. She had no other choice but to lower her head, pretending not to hear. Ma Laodad, furious, let out a cold snort in front of everyone, while Alan snickered beside her. Lu Yinlan sighed, urging Dehe to hasten. As they were to leave early the next morning, she felt stifled, as if breathing was becoming difficult the longer they stayed. In the dead of night, a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by hurried footsteps that stopped at Lu Yinlan's door. Madam, my father wants to kill me. Madam, please save me. Chapter 79. Alan's true intentions. Ling lit a candle and set it aside. She hurriedly lifted the bed curtain, assisting Lu Yinlan to sit up while frowning and whispering, "We should have left tonight. Look at her. She's causing trouble again." Lu Yinlan adjusted her clothing, noticing the two little ones tossing and turning in bed, their expressions unrestful. Have you spoken to Hua Hong about buying her freedom with silver? Lu Yinlan tucked the two children in, kissing their foreheads, and was about to pull down the curtain when a small hand emerged from under the blanket, tightly gripping her thumb. Oh no, she was awake. With a resigned sigh, she looked up to see Tuantuan rubbing her sleepy eyes. Cool, cool. I want to go too. It will be cold. Not cold, not cold. Tuantuan struggled to put on her little clothes, putting them on all askew, appearing extremely anxious. Lu Yinlan coaxed her, but Tuantuan refused to listen, clinging to her neck and not letting go. Outside, the sound of knocking and weeping grew louder, accompanied by Ma Laodad's scornful voice. You little wretch, I ask you to buy a bottle of wine, and you wail and act shamelessly for all to see? You only care about saving those two children, neglecting to even summon a doctor for your own mother. You are so eager to curry favor with others, yet they don't appreciate it. How can you not be shameless? Madam, save me. In the dim moonlight, Ma Laodad could be seen wielding a stick, ready to lash out at Alan. Stop. I must say, this performance is indeed quite dedicated. Alan's clothes were disheveled, her bare feet exposed, and a red mark from a handprint marred her face, while her arms and legs were covered in bruises. Ma Laodad disdainfully snorted, intoxicated with rage. I can beat my own daughter. What business is it of yours? Even if I kill her, it is none of your concern. Madam, please help. Alan crawled forward, hugging Lu Yinlan's leg and sobbing. I want to keep my mourning for my mother. Father wants me to buy wine, but if I refuse, he beats me. Seeing Ma Laodad's stick poised to strike again, Elling stepped forward and twisted his wrist, pinning him down. Elling, go report to the authorities and inform them about the child abuse. Hearing this, Ma Laudad sobered slightly, hastily saying, No, let's talk it over. Alan's expression shifted slightly, yet a flicker of joy crossed her face. Rest assured, Lu Yunlan assured her, since you aided Tuantuan and Yuan, I will not let you suffer. Alan bit her lip, wanted to say something, but Lu Yunlan raised her hand to stop her, explaining, You are beautiful and clever. In the past, I would have done anything to have you by my side. However, my ties with the Gu family have been severed, and I am currently in a difficult situation. I truly fear I might impose upon you. Alan's eyes flashed with doubt as she thought to herself, That dead Hua Hong, why didn't she tell me? I do not genuinely wish to be a servant. If Lu Yunlan is dragging 2 children along, what good man can she find? I might as well seek other opportunities. Madam, Alan knows you are a good person, and it has been her dream to serve you. But my younger brother is still a child and is not yet married. My father is in such a muddled state. If I leave with you, it would truly be unfilial. Seeing her words were gentle yet clear, Lu Yunlan raised her chin, and Elling handed over a small pouch. After placing 5 taels of silver in her hand, Lu Yunlan brushed Alan's hair, saying, Indeed, your sister is rather foolish. This family relies on you. This small sum is not much, but take it to start a small business. When you find a man you like in the future, I shall assist you. A blush crossed Alan's face. However, your father cannot go unpunished for beating you. It is simply unacceptable. Lu Yunlan's tone turned stern, thinking, If I do not teach them a lesson, they will continue to regard me as easy prey. Elling informed Ahe that first thing tomorrow, he is to be taken to the authorities. He shall remain there until he has been reformed. Madam, spare me. I only spoke out of turn after a few drinks. I will not do it again. Alan, feeling flustered, was about to kneel to plead for mercy, but Lu Yunlan swiftly supported her. You and Hua Hong are both exceptionally kind-hearted, but your father has truly gone too far. Rest assured, I will provide you with a resolution. Lu Yunlan lifted her chin, and Elling nodded, swiftly binding Ma Laudad and locking him in the woodshed. Alan wanted to secretly let him go, but Wu Ying had been guarding the shed all night, leaving her with no opportunity. Alan feigned sadness, but as soon as she turned away, a triumphant smile crept onto her lips. The next day, as dawn broke, Alan emerged from her bed, only to find everyone gone. She slapped the still sleeping Gue awake, exclaiming, Father's going to jail? And you still sleep? Hurry, come with me to the county office. So what if he gets caught? Gue shrugged, indifferent. Sister, what are we having for breakfast? He clung to the blanket, refusing to let go despite Alan's attempts to prod and kick him. Alan hastily packed a few belongings and rushed to the county office. After giving away a substantial sum of silver to grease the wheels, she was finally allowed to visit. Each cell held prisoners who grasped the bars, their eyes fixed on Alan as she walked down the corridor, as if they would leap out and devour her given the slightest chance. Alan shivered involuntarily, her pace quickening as the eerie prison exuded a stench of decay. Finally reaching a cell, the constable cracked the door with a whip, warning, You have the time of a joss stick. Don't make this difficult for me. Alan, honor, please, save me. This is no place for a person to stay. Ma Laudad had been given 30 lashes, and his entire lower body burned with pain. Upon seeing Alan, he hurriedly attempted to approach, but the pain in his wound caused him to collapse, crawling to the door, grasping Alan's hands and refusing to let go. Alan was taken aback, thinking they were just following procedure, but the severity of the beating was shocking. Joy bubbled within her, though her face wore a sorrowful mask. It's all your fault for that terrible idea. You didn't even check beforehand, causing me to suffer for no reason. Ma Laudad was drenched in sweat from the pain, and while Alan wiped his brow, she reassured him, Father, don't worry. I will explain everything to the county magistrate and get you out. Get some medicine. Lanner, your father is truly in agony. Ma Laudad's face was contorted with pain, and Alan offered him comforting words. Chapter 80. Tuantuan becomes the leader of children. Having entered the jail, Ma Laudad inadvertently found some fortune amid misfortune. At least the beatings were not in vain. Alan traced the scars on her arm, lamenting that a gambling father was of no use. It would have been better if he had died long ago. My dear father, may you spend your remaining days well within these prison walls. Mother, I have avenged you in my own way. Father sold you countless times, and you could only cry silently in the middle of the night with no means to resist, ultimately forced to bear children for other men. Now, you have perished in childbirth, your suffering has come to an end, and my daily efforts in preparing the nourishing medicine for you were not in vain. Oh, mother, now father is imprisoned, never to be released. You can finally rest in peace. Elon intentionally exaggerated her tale to the county magistrate, claiming her father was a gambler and abusive, and that they could no longer endure such torment. The magistrate offered words of comfort, stating that Madame Lu had hinted at the need for him to suffer. Elon shed a few crocodile tears, urging them to take good care of old man Ma, insisting that he was still their father. The magistrate, moved by her apparent filial piety, comforted her profusely and rewarded her with silver coins for her devotion before sending her on her way. Elon weighed the coins in her hand, feeling a surge of satisfaction. These fools could not distinguish reality from performance, just as she was reveling in her triumph. Darkness enveloped her, and she was struck at the neck, causing her to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself confronted by a small, yet imposing figure. Looking up, she noticed several burly men clad in black, each wielding either clubs or large knives. Her heart raced, and she quickly knelt, trembling as she inquired about the purpose of her summons. The thought of having poisoned her mother and sent her father to prison sent a chill down her spine, and she pleaded for mercy, exclaiming that Elon deserved punishment. The figure turned, revealing a familiar face. Wasn't this the eldest daughter of the Gu family? The figure crouched down, pinching Elon's chin before disdainfully wiping her hands on handkerchief. You possess some charm, but from this day forth, you shall become my personal maid. Is that agreeable? Her tone brooked no refusal, and the surrounding henchmen advanced menacingly, ready to enforce her should Elon dare to dissent. Serving a master was indeed a stroke of fortune for Elon. Her heart raced as she bowed deeply, declaring her loyalty. She had fallen for Gu Qingfeng at first sight and had vowed to do whatever it took to win his affection. As soon as she disembarked from the carriage and had yet to enter the mansion, Gu Tuantuan sensed the gathering of many individuals. Such a strong human scent. Some could no longer contain their excitement and rushed out to greet her. They were all noble women from affluent families, exclaiming in unison, "Thank the heavens. It is a blessing that you are safe. Otherwise, what would we do?" Indeed, it was strange. Their children had been crying day and night without cease. Look, just by holding Tuantuan's clothing, our child has calmed down. It was no wonder Master Yuanqing treated them with such courtesy. Oh, Madame Lu, you are truly fortunate to have given birth to such blessed children. Tuantuan was still dazed, feeling countless hands reaching out to her, eager to whisk her away. Dehei concealed her within his cloak, allowing only her small head to peek out. He quickly whispered a few words, seemingly to himself yet directed at her. Some of the children were gravely ill, nearly without symptoms. It was Master Yuanqing and Madame who conspired to send Yuan and Yuan's belongings out. Only then did the children begin to recover. However, with time, the scent faded and they started to fall ill again. Everyone in the capital is searching for you. Otherwise, with so many traffickers, how could they act so swiftly? Even the blankets in the cradles have been replaced with new ones. Some are already scheming. Madame Lu, your children need a bath, right? I have clean clothes here. I have some too, use mine. Madame Lu, I purchased the carriage you are using. Name your price. And this cloak, I want that too. One noble woman tugged at Dehei's cloak before he could react. She tossed him 100 taels of silver and dashed off with it, as if fearing someone would take it from her. There is nothing to discuss. My child can only find peace using your family's belongings. Madame Lu, General Lu, please allow us to stay a while longer. Yes, madam, how about this? We could bring our children and let them play together. Wouldn't that be better? Do not worry, madam. We understand propriety and will bring our own food and snacks, ensuring you have no burdens. The noble women swiftly settled the matter with just a few words. Lu Yinlan had no time to protest. The title of her general husband had become meaningless, and with no other identity, she found it hard to refuse, especially with so many present. How delightful! The more, the merrier. Dehei, bring the children from Dean Lin's family over. Let everyone play together. Lu Yinlan wanted to ask Tuantuan's opinion. The moment Tuantuan heard that others would join her, she clapped her hands in delight. Lu Yinlan watched helplessly as her home transformed into a nursery. The noble women, fearing for their own children's well-being, hurriedly spread soft blankets on the ground. Servants and maids held bottles, toys, and snacks, ready to attend to their little masters the moment they showed signs of fatigue from play. The women sat at a nearby pavilion, craning their necks to observe, worried that the cold weather might chill the children. However, Lu Yunlan insisted, leaving them with no choice. In truth, this was not Lu Yunlan's idea. It was Tuantuan who felt constrained indoors and insisted on playing outside to be happy. Tuantuan, despite not knowing how to walk, insisted on playing games. You worried for her, but she was blissfully crawling around with her eyes covered, laughing joyfully. It was a delightful scene that made it hard for anyone to intrude. Madame, Bai Lianer is waiting outside. Do not let her in. Lord Su is here as well. What does he want again? Lu Yunlan felt a wave of dizziness. Chapter 81. This handsome young man is a fool. Madame County, Madame Zhua, Madame Shanghu Jun, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must trouble you to watch over the children. These noble women's husbands held the highest official positions. Lu Yunlan bowed in greeting. Although the news of her divorce from Gu Qingfeng had not spread widely, how could these ladies be unaware? They smiled. Go ahead. We will keep an eye on them. Nothing will happen. As Lu Yunlan passed by the children playing, she saw Gu Tuantuan and Gu Yuanyuan sweating profusely from their play, not even glancing at their mother. She had encountered Lord Su. Gu Qingfeng's face had improved considerably, though some scabs remained. He carried a cane under one arm, and his leg was bound in a white bandage. Upon seeing Lu Yunlan, the depths of his once still eyes stirred with emotion. After such a long absence, how had she become so beautiful? She had once resembled a wilted rose in the residence. He instinctively moved closer, but upon hearing the cold title of Lord, his mind cleared somewhat. Lu Yunlan noticed his daze and raised her eyes with impatience. Bai Lianer, smiling respectfully, said, Sister, your eyes have truly healed? I never believed it until I saw it myself. I am genuinely happy for you. After all you have endured, your suffering has finally come to an end. She raised her hand to wipe away non-existent tears. If it weren't for you and your good brother, I suppose my suffering would have been less. Lu Yunlan could hardly muster a perfunctory smile. Bai Lianer's face turned pale in an instant, murmuring, I know you still refuse to forgive me. If you hand over Bai Bin, I will take him to the government office. Perhaps you can find it in your heart to forgive. Lu Yunlan stared intently at her. It was not my brother's doing. Bai Lianer lowered her head. I do not know where my brother is. Gu Qingfeng reached out to grasp her. Lyn furrowed her brow as if she had encountered something filthy, abruptly shaking off the presence before her. If the prince has matters to discuss, let us speak plainly without any unnecessary entanglements. With a stern demeanor, Lyn reprimanded, while Gch fidgeted awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Lyn, noticing his discomfort, quickly tugged at his sleeve from behind and subtly gestured towards the two children. Lyn observed their furtive actions, fully aware that their visit was for the sake of the children. Her icy demeanor was indeed piercing enough to cause Gch some distress. He implored in a tone tinged with desperation. Yun and Yn are possessed. They have been wailing throughout the night, their voices nearly ruined. By day, they appear utterly dazed. He paused, having consulted numerous physicians to no avail, as they all claimed that the items belonging to Tuantuan and Yuan could ward off evil. Just take any two items they have used. Indeed, it would be even better if we had some clothing, Lyn added. Since they're all of the same age, the clothes should fit perfectly. Unfortunately, all the ladies in my household have come to borrow things. You have arrived too late. Everything has been lent out. Lyn shrugged and cast a glance at Gch saying, though we are separated, Tuantuan and Yuan are still my children. Yet, they have been missing for several days, and you seem unconcerned. Madam, I beg you, please help. These two children are truly in dire straits, Lyn pleaded, kneeling on the stone steps, her eyes reddening, on the verge of tears. Firstly, there is nothing left to send for Tuantuan and Yuan. Secondly, the other ladies, when requesting items, always offer payment. Our relationship has not progressed to the point where I would give you anything for free. Moreover, if the children are ill, one must seek a physician. Rather than waste words here, you would be better off appealing to your brother to find a skilled doctor for a prescription. Lyn finished speaking. She did not linger, commanding her servants to close the door. After being dismissed in such a manner, Gch infuriated, struck the ground with his cane. Lamenting, I told you not to come. Yet you insisted on subjecting yourself to humiliation. Even I have been slighted. He had assumed that if he came alone. L-Y-N-L-N would at least invite him into her residence, rather than leaving him to freeze outside in the winter chill. Do you still have the audacity to show your face here? El Guing emerged, carrying a large assortment of food. And upon seeing GCH, Ing F Ing and B Lien Air, he glared at them, unable to find a suitable object. He simply took a chicken leg from his food box and hurled it in their direction. El Guing, I am no longer your brother-in-law. I will not indulge you any longer. The chicken leg struck him squarely on the back of the head. Don't run away. I'm waiting for you to retaliate. El Guing chased after him for a moment, while GCH Ing F Ing hurriedly urged the carriage driver to hasten their departure. His brother-in-law was quite troublesome. He chose not to hold grudges against him. After a while, El Guing glanced at the tightly shut door, scratching his head in frustration. He knocked on the door, smiling broadly, showcasing his 8 teeth. A servant, looking exasperated, blocked his way, stating, "The lady has ordered that you are not to enter." Feeling as if struck by lightning, El Guing clutched his heart, appearing severely wounded. No, my elder sister is merely joking with you." As he attempted to force his way in, the servants, skilled in their duties, swiftly restrained his limbs. El Guing silently gazed at the pristine white sky, allowing the falling snow to blanket him, wishing for it to obscure his struggles from view. "Young master, please awaken." A voice suddenly rang in his ears, and El Guing opened his eyes to find a plump, amiable face looming before him. "Phew, I thought you had frozen to death." El Guing was about to ask if this child could speak when a group of little ones surrounded him, lifting him up as if he were an object of their playful endeavors. "Young master, life is long. What hardships cannot be overcome? I am not. I know you're too shy to admit it. But look at us. We are all alive and well. You are healthy and so handsome. Wait." Having caught the key phrase, El Guing could hardly contain his grin, his expression one of disbelief as he chuckled. "Did you just call me handsome?" "Indeed, you are." I, El Guing, have lived a considerable portion of my life and finally met someone with discerning taste." El Guing was overjoyed, placing his arm around her shoulder. "Do tell me more about how exactly I am handsome." All right. It seems this handsome young master is a bit simple-minded." Lindsay H.Y. mused, "It's a pity he is somewhat older. Otherwise, I might have considered placing him in the nursery." Director Lin, "How can you stand out here in the snow? Come inside." Chapter 82. The snobbish lady's green smoke, noticing that Director Lin had yet to arrive, specifically came out to fetch him. She immediately spotted El Guing holding onto Director Lin's arm. "Director Lin, quickly, come in and warm yourself. Children, come inside. There are plenty of delicious treats prepared." Rushing forward, green smoke knocked El Guing's hand away, affectionately linking arms with Director Lin. "I have been completely ignored." El Guing hastily raised his food box and stepped forward, blocking their path. Green smoke simply changed direction. El Guing intercepted again, darting left and right like a hawk after its prey. Green smoke extended her left hand to fend him off, and El Guing quickly defended himself, allowing her and Director Lin to slip past him under his other arm. "Good sister, have a heart and spare me." El Guing feigned a dramatic cry, sitting down suddenly and clutching Green Smoke's leg, refusing to let her leave. "You can consider her your true sister, but I am merely a little maid, unworthy of such relations. I brought food. Allow me to enter and apologize to my true sister, and she will certainly forgive me. I do not wish to be cast out." Green Smoke struggled repeatedly, unable to free her leg, finally exclaiming, "Children, move him aside. I will take you to the night market." Hooray! The children's eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed forward, dragging El Guing away in a frenzy. El Guing lay on the ground, helplessly watching them disappear into the distance. A crack in the door revealed a small wolf cub, Xiao He, squeezing through, grinning widely as it approached him. Tears welled in El Guing's eyes as he wished to embrace the wolf's head and plant a kiss upon it. "You're bringing me in, right? I have not suffered in vain." Before he could finish his thought, Xiao He abruptly halted, leaving him with only a view of its backside as it bit onto the food box and dashed inside. Just like that, it scampered away, leaving El Guing's eyes filled with disbelief, ultimately burying his head in the snow. "I am tired, let it be. Just let it all come to an end." As he approached the garden where the children were playing, Lyn noticed the ladies gathered in a concerned huddle, their backs radiating urgency. "What is the matter?" A servant carrying milk and egg custard happened to pass by and hurriedly explained, "The young master and young lady are riding on the backs of others, playing a game of horse." Lyn felt a ringing in her ears. "Oh dear, my son and daughter, it would be one thing for you to bicker and cause mischief among yourselves. But how could you ride on the backs of other young masters and ladies?" Among these ladies, her status was particularly precarious. She could not afford to offend anyone. As she hurried closer, the gathered ladies turned to look at her, their expressions darkening several shades. Lyn cautiously approached the scene, wishing fervently that she could faint right then and there. Her own Tuantuan was perched on the back of the 5-year-old son of the Duchess, gripping his collar with one hand while playfully slapping his backside with the other, her voice cheerful and exuberant. Lyn could hear her thoughts clearly. Giddy up, run faster, horse. Meanwhile, Yuan was riding atop the 6-year-old daughter of the Marquis, tugging at her braid while also calling out excitedly. 2 horses approached each other, with Tuantuan and Yuan eagerly mixing together, vying to unseat one another. "Stop playing. Quickly cease." As a couple of young ladies and gentlemen tumbled from their mounts, landing in disarray, Lu Yunlan watched the pained expressions of their mothers, wishing she could kneel and apologize. It was obvious that this outrageous game could only have originated from her own little ones. She waved her hands frantically to halt the chaos, but the children seemed enchanted, growing even more wild in their revelry. After one round, Gu Tuantuan and Gu Yuan lay on the ground, propping themselves up on their limbs, signaling for the young gentlemen and ladies to sit atop them. As it was their turn to play the horses, Lu Yunlan helplessly rubbed her forehead. "My dear children, you could easily be trampled beneath them. Why not ride on us? Do you look down upon us?" Gu Tuantuan, ever the epitome of courtesy, would not take advantage of others. She crawled over to them, offering her back. Finally reaching them, Dehe scooped her up, disregarding her monkey-like struggles, wiping her sweat and adjusting her clothes before placing her down and gathering Yuan in his embrace, caring for her in accordance with the rules. Children possess a quick memory, both in retention and in forgetting. Upon seeing Director Lin arrive, Gu Yuan flapped her arms with glee, as if she could take flight. Gu Tuantuan, with great effort, clung to the maid's hand to prop herself up, tilting her head to glance over and excitedly exclaiming, "Director Lin, Sister Agua, Sister Amiao, Dog Egg, Sanju, Cattail, you all came." Her shrill cries could shatter eardrums. Director Lin approached, somewhat anxious, hastening to greet the various ladies. The other children paid no heed, rushing forward to encircle Tuantuan and Yuan, joyfully bouncing about, some pulling at their hands, others kissing their cheeks. The children of the other ladies were drawn in, eager to join. What does this mean? They even brought over a group of disabled children. One lady expressed her discontent. "Indeed, I heard these children have unfortunate fates and poor luck. What if my son plays with them and catches their misfortune? They still wanted to come. How do you usually teach your child? They should only play with those of noble and pure lineage. You are so fragrant, while they are so foul. How can you associate with them?" The words of these ladies grew increasingly unpleasant, and the Duchess and the minister's wife exchanged glances, signaling to one another. Yet they remained unconvinced. Each contemplated how their own child could possibly be of lower status than those children, and how they could allow them to ride atop their sons. With their grievances already simmering, the sight of the group of disabled children provided a perfect outlet for their frustrations. Director Lin, who had initially worn a smile, felt a burning embarrassment upon hearing their words, her heart heavy with sorrow for those children. These children merely bore physical disabilities. Their minds were not impaired, and they could still sense the kindness or malice of others. Indeed, the children from the nursery suddenly fell silent, their faces filled with guilt. Director Lin reminded them repeatedly not to forget their manners, but in their excitement, they had momentarily forgotten. Agua's expression darkened, while Miao hurriedly grasped her hand, prompting the children to kneel and bow to the ladies. The remaining children obediently retreated to the back, kneeling and bowing. A few with mobility issues could not kneel properly, awkwardly attempting the gesture, appearing quite comical. "Oh, it's all your fault for speaking carelessly. If you can't use your mouths wisely, you might as well donate them." Tuantuan, a child of divine descent, naturally possessed a kind heart. Seeing them like this pained her, and she could not help but shed small pearls of tears. With a fierce expression, she turned and began to shout at those ladies, though they did not comprehend her words. The fierceness on her face made it clear that Gu Tuantuan was scolding them. The ladies, of course, were incensed. As if they had forgotten they were dependent on Gu Tuantuan, and began to complain to Lu Yunlan. Madam Lu, those who are close to vermilion become red, and those who are close to ink become black. You should let your children play with good company. Thank you for your guidance. Lu Yunlan's expression turned icy, and she gestured for them to leave. With one hand outstretched, she pointed at the ladies. Chapter 83. Those who treat children well, I will stand with. The faces of the ladies shifted slightly, exchanging incredulous glances. Madam Lu, did I hear you correctly? Are you sending us away? One lady exhaled deeply, as if suppressing her internal rage. Must I repeat myself? Lu Yunlan met her gaze directly, asserting, I am of lowly status, my life frail, and my children are dull-witted. If they were to tarnish your precious gems, I could not bear the cost. Ladies, please take your leave. I cannot see you off. We were merely joking. Why take it to heart and harm our sisterhood? Another lady offered soft words, but Lu Yunlan showed no leniency, directly stating, I am not joking. She understood the whole situation from Tuantuan's murmurs. Without Director Lin, her 2 children might have faced dire consequences. Now that Director Lin had been insulted, how could she turn a blind eye and intentionally hurt her feelings? Moreover, she had never favored the condescending behavior of these ladies. Their sweet words today were merely motivated by their desires. Once they found her useless, their disdain would surface immediately. Today, as Director Lin was not unlike the one who had once entered the capital and was often ridiculed. The Duchess and the minister's wife, aware of her stern tone, realized she was genuinely angry and hastily offered many comforting words. Director Lin, touched by her defense against the other ladies, quickly said, Madam Lu, it is indeed my failure to teach these children properly, and they have lost their manners. Ah, Lu Yunlan gently interrupted, if the adults do not know the rules, how can we expect the children to follow them? All right. Lu Yunlan, you are formidable. You may not come seeking us in the future. Some ladies, seeing her continuously rebutting them for the sake of a rural woman, felt indignant and promptly grabbed their children to leave. Approximately 2/3 of the ladies followed suit. The children looked pitiful, wanting to stay but too timid to voice their desires, their eyes filled with grievance. The Duchess and the minister's wife, having seen greater affairs, admired her courage to defend her benefactor, even at the risk of offending others. They jested, look at how angry you are. Are you trying to drive us away? Before Lu Yunlan could respond, they took Director Lin's hand. The Duchess remarked, I heard you delayed your marriage for the sake of these children. That is truly remarkable. The minister's wife added, look at how plump these children are. It's clear you have put in great effort. You have truly worked hard these years. The two exchanged glances and beckoned, taking 500 taels of silver from their maids. We were in a hurry to set out today and did not expect to encounter you here. This silver is not meant as a gift. Consider it a treat for the children. Director Lin's face flushed as she prepared to refuse, but the remaining third of the ladies, being astute, also offered silver, hastily stating, indeed, if you do not accept, we would be to blame. Director Lin repeatedly expressed her unworthiness, but the minister's wife smiled and said, look at us. Why speak of such matters in front of the children? Let them play well. We shall retire elsewhere. The others, following the minister's and duchess's lead, despite their underlying worries, did not dare to show it on their faces and echoed their agreement. In the evening, aboard the carriage, the duchess patted her son's back while the minister held her daughter close, exchanging glances filled with satisfaction. The duchess remarked, my child isn't he played so wildly in ages. Seeing him so happy today like a child brings me some comfort. Indeed, who would disagree? Madame Zhuwen nodded in approval, remarking that her daughter was usually the epitome of grace and decorum. While she cherished her, there was an inexplicable strangeness to the situation. She paused, noting that the heat of the day had stirred quite a few tempers. However, the behavior of the guards at the Duke's residence was rather peculiar, almost as if they were intentionally trying to make Lu Yunlan uncomfortable, being a favored servant of the Empress, who had a contentious relationship with Lu Yunlan. It was only natural for her to side with her mistress. The Duchess of the royal house laughed aloud, suggesting that it seemed they had inadvertently placed themselves in opposition to the Empress. Madame Zhu tenderly caressed her daughter's face, declaring her indifference toward factions. She would side with anyone who ensured her daughter's well-being. The two exchanged knowing smiles, sharing an unspoken understanding. Thanks to LV Yan's promise to take the children to the night market, once the time arrived, everyone fluttered about like caged birds longing for freedom. As Tuantuan exited the mansion, she spotted her third uncle cautiously sneaking out from next door. Instantly, a wave of grievance washed over her as she pouted and called out, "Third uncle, you've lost me for so many days, and none of you came to find me. I knew it. You don't love me at all." Initially, Tuantuan intended to feign anger to avoid his affection. Yet the delightful fragrance emanating from her uncle was simply irresistible. Her big eyes sparkled mischievously as she reached into his sleeve and extracted several boxes of delightful scents. Her small hands struggled to hold them all, resulting in a few boxes tumbling to the ground. Aguo and Amiao exchanged impressed glances, marveling at the exquisite nature of the capital, even down to a man's alluring scent. Upon noticing the fallen items, they bent down to retrieve them. Captivated by the beautifully carved boxes and the refreshing fragrances within, their eyes gleaming with delight. Liu Xian yearned for his creations to be appreciated by others. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the two girls filled him with immense joy. In a bid to ensure they would accept his offerings, he hastily insisted, "If you like them, please take these as gifts." "Really?" Amiao exclaimed with astonishment, while Aguo quickly interjected, No, these are far too precious. We cannot accept such generosity. Dear sisters, please accept these. My third uncle crafted them exceptionally well." Tuantuan had already opened a box and was excitedly applying a generous amount to her face. Having learned from past experiences, LVN had arranged for a servant to supervise the children as safety. Once everything was in order, she approached with a playful remark. "You should accept them. My family's third young master seldom gives gifts lightly." Grateful for their care of Tuantuan and Yuan over the past few days, she added, "Otherwise, we would have truly been at a loss." Only then did Liu Xian realize that the two girls were his benefactors, digging into his cloth bag to produce a few more bottles. "These are also my creations, though they may lack refinement. They are offered with my sincere intentions." Aguo and Amiao were left in awe, exclaiming how remarkable it was that he had made everything himself. "Indeed, with my third young master as talent. It seems he will be setting up a stall at the night market again," LVN said lightly, though a hint of sadness tinged her tone. Recent events at Jianguo had spread like wildfire, leaving Lu Wu feeling humiliated and cutting off Liu Xian's allowance, secretly pressuring him to refrain from showcasing his creations. Although Liu Xian had a gentle disposition, he was resolute in this matter. He continued to sell his creations, determined to persevere. Amiao, brimming with excitement, declared, "No reward without effort. Third young master, let us assist you in selling your goods. If everything sells, consider it our payment." Liu Xian could only smile ruefully at her enthusiasm, recognizing that his modest items were unlikely to sell out. Yet, not wanting to dampen their spirits, he graciously responded, "If that is the case, I'm truly grateful to you both." At the night market, Liu Xian set up his stall, clearing his throat as if preparing for a grand spectacle. Aguo, Amiao, and Tuantuan watched with eager anticipation, only to see him timidly beckoning passers-by with a soft invitation to browse. "What a disaster. Third uncle, you'll never sell anything like this. No one can hear you." Embarrassed, Liu Xian scratched his head, unsure where to place his hands. Aguo and Amiao exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter. Amiao stepped forward, saying, "Third young master, take a proper rest. Let us handle this." Aguo whispered something to the children and handed them a few coins. The children scattered like stars in the night sky, returning with an array of delightful little animal lanterns. Liu Xian stood bewildered as they adorned the stall with an assortment of charming candlelit decorations. Aguo claimed a small spot at the front of the stall, and Amiao, apologizing to Liu Xian, opened various skincare creams and makeup boxes. The children clapped and cheered, calling out in earnest voices, Come, don't pass by. Miss this chance, and you'll regret it for a lifetime." Liu Xian was astonished, watching as Amiao applied some skincare cream to her hands, then directly onto Aguo's face, initiating an impromptu makeover. Women from the southern Shu kingdom took great pride in their beauty, adorning themselves from childhood to old age. Though the children raised in the nurturing halls might be modest, they still fancied themselves with flowers and powders. Amiao possessed an extraordinary talent, transforming ordinary cosmetics into stunning results, especially with these premium products. Curious onlookers gathered, drawn by the commotion. Amiao's hands seemed enchanted, enhancing Aguo's small eyes to several times their size, her entire appearance resembling a plum blossom blooming in winter. As the crowd witnessed such a remarkable transformation, many felt compelled to try the products for themselves. Tuantuan clapped with delight, cheering for a friend. Noticing some women among the gathering, Amiao considered that their children might also suffer from dry skin. With this thought, she promptly lifted Tuantuan back onto the platform and applied a suitable skincare cream with care. The crowd watched her innocent and charming demeanor, imagining how lovely their own children would look if treated similarly. Moreover, recognizing Gu Tuantuan, whispers spread through the crowd. Oh my, the product she endorses must be a stroke of good fortune. Having already made some purchases, the excitement surged, and the stall was soon surrounded by eager customers. Silver coins rained down like snowflakes from all directions. Liu Xin found himself in a daze, having never experienced such a bustling scene. Overwhelmed with joy, he struggled to keep up with the transactions, miscalculating change several times. Before long, all the skincare products were sold out, with a long queue still waiting, expressing their dissatisfaction. Liu Xin hurriedly announced that he would return at the same time the following day. On the second day, within mere moments, everything sold out again. By the third day, within the blink of an eye, he found himself sold out once more. Bowing deeply to the throng of eager customers, he expressed his apologies, stating that he would not be able to return for several days. In this brief span, he had sold all the stock he had accumulated over the past year. Though he wished to leave, the crowd encircled him, inquiring when he would have more available. Liu Xin could only assure them that to maintain quality, he needed time to produce more. As a result, his goods became highly sought after, creating quite a stir at the night market. The rarity of his products made them even more valuable, with some people spending lavishly to purchase them from others. In no time, Xingyan cream emerged as a new sensation. During a gathering with her friends, Wei Zhujun noticed their complexions had noticeably brightened, piquing her curiosity. Just then, a young lady from a prominent family approached, joyfully holding a beautifully crafted box of powder. My father acquired this for me. Come look. Didn't they say it was discontinued? Where did you get it? Let me see. The other young ladies from noble families quickly surrounded her. Intrigued, Wei Zhujun also leaned in for a closer look. Upon recognizing the familiar patterns and name on the box, I was taken aback, my eyes widening in disbelief as I gasped. Xing Yin Shuang? Indeed, this is the most popular item of late. Zhujun, you cannot claim ignorance. She had been quietly preparing to become a bride in the mansion, so it was understandable that she was unaware. I advise you to acquire a set for yourself. Look how it enhances my complexion, not a hint of artificiality, resembling naturally radiant skin. Even my mother desires it, but I am reluctant to part with it. Oh, do tell me, where did you acquire it? One young lady introduced the other to Wei Zhujun, but another was impatient, urgently shaking the hand of the daughter of the esteemed physician. My father shares a close relationship with the father of Third Master Liu. After much pleading, my father directly approached him. Third Master crafted it for me that very night, dedicating several days and considerable effort. The young lady's face beamed with pride, while Wei Zhujun's expression grew increasingly grim. When she entered the Liu residence, Liu Xin had prepared an entire set of cosmetics meant for his future sister-in-law, none other than herself. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, those very items ended up in Wei Shiqiu's possession. Not only that, but she had previously mocked the products as inferior before Wei Shiqiu. Now, it was she who faced humiliation. The thought of that insufferable girl Wei Shiqiu using such fine products daily filled her with a suffocating frustration, as if she were being smothered. Observing her distress, a young lady, often irked by her, feigned astonishment. Oh dear, Zhujun, weren't you previously the sister-in-law of Third Master? Given your knowledge of cosmetics, surely you have used them before. It would be nice of you to share with us. Indeed, Zhujun, if you have any surplus, do give me some. I have suitors visiting soon and wish to look my best. In an instant, her companions regarded her with eager anticipation. Wei Zhujun felt utterly humiliated, yet could not express her anger, forcing a smile. Of course, I have some, but they are at home. I shall bring them next time. You are truly beautiful inside and out. The young lady's eyes sparkled as she flitted over to embrace her. Wei Zhujun managed a strained smile before hastily concocting an excuse to leave. As she departed, she overheard someone scoff. Humph. You would do better to curry favor with Wei Shiqiu. She is truly third master's sister-in-law. Wei Jun nearly choked on her indignation and hurried to her carriage. On the way, she collided with another carriage. Lifting the curtain, she found the other person doing the same. Their eyes met, and a fleeting surprise flashed in Chio's gaze. This individual was none other than Liu Changji, her former fiancé. Wei Jun contemplated a greeting but deemed it too awkward. She wished to smile gracefully but found her face frozen, lacking the strength to muster even the faintest smile. Liu Changji, however, appeared unfazed, as if she were an ordinary person, giving her a slight nod before instructing his servant, "Allow Miss Wei to pass first." After speaking, he lowered the curtain. Liu Changji's carriage promptly moved aside, granting her passage. Wei Jun clutched the curtain, feeling an acute awkwardness. She could not articulate her emotions, only sensing an emptiness within. Upon returning to the Wei residence, she rushed to Wei Shichio's courtyard. Only a small maid remained, who upon seeing her, hastily set down the charred corn, tending to the embers and bowing in a flurry. "Greetings." Mississippi Wei Jun pushed open the door, finding the room deserted. She dashed to the mirror, only to find it equally barren. A wave of frustration crawled up her spine. Where had she gone? The second young lady had gone to Yuanqing Taoist temple early that morning to pray for their father and sister. After 7 days, Wei Jun covered her eyes. As if enraged, her steps faltering. Her personal maid hurried to support her, gently stroking her back to calm her. Tentatively, she suggested, "Miss, perhaps we should also go." Before she could finish, a hand struck her across the face, leaving a burning pain. The maid knelt instinctively as Wei Jun yelled, "What is her status compared to mine? How dare I seek her out?" Wei Jun surveyed her surroundings, her inner fury threatening to erupt. With a flourish of her sleeve, she sent the mirror crashing to the ground, its shards reflecting her currently ferocious visage. A sense of satisfaction washed over her as she shattered a vase, hurled a porcelain doll against the wall, and unleashed her pent-up emotions by destroying everything within reach. Finally, seizing a pair of scissors, she leaped onto the bed, tearing the bedding and curtains into tatters. She smashed chairs, overturned tables, and shattered her beloved teacups. A thin stream of blood trickled from her finger, each drop a testament to her wrath. Gazing at the chaos, she finally smiled, her demeanor bordering on madness. The two maids exchanged fearful glances, retreating to the corner, trembling. "Wei Jun, what madness has overtaken you?" Wei Loud-Eye entered, ignoring the two maids, and coldly commanded, "Leave at once." Wei Jun felt a flicker of fear, but attempted to maintain her composure. Wei Loud-Eye slammed the door shut, producing a soft rod from his sleeve. Wei Jun's eyes fixated on the rod, and she finally knelt. "Do not forget that you are the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Your every action reflects upon our name. The marriage with the Liu family was a decision I compelled you to withdraw from. Do you regret it now, feeling that I have obstructed your path?" Wei Jun's eyes reddened as Wei Loud-Eye raised the rod to her chin. "I have indulged your whims in trivial matters, but when it comes to marriage, you must heed my wishes. If word of this behavior spreads, it will appear as though you are unwilling to part with that cripple from the Liu family. A young lady competing with a maid for a man. How disgraceful." The rod swung heavily beside her, the resulting gust causing her to flinch. After a long pause, Wei Loud-Eye sighed, pulling her upright and offering comfort. "Better to marry a noble than a wretch. Aligning yourself with the son of the Prime Minister's family is your best course." Wei Yun exhaled deeply, cautiously inquiring, "What if in the future, Liu Gongzi turns out to be the noble?" Wei Loud-Eye frowned, initially inclined to dismiss the notion, but upon seeing her earnest expression, he pondered briefly before a sly smile crept onto his face. "But Wei Shichio has already married into the family. If Liu Changji truly ascends to greatness, your father will undoubtedly find a way for you to remarry into that family." Such bold words left Wei Jun astonished. Wei Loud-Eye squeezed her shoulder, earnestly advising, "Regardless of your feelings toward Wei Shichio, do not let them surface. You must remain inscrutable to her. Rest assured, your father has taken precautions against her. She will never bear children." "How could that be?" Wei Jun's voice trembled slightly. "She was originally a maid, destined to serve you for life." Wei Loud-Eye gazed at the ceiling and continued, "I originally planned that regardless of whom you marry, she would always be your chambermaid, standing by your side to help you retain your man. Who knew that she would stir up such trouble?" Yet it matters not who she marries. From the day she became your maid, I instructed the kitchen to prepare special cold dishes for her. After all these years, what reproductive capacity could she possibly retain? Wei Laodai tilted his head slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Wei Zhu-jun recoiled in shock, recalling her earlier conversations with Wei Shiqiu, believing her father had only taken her in as a daughter due to his fondness for her. Wei Shiqiu often lamented, increasingly devoted to caring for her. In the end, the most calculating of them all turn out to be Wei Laodao. Observing her frightened demeanor, a sense of inexplicable pride swelled within him. Indeed, he had exhausted himself for her future. Juner, there is still much for you to learn. Wei Zhu-jun could only gaze blankly, rendered speechless. Wei Laodao continued. Shiqiu is about to marry. As her elder sister, you find her room's decor rather outdated, so you have personally replaced it with a new set. Yet, Wei Shiqiu harbored malice, having taken her sister's fiancé. Still, as her elder sister, you treat her as your beloved younger sibling. Cosping Wei Shu Yunis showed those family. Wei Laodao asked earnestly, do you understand? Wei Zhu-jun exhaled softly. Yes, thank you for your guidance, father. I understand. Now go and take care of matters. Ensure those two maidservants are well admonished, and prevent them from speaking indiscreetly, lest others misunderstand. After bowing to send Wei Laodao off, Wei Zhu-jun surveyed the disarray of the room, and a flicker of sympathy for her sister unexpectedly arose within her. A woman unable to bear children, what difference was there from being rendered useless? No matter how much Lu Chengji cherished her, in time, he would surely find it intolerable. Spotting his elder sister laughing with their father, he loosened his cloak and handed it to a servant, inquiring with a smile, what is so amusing? Praising the third brother. He is now quite the sensation in the capital, and many ladies have been inquiring with me about whether I could procure a set of cosmetics for them. I still believe a man ought to maintain a man's demeanor. Chapter 86. Let us find a wife for father. Alas, father, you ought to speak of this only among us. Do not let it reach the ears of the third brother. The day before yesterday, you had him prepare a box of rouge for the daughter of the esteemed official, and he was elated so much so that he could scarcely sleep, toiling through the night to complete it. What have you gleaned from the Dali Temple? Lu Wu furrowed his brow for a moment, sighed, and abruptly shifted the topic. I do not know whom he has offended, but he has become a eunuch. He spoke of the director of commerce, that little old man, a trafficker of humans. Ah! Lu Wu and Lu Yunlan exclaimed in unison, shocked. They had concocted numerous torturous ideas for this trafficker, yet none were as severe as this. A faint smile lingered on Lu Qingji's lips as he recounted. When I arrived, that man nearly bled to death. He is in no condition to be dealt with in the coming days. Although there are many traffickers, there exists a hierarchy among them. The director of commerce is one of the chief traffickers. The cases of abducted children and women that have passed through his hands number in the tens of thousands, leaving countless families shattered. Can we ascertain who is above him? Lu Wu pressed. Lu Qingji sipped his tea, setting it down. It is Zhou Yan. Is there any evidence? The thought of Zhou Yan's despicable actions, deceiving his own son into consuming such filth, made Lu Wu's teeth clench in anger. None. Lu Qingji shook his head, frowning, and added, he is exceedingly cautious. Merely uncovering their connection took considerable effort, let alone finding evidence. Forget it, as long as that fellow surnamed Shang is alive. I refuse to believe he won't slip up. What Bai Bin? Any news? Since that day, Bai Bin had vanished without a trace. The worry in Lu Qingji's gaze deepened. Each time they approached a critical juncture, the trail would go cold, suggesting that his backers wielded immense power. I refuse to believe he can hide forever. Lu Wu's frustration boiled over as he glared at them. You all knew what kind of person Bai Bin was, and didn't inform me. Had I known, I would have dealt with him directly. Why all this fuss? Lu Wu huffed. Our family's reunion is splendid, unlike yours. He headed straight for the back door to see his grandchildren. Lu Yunlan sighed with a smile. She casually glanced at the festive decorations already prepared in the courtyard. Lu Qingji suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment, his voice becoming awkward. Do you think the betrothal gifts I prepared are too meager? Not at all. I perceive that Wei Zhu-jun is not particularly generous. Her birthday falls on the 10th, and yours on the 16th. By the time you marry, she will have ample time to prepare. If your gifts surpass hers, who knows how much trouble it might cause? Life should be lived for oneself, not for the eyes of others. Once Shiqiu enters the household, you can bestow her additional gifts. The depth of affection within your private chamber will surely blossom. A rare flush crept onto Lu Qingji's face at her words. Lu Yunlan laughed. Well, it seems someone finally has the means to temper you. By the way, what are your plans regarding your leg? Lu Qingji, who had only just regained his composure, replied softly, Naturally, I intend to ride a horse to fetch her, personally bringing her from the Wei residence. Shiqiu is a good girl. You must treat her well. Before Lu Qingji could respond, Lu Guang tumbled in from a distance, his face brimming with delight, clutching a piece of paper. Lu Yunlan, wishing to avoid him, turned to leave. Lu Guang promptly dropped to his knees, gripping her leg. If you walk away, I shall be dragged to my doom. You would lose your second brother. A few words caught Lu Yunlan's eye, and she bent down to retrieve them. Lu Guang swiftly snatched them, clutching them tightly, shaking his head. The shop on Hofang Street. Lu Guang, did you steal something from Tuantuan again? Lu Yunlan rolled up her sleeves, preparing to discipline him. Lu Guang dashed away with remarkable speed. His excuses trailing behind him. It was borrowed. Tuantuan has better insight. She knows how to invest in me. Lu Yunlan, infuriated, removed her shoe and hurled it in his direction. Yet, Lu Guang's escape was the swiftest among them all. The shoe only struck the air before falling to the ground. In such frigid weather, Lu Yunlan felt her cheeks flush in anger. Green Yin picked up the shoe, and, as Lu Yunlan slipped it on, she heard Lu Qingji's astonished voice. Rong Yin, what brings you here? A wave of embarrassment surged from her feet, coursing through her spine and striking her brain. The thought of her recent actions being witnessed by a former subordinate made Lu Yunlan wish to vanish into the ground. The palace has sent an invitation for a banquet. Just as I was about to leave, the emperor entrusted me to deliver it. Rong Yun held out the invitation while two servants behind him carried numerous items. Lu Yunlan feigned disinterest, but Rong Yun approached her, clasped his hands in greeting, and spoke clearly and courteously. Madam Lu, I hope Tuantuan and Yuan are faring well. Thank you for your concern. They are much improved. Lu Yunlan did not raise her gaze. Rong Yun, unfazed, continued. I learned from Qingji that a kind-hearted person rescued them. This benefactor has also taken care of many children. I have nothing to offer, so I prepared a few treats that the children enjoy. I shall let them join you shortly. Oh, after such a long time, won't you stay for a while? Lu Qingji inquired, puzzled. No, there have been some issues at the borders. I am currently overwhelmed with work. No wonder you seldom come to see us. I thought you had been promoted and would grow distant from us. Lu Qingji teasingly remarked, and Rong Yun merely smiled, assuring him that when he returned next year, she would make a special trip to see him. Lu Yunlan, who had been attentively listening to their conversation, suddenly noticed a figure staggering in the distance. And to her shock, it fell backward. Chapter 87. Seeking the Divine Physician's Assistance. Rong Yun, Lu Qingji shouted, only to see Rong Yun collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. Lu Yunlan hurried forward to support him, noticing his face was as pale as death, his lips a deep shade of purple, and his body icy cold. Call for the physician. Moments later, the physician removed his shoes, revealing layers of white bandages soaked in pus from a significant wound that had festered. The small wound had rotted and was spreading. A shadow of gloom crossed Lu Qingji's face as he turned to ask Rong Yun's personal servant, Didn't you say he was cured last time? How did it come to this? The servant bowed deeply, expressing his helplessness. At first, there were no issues, but the rust penetrated too deeply, and over time, it became necrotic and festered. The Emperor's Grace sent a royal physician to examine him, but even he could not provide a remedy. What about the divine physician? Lu Yunlan inquired, alarmed at the severity of the wound. The servant, nearly in tears, lamented, the divine physician is out traveling, and even if he were in the capital, it would be exceedingly difficult to summon him. He sees only 6 patients a day, believing it brings good fortune, and the queue for appointments stretches until the end of next year. My master has considered throwing money at the situation, but there is no one to bribe. Young master, miss, if this continues to rot, we may have to amputate the foot. The physician sighed deeply. No, Lu Yunlan and Lu Qingji spoke simultaneously. He is a general. Losing a foot would be tantamount to severing his entire future. Lu Yunlan's tone grew somber. He was strong-willed, and if his prospects vanished, it would be akin to killing him. The physician knelt, stating, I truly cannot treat this illness. Miss, which physician healed your eyes? If we could find her, perhaps there would be a chance. This sparked a glimmer of hope in Lu Yunlan, and she dashed out. Lu Qingji understood the gravity of the situation and had already sent everyone else away. Oh my, such heavy malevolence! Tuantuan exclaimed upon entering, hugging her small arms and shivering. Upon seeing the person on the bed, she sighed softly. Look at you, so upright and formidable, truly at the peak of your prowess. The Empress sought to win you over. You refused and even reported to the Emperor. Now look at you, caught in a predicament. That personal servant of yours has already been bought off, and you still treat him kindly each day, so Navi. Lu Qingji's heart raced as he recalled how Rongyun's servant had cried as if his own father were ill. He had never anticipated that the servant could be treacherous. Rongyun had appointed him as his personal attendant, bestowing countless rewards. Though he appeared as a servant, everyone knew his esteemed position in Rongyun's heart. Lu Yunlan placed Tuantuan on the bed. She crawled under the covers, her little head turning as if lost in thought, eventually exhaling deeply. Sigh. It shouldn't be my responsibility to save him. He has his own fate. If I meddle, I might inadvertently cause harm. With this thought, Tuantuan shook her head at her mother. Lu Yunlan paced anxiously, having heard that the divine physician could heal him. But where in this vast world could she find him? After a long yawn, Tuantuan seemed to tire, her eyes fluttering. Instinctively, she stretched out her small hands to embrace Rongyun, murmuring softly as if to comfort him. It's all right. No need to be afraid. You will be fine. You have protected the people of Nanchu and accumulated great virtue. I will protect you. With her final murmurs, Tuantuan fell asleep. Strangely, the purple hue of Rongyun's lips seemed to lighten slightly. Lu Yunlan hurriedly summoned the physician, and upon noticing Tuantuan sleeping on the inner side of the bed, the physician thought nothing of it, assuming the child was merely tired. He had no idea that Tuantuan was channeling her gentle, powerful energy to nourish him. Miss, what have you given the general? The internal heat seems to have diminished significantly. It's a traditional herbal remedy, said to be vital in critical moments. The two exchanged glances, noticing the servant's expression shift with a hint of confusion. He quickly knelt and thanked them for their generosity. You haven't slept a wink. Best go rest. We'll take care of things here. Lu Yunlan spoke kindly yet firmly. The servant hesitated, but eventually smiled. Yes, Madam is well informed and will surely heal our general. This unexpected comment caused Lu Qingji to furrow his brow. However, Lu Yunlan's expression turned icy, her tone sharp as winter frost. They had all faced life and death together. What was there to be cautious about? The servant felt a chill, sensing something amiss. While her words seemed complimentary, they carried an undertone of mockery, yet he could not pinpoint what was odd about them. He could only awkwardly laugh and retreat. In the entire Rong general's residence, apart from Rongyun, the most prominent figure was this servant. After a brief discussion, Lu Qingji and Lu Yunlan resolved to prioritize Rongyun's recovery before explaining further. Lu Yunlan set off to find the divine physician. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Lu Exin, whose clothes were stained with powder, his hands damp. Upon learning of Rongyun's illness, he rushed over without taking the time to clean himself. Lu Yunlan explained the situation, and Lu Exin quickly instructed the servant to fetch the last layer of silver notes from his drawer. When two servants appeared bearing bags of snacks, Lu Exin contemplated for a moment and suggested, I've heard that the divine physician, like a child, loves these treats. Why not bring them along? How did you know? Lu Exin hesitated to reply. Eldest brother has always had trouble with his legs, and eldest sister with her eyes. I thought to save money to seek the divine physician, so I discreetly asked many people. Lu Yunlan fell silent. Chapter 88. What to do if mother is rebuked. Yuzhong. A sudden pang of emotion struck her. Her third brother was the most reserved and quiet, yet his thoughts were so intricate. She gently ruffled Lu Exin's hair, lightly linking her arm with his. Once, she had thought him small, yet now he had grown so tall. Remembering that Tuantuan had said her third brother would eventually be bitten by a wolf, Lu Yunlan felt a sharp pain in her heart. Fortunately, he remained alive and well, held tightly in her grasp. The two arrived at the divine physician's clinic to find a long line snaking from one end of the street to the other. Isn't an appointment required? After inquiring, Lu Yunlan discovered that the divine physician was quite eccentric, selecting a few patients he favored each week for treatment. Although he only saw 6, it remained uncertain when he would arrive. Sometimes he treated patients just past midnight, at noon, or even waited until the next day. His medical skills were unparalleled. None who received his care suffered ill outcomes. With no other options, people came every Sunday to queue in hopes of being chosen. Observing the crowd, Lu Yinlan noticed that they were mostly common folk, with beggars mixed in and some well-dressed individuals quietly waiting in the winter wind. Lu Yinlan frowned, pondering how anyone could be selected. Just as she alighted from the carriage, Gu Qingfeng arrived with Bai Lianer. The three exchanged startled glances. Gu Qingfeng stepped forward, a hint of urgency in his voice as he inquired, "Is Tuantuan and Yuan unwell?" "No, they are quite well," replied Lu Yinlan. Wishing to avoid further discussion with them, she promptly summoned someone to fetch a small stool, upon which she seated herself. Her hands clasped together as if in prayer for something. Noticing her anxious expression, Gu Qingfeng asked, "Has something happened to General Lu?" Lu Yinlan found his chatter rather excessive compared to his usual demeanor. Understanding what he did not wish to hear, her eyes flickered, and she smiled lightly. "I have come on behalf of General Rongyan." Indeed, Gu Qingfeng's countenance instantly turned a shade of purple, his forced smile appearing rather comical. A sense of triumph surged within Lu Yinlan, yet she secretly regretted involving others in this matter. Gu Qingfeng struggled to steady his emotions, and Lu Yinlan could hear the sound of his deep breaths. "The divine physician has arrived." As she turned to the source of the voice, a delicate little figure sprang forth. This was evidently a child from a well-off family, adorned with golden ornaments that dazzled the eyes. Such ostentation seemed imprudent in the face of potential theft. The child wore a bright red outfit, complemented by a black cloak made of exquisite fox fur, standing out vibrantly against the snowy backdrop. An elderly man, hunched in gray, followed closely behind. The crowd was on their knees, fervently beseeching the divine physician for salvation, recounting their hardships. Despite the physician's smiling demeanor, his eyes held a chilling coldness that instilled fear. He bore a small golden bag at his waist, which he opened to extract a bun, tossing it nonchalantly into the crowd. Whoever it struck would receive his healing. Lu Yinlan was left speechless. "How can this be?" Lu Xian explained, "The divine physician believes in fate. Bai Bin was chosen before he was treated. Will no one attempt to seize that bun? Who would dare? If angered, he might simply turn away, and that person would face dire consequences." Lu Yinlan licked her lips in resignation, realizing her luck was utterly dismal. As anticipated, the divine physician tossed 5 buns, none of which landed near them. At last, the little figure bounded towards them, hesitating momentarily as his gaze passed over her. Lu Yinlan felt a flicker of hope as he glanced at her, but ultimately, he merely covered his eyes, turning away from them and casually tossing the bun behind him. Lu Yinlan watched in disbelief as the bun flew toward her, only to settle on the ground. Just as she was about to leap in joy, the bun rolled several times, ultimately landing in front of Bai Lianer. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bai Lianer picked it up and wept, eagerly embracing her 2 children and begging the divine physician for help. Lu Yinlan hurried forward, reaching out to grasp the physician's garment. "Divine physician, I implore you to heal General Rong. He quelled the border conflicts just last year." The old man raised his staff to lightly strike her hand, signaling her not to touch. An indifferent voice rang out, "And what of it? It is fate. It concerns me not. Whether he lives or dies has no bearing on you." Witnessing her predicament, Bai Lianer felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, Lady Lu often speaks of fate in life and death, and wealth is determined by the heavens. How curious that you preach to others yet fail to grasp this truth for yourself. Bai Lianer, who had previously been reprimanded by Lu Yinlan, seized this opportunity to retaliate. "Who dares to bully my mother?" Several individuals turned simultaneously. The onlookers, initially oblivious, soon followed suit, discovering that Lu Guang was holding Tuantuan. As Tuantuan regained her senses, she realized it was her mother seeking the divine physician, leaving her at a loss for words. All her luck had been spent on the battlefield. Her everyday fortune was dismal. For her to undertake a task relying on luck was far less appealing than simply resting at home. "Lu Guang, why are you so lightly dressed in this frigid weather?" Lu Yinlan chided, reaching out towards Tuantuan. To her surprise, the child hurled a pig's trotter in by Lianer's direction. Gu Qingfeng observed the scene with a complex expression. What on earth? He thought. Every day, she learns these unrefined antics from her uncle. He pulled Bai Lianer aside to protect her, only to realize the intended target was not Bai Lianer, but the divine physician behind them. Lu Yinlan was taken aback. Goodness, that cannot be thrown. To her astonishment, the physician chuckled, a hint of warmth glimmering in his icy gaze. Even the gray-haired elder behind him wore a smile. The child in red nimbly sidestepped, catching the pig's trotter, and took a generous bite. This pig's trotter is delightful. You certainly know how to enjoy. Tuantuan's large eyes brimmed with questions. Are you all right? You dare eat my pig's trotter after challenging my mother? Tuantuan, brimming with indignation, almost charged forward, but Lu Guang held her back, wary of her boldness, knowing he would need to seek help from them should illness befall him later. Come here. Do not provoke me to slap you. Tuantuan bared her teeth in defiance. Gu Chengfeng and others, unable to hear her inner thoughts, saw her making a fool of herself before the divine physician and could not suppress their mirth. This daughter is truly a fool. Lu Yinlan covered her daughter's mouth and, witnessing the little figure approach, hurriedly explained, she is but a child, ignorant of her actions. Please do not take offense. To her astonishment, the divine physician merely laughed and approached, extending his hand, nodding, here I am. Go ahead and strike. The crowd could only surmise he had lost his mind. Yet, he gazed at the surrounding purple light enveloping Tuantuan, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. This was pure, vibrant energy, a tremendous tonic. Chapter 89. Grateful for the diagnosis fee from His Royal Highness without hesitation, Tuantuan clutched his clothing and leaped onto him, playfully slapping his face. The crowd gasped in horror, fearing the divine physician's volatile temperament might lead him to throw the child aside. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the physician appeared utterly pleased, relishing the interaction. Perhaps he harbored a penchant for masochism? Tuantuan, fueled by indignation, intensified her efforts. The divine physician's smile broadened, radiating a brightness that startled those present. Wow, little golden bean. Laugh, laugh, laugh. I shall strip you of all your gold. Let's see if you can still smile. After several playful slaps, Tuantuan's gaze was captured by the golden ornaments adorning his attire. Her eyes sparkled as she seized 2 golden bells, pulling with all her might, her chubby cheeks straining with effort. Lu Yinlan sighed, realizing her daughter's greed had reached an unabashed level. Bai Lianer, witnessing her continuous missteps, let out a cold laugh, gently mocking, Oh, dear sister, how have you raised Tuantuan to be so lacking in decorum, so fixated on wealth? Bai Lianer had seen through Lu Yinlan. Now that she held no sway over her, there was no need to maintain a facade of harmony at her own expense. As she attempted to withdraw Tuantuan's hand, the physician's staff came down mercilessly, causing her tears to well up. I told you not to touch. When will you learn? The elderly man shot her a scornful glance. Tuantuan, frustrated after a futile tug, resorted to biting the gold. The metal aggravated her newly sprouted gums, prompting her to spit at the gold. The physician's expression shifted dramatically. As the crowd anticipated that Gu Tuantuan would be dealt with, he merely embraced her a bit further away with one hand, then, with a sudden force, managed to pluck several golden beans from her clothing. Gu Tuantuan lunged again, but the divine doctor obstructed her small frame with his head. Disregarding the pain of his scalp being tugged, he hastily sent the gold in his hands toward Lu Yinlan, exclaiming in discomfort while explaining that he had inadvertently offended her with his previous remarks, and hoped the lady would not take it to heart. Where is General Rome? I can go to him at once. Truly, Lu Yinlan wore an expression of disbelief. She hurriedly remarked, Tuantuan is quite naive. You need not indulge her too much. Just look at how much compensation this requires. Fearing he might have a change of heart, Lu Yinlan quickly produced a thick stack of silver notes from her bosom, and Lu Xian added another heap. Furthermore, she lifted 2 large bags of snacks forward, calling them trivial gifts, hoping the divine doctor would not decline. How can this child have such strength? The divine doctor muttered quietly, struggling to hear their conversation, and persistently waved his hand, indicating first to accept the gold and second to be freed from her grasp. He felt as though his beautiful hair was being yanked out. At least you understand, otherwise, I would have set your hair ablaze. Dare you confront my mother? My mother is so pitiful, and you still bully her, woo woo woo. Lu Yinlan blinked innocently, silently thinking to herself that it was not yet to the point of pity. The divine doctor clutched his hair with both hands, concealing it within his cloak, then smiled and bowed, saying, Yes, you are a mama's girl. I shall refrain from speaking to avoid angering you. Observing her expression, he fanned his mouth with his hand, prompting Gu Tuantuan to finally smile contentedly. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, internally musing, I love my mother so much. She surely wouldn't keep my money for herself. With wide eyes, she pretended to be casual as she continually glanced toward her mother's sleeve pocket. The divine doctor chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Tuantuan playfully swatted his hand away, but he remained unperturbed, continuing to tease her. Not only Bai and his companion, but everyone present was dumbfounded. The divine doctor, who had always been lofty and unapproachable, was now playfully slapping his own face just to amuse her. How remarkable was Tuantuan that she could elicit such behavior from the divine doctor. The Liu family truly had a gem. What a treasure they had borne. Master Yuanqing regarded her as an esteemed guest, even performing a rite for a wolf on her behalf. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The divine doctor was indeed so kind to Tuantuan, akin to a beloved elder brother. The Liu family had no reason to worry. One couldn't help but wonder about that Prince Su. Was he out of his mind to have divorced her? Let us not misinterpret. It was the Liu family that divorced Gu Chengfeng. I knew it. Even if he were daft, he shouldn't have done something like that. The common folk murmured, their words falling upon attentive ears. Gu Chengfeng's complexion shifted from pale to green as he stepped forward with a darkened expression, stating, "Divine doctor, the time is late. You ought to attend to our ailments." Who was so blind as to not see the magnitude of the situation? The divine doctor's countenance froze, akin to water splashed into the depths of winter, instantly solidifying into ice. Calmly, he stated, "If you cannot wait, you need not receive treatment." "How can you say such a thing?" Lianer interjected, producing a gold ingot, as if to say, "We are not denying you payment." The divine doctor regarded her with a piercing gaze, his eyes like arrows, compelling Lianer to avert her gaze, only for it to drift toward the two children behind them. "Very well, as payment has been made, treatment shall naturally follow." The gray-haired elder bore a cold smile, tucking the ingot into his sleeve, then performed an exaggerated bow, seemingly expressing gratitude while also mocking, tilting his head to say, "Thank you, Prince Su, for your generosity." Lianer had not anticipated that they would indeed accept the money. Hadn't it been stated that treating patients was a noble act, with payments made at will? If one wished to contribute, they could offer a bit. If not, the divine doctor would harbor no objections. She had merely produced the gold out of spite for Liu Yunlan's substantial offering. What was there to flaunt? She had none of it. Her intent was merely to assert herself, not to genuinely pay. Gu Chengfeng trembled with rage. This ingot of gold was intended for purchasing ingredients and paying workers. Was it to be squandered just like that? Noticing his lips move, the divine doctor quickly smiled. "Prince Su is truly a great benefactor. Let this ingot of gold serve as the consultation fee for all patients today. Should you express your gratitude to Prince Su?" Chapter 90. Gu Qingyan breached another significant barrier. "Thank you, Prince Su. You are truly remarkable. I have heard that the monthly wages for the servants in your household can hardly be disbursed, yet you still invite us for treatment." Applause erupted from the crowd, showering Gu Chengfeng with praise like falling snowflakes. His face turned a shade of iron, yet he was forced to feign a smile, bowing to the crowd. The divine doctor produced 2 strands of golden thread from his sleeve, binding them around the wrists of the children, Yuan and Yuan. After a moment, he chuckled lightly, saying, "No worries, merely a case of being possessed." Gu Chengfeng's tone became curt. Everyone knew it was a possession. The key was to cure it. Understanding his discomfort, the divine doctor refrained from holding against him, smiling confidently as he responded, "Of course." As he spoke, he formed hand seals, his hands fluttering like butterflies displaying various patterns. He caressed the faces of the 2 children from above to below, and after 3 passes, his lips turned dark. The crowd gasped in awe, witnessing not only his healing abilities, but also his prowess in exorcism. Then he retrieved a medicinal pill from his small golden pouch, swallowed it, and kissed the foreheads of the 2 children, spitting onto the ground after each kiss. Gradually, the children began to respond. The divine doctor suddenly clapped his palms together and loudly exclaimed, startling the 2 children, who immediately burst into tears but regained their innocent expressions. The golden threads seemed to possess a will of their own, reaching out toward the wrists of 5 patients. In mere moments, he received the paper and pen from the gray-haired elder, swiftly writing 5 prescriptions and distributing them. He then retrieved 5 differently colored pills from his small golden pouch, instructing the gray-haired elder to administer them. With a smile directed at Lu Yunlan and the others, he said, "Madam, thank you for your patience. Let us depart." The entire process took less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and they were all cured. Gu Qingfeng could hardly believe it. That had cost him an entire ingot of gold. Just like that, they were healed. What then of the anxiety and suffering he had endured for over half a month? Was he to endure such hardship? The gray-haired elder rushed forward, brandishing a stick to block his way, calmly stating, "If you do not believe, you are welcome to consult other doctors." "Mother, how do you feel?" "Much better. My chest no longer aches at all." "Father, my head no longer spins." The patients beamed with joy, kneeling in gratitude toward the direction the divine doctor had departed. Some even bowed to Gu Qingfeng, thanking him for his generosity. Yu Yuan and Yuan ceased their crying, their smiles radiant and beautiful. Gu Qingfeng clenched his teeth in silent fury. He shot a resentful glance at Bai Lianer and swept away, frustrated. Indeed, midway through his journey, his carriage was obstructed by a throng of people. Upon lifting the curtain, he was nearly rendered unconscious with fright. There were over 20 attendants demanding their wages, with the leader exclaiming, "My lord, if you do not pay us soon, we shall report you." "No, please, let us discuss this calmly. Everything can be negotiated." Prince Su wished to exit, but feared they might impulsively give him a beating. He felt aggrieved. Which prince was subjected to such treatment? Having to manage everything personally? The entire Gu family seemed only capable of spending money, not earning it. "Your Highness, you reduced our salaries, and we endured it. But how long have we been waiting for our pay? We need to provide for our families." Gu Qingfeng was utterly bewildered. It was only with great difficulty that he learned his mother had indeed lowered the wages of this group and instructed them to purchase substandard materials. The quality of the dishes had significantly declined, driving away many loyal customers. Several of his restaurants were now in a state of financial loss. Gu Qingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the wall. His mother had always had a penchant for petty gains. How could she be trusted with household matters? Yet, when he thought of the miserly Ru Lu and the incapable Bai Lianer, who only sought fleeting pleasures, Gu Qingfeng felt a profound sense of foreboding. "Father, what has happened?" With a clear, bright voice, Gu Qingyan emerged from the crowd, followed by a tall and graceful maid. Gu Qingfeng was at a loss for words. Bai Lianer sighed softly, while the leader of the group straightforwardly explained the situation. "Such a trivial matter, and yet you react this way." Gu Qingyan let out a cold laugh, clearly defending her father. She glanced at the maid behind her, who quickly presented a stack of silver notes. Gu Qingyan then calmly removed all the hairpins from her hair and placed them in the maid's hands, raising her chin towards the leader demanding payment. "These wages will be disbursed as previously agreed, and you shall not suffer any losses. After all, you have worked alongside my father for many years. You know well what kind of person he is. If this continues, our Gu residence and you will no longer be fated to associate, and it would be better to part ways sooner rather than later." The man counted the silver and realized not only had the amount not decreased, but there was even a little extra. He quickly donned a smile, acknowledging that their considerations were lacking, and humbly requested the prince's forgiveness. After that, they hurriedly cleared the way for the Gu family's carriage. "Qingyan, how do you possess such wealth?" Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered he had this daughter. This girl was indeed the hope of the Gu family. The queen had rewarded her, and she had also received some silver from the grand princess. She had initially intended to use it to celebrate her father's birthday. Gu Qingfeng was moved to the point of tears. This child was so filial. He rushed to embrace her, saying, "Qingyan, thank goodness you are here with me." Qingyan forced a smile, but a gentle sigh escaped her lips, revealing a depth of thought. "What is it?" "It's nothing." Gu Qingyan expertly controlled her expression, appearing as if she had been wronged, but did not wish to burden her parents with her troubles, fearing they would worry. "But if you have been wronged, tell your father, and I will seek justice for you." Pearlescent tears rolled down her cheeks as Gu Qingyan pouted, her shoulders trembling as she softly sobbed. "They all say I am a concubine's daughter, that I do not deserve to study with them." Gu Qingfeng's heart ached deeply as realization dawned on him. Indeed, his daughter was now the esteemed companion of the precious Princess Shin'er. Those within that circle were either wealthy or noble, and Qingyan would undoubtedly face their scorn. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng decided to elevate Bai Lianer to the status of a legitimate wife, but the thought of the family elders made him hesitate. He could only pat Gu Qingyan's shoulder and gently comfort her. "It's all right, child. Do not dwell on their insults. Remember, great figures throughout history have endured hardships. Without experiencing frost and snow, how can the plum blossom emit its captivating fragrance? Gu Qingyin's expression froze, her eyes flashing with a look of incredulity. Gu Qingfeng continued to encourage her. Father believes you will surely overcome this. Overcome, you say? Gu Qingyin felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Was he out of his mind? After all the money her mother had squandered, was this the sum of his encouragement? Was this not a failure of responsibility? She had hoped he would storm the palace to confront those children and stand up for her. And this was all he could muster? Gu Qingyin cast a speechless glance at Bai Lianer, her eyes seeming to ask, is this the man you fought so hard to secure? Chapter 91. Gu Old Lady Falls for Scam Health Products. Gu Qingfeng arrived at the Xiang'an Hall to find his mother cheerfully discussing something with Grandma Zhang. Old madam, this is a nutritious product from the West, excellent for strengthening the body. And this here is a century-old ginseng. Once brewed, it will surely rejuvenate you. Old Madame Gu's laughter was so hearty that it could crush flies with the creases on her face. She was somewhat skeptical but eagerly asked, has my complexion really improved? Indeed, just look at you next to the prince. You resemble your sister. Oh dear, the prince is here. Upon seeing the disdainful expression on Gu Qingfeng's face, Grandma Zhang was unfazed and smiled. Your Highness, would you not agree? Gu Qingfeng met his mother's hopeful gaze and reluctantly replied, yes. My son indeed sees that mother appears much improved. Really? Grandma Zhang, quickly bring out the items. Gu Qingfeng's eyes swept over the colorful packaging on the table, and his head began to spin. Grandma Zhang brought out 2 large bags of supplements, and Gu Qingfeng's heart sank. Old Madame Gu continued to enthusiastically introduce. This is a hair tonic. Look at how many white hairs I had before, and after just half a month, so many have turned back to black. Gu Qingfeng silently observed her head full of silver hair, struggling to find any black strands. And this is a calming pill. I've only used it a few times, and my hands no longer tremble. Gu Qingfeng forced himself not to stare at her still, trembling hands. These only cost 20 taels of silver. My son, you know your legs have always troubled you. Let me procure you some medicine. It will surely cure you. How could such rubbish cost 20 taels of silver? Gu Qingfeng could no longer hold back and urged, Mother, your health is paramount. It is better to consult a proper physician. What do they know? These medicines are indeed effective. Do you think I cannot discern the state of my own body? Old Madame Gu's face fell, her tone darkening. Have I raised you all these years, and now you question my spending? Ru Lu just swindled 100 taels for me. And you do not confront her, but choose to berate me? Gu Qingfeng quickly clarified, of course not. The money I earn is naturally for you to spend. I merely wish to mention that it was you who reduced the workers' salaries and instructed them to buy leftover vegetables at the market. Upon hearing the first part, Old Madame Gu's expression softened slightly, but as he continued, her face turned furious, slamming her palm on the table. Yes, I did. It is all for the sake of earning a little more for our Gu residents. You are merely a hands-off manager, caring for nothing. Bai Lianer and Ru Lu cannot manage matters, and you have dismissed Lu Yunlan, who is doing her best. Old Madame Gu had grown weary of managing everything for over half a month. She could no longer bear the constant need to spend money. Faced with Gu Qingfeng's criticism, she shouted, fine, I will no longer manage anything. Let whoever is capable take charge. Grandmother, what troubles you? Are you unwell? As the curtain was drawn back, a cold breeze swept in, and a girl clad in soft purple gracefully entered, holding exquisite expensive supplements, while her maid carried a floral cushion. Suppressing her greed, she turned her head away, secretly feeling angry. Grandmother, father knows you are not well, and specifically sought a favor from the queen. Look, Gu Qingyin opened a small box, revealing blood redbird's nest and cold stone powder, the best tonics for health. Father wanted me to surprise you with these during dinner. Having spoken half of her thought, Qingyin glanced at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng momentarily appeared bewildered, but quickly nodded with a smile. Old Madame Gu's expression brightened. She slightly raised her chin, signaling Grandma Zhang to collect the items. Gu Qingyin then presented the cushion, smiling sweetly, knowing that grandmother has back pain. Bai Lianer specially took the time to make this cushion. The shimmering fabric was a gift from the queen to me. Gu Qingyin's words carried significant weight. Bai Lianer is an exceptionally filial daughter, yet she lacks an appropriate standing. Additionally, Qing Yin has managed to win the Empress's favor, receiving even exquisite materials like Fu Guangjin as rewards. Old Madame Gu's eyes glinted with a sharp light as she beckoned Qing Yin. who promptly placed a cushion behind her waist, alleviating some of her discomfort. Fonger, why not allow Bai Lianer to try her hand at managing the household? On the surface, old Madame Gu appeared to support Bai Lianer, but in truth, she was merely following Qing Yan's lead. If she did not transfer the silver quickly, being discovered would bring her further complications. Gu Qingfeng's expression flickered with surprise. He had not intended to agree, as the authority of household management rightfully belonged to the matriarch of the Gu family. She held no title, and granting her such power could incite unforeseen turmoil. However, considering that his mother had suggested it and that Yinner had recently alleviated his plight, he sighed inwardly and replied with a smile, "Then we shall proceed as you say." "Mother, what? The old woman has granted household authority to Bai Lianer? What does that make me?" Ru Lu, who was being served medicine for her pregnancy, pushed aside her bowl upon hearing this and promptly ordered a change of clothes, determined to visit the Xiang'an Hall. Clad in garments, she muttered in anger, "I am a legitimate concubine of the prince, while she is merely an inconsequential servant." Ru Lu's indignation turned to laughter at the absurdity of a lowly servant being placed in charge. One maid reminded her, "She is a maid, but she has given birth to the eldest lady and 2 young masters." The maid's gaze drifted to Ru Lu's abdomen. "Madam, your child will not arrive for another 8 months. 8 months is quite a stretch." "What do you mean?" Ru Lu's face paled with fury as she raised her hand to strike the maid, who knelt in supplication, exclaiming, "Madam, please be cautious of your own health. If you provoke a miscarriage, I would bear the blame, even unto death." This remark struck Ru Lu, and after a moment of contemplation, she unexpectedly burst into laughter. However, upon reaching Bai Lianer's courtyard, she found the door firmly shut. "Humph, I wonder how long you can hide from me." Ru Lu clenched her fist, her sharp nails digging into her skin, causing a twinge of pain. Inside the courtyard, Bai Lianer looked at the weary figure before her, her heart aching to the point of tears. Bai Bin's unkempt beard and lingering odor were evident. "Humph, the Lu family truly shows no mercy. Had I not disguised myself as a beggar, I would have been skinned alive by them. Alas, why target those 2 children?" Bai Lianer gently wiped him down with a warm cloth. Bai Bin had grievances he could not voice. He could not very well explain that he had been afflicted with a sudden bout of illness. After a pause, he regained his usual demeanor, took Bai Lianer's hand, and inquired, "How have you been? And the 3 children?" "The children are well. Yinner is increasingly favored by the Empress. Thanks to her, I have had the opportunity to manage the Gu household." "That is good to hear. As for Ru Lu, let us not concern ourselves with her for now. Should we wait until she has given birth?" Bai Lianer was determined to deal with her first. If the child is stillborn, would that not be more fortuitous? "Go, summon Gu Qingfeng. Are you truly prepared to undertake such a task? Do you have the confidence?" Of course. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Gu Qingfeng would never have believed what was unfolding before him. He pondered for a moment before finally deciding to enter this scheme. Upon her arrival, he hurriedly greeted her. "Madame Lu, the Empress requests your presence in the palace." "What business does the Empress have?" A little eunuch could have delivered the message. "There was no need for you to come personally, which is quite an honor." "Ah, the Empress said that had I not come personally, you would have found some excuse to decline." Lu Yunlan, sensing the gravity of the situation, knew she had no choice but to comply. "Oh, and bring this child along as well." Her gaze fell upon Tuantuan, a smirk playing on her lips. "The Empress desires to know what sort of formidable person Master Yuan Qing esteems." Lu Yunlan wished to refuse, but heard Tuantuan muttering to herself, "Old witch, if you wish to go, then go. What have I to fear? Do not think I am unaware of the foul winds you have conjured. You are displeased because I have overshadowed you, and now you wish to summon a sorcerer to investigate my identity. I wonder how capable they truly are. Can they uncover the truth?" Recognizing her audacity, Lu Yunlan realized that things might not be as dire as she feared. Just as she stepped through the gates of the Empress's palace, Tuantuan's mocking voice rang out. Lu Yunlan frowned, glancing up to see shadows flitting across the eaves. The stench of blood was overwhelming. The Empress had gone too far. As she contemplated how to avoid the situation, the crown prince entered from outside. His previously despondent demeanor transformed into one of radiance upon seeing Tuantuan. "It has been a while since I last saw you." The crown prince reached out to embrace her, but Dehei took a step back. Yet the crown prince merely sighed, choosing not to press the matter. Cough, cough. "My health has been poor lately. Perhaps an embrace is best avoided. In a month's time, my temperament will drastically change, and I shall begin to take lives." Previously, Tuantuan had felt something was amiss whenever she encountered the crown prince. As life's vitality waned, her perception sharpened. Lu Yunlan and He exchanged astonished glances. Lowering their heads, Tuantuan was correct. He had recently begun to engage in self-destructive behavior, driven by an uncontrollable desire to annihilate everything around him. Mother mentioned that a good catalyst has been found, but what that catalyst is remains unknown. Is the Lu family not yet inside? Having no strategy at hand, Lu Yunlan steeled herself and entered. Just as she took a step up the stairs, a cacophony erupted above. He had been prepared to leap aside, but the individuals above seemed to have anticipated this and doused the area with a bucket of blood. This is bad. He realized the gravity of the situation, attempting to bend down to shield the child in his arms. Suddenly, a flash of light purple burst forth from behind the curtain, unfurling a cloak to protect Tuantuan and her head. This is disastrous. The crown prince, the palace maids and eunuchs were thrown into chaos. They had prepared for everything, but never anticipated that the blood would splatter upon the crown prince. The occupants inside heard the commotion and poured out. "Oh dear, crown prince, what has happened to you?" The commander's wife covered her mouth with a handkerchief, cautiously observing the empress's reaction. Seeing the once pristine crown prince now drenched in filth caused the empress's heart to ache, and she hastily moved to assist him. However, the glacial gaze of the crown prince sent a chill through her. Mother said today, we would use blood to reveal that person's true nature. That person being his own sacrificial offering. The crown prince could not fathom that such a person could be Tuantuan. What sort of negligence is this? Seize them, sever their hands and feet, and throw them into the dungeons. The empress regained her composure as the crown prince examined his face, discovering several bloody streaks that rendered him even more striking. He remarked coolly, "It is wise to accrue some virtue. They are merely following orders, with no alternative." Such words struck the empress like a slap to the face. The noble women behind her wished they could immediately cover their ears. The empress's expression fluctuated between green and pale, ultimately unable to bear punishing them. The commander's wife, perceptive as she was, quickly praised, "The crown prince is compassionate. You shall surely achieve greatness." "Empress, you are indeed fortunate." The empress closed her eyes momentarily before reopening them, maintaining her regal composure. She nodded to Lu Yunlan and others. "It is my failure to manage my servants, allowing Madame Lu to witness this." Yunlan dare not respond. The preceding scene had genuinely astonished her. She had not expected the crown prince to go to such lengths for Tuantuan, confronting the empress directly. No wonder the eldest princess could tolerate him. "Please, take a seat. I shall go change." "Yes." The assembled guests bowed and performed their respects. Once they departed, the commander's wife cast a cold glance at Lu Yunlan, disdainfully eyeing Tuantuan. The empress took the child into the inner chamber and promptly bestowed a pill upon her. Although the child was not as well as before, she had certainly improved somewhat. The lady protector, feeling both affection and resentment towards Lu Yunlan and the others, displayed a hint of arrogance on her face now that she had the empress's backing. Lu Yunlan paid her no mind. Just as she sat down with Tuantuan, she heard Tuantuan let out a languid sigh. Why does the empress engage in such dubious practices all day long? The arrangement of this room is clearly intended to absorb people's energy. Those who linger here will surely suffer misfortune, yet she seems to thrive. Lu Yunlan widened her eyes in disbelief, casting a glance around the room. Suddenly, the empress emerged, startling her like a python revealing its head. The crimson curtains resembled the forked tongue of a serpent, while the seating arrangement appeared akin to venomous fangs. Observing closely, Lu Yunlan noticed an underlying restlessness among the guests. Though they remained oblivious to it, a sense of unease began to envelop her, and she instinctively placed a hand over her heart. Glancing at Tuantuan, who swung her legs leisurely, her chubby hands cradling a milk bottle, she saw Tuantuan raise an eyebrow at the empress's arrival, exuding a carefree bravado. It was said that Tuantuan was not shy. Today, she was indeed endearing and captivating. The empress signaled to another maidservant, whose dark visage was reminiscent of a serpent's cold. Merciless eyes, her elongated, thick, and blackened fingernails sent a shiver down Lu Yunlan's spine, making her reluctant to hand Tuantuan over. "Oh, it's you little shrimp." Tuantuan grinned, milk dribbling from the corners of her mouth. "Your ancestor likely lacks the qualifications to even hold my shoes." You're quite fortunate to be able to hold me. Tuantuan presented her milk bottle to the maidservant, arms outstretched, her expression radiant with joy. The maidservant's brow furrowed deeply, her countenance turning ghastly pale. Once a sorceress, she engaged in unspeakable deeds. The empress, aiming to solidify the crown prince's position, had deliberately set them on a path of deceitful practices. When the children of the capital fell ill and everyone was at a loss, she would have the crown prince step forth to resolve the issues. This would not only win over influential ministers and nobles, but also elevate the crown prince's stature among the common folk, all while enhancing his visibility before the emperor. Most critically, the crown prince's fate was frail, foretelling impending calamity. The sorceress intended to siphon the life force of other children to sustain him. However, her plans were disrupted by Tuantuan's unexpected arrival. The empress's arduous efforts seemed to have been in vain. The sorceress contemplated that individuals like Tuantuan were either divine or demonic, and if she could serve as the crown prince's catalyst, it would be far superior to previous troublesome methods. The moment the sorceress stepped into the warm chamber, she was nearly overwhelmed by a surge of purple energy emanating from a child. This was disastrous. Whom had she offended? The sorceress felt her legs tremble, suppressing her fear in front of the others. Now, as she observed Tuantuan extending her hands toward her, the sorceress's serpent-like eyes instinctively averted their gaze. Unable to meet Tuantuan's, it was as if she had plunged her icy demeanor into molten iron, feeling her very essence rapidly dissolve. The warmth continued to press against her, unsettling her further. Tuantuan tugged at her ears, forcefully pulling her outward. Through her thoughts, she declared, "For committing such grave sins, you deserve death. Do you truly believe that I, having reincarnated as a child, cannot deal with you?" The sorceress was so frightened that cold sweat poured down her face, hastily placing Tuantuan back into Lu Yunlan's arms. Without even a moment to bow to the empress, she fled in panic. The empress, feeling her pride wounded, hastily concocted an excuse and followed suit. Tuantuan exhaled softly, feigning nonchalance as she wiped her sweaty hands on the sorceress's dark robe. A twinge of guilt surfaced within her. After all, she was merely a child, and threatening someone had drained her considerable energy. Fortunately, with the upcoming celestial sacrifices, she resolved to lodge a complaint. Why was she so potent? The empress was horrified at the sight of blood pooling on the floor. The sorceress, having just wiped her mouth, felt a wave of nausea rise in her throat. Sighing, she remarked, "I can only advise that the crown prince keep his distance from her. Otherwise, he will surely meet his demise." The empress staggered back in shock, exclaiming, "What shall we do? If even you cannot help?" Then the sorceress hesitated for a moment. This child was far too significant, yet if they could extract her essence, it would provide immense benefit to them. Resolutely, the sorceress decided to take the risk. If she could not aid Tuantuan, someone else surely could. "Bad news, your majesty. The crown prince has slashed his wrist." A young eunuch stumbled in, hands soaked in blood, a sight both shocking and appalling. The empress nearly collapsed at the sight, her personal maid rushing to support her. The crown prince's suicide was a grave sin. Had her son truly lost his mind? Suddenly, the curtain was drawn back, revealing a familiar noble figure. "I have finally found time to visit you. Are you pleased?" The emperor observed the empress, her hair disheveled, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, her breath coming in gasps, as if she had seen a ghost. "What has happened?" The empress struggled to hold onto the emperor's arm, forcing a light smile. "It is nothing, your majesty. What brings you here so unexpectedly?" The emperor furrowed his brow. The empress immediately knelt, saying, "Your majesty, I have acted improperly. I beg your pardon to change my attire to avoid disrespecting your presence." The emperor hesitated but nodded. As the empress walked, she whispered urgently, "Quickly, summon the imperial physician. If word of today's event spreads, it will cost us our heads." In a small chamber, several guards stood vigil. Upon entering, the empress found the crown prince lying on the bed, surrounded by a circle of terrified maids and eunuchs. Only one maid was diligently bandaging the crown prince's wrist, the thick wrappings soaked with blood. When she saw the empress, she lamented, "Your majesty, I am guilty. I cannot save him. If you cannot save him, you all shall pay with your lives." The empress bellowed, her heart aching at the sight of the crown prince's pale face and small frame. "Sorceress, I implore you to save him." desperately grasping at a lifeline. The Empress's face was filled with urgency. "Open the door. I'm here to save a life." Quickly. A timid knock at the door startled the Empress, causing her fists to clench involuntarily. Could it be that the Emperor had been informed? No. If the Emperor learned of the Crown Prince's frail fate, he would surely disdain him and abandon him. "Your Majesty, it is Lady Lu, carrying the child. She insists on seeing the Crown Prince." Once Tuantuan entered, she would undoubtedly bring about the Crown Princess' demise. "Your Majesty, Lady Lu insists that if they are not allowed in, the Crown Prince shall surely perish." Such audacity. "Bad news, Your Majesty. The Emperor has learned of the Crown Prince's predicament and is rushing here." The Empress bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. If the Lu clan dared to deceive her, she would risk her life to ensure they paid dearly. "Everyone leave." Tuantuan, typically carefree, now bore a rare seriousness on her face. Lady Lu complied, bowing, "Your Majesty, please wait outside." "Oh, how tedious." Tuantuan, using all her limbs, pushed her aside with disdain. Lady Lu disregarded her and swiftly approached the bed, placing Tuantuan atop it. She unwrapped the bandages, revealing a long, deep wound. The Empress could not bear to look and hurriedly covered her eyes as she exited. Before leaving, she whispered to her maid, "If they cannot treat him, declare that Lady Lu has murdered the Crown Prince." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept outside, and the sky darkened abruptly, as if a black curtain had been drawn over it. Bricks and tiles tumbled chaotically, crashing to the ground and eliciting shrieks of terror. The withered branches outside swayed violently, resembling countless ghostly hands dancing in a macabre display. I, too, was engulfed in fear, my heart racing. The cold wind seeped through the window, nearly extinguishing the candle flame within the room. Lu Yunlan hastily clasped her hands together to shield the solitary flicker of light. In a daze, it seemed I glimpsed a wisp of dark energy emerging from the bed, accompanied by Tuantuan's exclamations of anger. "You heartless fiend, why don't you come out and pay your respects to your ancestors? You are a monster from the pages of the Shanhai Jing, scaring others at such a young age." Muffled sounds emanated from within, almost as if something was sobbing in anger. Peering cautiously, Lu Yunlan witnessed a dark form leap from the prince's body, extending its tendrils to engulf the entire room. Overwhelmed by the oppressive sight, Lu Yunlan's legs turned to jelly, causing the candle to fall and burn her hand. "Oh, you ugly ghost! Are you bullying my mother?" Tuantuan's fury was palpable, and the consequences would be dire. With a swift motion, she seized the shadow's tail. The shadow attempted to defend itself, claiming it was not to blame for her mother's fright. Tuantuan, however, dismissed its protests, swinging her little arms to throw it around mercilessly, nearly causing it to retch. Thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning rent the sky, illuminating the dim room and striking the shadow. It was struck by lightning. Before it could express its distress, it was extinguished. "Next time, come faster. I'm exhausted," Tuantuan huffed, placing her hands on her round belly, panting in displeasure at the tardy lightning. Suddenly, the sky brightened, and those outside, witnessing the unprecedented scene, felt as though the world was ending, sending them into a frenzy. "Someone, open the door," the Emperor bellowed, and a guardsman promptly kicked the door open. The Empress shot her a venomous glance. She had almost concluded that the prince was dead and was about to command his execution. "Father!" To her astonishment, the prince's voice emerged from within. The Empress widened her eyes in disbelief and stepped closer, finding a blanket on the floor covering the bloodstains, with the prince kneeling in reverence. What was going on? The Emperor had not expected Tuantuan to be present. She waved her hands enthusiastically. "Uncle Emperor, hello. It's been a few days, and you look even more handsome." The Empress, drenched in cold sweat, was at a loss for how to respond when the Emperor suddenly smiled and embraced the child. "Were you frightened by the thunder?" "Yes." Very scared, Tuantuan buried her little head in the Emperor's neck, feigning a pitiful expression. "Since all is well, as a prince, you should not hide away in the house all day." The Emperor, having just heard some unsettling rumors, was nearly taken aback. Seeing the prince unharmed, he finally felt relieved. The prince had been feverish, which explained his absence in greeting the Emperor. "Let be, in that case. You shall recuperate in the Empress's palace for the next few days," the Emperor said, turning to Tuantuan with a tender smile, coaxing her as he carried her out. The Empress sighed in relief and quickly helped the prince to his feet, examining his wrist to find a scar. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she scolded softly. "If you have grievances against your mother, direct them at me, not at your own body. Mother, had it not been for Tuantuan, I would have perished long ago." The empress could not bear to hear those words and quickly covered his mouth. "What do you wish from your mother? Spare her." The prince's eyes glinted with coldness as he declared, "Spare all the children, otherwise if I dare once, I shall dare again." The empress stumbled back in shock, and after a moment turned her head away, conceding, "Very well, take care of your health, and I promise not to harm her again." The prince, fully aware of his mother's intentions, merely sighed quietly at her evasive gaze. Upon entering the warm chamber, the empress found the emperor adorning Tuantuan with a gold bracelet, comforting Lu Yunlan by saying, "Separation is for the best. I always felt he was unworthy of you." The words sparked a flurry of exchanged glances among the ladies present. "He is still your brother. Must you speak so harshly?" The emperor's words were striking, echoing the sentiment that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. The empress regained her composure and elegantly took her seat, smiling. "I share a bond with Qin Yen. She often speaks of how the Duke of Su misses the Duchess." "Duchess? What nonsense!" The empress is far too grown to speak in such a manner. Tuantuan rolled her eyes while licking the sweet pastry in the emperor's hand. Noticing the emperor's silence, the lady of the imperial guards echoed with a smile. "Indeed, after 5 years of marriage, it would be a pity for the children to grow up without their father. Umph. I can thrive independently. What need have I for that scoundrel who only brings me annoyance?" Tuantuan's delicate brows furrowed adorably, prompting the emperor to smooth her forehead with a loving gesture. His doting demeanor astonished the ladies present, who exchanged looks of surprise, realizing the emperor cherished this child immensely. Was he contemplating taking Lu Yunlan as a consort? Suddenly, the emperor sneered. "I was unaware the empress understood the Duke of Su's sentiments so deeply." The gravity of his words caused the empress to gasp, her right hand trembling slightly as the teacup lid clattered onto the rim with a sharp sound. Just as she knelt, unable to explain herself, the emperor changed the subject without even glancing at her. The Empress Dowager knows how delightful Tuantuan is and often thinks of her. "Lady Lu, how about accompanying me to the Empress Dowager's Xinqing Palace?" The truth was, Master Yuanqing had personally informed him that Tuantuan was an extraordinarily fortunate child. It became clear to the emperor why his spirits had been lifting lately. It was due to his frequent interactions with Tuantuan. Sharing this revelation with the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly delight her, and she would immediately want the emperor to bring Tuantuan over. The emperor had been secretly contemplating how to contest custody of the child with her mother. He reflected, "If she is so fortunate, wouldn't Ti being by her side grant me even greater fortune?" Alas, Gu Chengfeng, that fool, failed to cherish such a walking treasure of a daughter, mistaking a mere trinket for a pearl. Lu Yunlan observed the dim expressions of the other ladies, wishing to refuse but feeling too intimidated. She could only smile and say, "To bring joy to the Empress Dowager is Tuantuan's blessing. Your Majesty, with the heavy snow of late, I have not been able to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager for several days." Perhaps the Empress listened quietly, seeing them preparing to leave together, and thought to herself, "What kind of decorum is this?" She quickly interjected, wanting to accompany them. "There is no need. Having Lady Lu accompany me is sufficient. The Empress Dowager does not favor noise." The emperor concluded, directly carrying Tuantuan out, with Lu Yunlan following closely behind, making it appear as if they were a family of 3. The other ladies, witnessing this spectacle, dared not linger and hastily found reasons to take their leave. The lady of the Imperial Guards rubbed her aching knees and lamented, "Your Majesty, Lady Lu is simply slapping your face. She disregards you entirely." In the palace of the Empress, dark clouds loomed, while the Empress Dowager basked in the bright sunshine, filled with laughter. The Dowager was not the biological mother of the Emperor. After the Empress passed away from anger, it was she who protected the young Emperor and the eldest princess. Upon ascending the throne, the Emperor naturally honored her as the Dowager Empress, although the Dowager maintained her health well. Her advanced age led to a lack of appetite and digestive issues, leaving her with a weary demeanor each day. In Xinqing Palace, the Dowager was engaged in light conversation with several noble ladies when a young eunuch announced the emperor's arrival. Before she could respond, a burst of joyous laughter echoed through the halls. Like the sound of delicate bells, it stirred warmth in every heart, igniting a sense of life's delight. Before even seeing him, they felt an affinity. Your son pays his respects to mother, wishing you health and happiness in all matters. I have seen the dowager and all the noble ladies. Please take a seat. The dowager's gaze fell upon the small child cradled in the emperor's arms. The child was sucking her finger, tilting her head, eyes crescent-shaped as she grinned widely at the dowager. This child was truly endearing. Oh, splendid dowager. Your life has been so smooth. You are indeed living a charmed existence. The dowager was momentarily stunned, noticing that the other noble ladies appeared indifferent, further confirming that only she could hear the child's remark, which made her smile widen uncontrollably. Come, give me a hug. As Tuantuan reached the dowager's embrace, she began to play with the golden tassels on her garments, her big eyes sparkling with uncontainable anticipation. What a clever child, even at such a young age. She understands the value of gold, teased one noble lady. The dowager gently caressed the child's face, smiling warmly. Indeed, our Tuantuan is not only small, but also quite astute. With keen insight, she recognized the golden bracelet on the child's wrist as a gift from the emperor. With a light touch, she removed the golden silk pouch from her attire. Tuantuan's delight was palpable. She bounced in excitement and blew several kisses towards the dowager. The palace was typically solemn, and no one dared to overstep boundaries. The noble ladies had never encountered a child like Tuantuan. They all yearned to hold her. Yet, the child only nestled closer to the dowager, snuggling against her, while the other noble ladies feigned annoyance, playfully teasing the dowager, eliciting laughter that was hard to contain. She suffers from poor digestion and constipation. It must be quite uncomfortable, one remarked. My heart aches for the dowager, another added. Upon hearing this, the dowager felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, reflecting, this child is indeed extraordinary. If only she could practice a set of exercises with me, I would surely feel revitalized and my appetite restored. Lu Yunlan felt a pang in her chest, nearly slipping from her seat. Indeed, her daughter had come up with yet another idea, and she could only silently hope the dowager did not hear it. The dowager pondered for a moment and discreetly instructed her trusted maid to prepare a warm area. She was genuinely uncomfortable from her digestive troubles and bloating. What the predicament? Having finally reached the status of noble lady, she was now being asked to dance again. In their youth, they had danced excessively for favor and were now weary. Preferring to eat and sleep instead, they would rather sleep than sit, and rather sit than stand. Reluctantly, she decided to follow along with Lu Yunlan. This was absurd. If word got out, the ladies beyond the palace walls would surely ridicule them for days on end. Yet, seeing the dowager's enthusiasm, they did not wish to dampen her spirits. Lu Yunlan, feeling pressured, changed into a more suitable outfit, her face betraying her reluctance. Please, I was merely jesting. Who would have thought I would end up teaching the dowager? If the dowager were to be taught poorly, she would be accountable beyond measure. As she mentally prepared herself, Tuantuan clapped enthusiastically beside her. Go, mama. I believe in you. Lu Yunlan's carefully constructed composure nearly shattered. First position, hands raised to the heavens to regulate the three burners. Second position, drawing the bow like shooting an eagle. Third position, to regulate the spleen and stomach. One must lift one hand. She gritted her teeth and executed the movements. The dowager and the noble ladies managed only a few actions before they were drenched in sweat, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. After completing the routine, they collapsed into their chairs, utterly drained. The dowager, equally exhausted, was about to speak when a sudden wave of discomfort surged within her stomach, prompting her to seek the maid's assistance. The emperor, also slightly breathless, accepted a handkerchief from the eunuch, wiping his brow as he approached Lu Yunlan, remarking, though this exercise lacks the thrill of martial arts, it possesses its own charm. Lu Yunlan smiled awkwardly in response. The emperor continued, I have heard your martial skills have improved significantly. Do allow me a chance to witness them. Such a statement was rather presumptuous. Tuantuan sensed the tension in the air. Wow, your majesty, you are quite the visionary. This is rather precarious. Lu Yunlan's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly replied, such trivial skills, how could I dare showcase them before the emperor? You are a general bestowed by the late emperor. To refer to my skills as trifling is to question the late emperor's judgment. Realizing her misstep, she immediately knelt, but the emperor gently assisted her up, his gaze softening with warmth. I too practiced with you in my youth. It is a pity we have grown apart. How could childhood and adulthood be the same? Lu Yunlan began to explain, but the emperor interrupted. I have not seen the dowager so joyful in ages. I would like you to stay here for a few days, together with Tuantuan. How fortunate! As the emperor, your words hold finality. How could I refuse? Gu Tuantuan quipped, while Lu Yunlan thought to herself, oh, dear daughter, you truly are my mouthpiece. Serving the emperor is akin to walking with a tiger. She wished to prolong her days. While mentally aligning her thoughts, she outwardly expressed gratitude, acknowledging that serving the dowager was indeed a blessing. Having successfully sent the emperor away, the dowager approached with a satisfied expression, praising Lu. Your method is indeed effective. I have not felt this comfortable in quite some time. Quickly summon the imperial physician to ensure nothing is broken. Due to the exertion, the dowager enjoyed her meals and restful sleep that night. Knowing the emperor had chosen to keep them, she was even more delighted. Yet the following day, she discovered her entire body ached to the point where walking was a struggle. Chapter 96. It turns out the fool was me all along. The empress learned that Lu Yunlan had stayed overnight in the dowager's palace and was filled with dread, unable to sleep a wink that night. Early the next morning, she hurried to Xingqing Palace to pay her respects. Upon seeing the dowager still in bed, she intended to assist her in rising. However, the dowager appeared sore all over, making it clear that she could not be touched, causing the empress to bristle in anger, ready to punish Lu Yunlan. As Lu Yunlan attempted to explain, the empress refused to listen, and a young eunuch prepared to escort Lu Yunlan away. Do not take my mother away, Gu Tuantuan exclaimed, throwing off her covers, her small face scrunching up in anger. The empress, startled, retreated several steps, stammering as she pointed at Gu Tuantuan and then at Lu Yunlan. How dare you? If your child disturbed the dowager's sleep, can you bear the consequences? Hurry and remove the child. Be careful not to harm the dowager. The empress's maidservant immediately stepped forward. Presumptuous! Empress, how dare you act this way this early in the morning? Do you truly disregard me as the dowager? This accusation was severe, causing the empress to panic and kneel, prompting everyone in the palace to follow suit. Gu Tuantuan, feeling wronged, let out soft cries, appearing pitiful as she buried herself in the dowager's embrace, seeking comfort. The dowager's heart ached for the child, soothing her gently. Then, her gaze turned sharply to Lu Yunlan, ordering, let her go. The empress displayed an impressive display of authority, truly worthy of her title as the head of the harem. I dare not. All my concerns stem from caring for the dowager. Caring brings chaos? Oof. I have always struggled with digestion and appetite, yet you have never inquired after me. It is truly disheartening to witness such disrespect towards me, especially after I have finally obtained this thoughtful cotton coat. Your intentions seem to be aimed at reprimanding me. The more you speak, the more severe your words become, leaving the empress wishing she could bury her head in the ground, too afraid to retort. Just yesterday, before the exercises, Lucia informed me that she would feel unwell afterward. I remained indifferent, yet you dare to act superior? If only you possessed even half of the crown prince's filial piety, I would not be so disappointed in you. How could you, empress, utter such accusations of disloyalty and unfilial conduct before so many? The empress felt a mix of fear and regret. She should not have taken advantage of the empress dowager's typically serene disposition to disregard her dignity. Depart now. I seldom wish to see you, and it would prolong your existence. The empress rose, tears streaming down her face, and silently retreated. It was as though all her strength had been drained, and after only a couple of steps, she fainted. The empress dowager, upon witnessing this, furrowed her brow, intending to summon someone to care for her, but was incensed by the remark made by Tuantuan. The empress gritted her teeth in silence, aware that she must maintain the fade. Consequently, news of the empress dowager's fury towards the empress for Lucia spread throughout the capital like wildfire. The people speculated that the winds of change were blowing through the capital, and yet it was Lu's family that emerged as the most prominent. At the Lu residence, upon hearing the news, the family was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After a prolonged silence, Lu Guang timidly inquired about the emperor's intentions, fearing that he might wish to take his elder sister as a consort. Impossible, exclaimed Rong Yun, her face pale. Silence. Your sister is a divorcee, and the emperor is no fool. Lu Wuda clenched and unclenched his fists, wrestling with his emotions. Unable to contain herself, Rong Yun declared, I shall enter the palace and demand an explanation. I need to confront the emperor and ascertain whether he has lost his senses. Lu Qingji intervened, suggesting that such speculations were merely conjecture. The grand banquet at the palace was approaching, and there would be ample time to gather information then. What if something truly goes awry? Rong Yun could hardly wait, having taken precautions against many threats, but never anticipated the emperor's actions. Take care of yourself first. The divine physician has warned that you cannot be exposed to the wind, he urged. If you wish to court death, do as you please. But do not tarnish my reputation. If I fail to heal you, that wretched child will flame me alive. Rong Yun's foot was on the verge of failure, and the divine physician had exerted immense effort to ensure his recovery. A mere day of rest in bed would suffice, and thankfully, Lu Chengji managed to restrain him. While the Lu family was engulfed in turmoil, the Gu family was in utter disarray. Gu Qingfeng inquired multiple times, confirming that he had indeed heard correctly. The maidservants repeatedly affirmed that it was true. Those ladies had witnessed the emperor adorning Tuantuan with gold bracelets, and it was said that the empress dowager gifted her a silk purse. As she had grown fond of Lu Furin and kept Tuantuan in the palace to accompany her during meals and sleep, Gu Qingfeng was left petrified, collapsing into a chair. Gu Tailai licked her parched lips, feeling somewhat flustered. She was bewildered, and after a long pause, she asked Feng, "Do you think we have misunderstood? Tuantuan and Yuan must be reincarnated deities." Her voice trembled as she spoke. What have we overlooked? Gu Qingfeng was reluctant to accept this reality. Yet the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. He had to concede that no child reborn from malevolent spirits could experience such happiness. It seemed the emperor genuinely favored Tuantuan and was not angry at all. Curse it! Why did Lu Yunlan's divorce go so smoothly? Could it be that I am the one who brings her misfortune? Gu Qingfeng fell into a deep spiral of self-doubt. Feng, if we have erred, what shall we do? The children may be obstinate, but they perform remarkably well. Unlike Lu, who speaks sweetly yet accomplishes nothing. Gu Qingfeng felt as though he would crush his teeth in frustration. For all of this turmoil stemmed from Bai Lianer. Had she not seduced him, he would not have acted so unjustly towards Lu Yunlan. He hurried towards Bai Lianer's courtyard, determined to present the two children before Master Yuanqing and hear the truth directly. Upon reflection, it was terrifying to realize that Master Yuanqing had praised Tuantuan so highly. How could he have overlooked this? Gu Qingfeng began to question whether his intellect had been compromised, leading him to such foolishness. As he burst into the courtyard, he discovered the two children in their cradle engaged in some peculiar activity. Upon hearing the commotion, Yu Yuan and looked up, their innocent faces smeared with blood. Gu Qingfeng stood frozen, glancing down to see both children clutching the lifeless body of a young rabbit. The rabbit was still lacking a full coat, its veins clearly visible. Yu Yuan, with his right hand, extracted a mass of entrails and brought it to his eyes, chuckling with delight, as if he had stumbled upon the most entertaining spectacle in the world. Gu Qingfeng felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he kicked the door and shouted, "Where are the maidservants?" Two maidservants rushed forward, exchanging glances filled with terror at being discovered. They hastily approached and snatched the dismembered rabbit from the children's grasp. Yu Yuan resisted, gripping tightly, their eyes gleaming with malice as they glared at the maidservants, as if to say, "If you dare take the rabbit, you shall be next." Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow in concern. As the maidservants wrested the rabbit away, Yu Yuan lunged at one, leaving a white scratch on the back of her hand. Yuan, meanwhile, seized another maidservant by the hair, forcefully ramming her head towards the cradle, one hand reaching for her eyes. Despite the sun shining brightly, Gu Qingfeng felt an icy chill. If these children were not disciplined, what future awaited them? He rushed forward and, with swift strikes, landed two slaps across their faces. Yu Yuan glared at him fiercely, intensifying their venomous expressions with each blow. Gu Qingfeng's hands ached from the blows. Their small faces flushed red, yet they showed no signs of crying. Suddenly, familiar footsteps approached, prompting the children to wail loudly. "My lord!" Bai Lianer, witnessing her sons in such distress, felt her heart shatter. The maidservants, nursing their wounds, retreated in disarray. Cradling her children, Bai Lianer wept like a wilting flower in the cold winter, utterly pitiful. "My lord, they are so young, even if they have committed a grave mistake. You must not be so harsh. You knew all along and deliberately concealed it from me, did you not?" Gu Qingfeng looked down at her with disdain. Bai Lian'er's eyes flickered with unease, yet she defiantly replied, "They are merely children, unable to discern right from wrong. Those rabbits are dead. They simply found it amusing. You are overreacting. You know full well whether you have gone too far. If these children turn out to be aberrations, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Gu Chengfeng turned and stormed off, visibly enraged, even ignoring Gu Qingyan's greetings. Gu Qingyan raised an eyebrow, witnessing Bai Lian'er frantically wiping the children's hands. "Yanni," she said, her voice trembling, "what if he discovers it?" Gu Qingyan, maintaining her composure, took a handkerchief, wiping Yuan's hands while making silly faces to elicit a smile from him. After a moment, she calmed her expression and remarked, "The advantages of these children are simply unknown to him. With proper guidance, they could undoubtedly become pillars of society in the future." Only then did Bai Lian'er relax, collapsing onto the ground. Since the moment she bore these two children, life had been exceedingly challenging, enduring daily bouts of nausea and sleepless nights. It seems as though the two children are perpetually engaged in a fierce struggle within her womb. The agony of their birth was immense. During the nursing period, they displayed an unrelenting ferocity and extreme selfishness, insisting on drawing every ounce of her blood before relenting. Each day was filled with discontent, and only through destruction did they find amusement. Bai Lian'er, upon overhearing the words of the matriarch Gu, became increasingly cautious in her care for these two children. Today marked her inaugural day managing the finances in the Zhongkuei. The meager sum of silver was scarcely believable. She recounted it multiple times, unable to accept this grim reality. How had the Gu residents fallen into such poverty? As time slipped by amidst this chaotic confusion, the true natures of the two children were revealed. The Empress Dowager treated Gu Tuantuan as if she were her own granddaughter, often cradling her in her arms, unwilling to let go. The concubines within the palace, having heard of the empress being reprimanded, developed a keen interest in this child. Upon receiving excessive flattery, the Empress Dowager welcomed them into the ranks of physical training. The empress, eager to please the dowager, gritted her teeth and followed Lu Yunlan's lead in the exercises. Consequently, a wave of physical training swept through the palace. The concubines, exhausted from the daily exertions, found little time or energy to scheme against one another. The emperor, witnessing the harmony among the 6 palaces, was greatly satisfied. Whenever he visited the Xingqing Palace, several would gather around the table for meals. During these past days, Tuantuan enjoyed the privileges of a royal. The crown prince, filled with gratitude and affection for her, would join her in play after school, eager to present her with his prized possessions. Lu Yunlan, too, received numerous rewards from the emperor, enhancing her elegance and grace. She understood that the concubines, while appearing jovial on the surface, regarded her with the eyes of adversaries. At last, the day of the banquet arrived, and the wives of the ministers in the capital donned their most extravagant attire, arriving at the palace early. Curiosity buzzed through the air. Would the emperor announce Lu Yunlan as his consort today? Such an event would surely cause quite the stir in the capital. As Lu Yunlan gazed at the splendid ceremonial attire bestowed upon her by the emperor, trepidation gripped her heart. The steward Wang, his face beaming with smiles, remarked, "Madame Lu, this is the emperor's sincere intention. If you do not don it today, I fear I may not see the light of tomorrow." Lu Yunlan bit her lip, tentatively asking, "Surely the emperor wouldn't tea." Conversations among the wise require only subtle hints. "Oh, how fragrant and beautiful this attire is. Tuantuan adores it." Gu Tuantuan had already changed in her outfit, her face radiant with joy. As a maid led her before the mirror, she bounced with delight. "Shall I style your hair into a bun?" A maid produced a small princess wig adorned with golden hairpins and crimson tassels. Tuantuan's eyes sparkled, yearning to wear it immediately. The steward Wang, noticing her expression, understood that the emperor's gift had struck a chord deep within her heart. He suppressed his aching joints and crouched down, saying, "There's still over 10 sets, all specially gifted by the emperor for Miss Tuantuan to enjoy." With a flick of his feather duster, a dozen young palace maids entered, each carrying exquisite trays. Not only Tuantuan, but even Lu Yunlan was mesmerized by the delicate and perfectly sized items, clearly crafted with care. "Heavens, I wish I had 10 heads, so I could wear them all," exclaimed Tuantuan. "Steward Wang, you are truly a wonderful person. My aching joints are of no concern. Tuantuan will help you heal." Tuantuan released the maid's hand and leapt into Steward Wang's embrace, resting her hands on his knees, beaming up at him with a mischievous smile. Steward Wang was taken aback by her affection. A man of such decorum was nearly knocked off balance. As a eunuch, he bore an unpleasant odor, masked each morning with heavy perfume, often receiving disdainful glances from the concubines. Whenever others discreetly covered their noses with handkerchiefs, he would bow his head, retreating a step or two. Yet, at this moment, he was embraced by such a warm treasure. "Mother, I have truly embraced the son." His eyes reddened with emotion as he turned his head away. He finally understood why both the emperor and the dowager cherished this child so dearly. "Oh, why are you crying again?" Tuantuan furrowed her brow in confusion. Nevertheless, she mimicked the adults, pulling a small pink handkerchief from her pocket and attempting to wipe his face. "Dirty. Steward Wang, please don't mind. My child simply lacks manners." "Oh dear, that's your napkin, still fresh and warm with oil. Who are you wiping it on?" Tuantuan stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed as she lowered her head. However, Steward Wang eagerly accepted the small pink handkerchief, speaking in a tone that resembled a plea. Addressed to Lu Yunlan, "If Madame Lu does not mind, might I keep this?" "Huh?" Lu Yunlan was taken aback. She had intended to gift him a handful of golden melon seeds. Noticing her hand, Steward Wang shook his head. Accepting the greasy handkerchief from Tuantuan, he smiled. "This is sufficient. I have matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you further." Reluctantly rising, Steward Wang felt a wave of warmth in his knees. The pain from earlier had significantly lessened. Indeed, the emperor was astute enough to recognize treasures. Just as he exited the Empress Dowager's Xingqing Palace, he encountered the Empress, accompanied by Prince Su and by Lianer. The Empress was exquisitely adorned today, skillfully concealing any trace of imperfection on her visage. Her hair was elegantly styled, exuding an air of grandeur. The ornate hairpins swayed gracefully, captivating the eye. Prince Su, too, was dressed with an air of charm, subtly concealing many meticulous details. Bai Lianer had also donned a stunningly refined appearance, though her ceremonial attire was noticeably ill-fitting. Gu Qingyan, increasingly radiant, greeted Steward Wang with a perfectly executed curtsy. Upon meeting the Empress and Prince Su, her gaze lingered on Bai Lianer momentarily, pondering how to address her. Ultimately, she decided it best to remain silent, for oftentimes, silence is wiser. Steward Wang promptly acknowledged her, Miss Qingyan. In the palace, it was well known that Gu Qingyan was regarded as akin to the Empress's own daughter, with rumors circulating that she was the Empress's choice for the crown princess consort. Steward Wang had no choice but to give her some due respect. "Today, with the snow falling heavier, I have come specifically to accompany the Empress Dowager to the Xingqing Palace." Steward Wang, seeing through her intentions yet choosing to remain silent, thought to himself that it was not him who would carry the palanquin. What purpose did her presence serve? Clearly, she was there to prevent Lu Yunlan from assisting the dowager. Otherwise, the Empress would find herself in an awkward position. He smiled indeed. The Empress's filial piety is well known throughout the palace. "I shall take my leave now." "Wait, but did the Emperor instruct you to deliver something to the dowager?" The Empress received a lavish small box, her face alight with smiles. The sharp, thin sound echoed in the air, causing the Empress's expression to falter slightly. Hearing his hesitation, he stammered, "The Emperor instructed me to deliver ceremonial attire to Madame Lu and Miss Tuantuan." As the warmth of her smile faded, Steward Wang hastily bowed and made his exit. Avoiding conflict was prudent. "You really had to ask, didn't you? You've only brought trouble upon yourself." Oomph. She truly was formidable. The color drained from Prince Su's face, leaving him unsure whether to be angered or chilled. The Empress cast him a sidelong glance, knowing it was his actions that had stirred up this situation. Just as she was about to speak more sternly, her gaze fell upon Bai Lianer. Considering Gu Qingyan's presence, she swallowed the remainder of her words. Before entering the warm pavilion, the sound of laughter greeted them. Upon receiving word, the group entered to find the Empress Dowager slightly bent over, entertaining Tuantuan with a plush tiger toy. Tuantuan donned a yellow lace flying skirt, her face brimming with excitement as she crawled about, her small mouth dripping with saliva. To her astonishment, the Emperor had permitted her to wear such attire. The Empress, with her elongated brows slightly furrowed, felt a twinge of discomfort as Gu Chengfeng and others observed the scene. It seemed that Gu Tuantuan was excessively favored, even receiving playful attention directly from the Empress Dowager. It was likely that her own beloved grandson had not been indulged to such an extent. Age had rendered the dowager unable to move freely. She lightly supported her waist with her left hand as her attendants hurried to assist her. Tuantuan tugged at the hem of her skirt, exclaiming, "I'm scared, I want a hug." Only then did the dowager notice the grim expressions on the faces of the empress and others. Clearing her throat, she gently reproached, "Who has upset the empress this early in the morning?" The empress then forced a smile, offering her respects to the dowager. Upon looking up, Tuantuan was already nestled in the dowager's arms, almost as if bowing to her. A wave of irritation surged within her. Not only herself, but Gu Qingfeng and others also felt uneasy, sensing that the child's demeanor was excessively smug. The dowager merely acknowledged her with a soft hum, choosing not to glance at them further. Noticing that the dowager was slightly pained in her waist, Tuantuan crawled from her embrace to her waist, blowing gently. Tuantuan will blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. This, at such a tender age, she had mastered the art of flattery in the political arena. Gu Qingfeng widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to sip his tea. How amusing. He felt utterly overshadowed by the child's charm. Of course, Gu Tuantuan had lived several lifetimes as a mortal before her divine transformation, so she was well versed in the complexities of human relationships. If others were to exhibit such behavior, it might come across as overly slick. Yet, for a child of her age to do so, it only evoked feelings of filial piety and innocence. Indeed, the dowager was visibly touched, her face radiating warmth. In contrast, the empress and others, whose smiles had faded, turned cold once more. Internally, the empress exhaled, reminding herself to remain composed, for her attire was indeed too extravagant, and she ought to change. As the curtain lifted, a gust of winter wind slipped through the gap, and in walked a figure adorned in golden splendor, so strikingly graceful and opulent that one could hardly look away. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Lu Yunlan, the empress's expression soured instantly. Her eyes roamed up and down, unable to fathom how she could possibly be worthy of such ceremonial attire. This was clothing meant only for a first-rank lady. Gu Qingfeng was equally entranced. Lu Yunlan typically favored simplicity, rarely donning heavy makeup. Except for her wedding day, she had never appeared so resplendent. Lianer bit her lip in frustration, nearly drawing blood. After much pleading, she had persuaded Gu Qingfeng to bring her in, spending a considerable sum on her elaborate gown. She had felt confident until the moment she laid eyes on Lu Yunlan, and that confidence evaporated. Her carefully crafted appearance now seemed ludicrous in comparison. Wow, mother is so beautiful, and she smells so good. Gu Tuantuan, upon seeing the beauty, drooled and eagerly reached out, yearning for a hug. Lu Yunlan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively took a step back. She embraced Tuantuan, who nuzzled and sniffed her, embodying the bliss of maternal affection. Look how much Tuantuan adores you. There's no need for a change. The dowager adjusted a hairpin in her coiffure and gestured to her trusted attendant. The attendant understood immediately and retrieved a rose pin from a golden box. Come here. The dowager beckoned to Lu Yunlan, clearly intending to adorn her personally. The empress's agate bracelet clinked against the small table, producing a sharp sound. Lu Yunlan hesitated briefly, casting a silent glance at the dowager. The dowager nodded kindly, prompting her to bend slightly. The dowager then inserted the pin, smiling quietly. This is even better. She grasped Lu Yunlan's hand, expressing heartfelt concern. You have truly endured much over the past 5 years. There are brighter days ahead. Gu Qingfeng's face flushed with embarrassment. How could everyone claim that the last 5 years had been her most unfortunate? He had prepared numerous respectful phrases to offer, but found his enthusiasm waning. Enough. Time is fleeting. Let us depart. The empress quickly rose to assist, fearing the dowager would refuse her aid. After a brief contemplation, the dowager accepted her hand. The two noble women ascended into the palanquin, with Tuantuan nestled in the dowager's embrace, while Lu Yunlan followed closely behind with Gu Qingfeng and others. After a long absence, how have you been? Does Tuantuan still understand things? Has she suffered from frostbite this winter? Have you applied any medicine? Lu Yunlan felt a twinge of annoyance, but maintained a smile, replying, Thank you for your concern, Wang Yi. As she quickened her pace, Gu Qingfeng matched her urgency, exclaiming, Are you truly considering becoming the emperor's consort? You mustn't. Even if you're upset with me, there is no need to treat me this way. Lania. Su Wang Yi, what do you truly mean? We have long clarified many matters. Who are you trying to impress with this behavior? Why, after everything? Do you wish to part ways without resolution? Confusion filled Lu Yunlan's eyes, while Gu Qingfeng appeared utterly bewildered. Oh dear! Bai Lianer twisted her ankle, casting a resentful glance at them. Chapter 99. The Emperor's ingenious scheme. Seeing Lu Yunlan walk away, Gu Qingfeng contemplated pursuing her. But Bai Lianer continued to call out sweetly to him. The dowager paused slightly, and the Empress, noticing her displeasure, subtly tilted her head, urging him to assist her promptly, seeking to avoid any undignified spectacle. Once Gu Qingfeng had helped her up, Bai Lianer clung to his arm, refusing to let him leave even an inch. Lu Yunlan had already reached the dowager's side. Gu Qingfeng sighed softly, silently watching her retreating figure, lost in thought. According to protocol, ministers and their wives were to be seated in order of rank, with the later arrivals holding higher status. Naturally, Gu Qingfeng and others were to exit through a small door before entering through the main entrance according to custom. Lu Yunlan had intended to carry Gu Tuantuan and Bao as they departed. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh echoed from behind. The Emperor, with a joyful expression, surveyed her appreciatively and nodded in satisfaction. He reached out, lifting Gu Tuantuan into his arms, instructing, "You shall enter with your mother. The cold wind is harsh today. It would be unwise for you to catch a chill." The Empress, seeing that he had not even glanced her way, felt a pang of grievance. Considering the national mother's status, she could only feign a dignified demeanor. The ministers had long been aware of Gu Tuantuan's favored position with the Emperor, yet witnessing him carry her out to receive their reverence still surprised them. Remarkably, even during the past, the crown prince had only been carried in by a maidservant of the Empress. Other princes had never been afforded such an opportunity. The main wives of the various palaces were equally displeased by the sight. A mere child like Gu Tuantuan was one thing, but what of Lu Yunlan? How dare she accept such honors? "Thank you, your majesty. Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress Dowager, and long live the Empress." The crowd raised their cups in salute. Just as the Emperor set down his cup and had not yet taken his seat, Tuantuan seized the cup, pouring its contents straight into her mouth. After a shaky attempt, only a drop reached her lips. "Oh, so spicy," Tuantuan exclaimed, sticking out her tongue for relief, her pretty little face scrunching up. Those below watched in astonishment, frozen in place. This child was audacious indeed, daring to touch the Emperor's cup. Yet, the Emperor laughed rather than scolded, gently ruffling her hair and coaxing, "You are still too young for wine, Wang Gongong. At your service." Wang Gongong presented a jug of warm milk, its string carefully draped around Gu Tuantuan. His gaze toward her was as tender as one would bestow upon their own daughter. Not only that, the Emperor meticulously ground the minced meat, using his chopsticks to dip a bit and feed it to her. One of the concubines, feeling a twinge of jealousy, boldly whispered a few words to her son. The 2-year-old prince, bewildered, nodded adorably and said, "Father, I want to eat too." The affection on the Emperor's face diminished slightly. What was a prince doing acting so spoiled? A hint of anger brewed between his brows. "You are already this old, and still think only of food. You should learn from your elder brother, the crown prince." The young prince appeared dazed. "Huh? Why are you not following the usual rules?" The other concubines, seeing her, usually favored, now being publicly rebuffed, found it somewhat amusing. The Emperor merely nodded at her, but did not extend his chopsticks. Turning to Yunlan, he softly said, "Come, serve the dishes for me." What a situation! Would they even be able to enjoy dinner tonight? The sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air as the elegantly dressed dancers swirled gracefully below. However, none in the Zikan Hall had the heart to appreciate the performance, their gazes covertly darting upward. Yunlan, uncertain of the Emperor's thoughts, served the dishes while discreetly scanning for members of the elf family. Yet, General Rongyun's seat was empty. Suddenly, Zhou Yan's father stood up, frowning, and said, "Your Majesty, this matter may not align with ancestral customs. The elf family once had a princess as the wife of the Duke of Su. He acknowledged his lack of authority to interfere in royal matters, but insisted that the Emperor's family affairs were indeed matters of state. For the sake of the realm, I must be stern." The Emperor, busy feeding a dish of vegetarian chicken and bamboo shoots to his daughter, seemed to ignore him entirely. The atmosphere grew awkward, and the Empress could not help but bite her lip. Could it be that the Emperor would not even listen to the Grand Commander's words? The Grand Commander had never faced such humiliation. His aged face struggled to maintain composure, and just as he was about to speak, the emperor quietly remarked, "So, aside from her, I can take any woman into my harem?" Indeed, this sentiment resonated not only with the Grand Commander, but with all present. The El family had no desire to be embroiled in the palace's overt and covert struggles. However, there were concerns that El Yunlan's influence might threaten their positions. The emperor scrutinized the expressions of everyone present before bursting into hearty laughter. "Well then, invite General Rong in." While everyone was still in a daze, they saw Rong Yun leading an exotic woman into the hall. Dressed in pure white, with a high nose and a delicate face, she entered and immediately overshadowed all present. The palace's concubines felt a pang of inferiority, wishing they could hide away. "I was initially worried that you would have different opinions, but it seems everyone is quite accepting," the emperor declared, his face beaming with spring-like joy as he held the beautiful woman's hand and announced to all, "From this day forth, she shall be known as Yun Guiran." At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Forgetting decorum, they began to whisper and chatter amongst themselves, relieved that it was not El Yunlan. However, as the banquet came to an end and they continued their hushed discussions, they soon realized that this woman was not one to be taken lightly. They had all unwittingly fallen into the emperor's trap. General Rong had obliterated a small nation the previous year, and his men, seeing this woman's extraordinary beauty, spared her life. Little did they know she was 10 months pregnant. Despite her slender figure, her belly was considerably smaller than a typical pregnancy. Initially intending to leave her to fate, the emperor, upon seeing her, was smitten and insisted on keeping her. An emperor marrying a pregnant woman, especially the wife of a rival king. If this were to get out, the officials and concubines would surely cause an uproar. The emperor sought to use El Yunlan as a pretext. Indeed, the acceptance of the situation among the others rose dramatically. By the time they processed the news, the pregnant woman was already the emperor's Yungurin. Those present were still reeling from the shock when Tuantuan suddenly paused eating, staring blankly at the woman's belly. Chapter 100. Tuantuan's arch-rival has arrived. Tuantuan, not bothering to wipe her hands, hurriedly instructed Wang Gonggong to carry her down. Wang Gonggong, sensing her serious expression, felt puzzled. Approaching the woman, Tuantuan's face turned ghastly pale as she reached out to touch the woman's belly. The woman furrowed her delicate brows. The child within her was known for its peculiar temperament and despised being touched. Just as she was about to step back, the belly reacted suddenly. As Tuantuan's hand made contact, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. Pain etched across her face as she softly exclaimed, "I think I am about to give birth." Quickly, summoned the imperial physician, the empress rushed down the hall, having learned from her maid of the woman's background, ready to offer counsel. However, the sudden movement of the baby forced the banquet to an abrupt halt. That night, within the palace, a little princess was born. From a moment Tuantuan laid eyes on the woman, she sensed something was amiss. The El family tried various ways to amuse her, but Tuantuan remained unresponsive. Not even pig trotters or meatballs would entice her. What was going on? Had food lost its charm over her? After a long time, Tuantuan finally sighed inwardly, "So you have arrived as well." Everyone exchanged glances, eager to discern who had come, only to hear her sigh again. "In our past life, we died together. In this life, we are enemies once more." It turned out that the child inside the woman was Tuantuan's rival from their previous battle. When Tuantuan died, that entity had perished with her. Yet, she had not anticipated that this rival would follow her, determined to appear in this world only upon seeing her. "Well then, come if you must. Do you think I fear you?" Tuantuan, who had just been wailing, suddenly deflated. "Dying is terrifying. I never want to die again." As she felt her soul being torn apart and everything around her disintegrating in an instant, Tuantuan experienced immense agony. The El family fell silent. Now, things had become even more complicated. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware. Regardless of whether it was the emperor's daughter or even the emperor himself, if they dared to harm Tuantuan, they would rebel. Moreover, the girl had just been born. They had faith that their decades of scheming would not be outmatched by her. The emperor truly was formidable, ensnaring them all within his game. The empress took a sip of her calming tea. Otherwise, she felt she might explode with anger. Alas, the emperor's blatant favoritism towards this woman was disheartening. Especially since they had devoted so much energy to El Yunlan, it felt like a waste. Well, at least it's a girl, she thought. Besides, With her family gone and being in this deep palace, isn't she vulnerable to bullying? Or the crown prince? The empress felt somewhat speechless. Your Majesty, your pearl bird has died. Who did this? This was the pure white bird the emperor had gifted her, a pair of lovebirds. The empress cherished it as a symbol of her bond with the emperor, treating it like a precious gem. She personally changed its water and fed it daily. Your servant is to blame, Gu Chengfeng stammered as he entered, trembling. He had merely failed to keep an eye on them. His two mischievous sons had cunningly used their innocent charm to lure a palace made into letting them see the bird, only to swiftly kill it. Today had been overwhelming, and he felt exhausted. He hurriedly bowed with the two children to apologize to the empress. Naturally, the empress was trembling with rage, her eyes burning with fury, wishing to reprimand the two boys harshly. While Yenner had no means left, so she could only bow repeatedly. In her desperation, she tugged at Gu Qingyin's sleeve, hoping she would speak up for her brothers. After all, they were her own siblings. Gu Qingyin, with tears brimming in her eyes, cast a silent glance at the empress. The empress discerned a different emotion in her gaze and beckoned for Gu Qingfeng and the others to withdraw. Are you pleading for your two younger brothers? The fury in the empress's eyes was unmistakable. No, a smile unexpectedly graced Gu Qingyin's face as she declared, I am advocating for myself. It was I who killed the empress's cherished bird. The rage in her pupils enlarged dramatically, threatening to engulf Gu Qingyin entirely. After a moment, the empress's voice became somewhat hoarse. Yenner, do you presume upon my favor to act with such impunity? Precisely, Gu Qingyin thought, relishing the sensation. The smile upon her face grew ever more pronounced. What do you mean? The empress, unwilling to indulge her in riddles any longer, reflected on her grief over the death of her beloved bird. If that woman's child were to perish, would not the emperor feel even greater sorrow? And what if that child met its demise due to Tuantuan's inadvertent actions? She was so young. How could she possibly cause the death of an infant? The empress's anger subsided somewhat. A bird caged cannot perish if it is not within reach. Yet if I were to stir their desires and place a nearly lifeless bird in their hands, could it possibly survive, regardless of its fate? As long as I remained silent, no one would be aware that the empress's bird was slain by Yenner. Similarly, Gu Tuantuan must not be allowed to perish. But we have the means to ensure her survival. The empress's expression wavered. Gu Qingyin advanced on her knees, resting her head upon the empress's lap, and softly coaxed. Your Majesty, do you not see how deeply the emperor cares for her? He has orchestrated such a grand scheme, encompassing everyone. Her child, regardless of gender, must not be born. Gu Qingyin's gaze darkened, filled with regret. Had she known this would come to pass, she would have fought tooth and nail to prevent Tuantuan from surviving. The empress trembled slightly. Taking her hand, she spoke gently, I understand. I truly cannot bear the thought of another princess emerging from this palace. She had never witnessed the emperor's heart so enthralled by a woman. Moreover, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful, beautiful to the point of being enchanting, terrifying, and somewhat intimidating. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, the emperor issued a decree stating that the daughter of Yun Gairen's breath was faint, her life hanging by a thread, and that she was on the brink of death. He sought the aid of talented individuals from all corners of the realm. Gu Tuantuan awoke early, only to find that the royal steward had come personally to escort her. He declared her a lucky charm, asserting that with her presence beside the infant, the child would surely avert calamity. Gu Tuantuan was taken aback, thinking, what nonsense is this? So soon to be summoned? Already seeking to confront me upon your birth? Very well. I have endured for months, while you have just arrived. Let's see if I can manage you.